50 years. If you've been seriously injured in a truck or car wreck, you want Wilhite to handle your case fast. We've been voted by you as the best personal injury law firm for the last 3 years in a row. Coloradans know who to call for fast results and maximum settlements. Truck or car wreck? Win big with Wilhite. Injured by a drunk driver? Win big with Wilhite. Just call 303-GOOD-LAW or visit WilhiteWins.com and chat with us 24/7. That's 303-GOOD-LAW or WilhiteWins.com.
Men, summertime is here, and that means vacations, summer barbecues, outdoor parties, camping, beaches, and so much more. This is Jeff for Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic, and if you're like many men, you may not be feeling like yourself this summer. Perhaps your energy is low and you aren't sleeping well. Maybe your workouts aren't as good as they used to be. And if what I'm describing is you, it's very likely you're suffering with low testosterone. But low T doesn't have to affect you anymore. Just call Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic, get treated, and see how it changes your life. If you're like most men, you'll feel so much better. Deeper sleep, improved vitality and clarity, greater strength and energy, and an enhanced sex drive as well. So call us. Just $99 gets you a PSA and T test and a medical consult. And if you start on testosterone the day of your appointment, your visit is free. Call 720-440-7900. That's 720-440-7900. Or go to RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com. We have 5 offices across the Front Range to serve you.
Member Week is here at Lowe's. Don't miss your chance to get up to 40% off hundreds of items like paint, tools, home essentials, and more. Shop our exclusive deals happening in-store and online now through July 18th. Not a rewards member? Join for free today and get ready to save more. Lowe's, we help, you save. Loyalty program subject to terms and conditions. Details at lowes.com/terms. Subject to change.
All right, Takis fans. Wendy's knows you love your Takis Fuego chips, so we thought, why not make a Takis Fuego meal with a Takis Fuego chicken sandwich with spicy chicken topped with crushed Takis Fuego chips and creamy corn spread. Plus, it comes with Fuego fries inspired by Takis and a bag of Takis Fuego chips. If we had any more heat, we might start an actual... I told him this would happen. For an intense new take on Takis chips, gotta be Wendy's.
Limited time only at participating U.S. Wendy's. Includes 1 ounce Takis Fuego chips while supplies last. Takis and Fuego trademarks are used under license.
Traffic and body pain can slow you down. But don't let the pain stop you. With just one pill, Aleve provides up to 12 hours of pain relief, so you can keep moving. Use as directed.
KKFN and KKFN HD1 Longmont, Denver. You're listening to Denver Sports 104.3. The Fan. Job shaping.
You played in the NFL, but you were a wide receiver.
Embellishments.
I mean, sometimes I swear you're just making things up.
And amateur zoology.
I think polar bears are bigger than grizzlies.
Of course.
So make them a polar bear.
It's Stokley and Evans with Mark Schlereth on Denver Sports 104.3. The Fan.
This is not a drill. Not a drill. Happy Tuesday morning to you all. Richie Carney sitting in for Mike Evans. Good morning, Brandon Stokley.
Do we have, like, breaking news?
No, I just love hearing that.
I do, too. But, like, every time you play that, it's like, okay, well, we got some news that that just happened. I mean, that's what that signals to me.
It is crazy how that has become, for me, like, it's part of the Russell Wilson experience for me. I was running the board for the show at that time, and I remember being across from there and freaking out, thinking I got, tricked by, like, Black Adam Schefter or one of the, like, fake Twitter accounts that tries to put out stuff to fool people, and then I, like, double-checked it, triple-checked it, sent it to Zach, and got in his ear. I was like, oh, my God, oh, my God, oh, my God, and then I ran to our former boss's office and said, we got a lot of stuff to do, and it was just like, and then while that was happening, he was going on that epic, like, 4-minute rant of, like, hot off the press, Adam Schefter reporting at 10:37 a.m. this morning, just like.
Oh, it was great.
The ultimate dramatics.
It was great. It didn't work out all that well, though, unfortunately. That's a part of it. Like, when you think about Russell, you think about, this is not a drill. I don't know how he came up with that. Like, did he practice it? Was he sitting at home? This is not a drill.
Right, like in front of the mirror.
This is not a drill.
Right.
Yeah.
And Mia are in the background like, this is not a drill.
Yes. They're like, yes, Dad, that one.
Yeah.
And he's like, okay, that's the one I'm going to go with. But no, it was.
His ass.
No, settle down a little bit, Zach. Settle
easy.
down. But I think if he would have had 4 or 5 more reps with it, his voice wouldn't have cracked the way that it did.
Oh, is that a record? Is that the fastest one?
I think so.
2 minutes and 24 seconds?
I think so. We got to give our great early
6 a.m. listeners.
Early 6 a.m.
Yeah.
Sometimes we got to throw them a bone.
The real grinders, not the ones that set the alarm after 7 a.m.
Right. We got to throw them a bone a little bit sometimes and let them be a part of the Zach By Smear campaign. So there you go.
Wow.
It
yeah,
continues.
we'll have to check with Mike when he comes back someday, if ever. But that might be the fastest smear campaign in show history. I love it. Isn't it funny though? I was thinking about that, talking about the Russell Wilson thing, and it didn't work out that well. I still feel crazy sometimes, and with the excitement of last season and kind of Bo surprising everybody a little bit, including some of us, I would imagine, here with how things went, especially after how it started. It's just crazy how perspective shifts and changes like that. Like, it was only a few years ago that we were freaking out over Russell Wilson thinking, wow, the Broncos just found their new franchise quarterback. And you rewind before that, and it was like, not that long before that, they drafted Drew Lock, and that was going to be the guy. And then it was Case Keenum in free agency. I remember we broadcasted like overnight, the night they signed Case Keenum in free agency, like this was this big coup de grace, this victory in free agency that was going to be our guy. And it just, somehow it always fell apart in pretty dramatic fashion. So comparing it, I guess, to those previous attempts on the Broncos quarterback carousel, where is your level of confidence or your gut feeling at with Bo Nix going into year 2 compared to what we've been shell-shocked with in the past?
Yeah, well, I mean, before last year started, you were hesitant to crown him because we've seen a lot of first-round picks. I mean, we've had Paxton Lynch. We've had Joe Flacco. I mean, just to add to the list of quarterbacks that we were told we need to be excited about, or we were just excited about, that under-delivered. Well, Bo actually delivered. That's the thing, is we've seen a year of him playing high-level football, and, oh, by the way, he was a rookie with not a ton around him. So you expect it to get better, and he's got a great coach. Sean Payton is a great football coach, and so that also is a big positive in this situation. So, he's got a lot of positives going for him. So I think that's why this one is different. We actually saw him play great football. Now, you look at his stats. I mean, his stats were great from last year. And then he passed the eye test also.
Yeah, can I tell you what else gives me confidence that things are really, in a tangible way, trending in the right direction, is the way that it started compared to the way that it finished. Not to go to Zach By, this day is not going to finish the way that it started in the Russell Wilson rant, but it was rough. Those first 3 games of Bo's rookie season, he looked like he was backwards. He was drinking through a fire hose.
He looked like a rookie.
He looked like a rookie, and it was like all the things that were being said about Bo nationally after the draft, with this is the biggest overdraft in recent NFL history, and it's going to be a disaster. He was the 6th quarterback taken off the board despite being drafted, in the middle of the first round, high end of the first round. And all those things were like, oh my God, they're going to come true. Like this is gross. And then, it culminates with that ugly 10-9 win over the Jets, and Bo can't throw a football in moisture and this and that. And then all of a sudden, it was like it just clicked and a switch flipped, and slowly at first, but then with a hurry, he became a legitimate Rookie of the Year candidate and was one of the better quarterbacks in the NFL over the last 7 or 8 weeks of the season. So I think that seeing it in a rookie season where you're like, okay, I know what it looks like when it's bad, and then looking at it, even throwing out the Chiefs game, how it finished, that makes me feel a lot better going into year 2 than if everything had just gone super great, and it's like, well, we've never seen the other side of the coin. You know what I mean?
Oh, yeah. He was able to fight through adversity. It wasn't perfect from the start, and there was moments throughout the season that didn't look great. But the thing is, he has something about him. And that's what you saw. That's what you have to have as a quarterback. It's not going to be perfect, especially early on. I mean, you're going to have your struggles, and there's going to be some struggles this year. But you have to be able to battle through those And he was able to do it, but also with the help of his coaches. And I think they do have some really good coaches there that help those types of situations. And Bo's made of something. You can never tell when you draft young guys what they're made of. And a lot of it is just going through the trials and tribulations, the tough times, because you're going to have a lot of those as a young quarterback. And he was able to do that. Some of those games early on, to your point, didn't look great. But you know what? He kept on grinding, and the finished product for the year was pretty dang good.
When it comes to Bo Nix's sophomore campaign, how concerned are you, or what would, maybe is a better question instead of how concerned are you, what would a regression in your mind look like that would make you perk your ears up a little bit? Because that's always the second-year quarterback, that's always the question, right? Sophomore slump and whatever you want to call it.
Yeah, I think for me, I'm not expecting a regression. I think he's got better weapons around him. But if you ask me that, I'm going to tell you, probably what I would see is interceptions, turnovers. All of a sudden, those turnovers spike up. What, he had 12 last year, and next thing you know, he's got 20. Mm-hmm. It's like, is he trying to do too much? What's going on here? Is the game not slowed down? Why is he forcing the ball? Those types of things. But I think that's the one thing you could look at and say, if that starts to happen, now you become a little bit concerned, and maybe you'll see some regression there. But I'm not expecting it to happen. He does a good job of taking care of the football. And also when things break down, he does a good job of using his legs.
Well, one former NFL quarterback with a pretty loud voice has a take on Bo Nix that I could not agree with more. And also, we are still, just like this time yesterday morning, on rookie contract watch. We'll dissect whether or not we think one or each of those guys will sign coming up next.
Follow us on X at DEN Sports 1043 for up-to-the-minute information and opinions on all things Denver sports. Also, we can still call it Twitter, right? Denver Sports 1043 The Fan, DenverSports.com, and the Denver Sports app.
The only downside to going away during the summer? Those nagging concerns about your home and unexpected plumbing problems while you are away. I've been there. Came home a couple years ago from a camping weekend to a busted dishwasher hose and water damage in my kitchen. Never again. Now I have water sensors and alarms. Copperhead Plumbing is who I recommend to install the Moen Flow Smart Water Shutoff System. Monitors your entire home's water usage in real time right from your phone. Whether you're on vacation or just at work, you'll get notified of leaks the moment they happen. Save you valuable peace of mind and potentially thousands and thousands of dollars. Copperhead Plumbing, who I use for all of my plumbing needs. I've recommended them to Stoke and Stink. They go with Copperhead. They're local, licensed, and focused on quality work done right the first time. Sprinklers, outdoor water features, clogs, disposals, water heater replacement, main sewer lines, whatever your plumbing needs. Commercial or residential emergency services or routine maintenance. You can call 303-552-3491 and at CopperheadPlumbingInc.com. They plumb different. They plumb custom.
What's the biggest mistake you could make when selling your home? Settling for less money. Not with Orchard. Orchard gives you cash up front so you can buy and move into your new home first. On your timeline. Then they sell your old home on the market for top dollar. One customer said, I made way more than I expected, and it couldn't have been easier. Don't settle for less. Buy before you sell. And get top dollar with Orchard. Get your free home valuation at Orchard.com. Orchard.com.
Change is always happening. Hey, it's part of life, and when it comes to music, change is all around us. Songs are rewritten, classics are remixed, bands and artists come and go. Even our taste in music changes. But no matter how things change in 5 years, there's one thing that'll stay the same: the price of your internet. Xfinity is introducing the 5-year price guarantee. It means you'll get 5 years of the most reliable Wi-Fi with their best equipment included for a price that stays exactly the same. Surprised? Life is full of them. One internet price, 5 years guaranteed. Learn more at Xfinity.com/deals. Restrictions apply. New residential customers only. Taxes and fees extra and subject to change. Most reliable Wi-Fi based on Open Signal Awards USA. Fixed Broadband Experience Report August 2024.
Texting privacy policy and terms and conditions posted at textingterms.us. Texting enrolls you for recurring automated text marketing messages. Message and data rates may apply. Reply stop, opt out. Terms and conditions apply to the earnings promotion.
Do you have caregiving experience as a parent, teacher, nanny, coach, or in another similar role? Hop Skip Drive is looking for experienced caregivers who want to help students in their community by driving them to and from school. Earn up to $50 per ride with Hop Skip Drive's welcome promotion, all while helping your community. If you have your own vehicle that is no more than 10 years old, a clean driving record, and at least 5 years of caregiving experience, you could become a Hop Skip Drive care driver. Just text STUDENT to 323232 to get started right now. Hop Skip Drive gives you the flexibility to set your own schedule and earn competitive pay. It's simple. Drive in your free time and make a real difference for students right in your neighborhood. Don't wait. Text STUDENT to 323232 right now. Text STUDENT to 323232 and start earning up to $50 per ride during Hop Skip Drive's welcome promotion period. That's STUDENT to 323232. Text STUDENT to 323232 now.
Hey guys, Stokley here from my friends at 5280 Waste Solutions of Denver. Are you unhappy with your current trash removal and recycling company for your home or business? Do you have a project and need a temporary dumpster? Then call 5280 Waste Solutions. They're located right here in Colorado. So Colorado isn't just where they work, it's a place they call home. 5280 Waste Solutions guarantees your residential or commercial business trash pickup will be swift and on time. Go to 5280waste.com. 5280 Waste Solutions, your hometown brand.
When you've got real work to do, Metal Supermarkets will help you get it done fast. With a huge variety of metals in stock, we can help no matter what job comes your way. And all it takes is a few clicks. We make buying metal online easy so you can spend less time shopping and more time getting things done. Metal Supermarkets, the convenience stores for metal. Place an order online today at metalsupermarkets.com.
DQ presents How to Make Your Summer Take Flight. Just head into DQ for a new Superman Cake Batter Cookie Dough Blizzard Treat. Treat your inner hero to an epic mix of sugar cookie dough, sprinkles, and cake batter flavor. Blend it all with legendary DQ soft serve, and it's enough to tempt Superman himself. Fly into DQ for our new Superman Cake Batter Cookie Dough Blizzard Treat before it's gone. And don't miss Superman, only in theaters July 11th. DQ, happy tastes good. Only at participating locations.
Hi, Zoe Saldana. Welcome to T-Mobile. Here's your new iPhone 16 Pro on us.
Thanks. And here's my old phone to trade in.
You don't need a trade-in. When you switch to T-Mobile, we'll give you a new iPhone 16 Pro. Plus, we'll help you pay off your old phone up to $800, and you still get to keep it.
There's always a trade-in.
Not right now at T-Mobile.
I feel like I have to give you something in return for karma.
That's okay.
I don't really have much in my purse. Oh, let's see. Hand sanitizer. It's lavender.
I'm good. Seriously.
Let me check this pocket. Oh, mints?
Really, I'm fine.
Oh, I have raisins. I'm a mom. Wait 1 sec. I've got cupcakes in the car.
It's our best iPhone offer ever. Switch to T-Mobile. Get a new iPhone 16 Pro with Apple Intelligence on us. No trade-in needed. We'll even pay off your phone up to $800.
With 24 monthly bill credits, new line $100 plus a month on experience beyond finance agreement $999.99 and qualifying ported. For well qualified plus tax and $10 connection charge. Payout via virtual prepaid card allow 15 days. Credits end and balance due if you pay off early or cancel. See T-Mobile.com.
Conspiracy theories. Well, in this case, AI got it wrong.
Yeah.
So, hey, maybe Skynet's not taking over anytime soon. Firm beliefs.
I'm very easily swayed. If you keep talking, I might be at 70 here in about 30 seconds.
And a few sucker punches. It was the complete motivator for me, the failure thing.
Mark, when does that stop? Not letting your teammates down after you finish playing? Because it seems like it. You let us down a lot.
Oh, man.
It's Stokley and Evans with Mark Schlereth on Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan.
I just wanna fly. Put your arms around me, baby. Put your arms around me, baby.
There's a former NFL quarterback with a take on Bo Nix that I personally could not agree with much more, Stoke. And that former NFL quarterback is Robert Griffin III. And RG3 kind of, to me, is in somewhat of that Derrick Rose kind of category of like how great, or what could a guy have looked like if he didn't just get derailed by injuries so earlier in his career. And I don't think he knew how to run the ball very well and was kind of careless and reckless with his running style, but still was a top-tier quarterback at the collegiate level and had a nice flash in the pan to start his NFL career before things kind of shifted. Well, he broke down Bo Nix's rookie tape. And his biggest takeaway, Bo Nix might be the most underrated quarterback in the NFL in 2025. What would you say to that assessment?
Well, obviously he had a great rookie year, and there's a few things he needs to clean up with the footwork stuff, and I think that will happen for him. So, yeah, he's not talked about a lot, certainly, because you had Jaden Daniels.
Yes.
And Jaden Daniels had a really good rookie year also, and he did some great things, and he made some plays that were, number one on SportsCenter top 10 and the Hail Mary and things like that. So, and he led his team to the NFC Championship game, almost to the Super Bowl. He had an unbelievable rookie year also. So he gets overshadowed, and he was a sixth quarterback taken. He wasn't the second or the third, and certainly wasn't the first. So those guys get talked about a lot more than he does.
I've seen a lot of quarterbacks without their shirt on.
Thank you, Cecil. But no, I see where RG3 is going there, because now you have better weapons around him, and he just doesn't get talked about in the same light as those other quarterbacks.
I totally agreed with this take from RG3, and I'm not exactly sure why it's as true, in my opinion, what RG3 said, as it is. I mean, you have Jaden Daniels is the obvious example where he had a phenomenal rookie season. I'm a big Jaden Daniels fan. I liked watching him at LSU. I know Sean Payton liked him because he talked about it.
Great young man.
Great young man, Coach O. And I get it. What he did in a rookie season at the quarterback position is almost impossible and very rare to see. But Jaden Daniels right now is being talked about as a potential top 5, definitely top 10 quarterback in the NFL right now after one season. And you've got certain prognosticators and NFL people who are putting J.J. McCarthy in a power ranking type setting over a guy like Bo Nix. And J.J. McCarthy hasn't played a snap of NFL football yet.
Foolishness.
And I just don't quite understand why and what it is about Bo. Do they think he's being carried by Sean Payton's system and that he's only looking that good because Sean is making him that good? Or are they just thinking he hit every green light you could possibly hit? I don't understand why the gap between a Jaden Daniels and a Bo Nix, and even some of the other rookies from that class, or just quarterbacks in general, is as wide as it seems to be in a lot of people's minds.
Yeah, well, I think it's because of where they drafted. Until you go out there and then you do it one time. Well, you got to do it again because you were the 6th quarterback taken. If you're Tom Brady and, you're drafted really late in the draft, well, now you got to do it for a couple years before we actually believe it, because our valuation said you were going to be a backup quarterback. Our valuation said to Bo Nix, there are 5 other guys that were better than you. So after year 1, we can't already think that you're going to be better than all those guys. So I think that has a lot to do with it, is the valuation process, and where you're drafted early on can hurt you when it comes to these types of conversations. So for a guy like Bo, guess what? He's got to go out and do it again for people to really believe it and feel like, okay, yeah, he is the real deal, because you know what? He can't be better than J.J. McCarthy. He wasn't picked before him. So, yeah, I think that has a lot to do with where you're drafted and how you were evaluated.
And I know he was the 6th quarterback taken off the board, and I've definitely referenced that, just like many of us, as much as anybody. But he was still drafted 12th overall. I mean,
but a lot of people, had him. He could be a second rounder.
Early
he
third
could fall
round
to the
grade.
second round. So he was kind of all over the board, and people thought the Broncos reached on him.
Yep.
And
The data freaks.
That was a bad draft. You drafted him too early. You could have got him maybe in a late first round.
Sure.
You could have got him early second round. So, yeah, he was drafted there, but still a lot of people evaluated him like he should be drafted in the second round. He was a product of Oregon.
Yep.
And he was a product of dink and dunk, throwing these little screen passes, and that's why his completion percentage was so high. So I think that hurts him when it comes to this.
Well, I will say this. I completely co-sign RG3's assessment that Bo Nix is the most underrated quarterback in the NFL right now, and I think that this upcoming 2025 season is going to prove that in spades. I think Bo Nix is on the doorstep of a pretty awesome sophomore season for the Broncos. Not a sophomore slump, more of a sophomore jump, to quote Dover and Cecil.
No, I like that. you know, you don't play 17 games in the NFL as a rookie and play as good as Bo does and it be a fluke. You know, could he regress a little bit? Yeah, but, you know, it's real. There's something there. You don't get carried for 17 games in the NFL, okay? That didn't happen with Bo. So the guy has something. Now, what kind of jump can he take, right? What does it look like in year 2? But you don't play the way that he played with no running game, by the way. Not much help around him.
Minimal wide receiver.
No tight end, no slot receiver, but a really good coach scheming stuff up. And you went out there and did it for 17 weeks and led your team to the playoffs, led your team to a winning record, which hadn't happened in, you know, a decade. So, I mean, that's not fake. There's something there. So that's what has me excited. I mean, 17 games he was out there, and he battled through some ups and downs, but he did it without a lot of help.
Yeah, and you look at the games that they played last year, and you take out in the regular season, you take out the one outlier, right? The Baltimore Ravens game where they lose 41-10. But even in that game, going into halftime, if you remember, it was not a blowout of a game at that point. The Ravens scored right before half, then the Broncos had like a 3-and-out or a turnover, and the Ravens ended up capitalizing one more time and then got the ball back to start half. And that
every game has a story.
Yeah.
Sometimes it's a bad story, right? It's okay. Sometimes you're going to get your ass whipped in the NFL.
By an MVP caliber quarterback in Lamar Jackson and a stud offense with Derrick Henry.
Well, how about their defense? Really good defense. Yeah. On the road, tough place to play. I mean, so guess what? Sometimes you're going to get your ass whipped. And that's what happened. Okay, no big deal. Turn the page, learn from it. But that stuff happens in the NFL. Go look at the great ones. Peyton Manning got his ass whipped a few times. You know, it didn't look good. Eli Manning, they all did. You have some games that are just stinkers. But can you bounce back from it? Can you overcome it? And can you learn from it?
You take out that one outlier of the Ravens game, virtually every other loss is a one-possession game. So even in the games that didn't go the Broncos' way 7 out of 17 times, 6 of them, it felt like you were at least in it for most of, if not the entirety of the game. You know, the Chiefs game in week, 8 or whatever it was, 10, comes down to the final possession. You know, the Bengals game goes to overtime. The first Chargers game was a little bit different looking than the second Chargers game in terms of how well they played. So I find it really encouraging looking back on all this stuff as we project it forward that Bo Nix battled through the adversity in the first month of his career, where against specifically the Seahawks and Pittsburgh the first 2 weeks, those felt like games you should have won, and turned it into the way that it ended up, going to the wild card, and even in the losses, finding ways to keep the team close and in it. All right, coming up next, we are, just as we were yesterday, on Rookie Contract Watch. We're going to talk to Mike Kliss up here in a little bit after the 6:30 segment here and figure out what's going on. But in the meantime, we will figure out what's the latest coming up next.
Listen up, golf fans. Want to witness the battle at Bethpage Black in New York this year? Well, Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan has teamed up with the City of Aurora to give away a trip to win your way in. To enter, just head to the Pro Shop at any of the City of Aurora's 5 beautiful courses between now and August 1st. Find the cutout of Sac By and scan the QR code. For more information and the list of course locations, head to denversports.com/golf. Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan.
What is happening, fellas? Stoke for my friends at Embers Living. My favorite time of the year is here. Summer is in full swing. And if you're anything like me, that means it's grilling season, right? But not just any grilling. I'm talking about steakhouse quality sears, precision control, and serious versatility. That's what you get with Napoleon Prestige Series. At Embers Living, they're bringing the heat with Napoleon Sizzle Zone. That's high heat infrared grilling that gives you restaurant style results right in your backyard. And if you like tech with your tongs, Get this, you'll love the connected smart grilling features. You can monitor temps, get alerts, and take control right from your phone. So whether you're slow smoking ribs or reverse searing a tomahawk, Napoleon gives you the power to grill it all effortlessly, because with Napoleon, every detail matters. From precision engineered burners to seamless design. No detail's too small when it comes to performance. So if you're serious about outdoor cooking and you want a grill that's built to last, head to embersliving.com and take your grilling to the next level with Napoleon. Embers Living. Upgrade your outdoor experience.
Peanut butter and jelly, music and dancing, salt and pepper. At Excel Energy, we believe some things just work better together. Like a heat pump, the 2-in-1 unit that can both cool and heat your home. And better yet, it does so using energy more efficiently than a traditional HVAC system. Better yet, you can also save money on a heat pump with rebates at excelenergy.com/heat pumps. Cooling, heating, and savings. That's a lot to get pumped about, all in one package.
Listen up, Broncos country. Phillip Lindsay here. For a stress-free summer travel, I chose Hermes Worldwide. Forget the airport chaos. Hermes Worldwide offers comfortable, reliable transportation services to the airport and more. They're dependable and professional, so you can focus on what really matters the most, enjoying that vacation. Make your summer travel easy. Call 303-577-7600 or visit ridehermes.com/DenverSports. Again, you can give them a call at 303-577-7600 to book your next ride.
If you love to travel, Capital One has a rewards credit card that's perfect for you. With the Capital One Venture X card, you earn unlimited double miles on everything you buy. Plus, you get premium benefits at a collection of luxury hotels when you book on Capital One Travel. And with Venture X, you get access to over 1,000 airport lounges worldwide. Open up a world of travel possibilities with the Capital One Venture X card. What's in your wallet?
Terms apply. Lounge access is subject to change. See CapitalOne.com for details.
Hi, it's me, Flo, here to tell you that with the Progressive Home and Auto Bundle, you get 24/7 protection, so you're covered no matter where the day takes you.
Even bad hair day?
Yep.
And tree branch fell on my car day?
Especially that day. Progressive has you covered 24/7 for your home and auto.
How about thought it was chicken, but it was tuna day? Or overnight construction outside my bedroom day?
Those days too.
Great, because that was each day this week.
Been there. Well, at least your home and auto are covered every day with Progressive.
Progressive Casualty Insurance Company, affiliates, and other insurers. Not available in all states.
You probably saved my life.
Every single day, Soda Weight Loss is helping people let go of the weight and keep it off.
I mean, I was 30 pounds overweight, and I went in, and the doctor said, you need to change your diet.
Get help and get started with Soda Weight Loss.
Got off my blood pressure medicine and my cholesterol medicine, and that is amazing to me.
I went from a 16, 18 down to a size 4 now. So that is amazing. It makes you feel so good.
Splash into summer savings right now with Soda's lowest prices of the year.
No injections, no pills, no hunger.
I would recommend Soda because it's sustainable. This is lifetime change.
I let go of 50 pounds. It felt unreal.
We're the #1 weight loss company in America for client satisfaction and results. And with our incredible summer savings, what are you waiting for?
Get help, get results at SodaWeightLoss.com. That's SOTA weightloss.com.
Soda is, say it with me, state of the art.
Guys, don't live with tiredness and low energy. Get your life back with testosterone therapy at Low T Center. Take the test, get fast results, and start TRT with Denver's leading experts in men's health. Now it's easier than ever with the new Centergenics Help app, an innovative healthcare technology you won't find anywhere else. Download or book an appointment online while test is still free at fixmylowt.com. That's fixmylowt.com.
Packed with peanuts and filled with golden caramel, Payday is one hard-working candy bar. So grab one now to power you through the day. Payday Peanut Caramel Bar. Get to it.
Denver Sports Snapshot.
Tonight on The Fan, baseball all-star game action begins starting at 6.
Open an account in less than 5 minutes. Visit WesteraCU.com. Federally insured by NCUA.
Food critiques.
I love chicken. I hate chicken salad. What? If you put chicken salad in front of me, I'd gag.
Hard-hitting analysis.
I took an Ambien on accident before practice, and that's what he looked like out there.
And some constructive criticism.
Reminded me of the show that Mike had yesterday. Just a little off, not completely there. You were like, Mike, are you going to take control of this show? Like, how many times did you have to say that yesterday?
It's Stokley and Evans with Mark Schlereth on Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan.
Denver Broncos rookies report tomorrow to officially kick off their training camp 2025. And Stoke, just like we talked about yesterday, the top 2 rookie draft picks for the Broncos this season, Jahdae Barron and RJ Harvey, remain unsigned. As we continue to tick and creep closer, I know as we talked about it late last week, earlier this week, it's been like hey, this will get done, no big deal, bada bada bing. Mike Kliss, who will join us coming up in about 15 minutes, said the same thing. At any point, are we starting to go, okay, well, maybe not, because we've heard radio silence from both of them, essentially.
Yeah, I'm not overly concerned right now. It's, rookies are reporting tomorrow. And then you have, almost a little under a week before training camp starts. So nothing. I don't think anything really to be overly concerned about right now. Second-round picks, they're in a different situation than in previous years. We used to see holdouts all the time in training camp. We hardly see them anymore because everything is slotted. It's pretty easy. The guy in front of you made a little bit more than you did. You're going to make a little bit more in front of the guy that you got drafted in front of. It's pretty simple. It's pretty easy, and we usually don't see holdouts anymore. But we saw guaranteed contracts go to second-round picks. Fully guaranteed contracts go to second-round picks for the first time. Now all the rest of them want it. The first 2 got it, picks of the second round. Now the rest of the guys want it also. So not a lot of those guys are signed in the second round. So you look at RJ Harvey, it's like, okay, well, they might be going in this thing together saying, hey, let's stand up for guaranteed deals and let's hold out if it happens. So I'm more concerned about him than I am first-round pick Barron and his situation. Not quite sure what the holdup is there. I think they'll get it done. I think they'll get it done today. That's your first-round pick. You want him in the building. You want to get this thing done. What are we talking about? How much percent of his contract is fully guaranteed or whatever the case may be. Let's just get this thing done, get it finalized. So I'm expecting to get done today. I am. We're back to work. Let's get this thing knocked out, get him into camp, and then you figure out the second-round pick. That might take a little bit longer because you have a different deal this year than you have in previous years.
George Payton was kind of famous when he first got here for driving into work at 4 a.m. and being up before the sun and first one in the building, all that good stuff. Do we get news on this, assuming Mike Kliss doesn't tell us in about 10 minutes, do we get news on either one of these signings before you and I are done today, this morning?
I would say no, but I think at some point today it gets done. Barron does. So get him into camp and get him ready to go. So if not today, tomorrow. I mean, it's no later than Wednesday. I don't see.
You got to figure their practice is what, at like 10?
Yeah, and you know what? I don't even know how much they're going to be practicing, to be honest with you.
More meetings?
Right, meetings, walkthroughs. That's what, and workouts.
Is that what it was like for you?
Well, we really didn't have this stuff. They didn't have all this like pampering that they do now.
Just hey, throw you in the deep end.
Hey, rookies, come on in and let's get a week of meetings and walkthroughs.
No tablets.
We'll get some workouts in. You'll eat good. No, it's like, hey, rookies, let's go. You're coming in with the big boys, right? It's right away. It's like, all right, buckle up.
Back when men were men.
That's right. You got hazed. And I was scared to walk around the veteran guys. Hazed. Scared to walk around those guys. You had to have your head on a swivel for paintball guns firing.
Paintball guns?
Oh, yeah, paintball guns at the hotel. So it's a different world back there.
At the hotel?
Yes.
Just splattering the walls of the hotel?
No, outside.
Oh, okay.
So it wasn't really a hotel. Again, it wasn't a hotel. It was more like almost like a motel, almost. You would have to walk from outside, these different buildings to get to your room and maybe to get into where you're going to eat. So there was a lot of, you would always have to go outside through walkways. And so, yeah, you had to have your head on a swivel for paint. Just a different world back then. But we didn't have this ramp up period where come on in early rookies. Yeah. And actually I held out.
Did you? Why?
I held out. Fourth round holdout, which,
had to be a record at that point.
I mean, you would think. But so it's kind of similar to what you have going on now, where we had a first-round pick, okay, with the Ravens, and then we had 2 fourth-round picks, no second, no third, all right? And you were allocated so much money at the time to be able to kind of give to your rookies. Well, they gave it all to the first-round pick, and they said, hey, we know you're supposed to make this much money. This is supposed to be your signing bonus, but we can't give it to you. But what we'll do is we're going to make you earn it. Like, what? That makes no sense. I'm like, just give me what I'm supposed to get slotted, right? I'm supposed to get a little bit more than the guy in front of me. A little bit more than the guy behind me, a little bit less than the guy in front of me. Pretty simple. So, we can't pay you. Can't do it. Anyway, long story long, me and the other fourth round pick, okay, well, let's hold out together.
Foxhole.
He ended up signing. So I'm on my island. I'm on Stokley Island by myself.
Yes. Being
a loner. And so, yeah. So I ended up buckling after missing 1 day of practice, but I did hold out. That's a holdout.
You got your 1 day, and you could walk away with your chin held a little bit higher, I guess.
No, I couldn't. I took the bad deal. And
how much was left on the table? You don't have to get into this.
You want to give my financials here?
I'm not saying you got to keep the business in the street, but
that's what you asked me.
How big of a bite of the apple did you lose?
No. So it was huge. It was a ton of money.
Yeah, you screwed it up.
But I ended up making it back. I ended up getting it by like I said, but it was incentives in there that I had to meet.
You made it back in the same year?
No, my last year of the contract, the third year. Third year of the contract, I had to meet playing time percentage, and I barely did. Thank goodness.
Wow.
Yeah.
So this must have been
stressful.
This must have been before they started sitting guys at the end of a season to avoid them hitting that then.
Yes.
That's another thing you didn't have back then, right?
I don't think so. They didn't do it to me. I don't think they really cared. It wasn't that much money for them, but it was for me.
Yeah.
That was my holdout story. But I'm not overly concerned here about either one of the guys. Look, R.J. Harvey will sign eventually. He's a running back. He'll be fine. And I think Barron gets done no later than Wednesday. There you go.
Well, we will touch base with our 9 News Broncos insider Mike Kliss coming up next for everything and the latest going on at Broncos Park, powered by Common Spirit.
Follow us on YouTube, Instagram, and TikTok at Denver Sports 1043 to stay up to date on all your local teams. Denver Sports 1043. The Fan.
What is happening? Stoke here for my friends at Roller Auction, a leader in Colorado auctions for over 40 years. And they got some great upcoming auctions. Got one ended today at 8:30, a vehicle contractor and rental yard equipment with over 2,000 lots. You still got time, ending at 8:30. Don't worry about it. You got time. All you got to do is go to rollerauction.com to get logged in, to get signed up. It's free. It's easy. It's open to the public. And the best part about it is you're going to get some great deals on great items. Like I said, vehicle contractor and rental yard equipment ended at 8:30. It's got a mini excavator, got all kind of cars, trucks, passenger vans, cargo vans. It's got a really cool Batwing ride-on mower, mini skid steer loader, trailers, enclosed trailers, a little bit of everything in this one. If you're looking for dump trucks, they got you taken care of there. Also, like I said, it will be ending at 8:30 in the morning. And what I love about Roller Auction, they're always updating and adding new auctions every single week. Go see it all and get yourself a great deal at rollerauction.com.
A noisy garage door is a cry for help. Hi, I'm Tommy Mello, owner of Don's Garage Door Service. Most repairs are simple, but if left untreated, they can turn into costly repairs. Your garage door works hard every day, and a little maintenance goes a long way. We fix garage doors fast with quality parts designed to last a lifetime. Over 90,000 five-star reviews don't happen by accident. They happen by putting people first. Fixing your garage doors is what we do. From repairs to upgrades, call Don's Garage Door Service today.
Dental phobia? Consider Sedation Dentistry with Clarkson Dental. Their highly trained team will lead you through an exceptional dental experience, from that first fearful call all the way through to aftercare. Call the most experienced sedation dentist and staff. Clarkson Dental, coloradosedation.com.
It's the first day of the first grade, and she found a new best friend. It's a laid-back Sunday afternoon you wish would never end. The homemade taste of blueberry
gathered round. The good old days are being made right now.
You'll be one smart cookie when you try Bluebell Cookie Cake Ice Cream. A sweet cream ice cream loaded with chocolate chip cookie cake pieces and swirls of chocolate and vanilla icing. This cookie cake ice cream really takes the cake.
The good old days are being made right now. The good old days are being made right now.
Look for Bluebell ice cream at your favorite grocer. If you can't find it, be sure to ask for it.
Hey guys, Mark Schlereth here from my friends at Comcast. Well, spring has sprung, and you know what that means. It's officially moving season. A time filled with hours of packing, unpacking, and so much bubble wrap. But the first thing you should do when moving is make sure the Wi-Fi is booming with Xfinity. It's super quick and easy to set up. Then, boom, you'll have your new home hooked up with the ultimate Wi-Fi experience faster than the time it takes to parallel park a moving truck. Then, you'll be back online with the most reliable Wi-Fi and the best in-class equipment from Xfinity. So you can just kick back, relax, and stream your favorite movies and TV shows while someone else deals with all those boxes. Because with Xfinity, the only thing you'll have to worry about is remembering where you pack the remote. Make it right, make it easy, and move with Xfinity. Learn more at Xfinity.com/move. Restrictions apply, not available in all areas. Most reliable Wi-Fi claim based on Open Signal Awards, USA, Fixed Broadband Experience Report, August 2024.
Some things can steal your sunshine. Ugh, I just got my hair done.
Sorry, the cooler's broken. Anyone see my flip-flops? Anyone?
But COVID-19 can steal a lot more.
I just took a COVID test. Ugh.
Prescription medications for COVID exist. If you test positive this summer, ask your doctor if they're right for you. Visit Pfizerforall.com/COVID-19 to learn more. Sponsored by Pfizer.
This is the story of the one. As a lineman, he does whatever it takes to keep the power on in his community. And he wants a partner like Grainger who does the same. Grainger offers the professional-grade products he needs, from voltage detectors to harnesses to hard hats, plus fast, dependable delivery, so he can rise to every challenge. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Switching to Progressive is a game-winning call. And that reminds us of other game-winning calls in the history of sports.
So it was the fourth quarter and we're down by 5. Sweat pouring down my face. Suddenly it hit me. If only I could wrap part of the towel around my forehead. And that's how I became the first basketball player to wear a headband.
Okay, not really a game-winning call, but it was a good call. You can make one too. Switch to Progressive and you could save hundreds. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and Affiliates, not available in all states.
Whether you're building a single roof or a successful roofing business, roofing contractors like you need the right tools for the job, and software is no exception. Service Titan is on a mission to be the most powerful software platform for the trades, with purpose-built technology proven to maximize revenue, streamline operations, and deliver 5-star customer experiences. We are taking roofing companies like yours to the next level and beyond. Service Titan, we are built for this. See what we can do for roofers at servicetitan.com.
Sharp criticism.
Mark Schlereth a pansy.
Cries for help.
Dude, wake up.
No.
I need better from you.
And a little bit of tough love.
If the truth gives you a wedgie, then you know what? Buy better underpants.
It's Stokley and Evans with Mark Schlereth on Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan.
There's a fire, call the fireman. If you're in pain, babe.
Mike Kliss, our 9 News Broncos insider, brought to you by Fitness Gallery, joins us right now on the hotline. Good morning, Mike.
What's going on, guys?
Oh, we're just trying to figure out, same as a lot of people in Broncos country, I imagine, and we've talked to you about it over the last week or so with rookies getting set to report tomorrow and training camp right around the corner. We're just trying to figure out where things stand and how it's going to shake out. What, if any, information do you have on the latest with Jahdae Barron and R.J. Harvey with their contract negotiations pending?
Yeah, Jahdae Barron is just a minor deal. I'd be surprised if they don't get that done today or tomorrow morning and he shows up on time, unless, the agent thinks that rookie minicamp is kind of a false deadline, and it's really next week's reporting date, the 22nd, that matters. The Broncos obviously think the rookie minicamp matters, so it would behoove him to get in. There's no big disagreement there on guarantees, no disagreement on the salaries, no disagreement on the signing bonus, maybe just when the things are paid out that they're quibbling about. It's not a big deal, and that should be resolved whenever they decide to resolve it. Harvey's more complicated because it is about guarantees. The whole second round, it's kind of a second round dilemma here in the NFL. What happened is ordinarily second round draft picks usually, at least for most of the second round, I'm not sure about the top half, but for most of the second round, you get the signing bonus and first 2 years fully guaranteed. Well, the Houston Texans, who had the second pick in the second round, Jaden Higgins, they set precedent by giving him a fully guaranteed contract. So also guaranteeing years 3 and 4. And that threw everybody into a lurch. All the agents started raising their eyebrows and bulging their eyes and say, hey, wait a minute, now there's precedent that it looks like second rounders do get fully guarantees, like the people in the first round. So then Cleveland's picking ahead of Jaden Higgins and the Texans, and so Cleveland gave their guy Schwesslinger, the pass rusher, they gave him a fully guaranteed contract. So now they got 2 guys at the top of the second round with full guarantees. 30 guys below them have not signed yet. The 30 other guys in the second round, which includes R.J. Harvey, who's down a bit. He's the 28th pick in the second round. And so right now, all those second rounders look like we'll see more. We'll see more. There's a lot of rookie mini camps starting tomorrow, and we'll know more tomorrow. But the Chargers had a rookie mini camp, and their second round pick didn't show up. So it looks like there's a chance that all these 30 second round guys don't show up for the start of rookie mini camp en masse here this week. So that's complicated till someone finally signs a deal that's not fully guaranteed. And when that happens, I think there'll be a domino effect. But no one wants to be that first, second rounder to sign a non-full guaranteed contract right now.
Yeah, certainly. Mike, how about contracts when it comes to some of the veteran guys? Cortland, Zach Allen, any extensions, Nick Bonito, any extensions there before camp starts, or do you think something could happen before camp? And I'm really looking at Cortland Sutton here because if he doesn't get anything done with camp, he could be the one that you see potentially hold out or try to hold in.
Yeah, exactly. He's the one to watch. Bonito, I would think, goes into, closer to the season. Zach Allen, closer to the season. Cortland, I do think might be coming to a head here this week and early next week as far as getting his deal done. Again, with Cortland, he held out of if that's not, I guess, technically the right word, but he stayed away from voluntary OTAs last year to let him know he didn't like his contract. He's about 22nd or so highest paid receiver. And they told him, look, you're doing this, you're protesting this 1 year too early. You got to, go back out there, do a good job, have a good year, and we'll revisit this next year. And so there was that talk in good faith that occurred last year. Cortland did go out. They gave him a little sugar, as they say, with incentives, and he met those incentives. He went over 1,000 yards. The team made the playoffs. So he collected an extra $1.5 million. And now this year he's at $14 million, which puts him pretty much back to where he was at this time last year as far as ranking and salaries versus the market. And he's let it be known he's not playing for the $14 million this year. So we'll see what happens there. They've got till next Wednesday to get that deal done. It will be interesting to see if they can come to an agreement. I think both sides are are willing to adjust. It's always a question of how much on either side, to reach an agreement.
Mike, what's the situation with the Broncos and hold-ins? We haven't seen any. I don't think, to my recollection, any hold-ins with Sean Payton. I mean, some teams allow it. I don't know why they allow it, but what's your sense there with Sean Payton and the Broncos if it comes to a hold-in, with Cortland possibly being one of those that could hold in?
Yeah, I don't know, because like you say, there's been some hold-in situations here and there. I think Le'Veon Bell with the Steelers was the first that I remember doing that, and then there's been a few around the league. The reason why you hold in, by the way, is to avoid fines. And Cortland did show up last year amid his protest. He did show up for the mandatory minicamp, so he wouldn't get a $100,000 fine over 3 days. I think the fine now, if you don't show up for training camp, is $100,000 per day. So Cortland has already shown a resistance to getting fined. So yeah, hold in might be a possibility there, but I don't know how the Broncos, if they would allow that or not.
Gotcha.
I guess we're still a week away from finding out.
Okay.
Love it.
Thanks,
Thank
Mike.
you, Mike. Appreciate it. Everything going on over there at Broncos Park, powered by Common Spirit. We know that you will be there to help us keep tabs on it all. Appreciate you joining us this morning.
We'll see you in the tent next week, guys.
Coming up,
hopefully,
before you know it. Thanks again. Mike Kliss, our 9 News Broncos insider, brought to you by Fitness Gallery, home of the world's finest fitness equipment. Coming up next, we are going to examine the exercise where one word was used to describe every NBA offseason thus far, and the one chosen for the Denver Nuggets is going to surprise you, I promise.
They're back. It's the first giveaway of our free limited edition Training Camp 2025 Extra Soft T-shirts.
Now that's a great looking shirt.
Tuesday, July 15th from noon to 1 p.m. at First Bank on East Lincoln Avenue and Lone Tree. Limit 1 per person while supplies last. For more details and to find the location near you, head to DenverSports.com/shirt. First Bank, banking for good.
Don't you see, man? The T-shirt is everything.
Denver Sports 104.3. The Fan.
What is happening, fellas? Stoke here from my friends at Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic. Hopefully your Tuesday is off to a great start. I know that mine is. It's the summer, right? It's about having fun, hitting the gym, firing up the grill, spending days in the sun. But if you're dragging through it, if you're tired, foggy, off your game, maybe not seeing the gains that you used to see in the weight room, low testosterone could be the reason. And my friends at Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic, they're experts in treating low testosterone and other men's sexual health conditions. They successfully have treated thousands of men for low T. Stop procrastinating. Most men wait a year or longer to get treatment, fellas. It doesn't need to be that way. Jeff and his team over at Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic, they'll get you taken care of. They're the absolute best. They've served the Front Range of Colorado for nearly a decade, and they successfully have treated tens of thousands of men. And most men, like I told you, they wait a year or longer. No need to wait. Stop procrastinating. Start taking your health seriously. My friends at Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic, they have 5 locations in Colorado to serve you. Fort Collins, North Denver, Central Denver, Castle Rock, and Colorado Springs. Call 720-440-7900. That's 720-440-7900. Or you can find them online at RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com.
Hey, Green Gobbler here. So you've got a clogged drain in your bathroom. Water in the sink's overstaying its welcome. You're spitting today's toothpaste on top of yesterday's toothpaste. You hoped it'd go away. Yeah, clogs don't just go away. I make them go away. I'm Green Gobbler, the only clog dissolver you need. I'm bleach-free, safe for your pipes, and I work. Guaranteed or your money back. Because I never met a clog that was gonna unclog itself. Green Gobbler. Let the gobbler get it.
If you've got a gas-powered engine, keep it running like new at every fill-up. Stable in-season protection is your engine's preventative medicine, cleaning and protecting the entire fuel system in season. In outdoor power equipment, prevent gum and varnish buildup that could cause a rough or non-running engine. For cars and trucks, increase fuel efficiency and power by removing deposits, ensuring your engine's long-term health. Stable outperforms the competition in independent lab testing. So at every fill-up, start with Stable.
Imagine finding your dream home and moving in right away. No waiting to sell your old place first.
Sounds perfect, right? That's exactly what Orchard's Move First, Sell Later program lets you do. Buy your new home now and sell the old one later on your timeline. No showings, no double moves. Plus, Orchard handles all home repairs for you, attracting buyers. Buy before you sell and get top dollar with Orchard. Visit Orchard.com for your free home valuation. That's Orchard.com.
Your air duct cleaning experts, Ductworks.
Hey guys, Mark Schlereth here. During these intense summer days, your air conditioner is working overtime to cool your home or your business. But did you know that dust and debris in your ventilation system can decrease airflow and make your AC work even harder? Clean ductwork helps air conditioners run more efficiently, saving you money and keeping your indoor air fresh. Dirty ducts can cost you more in energy bills and repairs. Give Ductworks a call at 303-425-0985 or visit ductworks.com for a free commercial or residential estimate. Keep cool, save money, and breathe easy with your 5-star air duct cleaning expert. That's Ductworks.
303-425-0985.
Texting privacy policy and terms and conditions posted at textingterms.us. Texting enrolls you for recurring automated text marketing messages. Message and data rates may apply or place stop, opt out. Terms and conditions apply to the earnings promotion.
Do you have caregiving experience as a parent, teacher, nanny, coach, or in another similar role? Hop Skip Drive is looking for experienced caregivers who want to help students in their community by driving them to and from school. Earn up to $50 per ride with Hop Skip Drive's welcome promotion, all while helping your community. If you have your own vehicle that is no more than 10 years old, a clean driving record, and at least 5 years of caregiving experience, you could become a Hop Skip Drive care driver. Just text STUDENT to 323232 to get started right now. Hop Skip Drive gives you the flexibility to set your own schedule and earn competitive pay. It's simple. Drive in your free time and make a real difference for students right in your neighborhood. Don't wait. Text STUDENT to 323232 right now. Text STUDENT to 323232 and start earning up to $50 per ride during Hop Skip Drive's welcome promotion period. That's STUDENT to 323232. Text STUDENT to 323232 now.
Xcel Energy loves that the tree you want to plant is for birding. But before you start identifying warblers or digging up the perfect spot, you need to call 811 to ensure your project doesn't hit any underground utility lines. But while we've all mixed up a brown-headed cowbird and a gray catbird, you don't want to get shovels and utility lines mixed up together. Contact 811 at least 3 business days before you dig to ensure your projects avoid any underground utility lines. Learn more at excelenergy.com/811.
Still getting around to that fix on your car? You got this. On eBay, you'll find millions of parts guaranteed to fit. Doesn't matter if it's a major engine repair or your first time swapping your windshield wipers. eBay has that part you need, ready to click perfectly into place for changes big and small. Loud or quiet, find all the parts you need at prices you'll love. Guaranteed to fit every time. But you already know that. eBay. Things, people, love. Eligible items only. Exclusions apply.
A SoFi personal loan is here to help you achieve something once thought impossible, overcoming high-interest credit card debt. Walk the tightrope of your finances with one low, fixed-rate monthly payment, no fees required, and as soon as the same-day funding. That's right. Pull off your own debt-defying stunt with a SoFi personal loan. Visit SoFi.com/trick to learn more. Loans originated by SoFi Bank, N.A., member FDIC. Terms and conditions apply. NMLS 696891.
Fly into DQ today for a cosmic collision of flavors in their new Superman Cake Batter Cookie Dough Blizzard treat for a limited time. And don't miss Superman, only in theaters July 11th. DQ, happy tastes good.
KKFN and KKFN HD1 Longmont, Denver. You're listening to Denver Sports 104.3. The Fan.
Denver Sports Snapshot.
Tonight on The Fan, baseball all-star game action begins starting at 6.
Open an account in less than 5 minutes. Visit WesteraCU.com. Federally insured by NCUA.
Give me fuel, give me fire, give me that which I desire. Bold takes.
I would put my fajitas up against any Mexican restaurant.
Active listening.
You weren't listening to a word I just said.
Plus, a little number crunching.
What's 12 minus 1? I mean, 12 minus 11.
1.
This is why math confuses me.
It's Stokley and Evans with Mark Schlereth on Denver Sports 104.3. The Fan.
Rolling along on a Tuesday morning, Richie Carney sitting in for Mike Evans alongside Brandon Stokley. We will kick off in just a few minutes our daily top 5 list of the day, our favorite father-son sports duos in honor of Ethan Holiday getting drafted over the weekend by the Colorado Rockies. His father, Matt Holiday, obviously a very famous part of the Rocktober run that feels like a lifetime ago. But today it didn't happen, most of the time, I should say. We will kick that off in just a few minutes. But in the meantime, there was an exercise given out to a panel of NBA contributors. And the exercise was this. Come up with one single word to describe the offseason of each NBA team. Seems pretty simple. But looking through this list, I can almost promise you that if I gave Johnny Fever, Ty, and you, Stoke, 20 guesses, you would not come up with the word that this group agreed on to describe the Nuggets offseason. You want to take a stab at it, or should I just tell you?
No, just tell me.
The word to describe the Nuggets offseason, according to this panel of NBA contributors from Bleacher Report, is suspicious. Suspicious. Why do you think that anything that the Nuggets have done this offseason would be described as suspicious? Does anything stick out to you?
No, that's very obviously confusing. I mean, I think everyone has raved about the Nuggets offseason moves. I mean, right when they happened, all of a sudden their odds, jumped to win, the championship next year, and they became, second best odds to win the championship behind OKC. So, I think Vegas loved their moves, and there was all the main basketball people loved their moves. So, I mean, there's nothing suspicious about what they did. They made some really good moves. They upgraded at a lot of positions. They upgraded their bench. I mean, that's not a doubt. How much, we'll see. But their bench is better than what it was.
On paper, at least.
And then we'll see. You got more options. You got veteran presence. They're coming off the bench. So now you're not forced to play the young guys. So their bench is by far better than what it was last year. And then you possibly upgraded Cam Johnson over Michael Porter Jr., your starting lineup also on top of that, which is your strength. So, and he might be a better fit for this team. So I don't know how you frame that as suspicious. What the hell is suspicious about what they did? That's just stupid.
I'll tell you. And the Cam Johnson for MPJ swap is the subject of their reasoning why they labeled it as suspicious. Here is the quote from this group of people. Cynics will see the Denver Nuggets trade of Michael Porter Jr. and an unprotected 2032 first-round pick for Cam Johnson as a cowardly, cost-cutting, roster-weakening concession designed to save ownership $34 million in salary over the next 2 years, which is true. Cam Johnson makes a lot less than MPJ's $38 million. Optimists will see the move as a flexibility magnifier, and they'll point to the unrelated acquisitions of Bruce Brown and Tim Hardaway Jr. as proof that the Nuggets are actively trying to build out depth in support of another Nikola Jokic-led title chase. That is pretty much how I look at the offseason and what I would have thought they would say as well. Time will tell who is right. Denver will have to continue adding talent and using the modicum of wiggle room it created by offloading MPJ's salary. Fail to do that, and the cynics will win. That said, there's a real argument that Johnson could outproduce Porter Jr. going forward, to your point, Stoke, and that the current Nuggets team is clearly better than the one that finished last season. The Nuggets improved themselves, but their big offseason trade might not have been motivated by all the right reasons. So it's all centered around, the word suspicious is centered around the fact that they think.
Yeah, give us the Cliff Notes.
They think trading Cam Johnson, bringing him in, and shipping out Michael Porter Jr. was motivated not by basketball reasons, and that it was strictly to save money and get away from the apron structure as a part of the new CBA. More about that and less about bringing in a better quality starting player and building cap space and roster flexibility to put pieces around Jokic.
Idiot. Yeah, I follow you. I I just disagree with it. I mean, you don't want to be in certain aprons, whether it be the second apron, because it limits you on the things that you can do. So if there's a trade out there that's available to be able to give you more financial flexibility, and so you can do a few more things without getting in those aprons that penalize you when it comes to trades and doing different things where you don't want to if you can avoid them, and you have a trade that's available to give you that financial flexibility moving forward, why wouldn't you take it? And then on top of it, I would ask those people that wrote that, did they watch Michael Porter Jr. the last couple years? Did they watch him in the playoffs? Have they seen how inconsistent he is? Now, when he's hot and he's on it, look, he can shoot with the best of them.
One of the better shooters.
But it just ran its course here. That's what I would tell him. Sometimes
he said that. Michael Porter Jr. said that.
Sometimes things just run their course, and that's what happened here. I think hopefully it's a fresh start for him. Maybe he's a more viable option at where did he go? The Nets. Maybe he's a more viable option there offensively. Maybe that helps him. And it just wasn't a good fit here anymore. So and then also it gives you the flexibility financially to be able to go out there and all of a sudden get a Valanciunas and upgrade your bench, what you really needed to do. So to me, that's not suspicious. And we'll see how it plays out, especially with Cam Johnson and the bench players, obviously, but mostly with Cam Johnson. But I think it was a home run move to get out of that contract and give yourself some more freedom moving forward, and then add a piece that probably is going to be better in Cam Johnson.
Yeah, I don't understand. I understand that there's the narrative around the Kroenke organization and KSE as a whole, Josh and Stan, specifically on the Nuggets side, where they're cheap, and they have gone that route with executives in the past. They didn't want to pay Masai Ujiri. They didn't want to pay Tim Connolly. They wanted to pay Calvin Booth, but not as much as he wanted, and that's why he turned it down and ultimately got fired.
But it ended up working out okay. You didn't pay.
Good. You're damn right it did. I mean, you failed upward, and you got Tim Connolly,
right,
and he built the championship core that this team has had at their disposal. The Calvin Booth thing, probably a dip downward.
That did not work out.
That did not work
He's an idiot
out.
and a fool.
He is an idiot and a fool, and I'll say that.
Well, but he was the GM when they won a championship. I mean, I think he was the one that drafted Christian Brown, right?
And he was. And I will tell you, but for the championship year specifically, what he gets to hang his hat on is probably the big bright spot in him is he was part of bringing in KCP and Bruce Brown. And they don't win the title without those guys.
Exactly. So he did some good things early, and then it fell apart. His plan after that, just fell apart.
I think there was some hubris there.
Yes. Whatever that means, yes, I agree with you. The good old hubris. But his plan of going top heavy and then just going with young drafted guys coming off the bench and maybe add one aging veteran there, it didn't work. It didn't work at all, right? Flawed plan. You're signing Zeke Naji to that contract, stuff like that.
Dario Saric.
Yeah, those failed miserably. But, you do give him some credit because he made some moves there that helped that team win a championship.
Well, we got just a quick minute here. Let us dip into our top 5 list of the day, which is our favorite father-son sports duos in honor of Ethan Holiday being drafted by the Colorado Rockies. Stoke, why don't we get kicked off with your list starting at number 5, honorable mention?
Dell and Steph and Seth Curry.
Solid. A trio there.
Yeah.
I like it. I gave an honorable mention to Mark and Daniel Schlereth. Feels like he's our guy. He's our guy. Mike never gives him an honorable mention. Did he give you one when given the opportunity? I don't think he's ever doled those out. So I think
he did give me one.
Did he give you one and not Mark?
Yeah, I think so.
All right, well, now I've balanced the scale. So I'll get that out of the way. My number 5.
That's a good one. I forgot about.
Yeah, Daniel had 4 years in the show, man.
Yeah, that's awesome. Tough to do.
And Mark did fine, I guess.
Yeah, he was solid.
My number 5 is only on the list because of how top-heavy one of the options is. LeBron and Bronny James.
What?
Yep. LeBron, as much as I don't like him, and I don't like LeBron.
How did he make the list?
Come on,
what is Bronny doing?
He doesn't have to do anything because, in theory, because his dad might be the GOAT in some people's eyes.
I can't believe you just did that.
Yeah, LeBron and Bronny James.
I got to think about it. I got to think about that.
Well, let's Stoke marinate on that next.
Follow us on X at DEN Sports 1043. for up-to-the-minute information and opinions on all things Denver sports.
Also, we can still call it Twitter, right? Denver Sports, 104.3 The Fan.
DenverSports.com and the Denver Sports app.
You know, summer is a time to feel and look your best, but I'm not talking about your tan or your abs, guys. I'm talking about your hair. Restore that bald spot, reverse your receding hairline, or add volume to decades of thinning during Advanced Hair's once-yearly summer savings event. Advanced Hair's simple one-day treatment begins to regrow your own natural hair the very next day, and it can even grow for life. Did I mention Advanced Hair even guarantees your new hair will grow? I am a 20-year-plus success story when it comes to Advanced Hair restoration, what they can do for you. They did it for me. My hair continues to grow for life. I couldn't be happier. I can't recommend it more. Take advantage of your flexible summer calendar and get the most hair for your dollar during Advanced Hair's best offer ever. The summer sales event is on for a limited time, so schedule your free consultation and get the details today. One-day treatment, life-changing results with Advanced Hair. Your new hair is guaranteed to grow. So call 720-459-HAIR and at advancedhair.com. That's advancedhair.com.
Celebrate $10.99 Tuesdays at Papa Murphy's Pizza. On Tuesday only, get any large pizza for only $10.99. Awesome deal, especially for the most scrumptious pizza with the freshest ingredients. Only at Papa Murphy's.
Hey, Stoke here. If you need a hip or knee replacement surgery, check out Colorado Joint Replacement. They're home to some of the top trained surgeons in the state using the latest technology. Their expert surgeons offer the most innovative joint replacement care in the Front Range. To schedule an appointment, visit coloradojoint.org. Brandon Stokley here for ROX Rocks Heating and Air. There's never been a better time to have a new Lennox heating and cooling system installed. Have you heard about heat pumps? Lennox cold climate heat pumps are eligible for up to $15,000 in rebates and tax credits. Yep, $15,000. Don't forget about great 0% interest financing. Get a free in-home estimate. Colorado's Lennox heating and cooling experts. ROX Rocks Heating and Air. Now play that jingle.
HVAC service, installation, repair. ROX Rocks Heating and Air.
Your home should feel like a fortress, not a worry. Old windows aren't just drafty, they're a weak spot. Cheap vinyl replacements, they crack, they warp, and they leave you replacing them again in just a few years. Infinity from Marvin fiberglass windows are built like armor. Stronger than vinyl, sleeker than wood, made to last a lifetime. Gravina's Window Center of Littleton installs year-round, but spring and summer slots fill up fast. Secure your spot now at windowsforyourhome.com or call them 303-794-0490. Tell them Mark sent you and save 25% this month only.
1877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Call 1-877-CARS-FOR-KIDS to reach a friendly live agent. Donation's super easy, and your car can be picked up as soon as tomorrow. Call us now.
1-877-CARS-FOR-KIDS. Donate your car today.
Did you know you can donate real estate too?
A Takori engagement ring from Williams Jewelers says something more.
From the very first sparkle when the box opens to wide and joyful eyes.
To the every last detail that continues to enchant for decades, day after day.
Only Takori weaves all those details into every stunning engagement ring.
Meticulously crafted in Takori's Los Angeles design studios by artisans that take as much care crafting the ring as you do selecting it.
A Takori engagement ring from Williams Jewelers will say everything, because everything is in the details.
I'm Bruce.
And I'm Steve Williams. And here at both Williams Jewelers, you'll shop from the largest selection of Takori engagement rings and wedding bands in Colorado.
Visit us at Williams Jewelers, your official Takori jeweler.
Williams Jewelers, we can make diamonds a part of your life.
Williams Jewelers in Inglewood at Bellevue and Broadway, and in Cherry Creek North, the official jeweler of the Colorado Avalanche.
Get a $15 prepaid MasterCard after rebate when you buy 5 quarts of Mobil 1 full synthetic motor oil at O'Reilly Auto Parts.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
This is the story of the one. As a lineman, he does whatever it takes to keep the power on in his community. And he wants a partner like Grainger who does the same. Grainger offers the professional-grade products he needs, from voltage detectors to harnesses to hard hats, plus fast, dependable delivery, so he can rise to every challenge. Call 1-800-GRANGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Check engine or ABS light on? Take the guesswork out of your warning lights with O'Reilly Veriscan. It's free. Ask for O'Reilly Veriscan.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
This segment on 104.3 The Fan is powered by American Financing.
Utter nonsense.
This thing has gone totally off the rails.
Some Cajun seasoning.
Gree-gree?
And the occasional anatomy lesson.
Yeah, we're tight.
Okay.
We're like tired of mouse nuts.
It's Stokley and Evans with Mark Schlereth on Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan.
Operator, won't you put me on through? I gotta send my love down to Baton Rouge. Hurry up, won't you put her on the line? I gotta talk to the girl just one more time.
ESPN, as they have done every year for the last 6 years, has released their ranking, headed up by Jeremy Fowler, of the top 10 quarterbacks in the NFL, voted on by scouts, players, scouts, executives, coaches, etc. So this is not just Jeremy Fowler or a panel of ESPN analysts' opinion. This is based on intel given in interviews with NFL personnel. Coaches, executives, scouts, etc. Here is how the top 10 shook out. At number 10, Baker Mayfield. Number 9, the reigning Super Bowl MVP, Jalen Hurts. 8, Jared Goff. 7, Justin Herbert. 6, Matthew Stafford. 5, Jaden Daniels. And then the big 4 that almost anybody with eyes could name. 4, Lamar Jackson. 3, Joe Burrow. 2, Josh Allen. Number 1, Patrick Mahomes. Stoke, do any of those names in that top 10 given out by ESPN through their intel with NFL personnel surprise you at all?
Well, I mean, you look at Baker Mayfield at 10. He's had a resurgence, obviously, the last couple years. But that's one that's kind of a question mark there. But then you ask yourself, okay, well, who do you put in front of him? I might give a little bit more respect there to Jared Goff and how he's been playing the last couple years. I mean, he's had some unbelievable years, and he played great last year. So I would probably put him right now in front of Jaden Daniels. And until you do it more than 1 year, it's hard to, all of a sudden be a top 5 quarterback in the league.
Thank you.
He had a great rookie year, but let's see what it looks like year 2. That's one for me that's a little bit of a hang-up. But you know what? We'll see what it looks like this year, obviously. And you go to the top 4, like you said, it's hard to not put Mahomes at 1. He's had so much success for so long. All he does is get to Super Bowls. And I know they lost it last year, but that's 3 in a row that they've been to. So they've won a lot of football games there. So I'm good with putting Mahomes at 1, even though you look at, Josh Allen won the MVP last year, Lamar before that, and then, Burrow
5,000 yards passing,
just being who he is. So it's fine. I probably would put Daniels a little bit further down, and I would bump Jared Goff up there a little bit. Mayfield is the kind of the one, okay, but I would say, well, who do you put instead of Baker Mayfield? Who would you put in that spot at 10?
Well, the honorable mentions on ESPN's list that I suppose, based on the votes that were tallied in this survey, made them just under Baker Mayfield, C.J. Stroud and Jordan Love. Either of those feel like jumping Baker Mayfield to you?
Well, both of them didn't have a great year last year. If you go off the year before, you probably would have had them, in the top 10. But Stroud and Love, they didn't have a good year last year or a great year last year. Not like they played the year before. So I'm fine with that, leaving them on the outside looking in.
It's crazy that Stroud on a down year made the playoffs and won a playoff game.
Yeah, well, they had a good football team. Yeah. They have a really good defense there. He just didn't quite play the same like he played his rookie year.
Yep. And Jordan Love is somebody that I've had to raise my hand and just say that I was totally wrong about. I thought that was going to be a disaster.
I was ruined.
I was wrong, because when they drafted him in like the 20s, right around where they drafted Aaron Rodgers, I feel like, and Aaron Rodgers still felt like he had gas left in the tank. It felt like they had a chance to still compete for a championship in the NFC. And it was like, you drafted this guy instead of drafting Aaron Rodgers, a weapon, blah, blah, blah. And then he sits for 3 years, and I'm like, what a disaster. But he's proven to be, at least in this kind of conversation. The Baker Mayfield one is interesting, too, because I kind of agree with the sentiment that you're saying. But he threw 41 touchdowns last year, didn't he? I mean, it was amazing, some of the production he was able to put up with the Buccaneers, and he is kind of having this crazy resurgence. The Jayden Daniels thing for me is the first thing that caught my eye because, as you pointed out, he had a great rookie season, was in the NFC Championship game against a good team, and just fell short. But he's only been in the NFL for 1 year. To put him even one spot above a guy like Matthew Stafford, who since getting out of Detroit and getting into a winning system and situation in L.A., all the guy does is win a Super Bowl and make the playoffs and have his team, despite all the moving parts around him, changing. I feel like that's almost in a weird way, like a little disrespectful to put Jayden Daniels after one season so high. And it makes me think of Bo Nix in the sense that, like, how wide can the gap between a guy like Jayden Daniels and Bo Nix, who were both bona fide Rookie of the Year candidates, the only reason there was separation between them in the voting is because Brock Bowers had maybe the best rookie tight end season of all time. How wide can the gap really be between these guys if Jayden Daniels is being looked at as a top 5 quarterback already?
Yeah, I mean, you know, that's why I don't like these lists. I just don't like them. It doesn't even matter. It's like, who cares? Who cares? I really don't care. I don't care where they put Bo Nix. Doesn't matter to me. I know he played great last year. Jayden Daniels, yeah, he had a really good rookie year. I think, you know, it's almost like the expectations for him moving forward are a little bit unfair. I mean, because everyone's hyping him up so much. Now, can you live up to it? He played great. He did. He led that team to the NFC Championship game, and, man, he made some plays down the stretch. But, you know, any given week, this list changes. You know, and Bo Nix isn't playing against Jayden Daniels, so it's not competing against him. So it's hey, I like our guy, and whether you have him, you know, in the top 10, whether you have him as an honorable mention or outside I don't.
Bo Nix was in the also receiving votes category,
and that's fine.
There was a big drop off between the top 12 and
awesome. Good job, guys. All right, I'm not mad at you. We'll see what it looks like this year. And then hopefully next year they have him in the top 10. Like, hopefully that's the case. But he's got to go out there and play well. Again, you look at it and you look at where Jayden Daniels was, where he was drafted, where Bo was drafted. He was a Heisman Trophy winner. Bo wasn't. And you know, they had similar rookie years with Jayden Daniels probably, you know, having a few bigger moments. And so, yeah, he's ranked 5th. Let's see if he can live up to it. But I like our guy. Our guy had a great year, and you can rank him wherever you want to rank him. It doesn't bother me. You know, if you have Baker Mayfield in Tampa, you feel pretty good about Baker Mayfield. Like you said, 41 touchdowns or whatever it was, and they have him ranked 10th there. Okay. All right. You know, is he better? Did he have a better year than Matthew Stafford? Jared Goff? I mean, they all played pretty dang good. Herbert, I think some people might say that's too high.
How much of a benefit of the doubt does Justin Herbert get for having no real playoff success, but he's got all these intangibles and size and arm strength? And
yeah, he just hasn't broken through in the playoffs, but he's still a really good quarterback. You still would like him on your team if you don't have a quarterback.
All right. If I could wave a magic wand and give you the opportunity to pick your own starting quarterback going forward with the Broncos, Bo Nix, Justin Herbert, Jayden Daniels. I can wave a magic wand and make any of them happen. Who are you picking?
Well, I mean, I think I'm going with Jayden Daniels because I don't know. I mean, I the way that he was able to perform last year in some moments. I mean, they went to the NFC Championship game with the Commanders. So
picking second overall the previous year.
Yeah, exactly. So I'm taking Jayden Daniels, and then I'll probably go Bo Nix because it's just been year one.
Yep,
that's a little bit more risky because we've seen Herbert do it for longer. And then if you look at their contracts, well, they already had to pay Justin Herbert. We're still got rookie deals with Jayden Daniels and Bo Nix. But we'll see. We'll see what it looks like this year in year 2 for Daniels and Bo Nix. You don't get crowned after only 1 year. Herbert hasn't won in the playoffs, so that's a knock on him. He hasn't won big games. So again, especially for Bo and Jaden, can you take that jump forward? And now expectations are there for both of them, especially with Jaden Daniels. But to me, he's shown, like Bo has shown, that they're able to handle it. I mean, that guy was a Heisman Trophy winner.
Yep.
What was drafted second or third overall?
Second, I believe.
Okay, I think third.
Was it third? Who was? I don't know. I'll look.
Was Drake May second? Or
I think Drake May was third.
Okay, Drake May was third. So you look, yeah. So I mean, that's pressure. Heisman Trophy winner. You're coming to a bad team and you're able to deliver. Bo Nix, same thing. Hey, you're the chosen one. You got to save us, and he was able to go out there and do it. So, but these lists for me is just a few people's opinion. Doesn't matter. We like our guy. Good situation here.
We will continue our daily top 5 list of the day, our top 5 favorite father-son sports duos. Also, with pending changes to the college football playoff on the horizon, which model should Buffs fans be rooting for? And how many Denver Nuggets, current or former, made the latest list of the top 100 NBA players in history? All that coming up next.
Listen up, golf fans. Want to witness the battle at Bethpage Black in New York this year? Well, Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan has teamed up with the City of Aurora to give away a trip to win your way in. To enter, just head to the pro shop at any of the City of Aurora's 5 beautiful courses between now and August 1st. Find the cutout of Sac By and scan the QR code. For more information and the list of course locations, head to denversports.com/golf. Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan.
Fellas, what is happening? Hopefully your Tuesday is off to a great start. Maybe you're playing golf this afternoon. I'm telling you, I am fired up about my golf game right now. I've been working with my friends over at Embers Golf. Trevor and Tate, I'm telling you, they're the best. They hooked me up with a full fitting of custom clubs for this year's golf season. I'm talking about driver, 3-wood, all my irons, whatever you need. They can get you taken care of. If you're looking to get that putting game in order, they got you taken care of there also. So if you're as excited as I am for golf season, make sure you're prepared and go visit my guys at Embers Golf. And what separates Embers Golf from all these other stores is it's a small, family-owned, boutique-style golf shop that has everything you'll need from all the major and smaller brands, Callaway, PXG, TaylorMade, Titleist, G4, whatever you need, they've got you covered. They also have 2 hitting bays. So make sure you stop by Embers Golf for all your custom golf fitting needs from top to bottom of the golf bag. At Embers Golf, they aren't just selling golf clubs, they're crafting a journey for golf enthusiasts. So to book a fitting online, just like I did, go visit embersgolf.com. That's embersgolf.com.
If you've been injured in Colorado, you want Wilhite. After an accident, you want Colorado's accident experts on your side, the Wilhite Law Firm. Get your free case review right now. Just call 303-GOOD-LAW today or visit WilhiteWins.com and win big with Wilhite.
This message comes from Viking, committed to exploring the world in comfort. Journey through the heart of Europe on an elegant Viking longship with thoughtful service, destination-focused dining, and cultural enrichment on board and on shore. With small ships that bring travelers closer to the destination, there's more time to explore. And every Viking voyage is all-inclusive, with no children and no casinos. Discover more at Viking.com.
If you could hear Old Spice Fiji Antiperspirant, what would it sound like? First, you'd start with Fiji Antiperspirant's amazing scent of palm trees. Add pure notes of fresh coconut and layer on 24/7 odor and sweat protection. You won't hear any dyes or parabens because with Fiji, you won't have any. So while your regular antiperspirant sounds like this, Old Spice Fiji sounds like this. Sounds like it smells amazing.
Adam Schefter here for Vivid Seats, your ultimate destination for all your sports and concert needs this summer. With a game-changing rewards program and an unbeatable selection of tickets, they make it easy for every fan to watch their favorite teams and players in action. Catch every home run and thrilling comeback in person from your favorite seat. Plus, every ticket is backed by a 100% buyer guarantee, giving you peace of mind with every purchase. Visit VividSeats.com or download the app today. Vivid Seats, the official ticketing partner of ESPN.
You ever try fixing your car and realize you're missing that one part? Yeah, been there. That's why eBay's my go-to. They've got millions of parts, guaranteed to fit. I'm talking brake pads for when yours have seen one too many miles of stop and go. Oil filters, because you don't mess around with your engine care. Even got this cold air intake on my watch list. I might just go for it. To keep the ride cool and your DIY streak hot. Find all the parts you need at prices you'll love. Guaranteed to fit every time. eBay. Things people love. Eligible items only. Exclusions apply.
Denver Sports Snapshot.
Tonight on The Fan, baseball all-star game action begins starting at 6.
Open an account in less than 5 minutes. Visit WesteraCU.com. Federally insured by NCUA.
Any way you want it, it's the way you need it. Any way you want it.
Self-appointed nicknames.
Obviously, I am the hockey guy at this station.
Grammar lessons.
High five, Flamma Jamma.
And Oscar-worthy impressions.
My version was, get off my plane.
Okay.
Yours was,
Get off my plane. It's Stokley and Evans with Mark Schlereth on Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan.
We are counting down our daily top 5 list of the day, our top 5 favorite father-son duos in sports. Stoke, before we get into some college football playoff news and some new NBA rankings, why don't we get everybody caught up on the start of your list up to number 4?
Okay, at 5, I have Dell, Steph, and Seth Curry. That's a good trio there. Obviously, Steph, one of the best to ever do it. Probably the best shooter, pure shooter of all time. At 4, Bobby and Barry Lamar Bonds.
Love that.
Great duo there, obviously. Barry Bonds, unbelievable hitter, one of the best to ever do it, and his dad, Bobby Bonds.
I'm a big steroid era guy, so I love that ranking. My honorable mention, and part of this felt...
Why are you a big steroid era guy?
I just
like steroids?
Yeah, 100%. I don't think they should keep those guys out of the Hall of Fame. I think they saved baseball, and I think that you still can't tell the history of the game without them. And so to treat them like they're these pariahs and erase them from whatever people's minds, I don't like it. I think Barry Bonds would still be one of the best baseball players of his era and maybe of all time without steroids.
Oh, no doubt about it. No doubt about it. Yeah, that's a tough one. I'm kind of back and forth. It's like they looked the other way. They kind of encouraged it.
100%.
It's like, okay, you're making us a lot of money. We're on, we're leading Sports Center with McGuire, Sosa, and Bonds every night, and it was fun baseball, and everyone likes to see home runs. And at that time, it was like, wow, that was fun. Baseball was fun. So, how much of an advantage? Obviously, it helps, certainly, but baseball they kind of turned and looked the other way and said, okay, nothing to see here. We don't care what y'all are doing. Keep making us a lot of money. Keep getting us attention. And then now all of a sudden it's like, how dare you? How dare you take steroids? We can't believe you were doing that.
Total 180.
You're banned. We're not letting you in the Hall of Fame. And I get it. It's not baseball that's keeping them out of the Hall of Fame. It's the baseball writers.
Right. The most antiquated, holier-than-thou group.
Oh, gosh.
Ever.
Those people are, I don't know. We've had probably some people here that used to vote on it. But, they think they are
gross.
God's gift to baseball.
On the RamosLaw.com text line, 303-713-1043. I take steroids every 2.5 minutes. It's lovely. That feels excessive. But
probably.
Good for you, bud. Good for you,
Look
bud.
at the shoulders. He's a monster.
Apparently. That is a good Schlereth impression. I like that one. And I'm sure if you haven't heard it, he's told the story 5 million times about how he met Arnold Schwarzenegger once. It's one of his many old stories that he keeps recycling. Also on the text line, it's cheating, bro. Steroids is cheating, so you're a cheater. I don't know. Was it cheating if the league looked the other way and said we're fine with it? Was it really going against rules in the end if baseball was kind of nudge, nudge, wink, wink in favor of what it was going to bring to their sport?
Yeah, I mean, you're not playing any competitive sports, so okay, well, for you, to each their own, but yeah, I mean, at that point, was baseball even doing any testing? I don't even think they were testing guys. I don't even know what they were doing. So, yeah, that's a tricky part of it. You have people that say, hey, it's illegal, you shouldn't be doing it, whatever, et cetera, et cetera. But at the end of the day, baseball, they knew what was going on, but they loved the attention that they were getting, and that was a byproduct of steroids. And so when you have that type of culture and it was kind of encouraged, and you look up, okay, just put yourself as a player, you look up and you say, okay, well, if I don't start doing this stuff, then I'm falling behind.
Right.
I'm better. So say you're Barry Bonds. You're like, I'm a better hitter than McGuire and Sosa. they're juicing up. They're getting all the attention, and they're passing me by because they're taking these things, and MLB is allowing it to happen. Major League Baseball is not doing anything about it.
So I'm going to take the high road and then be
not do
worse
anything,
for it.
and not do anything, and just try to do the straight and narrow. This is an uneven playing field. So I could see as a player where you get caught up in it because they're allowing it to happen. They're not penalizing guys for doing it. And all of a sudden you're falling behind because other guys are doing it. And you say, you know what? Well, I'm going to join the crowd. I'm going to do it too.
Yeah. Until it's universally
penalizing us.
Until universally no one can do it, why can't everybody do
So
it?
I could see how certain guys could get caught up in it. Right, wrong, where you lie on morals, and they shouldn't have done it, or they should. Just like, it's tricky. It really is tricky conversation to have. But Barry Bonds, regardless, to your point, one of the best to ever do it, regardless of steroids or non-steroids, or didn't matter. He was unbelievable to watch.
One more from the RamosLaw.com text line before I unveil my list. They should have just created a league with steroids only. In baseball, I think that would have been interesting. It certainly would have outed the people that did it under the table.
I don't think that's legal.
In a weird roundabout way, they are actually doing something like that right now.
Oh, the steroid.
The enhanced games where PED use is not just allowed but encouraged, and it's going to debut, I think, May of next year. It's like the Olympics.
Wow.
So they've shown like former Olympic swimmers, right? And there's one of them, I can't remember his name. I'll have to look it up. Maybe the text line can tell me. There's like an Olympic swimmer who is going to compete in this, and he roided up, and he looks like a Tyrannosaurus Rex getting into the water. Wow. It is going to be crazy between the weightlifting, the swimming, any other Olympic running, right? Any of the other Olympic events. These guys are just going to be roided to the gills and get to compete. So in a weird way, we are going to get to see what a steroid-only league would look like.
Yeah. All right. Very interesting. I don't know about your top five. I think your top five doesn't even count.
Should it not?
I don't know. Ty, what do you think? Richie started his top five. He's like, well, he gives an honorable mention, whatever. I forgot who it was.
Mark Schlereth and Daniel Schlereth.
Yeah.
4 years in the show for Daniel, and Mark had 14, 13, 12?
No one knows.
No one knows.
Not even his partner of like 10 years
What do you
knows.
mean?
Nope. I don't know what whatever round he was drafted in doesn't exist anymore.
Right.
So.
And then you go with that one, which is fine if you want to.
Felt like I had to bring balance because the person who normally sits in this chair.
And Mark and Daniel, like, okay, whatever, that's fine.
Well, was Mike Brown nosing you with your honorable mention?
No, because I think it was my catch maybe was stinking awesome. So not many people can debate that. But you want to do it, that's fine. We all love Mark. You want to throw them a bone? That's cute. Good for you.
He's got a lot going on.
We know that he got you this job. So
yeah, that is true. Another story he's probably told a lot.
You're going to suck up to him.
I've told that story.
So when he comes on, you'd be like, guess who I have an honorable mention, Mark? It's you and Daniel.
What do you want to bet? That Mark is going to put himself and Daniel on his list probably at number one?
Yeah, of course. That's not even debatable. We already know that's going to happen. And you know what? If my son played in Major League Baseball for 4 years, I'd do the same thing.
100%.
Don't let my confidence offend your insecurity.
I got no issue with him doing it. A little bit.
You have an issue with my next one.
A little bit of issue with you doing it, and then all of a sudden you trump that one. It's like, okay, well, what's number 5?
Oh yeah,
here?
you thought I was done. Number 5. I put this.
I'll let you amend it and reverse course, like I did when Mike Evans came back from the mountains and he started like raving about the Chiefs and saying, "Oh, we need to be more like the Chiefs. Let's appreciate the Chiefs."
He did do that. I remember.
Right, and I told him, I was like, "Mike, what are you doing? Stop." And he kept doing it.
He's an idiot and a fool.
And he finally, at the end of the show, said, "You know what, Stoke? You're right. I that was stupid of me. I'm gonna let you do that right here if you want. You can change course and take that one off your list."
All right. Well,
Nuggets Nation is not going to like this one.
They probably don't, and I'm sure the text line is about to flood in about 30 seconds when the delay catches up after I say it. I put on this list at number 5, LeBron and Bronny James.
The guy is drunk.
And high. He's drunk and high.
I did have a gummy bear this morning.
Yes. It's showing.
I put it on there, one, knowing it might be a little bit on the edgy side or maybe would spark some debate, but also give me another athlete who's in the GOAT conversation, whether he is considered it or not, whose son was also in professional sports, like made it to the league, whatever league that was. There's not a lot. If we were doing this list 5-7 years from now, I think it would be great to put Tiger and Charlie Woods on the list. I think that would be the one that overtakes it. But if you want me...
Okay, let me give you a quick. But you said Charlie and Tiger. Well, but like Charlie can't benefit from Tiger being his dad. He's got to go out there and earn it every week. Okay, Bronny benefited from LeBron.
Totally nepotism. Totally.
Right. He wouldn't have gotten drafted.
Not even close.
He wouldn't have gotten drafted. He wouldn't be on a roster right now probably if it wasn't for his dad. Okay, so like I see what you're saying there, and I get it, but don't compare. Because Charlie's got to go through the qualifiers. It can't be Tiger saying, okay, yeah, I want you to play in the Masters. That doesn't work that way in golf. But in basketball, Bronny can say, I want you to draft my son. You better draft him. LeBron can. Draft Bronny.
Did.
Right, and so that's what they did. And that's fine. That's the way the world works sometimes. And he's got a lot of power, and he's done a lot of good things for the Lakers, obviously. But, what has Bronny done? Bronny's got to go out there and do something. So that's why when you say father-son duo, both of them have had to do something. Even
if LeBron's resume is so strong that he has enough of 2 careers, he can absorb his sons as well.
No.
All right, then you know what?
That's
then
flawed.
I'll amend it because my argument in defense of the steroid era.
That was easier than Evans. I got you to flip. Oh, man. I thought you were going to be a little bit tougher than that.
Well, here's the thing, though. I wasn't planning on it because I have no problem standing my ground. But
then stand your ground.
No, because I'm listening to myself talk to you over these last few minutes, and I'm realizing my argument in defense of the steroid era of baseball was way stronger than anything I gave for LeBron and Bronny James, who I don't even like LeBron.
Well, it sure seems like you do. He's like, you are advocating. You're like...
I was trying to at least be somewhat objective and put my dislike for LeBron aside.
So we have a few posters up here.
Donnie, you're out of your element.
Right, we got the Mike Evans big board of BS, right, and the whole poster board. And right above that, someone put up on a piece of paper, defending LeBron under any circumstances.
I did not even know that sign was there. I'm going to be
honest.
And
I think that was
How'd that work out?
Kevin
Chicken
Fingers Kisner put that up there, and here you are. You are.
I did not know that sign was there. I didn't know that Kevin instituted a rule and a law that we must abide to. So I'll stand by it. I'll flip, and I like my defense of Barry Bonds, the steroid user, the juicer. Let's go with Barry Bonds and his father, Bobby.
Okay.
On my list at number 5. Number 4 for me was a local one.
That felt good.
You did. That was well executed by you.
Yeah. I knew I had you like I had Evans. When he was talking about the Chiefs, and I'm like, don't do it, buddy. When you were
I feel like was mine
Bronny.
Worse than Mike's? Defending the Chiefs, saying we need to like the Chiefs and root for the Chiefs because it's okay and
right because they're setting a standard and that's what we want to. Yeah, no, his was by far the worst.
All right, then I feel good. I can at least.
Yeah, you're fine. Yeah. You're fine when it comes. That was the worst by far. During Broncos season, you come into the show and you start advocating for Broncos country to start appreciating the Kansas City Chiefs.
Find the witch.
I remember hearing it. I remember being in my car. What's happening?
I go, what? Are you kidding me? What are you saying right now? And he tried hard. And at least you broke early. I mean, it took him a while. He's like an old horse.
I can admit when I'm wrong.
Right. Not Mike. But he realized his error, and finally at the end of the show, he broke. But okay,
all right. It is scratched off my list. We have corrected it. I am abiding by Kevin Kisner, Chicken Fingers, no defending LeBron sign in the studio here. My number 4 was a local one, and that would be Eric and Pierre Lacroix. Pierre Lacroix, the former Avs president, who was the person who essentially helped build the 2 Stanley Cup teams in the late 90s and early 2000s. He also played in the NHL, but most locally here, he's remembered as being kind of the architect and one of the godfathers of those 2 Cup teams. And his son, Eric, played in the NHL as well. His father, this actually is a rare father-son trade. You had Pierre, the executive, trading his son, Eric, the player, while he was managing that team. I just think that's a fun, quirky story that happened right here in our backyard.
So he was a general manager, and he traded his son.
Correct.
Oh, wow.
Tough conversation around the dinner table, right? How do you explain that to the missus?
Yeah, I'm trying to wrap my head around it. I mean, do you give your son a heads up? Hey, shipping your ass out
Hey,
of here.
real quick.
You pissed me off. I told you to
Real
clean
quick.
your room.
Yeah.
I told you to clean your room. And you haven't done the yard either. So
I'm never going to ask you to take the trash out again because you're moving 1,000 miles away.
I'm trading your ass. Guess where you're going? You're going to Calgary.
Yeah.
You know?
Is your passport up to date?
Good.
son?
Get out of here.
That is crazy. I didn't even know that story. And so that was where was he at? Here?
Mm-hmm.
He was here. Trading him from here. Wow. That should get more attention, by the way. That's an unbelievable story.
I'm going to look it up right now because I don't remember the particulars of what he traded him for.
Sometimes you got to, like we saw, like Doug Peterson, his son was a backup tight end or something that they had on the practice squad. And, so you got to cut your son. Sometimes it's like, all right, hey, son, we're going to have to let you go. But the kid already knows. This one, you're trading him. He's good enough to play in the NHL, but you're shipping him off.
Pierre Lacroix, general manager of the, at the time, struggling Colorado Avalanche, traded his son to the Los Angeles Kings on Thursday. In the swap, the Avs moved forward Eric Lacroix to the Kings for left wing Roman Vopat and a 6th-round pick in the 1999 entry draft.
Okay.
So at least he went
That's
to
a cool
L.A.
story.
At least he went to La La Land. He didn't go to,
Yeah, I mean, and maybe.
So I got that going.
So, and maybe, if you're the dad and the parent there, maybe you think it's a better situation for him. Like, hey, you might get some more playing time there. It's a better fit for you than it is here. So, yeah, okay, that's very interesting.
In 7 games, Lacroix had failed to score any points and had 2 penalty minutes. So he may have just been struggling on a struggling team, and this was Dad's way of saying, hey, let's just separate this.
Better situation. Yeah, and if you're struggling too and your father is kind of running the show, that makes the spotlight on you even more so. You look at, what was it, Dan and Cody Hawkins?
Yep.
And all of a sudden, if you're struggling, it's not a good thing. So I could see how that could happen.
One last thing on my list here. I will always remember my fondest memory of Pierre Lacroix will be he actually, when I was producing the afternoon show, he actually called into the station one time, unprompted, as he was listening to us. Do you remember when we did that Legends Week? Pierre Lacroix, the person on my list.
Yeah.
The former Avs president. He called into the afternoon show when I was producing one time. He was, do you remember when we did that Legends Week thing way back where we had all those guests and we put together, all these Colorado sports legends? You were a big part of the planning of it, so I'm sure you remember.
Sure I do.
Well, we were talking about the Avs and some of the great Cup teams and talking to all these different people, and he called in just to tell us how much he enjoyed the conversation we were listening to, and he's got a very thick accent. And
how awesome is that?
It was awesome, and he has since passed away. But it was, I remember getting in the ear of the guys at the time being like, hey, Pierre Lacroix is on the line, or somebody that says they're Pierre, and they're like, you're getting pranked, you're getting punked, that's not him, somebody's messing with you. And it really was.
Wow.
So I thought that was pretty cool. That unprompted,
awesome.
driving around the metro area was this great figure in Avs history. All right, let's get into some trending stories from around the world of sports.
From sports and news to entertainment and downright debauchery, Stokley and Evans with Mark Schlereth presents What's Trending Right Now.
Former Broncos quarterback Teddy Bridgewater, Stoke, finding himself in the headlines for the wrong reasons, or maybe not as wrong as they seem. Teddy Bridgewater suspended from Miami Northwestern, the high school where he's been the head coach of, came out of retirement to play for the Lions, but has been coaching this high school team, led him to a state title, and he is suspended for providing impermissible benefits to his players. He made a statement on Facebook, things like covering Uber rides, paying for training camp supplies, meals, and recovery services for his players. Fines for this kind of offense in the state of Florida and the High School Association, north of $30,000 and postseason bans lasting multiple years. Don't know if that will happen to Teddy, but is this kind of like doing the quote-unquote right thing that feels wrong, punishing Teddy Bridgewater for doing some of this stuff?
Yeah, this is tricky, right? You got to have rules. You got to have rules and regulations, and so you want to help kids if you can. Right? And so that's what Teddy was doing, but you probably have these rules in place for certain reasons. Now all of a sudden you're going to have, so if you say, Teddy, you're good doing that, now you're going to have, the rich school down the street with big money boosters say, okay, perfect. Now we're going to start paying for all of our guys to do whatever and have them come to our schools. So it's a slippery slope. I get it, Like, you shouldn't be penalizing Teddy Bridgewater for helping underprivileged kids that need to get to certain places by paying for their Ubers or physical therapy or, helping, food to eat. I mean, what are we doing here? But if you don't have any rules and regulations, next thing you know, it's anarchy. So I don't know. But this one feels a little silly here. It's almost like just turn the other way. It's okay. But you got to have, rules and boundaries.
Teddy Bridgewater paid out of pocket $14,000 for training camp, pride sets valuing almost $10,000, pregame meals at about $2,200 a week, recovery equipment $1,300 a week, Ubers $700 a week, and field paint for the field at $300 a week. And most importantly in this story, Stoke, he's not even an employee of the school. He's a volunteer doing all this.
So why can't, you have boosters in high school. You have guys that pay.
Is it because he's the coach and not a booster?
Probably so.
I don't know.
That's like I said, there's rules there, obviously, and rules were broken, but it wasn't broken in a malicious way. It really wasn't, and he's trying to help kids out, which this doesn't seem right. That's a tough one.
Yeah, it just feels like the right or wrong thing for definitely a wrong reason.
Yeah, so if you say, okay, you're okay to do it, and then another guy does it at another school, and then people are like, well, he's breaking the rules. Well, he's like, no, I'm not. Well, y'all allowed him to do it. And it's a much different situation. It's tough.
Cal Raleigh, the Seattle Mariners superstar who's broken out this year, nicknamed the Big Dumper, for obvious reasons that I'm sure you can guess. He wins the home run derby last night. But maybe in spite of his father, who hit him with a pitch during the home run derby. It's already slow pitch with these things, right? And people complained about the home run derby broadcast. I don't know if you tuned in to it at all. We were talking about it yesterday.
I actually did.
What'd you think?
I don't like these new rules that they have, and you hit the ball so far, you get more outs, and it was better this year than in previous years. And it was fine. It was fine. Guess what? Nothing else is on.
Yeah.
There is nothing else to watch. So it's like, but I haven't heard of hardly any of these guys. Honestly, I just haven't heard of them. It's not like, we get to watch Ken Griffey Jr., There's, Barry Bonds. There's McGuire. There's Sosa. I haven't heard any of these guys. I mean, Cal Raleigh obviously is having an unbelievable year, but these other guys, I'm like, okay, haven't heard of you. And so it's kind of lost a lot for me, but nothing else is on.
I think the format is kind of weakened. I think that the camera work is crazy. You got the cameras focusing on balls. You're not even watching them leave the park, and they're focusing on ones that aren't. A lot of people had a lot to say about the Pat McAfee introduction in the beginning of all that.
I missed that.
Yeah, he was doing like WWE-style intros for all the guys, and I think a lot of people are just having some McAfee fatigue.
Well, they're trying to make it hip. They're trying to make it young. So you saw McAfee afterwards put the chain on him.
Yep.
And then they had one of those star wrestler guys. He had the belt, and he gave him the belt.
Miz.
So, no, it wasn't a Miz. It was Cody Rhodes.
Rhodes, there you go.
Yeah, it was him. So, yeah. Look, I mean, they're trying to make it young and hip and fun. And McAfee is probably at the top of the list.
All right. We will continue with some more trending stories from around the world of sports. Mark Schlereth will join us in about 15, 20 minutes. At least we think. He's listed as probable. He has sent a text message this morning, so we know that he is awake and alert. And we will see what he thinks about everything we got going on coming up next.
Follow us on YouTube, Instagram, and TikTok at Denver Sports 1043 to stay up to date on all your local teams. Denver Sports 1043. The Fan.
When joint pain holds you back, trust the experts at Colorado Joint Replacement, part of Advent Health, one of the nation's largest healthcare providers with 4 convenient locations in Denver, Lone Tree, Littleton, and Cheyenne, Wyoming. Their team focuses solely on hip and knee replacements. You'll receive expert, compassionate care, the latest technology, and a personalized surgical plan to get you moving again for peace of mind and better outcomes. Visit coloradojoint.org and schedule your appointment today. That's coloradojoint.org.
Join Luke Bryan at Cheyenne Frontier Days, Thursday, July 24th. It's one of the biggest nights of the summer, only at Cheyenne Frontier Days. Joining him, Priscilla Block. Tickets on sale now at cfdrodeo.com.
Your air duct cleaning experts, Ductworks.
Hey guys, Mark Schlereth here. During these intense summer days, your air conditioner is working overtime to cool your home or your business. But did you know that dust and debris in your ventilation system can decrease airflow and make your AC work even harder? Clean Ductwork helps air conditioners run more efficiently, saving you money and keeping your indoor air fresh. Dirty ducts can cost you more in energy bills and repairs. Give Ductworks a call at 303-425-0985 or visit ductworks.com for a free commercial or residential estimate. Keep cool, save money, and breathe easy with your 5-star air duct cleaning expert. That's Ductworks.
303-425-0985. This is Rob Wilhite of the Wilhite Law Firm. If you've been seriously injured in a truck or car wreck, you want Wilhite. Get your free case review now. We've been voted best personal injury law firm for the last 3 years in a row. Visit WilhiteWins.com and win big with Wilhite.
This is Jeff for Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic, where our testosterone therapy can help you sleep better, improve your sex drive, give you better gains in the gym, and more. Please take a moment and listen to how we help Brad.
My name is Brad. I've been a patient of Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic for over 3 years now. I just turned 50, and over the last couple of years, I've frankly just been tired. I've been more lethargic, didn't have the energy levels that I normally had when I came into Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic. These guys are absolutely phenomenal. Losing weight, having more energy, all that's been a tribute to the testosterone therapy. And frankly, that's been a game changer for my life, my family, and my business. I am a huge fan, and I recommend it to all my friends. If you're feeling like I've been feeling, I would get in here, see these guys right away. Don't wait. Call Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic and change your life.
Thanks, Brad. Low T therapy will likely change your life. Call 720-440-7900. That's 720-440-7900. Or go to RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com.
Hey, what's up, guys? It's Zach here. Are you looking to replace your roof or have hail damage? Call your local trusted contractor at 5280 Exteriors. They've been around for nearly 20 years, servicing your roofing, siding, or window needs throughout Colorado. 5280exteriors.com.
Texting privacy policy and terms and conditions posted at textingterms.us. Texting enrolls you for recurring automated text marketing messages. Message and data rates may apply. Replace stop, opt out. Terms and conditions apply to the earnings promotion.
Do you have caregiving experience as a parent, teacher, nanny, coach, or in another similar role? Hop Skip Drive is looking for experienced caregivers who want to help students in their community by driving them to and from school. Earn up to $50 per ride with Hop Skip Drive's welcome promotion, all while helping your community. If you have your own vehicle that is no more than 10 years old, a clean driving record, and at least 5 years of caregiving experience, you could become a Hop Skip Drive care driver. Just text STUDENT to 323232 to get started right now. Hop Skip Drive gives you the flexibility to set your own schedule and earn competitive pay. It's simple. Drive in your free time and make a real difference for students right in your neighborhood. Don't wait. Text STUDENT to 323232 right now. Text STUDENT to 323232 and start earning up to $50 per ride during Hop Skip Drive's welcome promotion period. That's STUDENT to 323232. Text STUDENT to 323232 now.
KKFN and KKFN HD1 Longmont, Denver. You're listening to Denver Sports 104.3. The Fan. Double crossing, you little punk. Can't believe you did that. Unbreakable trust.
See, I'm not like you. You just let me drown. You just let me drown. You do nothing.
And of course, emotional maturity.
Maybe a little bit angry.
It's Stokley and Evans with Mark Schlereth on Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan.
Let's go. Don't wait. Yes, Let's make this night last forever and ever.
The NBA has a new top 100 list of players of all time. Naturally, when I saw the headline, I had to click just to find out how many current, former, or Nuggets favorites made that list. This is definitely a summertime type of subject of conversation and something that's evolving each and every year as new players come in, new ones emerge, and new ones start to dip a little bit. Stoke, there were, by my count, 5 current and or former Nuggets who spent a good chunk of their time in Denver and or are just associated with the Nuggets pretty commonly. Who do you think was on the lower end of this list, just cracking it at number 91? If you just think back at Nuggets that jump out to you.
Just tell me.
Chauncey Billups.
Love it.
91st overall.
How about that?
Mr.
That's really
Big
cool.
Shot.
Yeah, that's really cool. Obviously played ball here locally and then went on, had a great career with the Pistons and then, came back and played here also. So, yeah, that's awesome.
Chauncey Billups. And almost as surprising as Chauncey Billups making it at 91st on the top 100 list of all time, I thought he might have been higher, but that pales in comparison to the surprise that I have that Mark Schlereth at 8:02:38 has joined us, maybe the quickest turnaround that I've seen in some time. Mark, good morning, my friend. How are you?
I'm doing great. I mean, it's a quick turnaround because we got fired yesterday, so I don't have a job anymore.
I was just gonna, I was gonna let you do it. We've been keeping it under wraps, most of the morning.
You kind of led into that, like, while you're here, and man, you sound really rested today, Mark.
Yeah,
Did you get to sleep in this morning? Why did you get to sleep in,
This is
Mark?
This is the only time we haven't heard like 30 seconds of chewing, sipping, and or fidgeting before you jump on.
Well, you get fired, they don't feed you anymore. By the way,
yeah, you can't grab any meatballs from the cafeteria on your way up the stairs.
Yeah, I walked in today and they said, do you need access to the building? I was like, well, I'd like to get my stuff. Yeah, I do have a radio show still. So, I've got access to the building for a day, and I'm going to pack up my stuff and head back to the apartment. But, it was all, it was one of those days that, is not exactly fun, but it's fine. We move on. And so anyhow, they called and said, hey, listen, we're canceling all the shows that we started last fall. We're like, okay, great.
Well, you're here with us now, and we're happy to have you at 8:03 instead of 8:12 or 8:13 like usual.
Thank you. No, it's all good, man. It's good to be with you guys.
Mark, we were talking about there's a top 100 list that has been put together for the NBA, top 100 players of all time. And I went through the list naturally to see how many current and or former Nuggets made the list. I think that's something every fan of every team does at some point. There were 5 Nuggets that made the list. The first one on the list at 91st was Chauncey Billups, Mr. Big Shot, which is just such a cool story to me. A guy that has Colorado-Denver ties, CU, ends up coming to play for the Nuggets after winning some titles in Detroit. Love that. Dikembe Mutombo with the finger wag came in at 81st. Alex English, 76th. So those are the first 3 Nuggets, if you're counting from 100 to 1, that made the list. Next Nugget on the list was Carmelo Anthony. Mark, take a stab at where you think in the top 100, I guess this would be top 75, since I've already given away some of the other ones, that Carmelo Anthony ranked in the top 100 NBA players of all time.
I'm going to say 32nd.
32nd, a top 35 player in the history of the NBA. Stoke, is that, you want to go a little Price is Right, higher or lower?
41.
41. All right, well, both of you, I think, are giving a little too much credit to our guy, Carmelo. It almost makes it seem like he's underachieving at this point. He came in at 60th on the list. 6-time All-NBA, 10-time All-Star, 1 scoring title. Averaged at least 20 points per game in each of his first 14 seasons. I did not actually put that together. That's pretty impressive, in my opinion.
Yeah, it is.
Wow.
His best years came with the New York Knicks from 2011 to 2017, but he was also the leading scorer on some excellent Denver Nuggets teams early in his career, the best of which made the Western Conference Finals. It is kind of crazy that, and maybe this influenced the list a little bit, but how much Jokic, especially wearing Carmelo's number 15, has kind of made some of Melo's accomplishments fade away maybe a little bit quicker than they would have. Is that fair?
Oh yeah, I think it's fair. There was a lot about about Melo not having his jersey retired. We've talked about that, but I'm surprised 60th with all the scoring that he did, as you mentioned, 14 straight years with 20 plus points, 6 All-Star or All NBA. I'm a little surprised it's 60th. Obviously winning championships matters, and that shoves you up the ranks a little bit. I wonder where he would be if he'd have won a championship, let's say with the Knicks, where he would have been in that list. I mean, I think he would have been up quite a bit higher because everybody talks about, the ball-stopping nature of Carmelo, but everybody talks about his offensive prowess and how great a scorer that Carmelo Anthony was. So interesting, but all right, 60th. No Dan Issel on that list, huh?
Not that I saw. Nope.
No
Dan Issel. I don't even think David Thompson was on this list, the Skywalker.
Yeah.
Wow.
I don't. Carmelo. I don't know if it's about his number as much as it is about the success the Nuggets have had after he's been gone, and Jokic kind of being that guy that said, "Okay, I'm going to take the next step here." And Carmelo just never could take that next step here or anywhere else, for that matter. To Mark's point, never happened in New York. You kind of force your way out of town. You go pick your spot where you want to go, and you don't ever do much of anything there. And you didn't do much of anything here when it comes to did you win a championship or not. And now you look at Jokic, not only took his number, but then delivered a championship.
Speaking of Nikola Jokic, Stoke, that is the real reason why I was most interested in looking at this list, is to find out where the barometer is for Jokic right now in terms of the greatest players in the history of the NBA. Jokic came in at 17th on this list. Do you view right now, Stoke, Nikola Jokic as a top 20 player in the history of basketball?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, you look up and it's, every season, it's like, wow, okay, well, that was a historic season. We've never seen that before in the NBA. And then it's night in and night out that we get those comments also. Well, this is the first time since Wilt Chamberlain did it against, in 1961 against that guys that were 5'6". I mean, okay, great job, Wilt. When you get those comparisons and you're doing things that have never been done before and you continue to do it year after year after year, you've won a championship, finals MVP, obviously regular season MVPs. At least. And I think as we move on, he's only going to get better and better. And 17 right now, that's fine. Probably could be a little bit better, but that's cool. He's still in the middle of his career here. I think when it's all said and done, he's going to be a top 10.
Mark, 17 too low for right now?
No, I don't think it's too. When you start thinking about the history, you mentioned Wilt, you mentioned Kareem Abdul-Jabbar. You start looking at Magic and Bird and Michael Jordan and all the great players that this league has been populated with over all the years, and go back to the Bill Russells of the world and all that kind of stuff. I think I'm with Stokley. He's just going to continue to climb. The thing I love about Jokic's deal is it's about the basketball acumen. It's about the court vision. It's about the assist. It's about the entirety of the game. And it kind of just makes you harken back to the days of Bird, where he didn't do it with athleticism as much as he did it with just overall basketball knowledge and just skill. Same thing with Magic. And I love in a day and age where it's really about, let's glorify the athlete. Let's make it about athleticism. Let's make it about isolation basketball and just be better athlete than the other guy that's across from you. Or let's just expose people who don't want to play defense. Jokic does it from a skill set standpoint. So to be in the top 20 at this stage of the game, and it's based on not athleticism, but just on pure skill. And not based on talent, but just basketball acumen and all the things that he does. I think that part is really cool for me, and I'm with Stoke. He's going to be I would say beyond top 5, beyond top 10, he'd probably be in the top 5 when it's all said and done if he continues every year doing something that, like Stokes said, we haven't seen before, which is incredible.
You guys view Allen Iverson as a very memorable, contributor to the Nuggets. He was here for 3 years. He played 15 years in the NBA. Because he was 36 on this list, but for some reason I don't associate him as strongly with the Nuggets in his career like I do with Chauncey, even who was here for a shorter cup of time, but has the local ties.
Agree.
Yeah, I totally agree. I mean, when you think of Allen Iverson, you think of the Sixers, right?
Correct.
I mean, that's, yeah.
The names in front of Nikola Jokic right now: Kevin Garnett, Chicken Fingers' favorite, Kevin Garnett, 16th, Jerry West, the logo, at 15, Oscar Robertson, 14, KD, 13, Hakeem, 12, and Kobe Bryant, 11. I don't know how this upcoming 2025 season is going to go, but I have a feeling Nikola Jokic, if they do this list again or when they do this list again next offseason, is going to probably crack the top 15 and jump over at least a couple of those guys, especially because only a handful of them, including Jokic, are still active to move around anyways. There was an exercise that was done as it relates to all the NBA, but specifically the Denver Nuggets, and the task was this, Mark, to come up with one word to describe the Denver Nuggets off-season, given the moves that they made. We got the official announcement with the Jonas Valanciunas trade finalizing over the weekend. Mark, if you could give one word to describe the Nuggets off-season, what would it be?
One word. Oh, man. I need to get a dictionary out because it was outstanding, but I don't want to be that.
Doesn't have to be a lot of letters.
Yeah, I understand that. I mean, it was exceptional. It was outstanding. But I want to say
just not four.
I understand.
Well, no, apparently you don't.
Yeah.
Apparently you're like,
No,
it was outstanding,
I do.
exceptional, it was great, rah.
Yeah, because I'm looking for something more unique than that because it was exceptional, Stoke, and it was great, and it was all those things. It was miraculous-ish.
God, I feel like a Fox executive right now. Mark, just give us what we want. One word.
Well, wait a minute. If you were a Fox executive, you'd fire me. This is
why you don't have a show. One word, Mark.
Right. What are we doing?
Right.
It was answered.
Okay.
They answered all the questions. All the issues. Solved. How about solved? What was your word, Stokley?
Stokely?
Your word.
What was your word?
Your word. What was your word? It was probably some
some
onlop or something.
Lanya.
Some Cajun onlop bologna.
Oh.
That's not Kuyan, but in all honesty,
Stokley said etouffee is my word. It was like a good. It was like a good gumbo.
What are we talking about?
Yeah, what are we talking about?
I want to dedicate it. Everybody made it. Infiltrated.
Here we go.
Yep. New York, London, Paris, Munich. Everybody talking about music.
Closing up. I like it. Closing up. That is one of the more underrated quirks or traditions on this show that I enjoy because I don't think I would ever hear that song in any other context other than when this show goes off the rails to the point where we ask, what are we talking about? Stokely, I don't even remember this conversation has actually made me forget what your word even was. So even if it's not the same word you gave a little bit earlier, what's one word that you would use to describe the Nuggets offseason?
Spectacular.
Okay?
There it is. Just one word. Quick, simple. I'm not going to
Do you want to throw out 5 more options?
Right. No, I'm not going to do that. I'm just going to give you one word, answer the question. It was a spectacular offseason. Love it.
Well, Bleacher Report did this exact exercise for every team in the NBA, and I can promise you, especially based on the last 3 minutes that we've been talking, that if I gave each of you 20 guesses, you never would have guessed the word that they came up with, and that word was suspicious. Suspicious is the word that would sum up the Denver Nuggets offseason. Mark, can you think of anything that's come across this offseason for the Nuggets with the moves that they've made that would give you the vibe of suspicious?
No. right? I mean, they solved issues. They looked at every issue that they had that held them back throughout the last 2 seasons, that held them from repeating as champions, and they addressed them all. Like Michael Porter Jr.'s lack of ability to hit his wide open shot, to get to the rim, to create points when he is the guy they slough off on. Like, they addressed that situation. They addressed the bench. Lack of veteran leadership off the bench, lack of energy, lack of a playmaker and a shooter off the bench. They addressed all those things. They addressed the lack of a big man that has the ability to spell Jokic when he's out. They addressed all the issues. Problem solved.
Or answered. Either one.
Yeah.
I don't disagree with you in the slightest. Here was their explanation, and you see if after this it makes any more sense than it currently does now. Cynics will see the Denver Nuggets trade of Michael Porter Jr. and an unprotected 2032 first-round pick for Cam Johnson as a cowardly, cost-cutting, roster-weakening concession designed to save ownership $34 million in salary over the next 2 years. I'll pause right there. Stoke, did you view the Cam Johnson trade as a cowardly, cost-cutting, and roster-weakening concession?
No, absolutely not. I thought it was a smart move. You gain financial flexibility. You know, you got these aprons that you have to deal with. So it's not just about spending money and having to pay like a luxury tax because you spent too much money. No, all of a sudden you're getting these aprons, the wrong ones, and now you can't make certain trades. Now you can't do certain things with your roster, and it limits you. So they penalize you when you're trying to build your roster. So you don't want to get in all these dang aprons. If you can avoid them, you want to try to avoid them. So it's not just about paying a luxury tax and being okay with it. That's not the reason anymore. Before it was. If you're trying to save a few bucks, you try to get on the luxury tax. That's not the case anymore. So they were able to gain financial flexibility by moving off of Michael Porter Jr.'s contract, and I think they got a better player. And now they were able to build the bench up a little bit more. So you got a better player, hopefully, in the starting lineup that fits better for your basketball team. And on top of that, you're able to improve your bench. I think I don't know how that's a negative at all, and so no, I disagree with that.
Mark, were you getting Scrooge McDuck there?
Right. There's two things. There's two conclusions I draw off of that writing. It was either written by James Marilat.
Hey now.
Or that was written by somebody who has never actually watched Michael Porter Jr. play the last couple of years. Because if you watched him play. Yeah, if you watched him play the last couple of years, man, he lacks any man, I understand that he's been injured, and he's had the drop foot, and he's got the back issues and all the other things, but he lacks any ability at the rim to finish with explosiveness. He just doesn't have that anymore. He doesn't have that. He never really did, but it's waned even more than it did when, they won a championship, and he hasn't consistently knocked down his shot. And that'll oftentimes people will tell you that has to do with your legs and everything else. So, I listen to that and I go, obviously you guys haven't watched the Nuggets play and watched Michael Porter Jr. the last couple of years because you dumped more salary on a diminishing skills player, and you got yourself another guy who's a better player that can play some defense as well. Because Michael Porter Jr., that's not his thing either. So, yeah, I just totally disagree with the assessment of that trade.
They went on to say that optimists will see the move for Cam Johnson for Michael Porter Jr. as a flexibility magnifier, and they'll point to the unrelated acquisitions of Bruce Brown and Tim Hardaway Jr. as proof the Nuggets are actively trying to build out depth in support of another Nikola Jokic-led title case. Time will tell who is right. They finish it by saying there's a real argument Johnson could outproduce Michael Porter Jr., to both of your points, going forward, and that this Denver Nuggets team is clearly better than the one that finished last season. The Nuggets improved themselves, but their big offseason trade might not have been motivated by all the right reasons. Mark, I agree with you. I think that's totally mischaracterizing the intention behind this trade. And as Stokley and I pointed out earlier, the Cronkies have had that reputation for being on the cheaper side when it comes to executives. They didn't want to pay Masai Ujiri, who was an executive of the year type of candidate, and they end up failing upward by letting him go and having Tim Connolly, who builds this championship core, is responsible for bringing in Jokic and drafting MPJ and Jamal and all of that. orchestrating the Aaron Gordon trade. The Minnesota Timberwolves offer him a Godfather offer that the Nuggets don't want to match, and they end up with Calvin Booth, who started strong, I would say, right? Brings in KCP and Bruce Brown, drafts Christian Brown, who's now in the starting lineup, and then through some arrogance, I used the word hubris earlier, and Stokley took exception with it, through some potential arrogance, things kind of fall apart from there, and now we have the current regime. So I do think they've gone that route, the cheap route in the past, but I don't think that's been the case with their players most of the time, and certainly with this move where you bring in a comparable skill level player for half the price, right?
Yeah, I think you're all over it. I think that you look at what Stokley said about the aprons and about creating some financial flexibility and going after your bench, which has been, all you have to do with the Nuggets, and the only thing you have to look at is Nikola Jokic plus-minus minutes versus, on the court and off the court. They're the best team in basketball when he's on the court. They're the worst team in basketball when he's not on the court. So, it's pretty simple equation, right? It's simple math. Find better players when Jokic has got to get his required rest during the course of a game. That's what they did.
We have been counting down, Mark, our daily top 5 list of the day, which is our top 5 favorite father-son sports duos of all time. I know you've had an opportunity. I gave you a little heads up because I always feel bad when you jump into these things so quickly on what the list was. Do you have a list prepared?
Yes, I do.
As he types away.
As he types away.
Yeah,
100%. Got it.
No. This is easy. This is easy. It's my list, right? It's not just it's my list.
Yeah, it's your list. Richie had his list and I already buckled him. Like he came out and he
on
had
one item.
And I already made him change. So, even though it was his list, I shamed him. And I broke him down.
What was the one you shamed him on?
Well,
can you give me a heads up?
Well, yeah. Well, I'll go through mine, and then we can kind of go around the table here. So I gave an honorable mention to a guy who played a long time in the NFL.
Mm-hmm. And the guy's a little bit down today.
He's had a bit of a rough day, and his son played baseball, made it to the show, spent 4 years in Major League Baseball, and that would be Mark Schlereth and Daniel Schlereth. Made the honorable mention on my father-son duos of all time, top 5 favorite sports guys.
All right, listen, man. I appreciate it. Is that the one you shot down, Stokley?
Yes.
Those two losers. He's like, those two losers. You can't have those two losers.
Yeah.
One guy just lost his job. Yeah.
No, Mark, I didn't even mention anything about that.
No, we did not.
Right.
And that wasn't the one. I said that was a little bit of brown nosing because Mark did get you this job, and you are sucking up to him. But I called him out for that. But his next one is the one I made him.
The next one, and I put it on there, admittedly, to be a little bit confrontational and spark some debate. But if I really wanted to, which as Stokley has made me realize I don't, I think I felt like I could have made the argument, and I put LeBron James and Bronny James as the number 5 on my top 5 list. You have arguably one of the greatest basketball players of all time, some people's GOAT in their eyes, who has played in the league for 20 years, has an incredible career, and whose son is in the NBA. He is. There's not a lot of other GOAT candidates whose son also made a professional sports league, and that was kind of my thought behind it, was that Bronny's done nothing, but LeBron's career has been so strong, even though I'm not a big LeBron fan. Stokley tried to paint me in that corner.
Like it. Well, it kind of sounds like it.
I maybe painted myself a little bit in that corner.
Exactly.
I felt like it was worthy of at least a conversation point on this list. Mark, am I crazy?
Yeah, I think Bronny James is not in the NBA if his father isn't LeBron James. I don't think he's probably on a team. So, yeah, I do think you're a little bit crazy there, Richie. But I do get that LeBron James carries a lot of weight in this league. So I do understand that aspect of it.
I am not above admitting when I'm wrong, seeing the error of my ways, and course correcting, growing, and getting better. Stokley sharpened my iron in that regard, and I scratched those names off of my list, and my new number 5 is Bobby and Barry Bonds. As I found out as a part of our discussion, I'm a big steroid era defender, love Barry Bonds, and so they are
Richie's
now
all in on steroids. Loves steroids. He loves them.
now on my list.
I don't blame him.
We
I don't
will
blame him.
we will get to your list here in just a minute. My number 4 was a local one here, Eric and Pierre Lacroix. Pierre Lacroix, obviously the former Avs president, 2-time Stanley Cup architect there in the mid-'90s and early 2000s. His son, Eric, played almost 500 games in the NHL. And his father, Pierre, traded the son, Eric, as a member of the Colorado Avalanche. A father-son trade in professional sports. I love that quirky element of the local story here. So that is my list up to number 4. We will hear Mark's beginning of his list up to number 3 coming up next.
They're back. It's the first giveaway of our free limited edition Training Camp 2025 Extra Soft T-shirts.
Now that's a great looking shirt.
Tuesday, July 15th from noon to 1 p.m. at First Bank on East Lincoln Avenue in Lone Tree. Limit 1 per person while supplies last. For more details and to find the location near you, head to DenverSports.com/shirt. First Bank, banking for good.
Don't you see, man? The T-shirt is everything.
Denver Sports 1043. The Fan.
Hey guys, your boy Stink here for my friends, the leaders in TRT. That's Synergenics and Low T Center. They introduced the Synergenics Health app, guys. If you've been struggling to choose where to go for TRT, look no further than Synergenics and Low T Center. The new Synergenics app is superior innovation in healthcare technology. You're not going to find it anywhere else. With the app, you can book appointments, you can view your lab results, face-to-face health televisits, the whole 9 yards, medication reminders, other supplements, pre-check into your visits. I'm telling you what, it is the way to go. And I'm telling you, you walk in to Synergenics or to Low T Center, I tell you, they're going to take care of you. There's no question about that. There's never been a better time to start TRT with Synergenics and Low T Center. For a free test right now, limited time offer, you can come in, you can get the test for free, guys. And results, if you're deficient, most of the time it's covered by major health insurance. And if it's not, it's competitively priced. You're going to be okay, guys. Quality treatment, personalized, especially for you. So download the Synergenics app right now to book an appointment online today. Go ahead and fixmylowt.com. Go to fixmylowt.com.
Comcast Business helps turn today's small businesses into engines of modern business. It's how restaurants become reliably up and running neighborhood favorites. How retailers become seamlessly restocking, cyber-securing must-visit shops. And how healthcare offices become the data managing caregivers that we all depend on. With reliable connectivity, enhanced cybersecurity, advanced fiber solutions, and Wi-Fi backup, Comcast Business is powering the engine of modern business. Powering possibilities.
Now through July 21st, new Comcast Business customers can find out how to get started with 150 megabit internet and security edge for $59.99 a month for 12 months with a 2-year agreement. Plus, ask how you get a $500 prepaid card for your business. Call and switch to Comcast Business today. Restrictions apply. Requires paperless billing and automatic payments with bank account. Equipment, taxes, and fees extra. Early termination fee applies.
Hey, it's Mike Rohn. If I have a choice, I like to do business with companies that actually stand for something. That's why I switched from Verizon to Pure Talk. No offense to Verizon, I'm sure they stand for something. I just don't know what it is. Pure Talk, on the other hand, is a veteran-owned company that supports our military in a big way, and I appreciate that. Yeah, I also appreciate unlimited talk and text and plenty of data for half the cost of the big guys, and I do like being on America's most dependable 5G network for just $20 a month, but what I really appreciate is no contract, no cancellation fees, and Pure Talk's commitment to handle all their customer service in this country. I saw it for myself. I went to Georgia, I got a tour of their headquarters, I met their CEO, and I talked to the same customer service folks that you'll talk to when you dial pound 250 and say keyword micro. Switch today and save 50% off your first month when you dial pound 250 and say keyword micro. Pure Talk. A wireless company that actually stands for something.
You probably saved my life.
Every single day, Soda Weight Loss is helping people let go of the weight and keep it off.
I mean, I was 30 pounds overweight, and I went in, and the doctor said, you need to change your diet.
Get help and get started with Soda Weight Loss.
Got off my blood pressure medicine and my cholesterol medicine, and that is amazing to me.
I went from a 16, 18 down to a size 4 now. So that is amazing. It makes you feel so good.
Splash into summer savings savings right now with soda's lowest prices of the year.
No injections, no pills, no hunger.
I would recommend soda because it's sustainable. This is lifetime change.
I let go of 50 pounds. It felt unreal.
We're the #1 weight loss company in America for client satisfaction and results. And with our incredible summer savings, what are you waiting for?
Get help. Get results at sodaweightloss.com. That's SOTA weightloss.com.
Soda is, say it with me, state of the art.
Denver Sports Snapshot.
Tonight on The Fan, baseball all-star game action begins starting at 6.
Open an account in less than 5 minutes. Visit westeracu.com. Federally insured by NCUA.
Delusional confidence. I'm tougher than Mark. Strong detective work.
Something was way off with him, like some kind of bad gummy bear or something. I don't know. It was just
gummy bear. And personal hygiene. Holy Moses. Guy's excited about showering. It's Stokley and Evans with Mark Schlereth on Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan.
We have been counting down our top 5 list of the day, our top 5 favorite father-son sports duos of all time. I gave my brown-nosing, semi-controversial, steroid-riddled list before the break. Mark, why don't we get everybody caught up to your list? Let's go up to number 3.
Okay, so honorable mention. I'm with you, Richie. Me and my son, honorable mention. And
wait, Mark,
honorable mention.
Wow, we thought you were going to put you and your son at
number 1.
I'm a little bit disappointed in you. Honorable mention?
No, just honorable. Hey, man, we you know what? It was an awesome ride. I love, it kills me that my son got hurt, and tore his labrum, and it just kind of, he ended up playing professionally for 13 years, 4 of it in the big leagues, but never really got his stuff back or was able to stay healthy enough to continue. So that one kills me because, as a father, you want more for your kids than you want it for yourself. And so, but what an unbelievable ride. Got to coach him from the time I started him in T-ball at 4 years old until he was in high school. And the greatest sports memory of my entire life was watching him come out and throw a scoreless 6th inning against the Atlanta Braves when he got called up in May of his rookie year. So just an unbelievable ride. So he gets my honorable mention. Okay. Then number 5, I went Christian and Ed McCaffrey. Ed won a couple of Super Bowls. Ed was one of the great receivers in this league for the Denver Broncos for a long time. Obviously started his career in with the Giants and then won a Super Bowl in San Francisco, followed Mike Shanahan here to Denver and won a couple of Super Bowls here in Denver. Christian arguably is one of the most dynamic players in football. Obviously had a couple of injury issues here the last couple of seasons, or last season anyhow, but kid is phenomenal. Okay. I doubled up on number 4, guys. I went with a family. Okay. And this is kind of a I just combined this family because they've got such an unbelievable history. The grandfather played in the NFL. Then I went Clay and Bruce Matthews, the brothers, with Clay Jr. and Jake Matthews. Clay Matthews. I remember Clay Matthews. I was like a young player, Pro Bowl player, my 3rd year, just crushing people. And Clay Matthews was like in his 12th year. And we're running the inside trap, and I'm like, I am going to break this old man's jaw. I cannot wait. And I came around that trap, man. I hit that son of a gun, and he rattled my teeth at year 12. I played him at year 19. He was still like hard as a lead pipe, man. That dude was unreal. Got concrete for a forehead. The Matthew brothers come in, or the Matthew family comes in at number 4. Then I'm with you on the roids. Bobby and Barry Bonds. Bobby was a 3-time All-Star. Barry is the greatest hitter we have ever seen. And Barry was a great player before he started using. Like he was like a 7-time All-Star before the guy started using. And so And I blame baseball for the epidemic that steroids became in baseball because they were rewarding guys who didn't do it naturally, and so guys just kind of followed suit. You could say that's soft. You can say whatever you want, but those two are number 3 on my list.
Yeah, I mean, I agree with you. We had a conversation there on the steroid era, and baseball turned the other way, and like nothing to see here. Just keep hitting home runs and making what? Making
that was
us
my watch just decided to start talking.
Okay,
to me
that
for
was
some reason.
okay.
So I apologize.
Yeah, but just keep making us money and hitting home runs, and you can do whatever you want to do. And then after the fact, it's like, these guys are on steroids. Let's not let them in the Hall of Fame. But you allowed them to do it, you encouraged them to do it, and so they did it. And this is what you get. All right, number 5 for me is Dell and Steph and Seth Curry. Coming in at 5, obviously Steph's one of the best shooters we've ever seen, if not the best. At 4, same one y'all have, Bobby and Barry Lamar Bonds. And then at 3, we're going to go with Earnhardt Sr. and Earnhardt Jr., 2 of the best to ever do it in NASCAR. And obviously Sr. Passed away on the track, but then Jr. Was great at what he did also. So legendary family there when it comes to car racing. I got them at 3 on my list.
I gave you my rundown before the break. My honorable mention was Mark and Daniel Schlereth. Number 5 for me, the amended Bobby and Barry Bonds. 4 was the local story here, Eric and Pierre Lacroix. And number 3, just like Stoke, Dale Earnhardt, Sr. and Jr.
Okay. Wow.
Number 3 for me. 102 Cup Series wins between the two of them. Just 2 of the genuine best to ever do it in racing, and they happen to be directly related to one another. I didn't grow up a huge NASCAR fan, but even me, who was not plugged in on the periphery of that, knew who those guys were. I played them in the video games. I used to have NASCAR video games on the PlayStation and all that, and just genuinely, obviously, tragic passing with the senior, but with what Junior did to carry on the legacy and just be kind of like 2 faces of an entire sport, generation to generation. Awesome stuff. All right, coming up next, we will continue our conversation in our top 5 countdown. But before that, is there a position of perceived strength on the Broncos that's maybe getting overvalued or overhyped just a little bit? That's next.
Follow us on X at DEN Sports 1043 for up-to-the-minute information and opinions on all things Denver sports.
Also, we can still call it Twitter, right? Denver Sports 1043 The Fan.
DenverSports.com and the Denver Sports app.
Any jewelry store can sell you a diamond, but there's only one family jeweler in Colorado that was literally built on them.
In fact, we've sold more diamonds to more couples for more years than any other jeweler in Denver. I'm Bruce Williams.
And I'm Steve Williams. That's why we built Williams Jewelers, 2 stores totally dedicated to celebrating your love.
All the world's top bridal designers, 10 times the certified loose diamonds at our diamond bar.
And Denver's true diamond experts who will share their knowledge and passion and how to get the most diamond for your money guaranteed.
So whether you're looking for the perfect diamond engagement ring
or that second diamond celebrating a love of many years,
we have the perfect diamond for you.
And that's why every day more couples say will you with Williams.
Williams Jewelers, we can make diamonds a part of your life.
Williams Jewelers in Inglewood at Bellevue and Broadway, and in Cherry Creek North, the official jeweler of the Colorado Avalanche.
Men, the summer is here. Longer days, warmer nights, and romance in the air. Intimate dinners, walks on the beach, dancing in the moonlight. But if you have erectile dysfunction, you know it can ruin romance, both for you and the one you love. This is Jeff for the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic, and if you have ED, don't let another summer go by without getting treated, because intimacy is one of the greatest things in life, and fear of not being able to perform should not be something you have to deal with. At the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic, we're ED experts. We've successfully treated tens of thousands of men. Our protocols work when others don't, and we have treatments that are effective in well over 90% of cases. You could even last up to an hour or more and perform like you haven't in years. So call us. Your initial appointment is only $99 and includes blood work, a medical consult, and if medically advised, a test dose. And if that test dose doesn't work in the office, your visit is free. Call 720-440-7900 or go to RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com.
This is the story of the one. As a safety manager at a manufacturing plant, he does everything he can to keep his coworkers safe. From finding ways to reduce risks to keeping safety supplies in stock. And for that, he relies on Grainger. Grainger offers a broad range of quality products and next-day delivery, so he can always play it safe. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Keeping your engines healthy means protecting them in season and out. Experts trust Stable to do that. And third-party testing confirms it. Stable is the industry leader in preventing fuel-related issues, no matter if you use it in your car, boat, or outdoor power equipment. In season or out, at every fill-up or when you store, start with Stable.
Xcel Energy wants to remind you, if you see a downed power line, think of it as a sleeping cat, one that will definitely scratch you if you wake it up. But it's more dangerous than that, so maybe a sleeping tiger. You know what? Just imagine any downed power line you see is a sleeping T-Rex and stay at least 30 feet away. Or, well, maybe more than 30 feet. It's a T-Rex. Always stay 30 feet or more away from downed power lines. Learn more at excelenergy.com/safety.
DQ presents How to Make Your Summer Take Flight. Just head into DQ for our new Superman Cake Batter Cookie Dough Blizzard Treat. Treat your inner hero to an epic mix of sugar cookie dough, sprinkles, and cake batter flavor. Blend it all with legendary DQ soft serve, and it's enough to tempt Superman himself. Fly into DQ for our new Superman Cake Batter Cookie Dough Blizzard Treat before it's gone. And don't miss Superman, only in theaters July 11th. DQ, happy tastes good. Only at participating locations.
This is the story of the one. As a safety manager at a manufacturing plant, he does everything he can to keep his coworkers safe. From finding ways to reduce risks to keeping safety supplies in stock. And for that, he relies on Grainger. Grainger offers a broad range of quality products and next-day delivery, so he can always play it safe. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Music history.
I've now baptized you in the glory of Led Zeppelin.
Brutal honesty.
Today's just been a bad day for you, Mike. I don't know how else to put it.
And some questionable taste.
I do not heat up leftovers.
Oh, my
I only eat
God.
leftovers cold.
It's Stokley and Evans with Mark Schlereth on Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan.
Looking ahead to the 2025 NFL season, the Denver Broncos may have a perceived area of strength that, according to some, seems to be maybe a little overhyped. And it's fitting that Mark Schlereth is here with us now, because the subject of conversation in terms of positions that we maybe here locally may be too high on compared to those outside of Colorado is on the offensive line, specifically the bookends at offensive tackle. Mark, there was a list put together of the top 10 offensive tackles heading into the 2025 season. And I'll save you the dramatics. Neither Garrett Bowles nor Mike McGlinchey made the list. One, does that surprise you?
No, not at all. It doesn't surprise me at all that neither of those guys made the list.
Should they? Where would you rank them in the NFL right now if you were just looking at, you don't have to give me like 16th and 17th, but just in general.
Right. Yeah, I mean they would be, you know, in the middle of the pack for me, somewhere in probably high teens to mid 20s. You know, you're talking about, you know, obviously you're 2 tackles per team, right? So that's 64 tackles.
Yep.
You're talking about the in the middle third somewhere.
Stoke, would you agree with that assessment? Are we looking at middle third offensive tackles along the offensive line for the Broncos?
Yeah, I mean, Bolsey's been here for a long time. He just signed the contract extension. And, the guy is a good, solid left tackle. He's not special, but he's not terrible, So I don't know, where does that rank him? Yeah, I mean, 20, 18, right around there. I mean, that's fine. McGlinchey, same type of thing. Good, solid right tackle. Nothing special. Not elite, but not terrible. Right? Not terrible. And like guys that you need. So it's like, okay, like we were looking for right tackle forever. And Sean got here. They signed McGlinchey, free agent from San Francisco, and like, all right, this guy's done a good job. He's done a good job. So, is that right around Bolsey, around, to mark 17, 18, 19, 20? I mean, I'd put them both kind of in that same category, right around there.
I have maybe a slight counterpoint to what you just said there. But before that, here's how the list unfolded, according to ESPN. At 10, Andrew Thomas of the New York Giants. 9, Christian Darrisaw with the Vikings. 8, Deion Dawkins with the Bills. 7, Laramie Tunsil. 6, Rashawn Slater. 5, Jordan Mailata. 4, Trent Williams. 3, Lane Johnson. 2, Penei Sewell. And number 1, Tristan Wirfs. Now, I'm not necessarily going to try to make an argument and say that maybe Bowles or McGlinchey are better. That's a strong list of a top 10 list for offensive tackles in the NFL. But I will say something that maybe amplifies this conversation a little bit is potentially the financial component of it. Garrett Bowles is making almost $21 million a season. He's under contract. I believe it's 4 years, $82 million. McGlinchey, 5 years, $88 million, roughly. So you got $40+ million locked up per season in your bookend tackles, and Garrett Bowles is kind of in that participation ribbon trophy of the other guys who received votes but didn't make it into the top 10. And McGlinchey's not even mentioned. And the McGlinchey one is kind of significant because McGlinchey is almost a top 20, he's 22nd paid offensive lineman in the NFL, and he's 8th highest among right tackles. So you got a top 8 in terms of payment right tackle, and you guys are telling me, Stoke, you used the word nothing special, but serviceable, essentially. Is that a good situation for the Broncos to be in, Stoke, that they're paying a guy top 8 money for just okay?
Well, I mean, he does a good job. But he's not elite. He's not special. He's not one of the top-tier guys, but he's right after that. And so he is serviceable. He's a good right tackle, solid right tackle. I mean, he's going to make some mistakes. He's going to false start. He's going to get some holding calls. He's going to get beat. But then but he's going to do a good job overall. And if he's not here, you're going to miss him. You're going to miss him, right? And so it's a premium position. It's hard to find good quality offensive linemen, good quality tackles, and that's what we have here. So guess what you have to do, Richie? You want to guess what you have to do?
Just tell me.
I'm just going to tell you, right? You have to overpay.
Yeah.
You have to overpay, especially when they're free agent.
Yeah.
So it's not just about how much money. Well, now you're on the open market. You're a free agent. You're open for bidding. Guess how many teams need right tackles? Pretty much like 80%.
Yep.
Are looking for upgrades at the right tackle, premium position to pass protect for their quarterback. And all of a sudden, if you're a free agent, maybe you're a good right tackle. Well, they're going to pay you like you're a great right tackle. Make sense?
It does.
Yeah.
It does. And Mark,
I always say you got to pay in free agency. You pay A+ money for B- players. That's how free agency works. And and ultimately, when you miss in the draft and you can't solve that equation, you can't solve that problem. The right tackle's been a big problem for a long time. Then you say, hey, man, this is a really good player. We know that he's not elite, but we're going to pay him elite money, and he's going to solve the issue we have. And then we can quit. We can quit the revolving department store door that has been right tackle. So McGlinchey's to Stokes' point, McGlinchey's a really good player. That's it. He's a really good player, man. And you know what? Right place, right times, making, outstanding money. The reason he's not in San Francisco anymore and they loved him in San Francisco is because they didn't want to pay A+ money and they knew he was a B, a B player, a B- player. So that's why he's here. And, it's fortunate that we have him because he is a good player.
So it's safe to say from both of your perspectives that there shouldn't be any crying foul or labels of disrespect for Bowles and McGlinchey not being, in McGlinchey's case, even mentioned in the conversation, and Bowles being on the periphery, given what we've seen thus far here in Denver.
No, I mean, they're not, elite tackles, but they're, like we said, they're good to really good tackles, and so not being on the list, I'm okay with that. I'm okay with that. They've done a good job here, and, like I said, we were looking for a left tackle and a right tackle for a long time. Drafted Bowles, and it didn't start off good, but then he figured it out, and he's been there for a long time, which is nice. Again, not the best left tackle, but do you want to go out there and try to find another one? I don't. Same thing with right tackle. We were looking for a right tackle forever, it felt like. We would get some in free agency, Menelik Watson. We drafted guys. Nobody could do a good job there. And then we signed McGlinchey. Problem solved. The guy had been pretty durable, and he's been good over there, right? It hasn't been a disaster, which is huge. So, no, I like our two guys.
Mark, you have broken down offensive line film your whole life. You played the position, obviously. So your perspective weighs about as much as anybody's that I could ask this question. So do you think, based on what you've observed, that we could find ourselves in a situation, using this list as kind of a starting point that was put together, are we going to find ourselves at times this season or noticeably this season being nervous, concerned, frustrated with what we're seeing from our two tackles? Or is it just going to be, mountains out of molehills?
Listen, if this offense functions as a complete balanced unit, you'll never talk about the tackles. And that's really what you want as an offensive line. It's like children of the 50 to be seen and not heard. Nobody's going to pay any attention. Now, if you get into one of those games where you can't run the ball and you have to throw it 45 times, they'll both get exposed. But that's any offensive lineman. The issue with offensive line is you can look at 8 deep. You can look at 8 deep defensive linemen that you're going to rush that are going to rush against you. 8 for 8, they're better athletes than you. It's just the way it is, man. Every guy that you face is a better athlete than you. So from a technique standpoint and an understanding standpoint, a hand placement standpoint, and a footwork standpoint, you have to be perfect to overcome the fact that you're going to be a lesser athlete than the guy you're playing against. And ultimately, if all you have to do is drop back and throw the ball because you're behind and because you're not running it well and because things aren't working out, you'll get exposed. And people will say, well, McGlinchey's soft in the pocket and he's getting shoved back. Well, yeah. Yeah. Hey, Bowles, he's taking the same set and creating a short corner. Yeah. Yeah. Well, if I got to drop back every time, that's going to happen. So it's one of those things. If they're balanced and they're running the ball well and doing all that stuff and all the play action and stuff that comes off of that, they will be fine. You'll never even notice them. And everybody will talk about how great this offensive line is.
Well, to Stokes' point in closing here, we talk about the quarterback carousel, right? How many quarterbacks they went through trying to find their franchise guy post Payton. And it feels like that stopped spinning for the moment. The carousel at right tackle was equally, if not more, abysmal than what they saw at quarterback. Really, since Orlando Franklin, there's been like 20 guys. The names like Billy Turner and Bobby Massey and Calvin Anderson, and you could go on and on and on. So even if, we maybe don't have the cream of the crop, I will say that we're at least in a better position at the tackle spot, specifically at right tackle, than we were before. All right, coming up next, rookies for the Denver Broncos report tomorrow. Basically 24 hours away from right now. But is everybody going to show up to work? That's next.
Listen up, golf fans. Want to witness the battle at Bethpage Black in New York this year? Well, Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan has teamed up with the City of Aurora to give away a trip to win your way in. To enter, just head to the Pro Shop at any of the City of Aurora's 5 beautiful courses between now and August 1st. Find the cutout of Sac By and scan the QR code. For more information and the list of course locations, head to denversports.com/golf. Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan.
Hey guys, your boy Stink here from my friend Troy Hansford. Guys, if you're thinking about selling your house, now's the time to sell it to get top dollar. Right now, tell you what, Troy's offering his $5,000 guarantee, and you may ask yourself, what is that? Well, if he can't sell your house on your timeline and at your price that you guys agree upon beforehand, get this, he's going to cut you a check. Just scratch you a check for $5,000. Come on, who else makes that offer? Answer is nobody. He makes that offer because he continues to spend an obscene amount of money marketing his listings, has about 100 families right now, as I speak, approved and ready to buy your home, guys. And I tell you what, if you need to sell right away, Troy can buy your house all cash, and he can close in as little as 7 days. So you have a house to sell, Troy probably has that perfect buy for you right now, waiting for you to pick up the phone and to call him at 720-900-4433. Call Troy, get your home sold for the most money. That's 720-900-4433, 720-900-4433. Call Troy Hansford of RE/MAX Professionals, a Colorado licensed broker. Want to sell your house? Call my buddy Troy, 720-900-4433.
When you've got real work to do, Metal Supermarkets will help you get it done fast. With a huge variety of metals in stock, we can help no matter what job comes your way. And we cut to size, because just like taxes and BS, we think metal is better when cut. Metal Supermarkets, the convenient stores for metal. Find a store or shop online at metalsupermarkets.com.
If you could hear Old Spice Fiji Antiperspirant, what would it sound like? First, you'd start with Fiji Antiperspirant's amazing scent of palm trees. Add pure notes of fresh coconut and layer on 24/7 odor and sweat protection. You won't hear any dyes or parabens because with Fiji, you won't have any. So while your regular antiperspirant sounds like this, Old Spice Fiji sounds like this. Sounds like it smells amazing.
Guys, don't live with tiredness and low energy. Get your life back with testosterone therapy at Low T Center. Take the test, get fast results, and start TRT with Denver's leading experts in men's health. Now it's easier than ever with the new Centergenics Health app, an innovative healthcare technology you won't find anywhere else. Download or book an appointment online while test is still free at fixmylowt.com. That's fixmylowt.com.
Stokley here for Embers Living. Summer's here also, and it's grilling season. I'm talking steakhouse quality sears and precision control with the Napoleon Prestige series. With Napoleon Sizzle Zone, you get high heat infrared grilling for restaurant style results right in your backyard. And check this out. Smart features let you monitor temps and control your grill right from your phone. From slow smoked ribs to reverse sear tomahawks, Napoleon grills do it all. Visit embersliving.com and take your grilling to the next level.
Hey guys, Mark Schlereth here for Xfinity. Now check this out. History, it had the gold rush, then came the oil boom, but right now it's the Wi-Fi boom. And Xfinity Wi-Fi is booming. Xfinity has everything you need to tap into the Wi-Fi boom with seriously powerful and seriously reliable connection. With 99.99% network reliability and incredible low lag, your streams will be smoother than making the decision on what you want to stream. And I haven't even mentioned the ability to connect to hundreds of devices. So you, your kids, your parents, and whoever else is at home can all experience the Wi-Fi boom with Xfinity at the same time. Here's the offer you don't want to miss. Get the most reliable Wi-Fi and Xfinity's best in-class equipment for one consistent price, 5 years guaranteed. It also includes unlimited data with no annual contract, all with 5-year price guarantee from Xfinity. So go to Xfinity.com, call 1-800-XFINITY, or visit a store near you today. Restrictions apply. Not available in all areas. New residential customers only. Select plans only. Xfinity Gateway with XFi complete required for unlimited data except in certain areas. Most reliable Wi-Fi based on Open Signal Awards USA. Fixed broadband experience report August 2024. Actual speeds vary.
Texting privacy policy and terms and conditions posted at textingterms.us. Texting enrolls you for recurring automated text marketing messages. Message and data rates may apply or play stop, opt out. Terms and conditions apply to the earnings promotion.
Do you have caregiving experience as a parent, teacher, nanny, coach, or in another similar role? Hop Skip Drive is looking for experienced caregivers who want to help students in their community by driving them to and from school. Earn up to $50 per ride with Hop Skip Drive's welcome promotion, all while helping your community. If you have your own vehicle that is no more than 10 years years old, a clean driving record, and at least 5 years of caregiving experience, you could become a Hop Skip Drive care driver. Just text STUDENT to 323232 to get started right now. Hop Skip Drive gives you the flexibility to set your own schedule and earn competitive pay. It's simple. Drive in your free time and make a real difference for students right in your neighborhood. Don't wait. Text STUDENT to 323232 right now. Text STUDENT to 323232 and start earning up to $50 per ride during Hop Skip Drive's welcome promotion period. That's STUDENT to 323232. Text STUDENT to 323232 now.
Whether you're heading to the mountains or across town, remember, no weaving in the express lanes. Enter through the dashed lines only. Cross the line, pay the fine.
KKFN and KKFN HD1 Longmont, Denver.
You're listening to Denver Sports 104.3. The Fan.
Denver Sports Snapshot.
Tonight on The Fan, baseball all-star game action begins starting at 6.
Open an account in less than 5 minutes. Visit WesteraCU.com. Federally insured by NCUA.
Passive aggression.
Oh, Mark. Sweet, naive, childlike Mark.
Culinary techniques.
So you got the crawfish, you got the tail, you pinch, twist, and some people like to slurp it. You're a slurper.
And backhanded apologies.
You know what? I would like to officially apologize to you, Mike. You were right. I was wrong. You're smart. I'm dumb. You're skinny. I'm fat.
It's Stokley and Evans with Mark Schlereth on Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan.
Today from noon to 1 p.m., 3 hours from right now, it's the first giveaway of our free limited edition Training Camp 2025 Extra Soft T-shirts. We're going to be at First Bank on East Lincoln Avenue in Lone Tree, giving those away. The tree.
That's Mark's stomping ground.
Oh man, that is right. That's a stone throw away from the house that's on the market that we might have to take off the market.
So the next question, Mark, is are you going to ask for your snowblower back from Evans?
Hey, now that has come up on the text line.
No. I actually have another snowblower.
Oh, you do?
I gave him a spare. I gave him kind of a big deal.
Did Mike call like no take backsies or you know what I mean? Like,
right.
Is it finalized in ink?
Man.
I mean, that's what we're wondering here. You
No, hey, my word is like oak. Handshake is all I need. Handshake is all I need, boys, and we're in good shape. So, nope.
Well, Mark, I mean, if only you would have got 4 or 5 more reps, that show would still be going.
Oh no!
Yeah.
4 or 5 more shows, buddy, it would still be going. That's all you needed. Oh.
Yeah. You're right, Stoke.
1 more week.
Had I just gotten another 4 or 5 reps, that would have done it. That would have done it.
Damn. Day number 254 of the Zach Buys sensitivity smear campaign comes on the head of our friendly fired Mark Schlereth.
Mm-hmm.
We will be at First Bank on East Lincoln Ave in Lone Tree, giving those extra soft Training Camp 2025 T-shirts away. Limit 1 per person, unless you're going to grab one for Mark, since he'll be in the area, while supplies last. For more details and to find the location nearest you, head to denversports.com/shirt. First Bank, banking for good. Mark, rookies report for the Denver Broncos to kick off their portion of early training camp tomorrow. And yet we still have no word as to whether or not the first-round pick, Jahdae Barron, and the second-round pick, R.J. Harvey, have signed their deals, intend on signing their deals, and reporting before that quote-unquote deadline tomorrow. Where's your head at with these unsigned rookies right now?
I certainly don't want them to miss time. I certainly don't want that to happen. And these things are fairly slotted. It's usually some type of language, that the league or the team wants to float in there, that the agent doesn't want floated in there, and I get all that stuff. But I'd actually be really surprised if these guys don't have their contracts inked before tomorrow. Like I wouldn't be surprised at all if at some point during this afternoon those things get finalized. And maybe it's a day. Maybe you miss a day. If you miss a day, it is what it is. I'm not super concerned but you certainly don't want to miss time. You certainly don't want animosity. You certainly don't, you don't want to have to go through that. So with the way it's slotted and everything, I don't know how many first-round picks are not signed right now. I can't imagine many of them.
I think there's only one or two.
I think there's two, and that's not updated, but
because the Bengals guy, right? Or did he sign?
I don't know, but at last I saw there was two, I believe. To Mark's point, I think Barron gets done here before tomorrow. I think that gets done today at some time. The other one's a tricky one, Mark, because all the second rounders are holding out, but two guys. Because of contract of language in the contract, they want fully guaranteed deals, like the first two guys in the second round got. All these other guys want to get the same type of deal, and it looks like teams don't want to start that trend. So now you have 30 second round picks that haven't been signed, and of course R.J. Harvey is one of them. It's rookie camp starts tomorrow. They're not putting on pads. They're not going to be running around. They're going to do some jog-throughs, some walk-throughs, work out, watch film, get in the playbook. It's not the biggest deal right now. You start getting to camp because, my expectations is R.J. Harvey's going to contribute this year in a big way.
I would hope
He's
so.
going to be our starter. And so you want him in camp. Early on right now, not that big of a deal, but come training camp, once the veterans report next week, you want him here.
Yeah, here's the only issue, and Stokes right about, it's rookie camp and all this stuff, but, what they'll end up doing in the classroom is they'll get a jump start on installation, which they've already done in OTAs and all the other things they've done, but you'll get kind of a refresher course on installation and what you're running, and you'll do the walkthroughs or the jog throughs and all that stuff. So then when camp starts, it's already fresh in your mind. It's not just one day installation, but you've already done it. You're just repeating that installation, which actually helps you from a practice standpoint. Hopefully, go out and play at a little bit faster pace. But I did not realize, Stoke. I'm sorry, I was out on that on the fully guaranteed contract. Houston Texans guy got a fully guaranteed contract right now. Everybody in the second round wants one?
Yeah, the first two guys, guy from Cleveland and the guy from Houston.
The Texans guy, I believe the wide receiver's name is Jaden Higgins. He was the 34th overall pick. They gave him a fully guaranteed $11.7 million contract. And that puts the Cleveland Browns, who had their linebacker, Carson Schwessinger, who had the 33rd pick, in a tough spot because the pick after their guy got a fully guaranteed contract. So they turned around and gave their guy at 33 a fully guaranteed contract. And everybody else has said, you know what? Hold up.
We're not doing it.
Let's wait a second here because we don't want this thing to turn into a snowball that becomes more the norm. And we saw that, Kirk Cousins dipped that toe in the pool with quarterbacks when he signed that 3-year, $90 million fully guaranteed. And then Deshaun Watson's obviously brutal contract. And we learned Russell Wilson was supposed to be the next. He was supposed to be the next one. The Players Association pushing for him, and that doesn't happen, and they accuse collusion between the NFL owners and all that. So, yeah.
Collusion!
The Jahdae Barron one, to Stokes' point, and you mentioned it as well, Mark, it's already fully guaranteed, and it's slotted as to what you're going to make. So you're coming down to parsing language of nuance and things like that about when things get paid out. If the Cincinnati Bengals case, they're trying to find ways to take money back due to injury and things like that, and their agent's not having it. But that one seems to be less stressful of a negotiation than R.J. Harvey, who is the 60th pick in the second round. So there's a lot of guys that got it worked out in theory in front of him. If these guys are going to kind of wait to see how it plays out, more dominoes have to fall before R.J. Harvey's agent probably says we're comfortable locking this in. Right, Stoke?
You would think, but you never quite know. It just takes one, and it might be him. His agent might tell him, look, we're not going to get fully guaranteed deal. This is not going to work out for everyone. Now, you don't want to beat the one guy that, breaks. If you're all in it together, all these second-round picks are in it together, these agents are in it together, and the NFLPA, and you say, hey, let's stay together here, and let's make them give us fully guaranteed deals, and let's see what happens. But I think in the end, guess who wins? The owners. Okay, y'all don't want to get your money? All right, that's cool, whatever. Well, life will move on without
$100,000 a day.
No fine.
Not for rookie, but for when it shows up, when they training camp starts, isn't it? Didn't Cliff say something like that?
No. They're not under contract. You got to have a contract.
That's
you
true.
got to have a
The
contract.
rookies,
yes. So there's no fine for them. They're just they're not getting their money.
Yeah.
They're not getting their check,
Right.
and so owners will just be like, all right. And what happens eventually? Players like, I want to play football. I want to make money. I want to get my $1.5 million signing bonus or whatever it is. And as a second-round pick, and you just say, okay, I just want to sign. Let me just sign.
Yeah, I eventually you'll just sit there and say, hey, man, like, especially at the 60th overall pick, dude, am I going to get this full thing fully guaranteed anyhow? Is every guy in the second round going to get it? No. At some point, I want to walk into camp and say, I'm going to compete for a job and earn my guarantees, down the road. So, you know what? Maybe it's RJ, maybe it's a guy at 52 or 56 or whatever that says, you know what, being in camp, I want to start my career, I want to go. And they're just going to tell their agent, get it done. Give me the best deal you can, and I'm moving on. So you'll see, eventually you'll see one of those guys, basically say this, and then that'll be the domino.
To the point,
that'll be the piece.
To that point on the RamosLaw.com text line 303-713-1043. Guys, I don't think RJ wants to start on the team with older veterans showing up from vacation to practice before he does. My gut says that would not sit in the locker room very well. Mark, is there some truth to that? Could there be some issues if you got rookie holdouts and contracts remaining unsigned for a team that's trying to push forward? Could that create some friction in a running back room?
I think guys understand and guys know. I mean, anybody who's played in this league for any length of time understands the short time nature, the 3.2 years that the average career lasts. And listen, man, rookies, you're going to judge rookie when the guy gets in. If he plays hard and he's a good player, and you're going to look at him and go, all right, that dude can play. And if the guy can't play, then you're just like, all right, whatever, that guy will get cut. But no, I don't think you're going to sit there and say you should have been here. Players,
that's old.
Players
Yeah.
have each other's backs.
It's a business. Everyone understands it's a business. You're trying to get paid, and so that's that man's personal business, and it doesn't matter if you're a rookie or not. Everybody's got to look out for themselves. So no hard feelings in the locker room.
So in a weird way, player collusion is kind of okay, but owner collusion seems to get looked at kind of negatively.
That's the way it seems.
That's life. That's not fair, but that seems to be what's going on with the second-round picks in the NFL. Coming up next, we will continue our countdown of our top 5 list of the day, our top 5 favorite father-son sports duos of all time. And I want to have an honest conversation about Bo Nix and what's acceptable to project for him in 2025. We'll do that next.
Follow us on YouTube, Instagram, and TikTok
at Denver Sports 1043 to stay up to date on all your local teams. Denver Sports 1043. The Fan.
Hey guys, you live with neck pain, back pain, worried about needing surgery? How about taking all those habit-forming medications? My guys at Spine One specialize in treatments that offer alternatives to major surgery and long-term medication. Here's the best news. They can see you today. That's right, same-day appointment. You can do what I did. Start your journey toward pain-free today. They're a phone call away, 303-367-2225, 303-367-BACK. Spine One is a complete medical center for spine care. They've got exams, MRIs, physical therapy, and treatment options all in one facility. And their board-certified physicians going to educate you what's going on, why you're in pain, and then give you options for both nagging and debilitating pain. Guys, they changed my life. I suffered with excruciating pain for decades. I quit playing golf. I quit going to the gym. And I'm telling you what, couldn't sleep through the night, couple short visits. I got my life back. I went back to the gym. I went back to the golf course. I slept through the night because my back pain was gone, and they can do it for you too. Don't live that way any longer. I know what you're going through. Pick up the phone and make the call. Start your journey today just like I did. 303-367-2225, 303-367-BACK, or find them online at spine1.com.
Comcast Business helps turn today's small businesses into engines of modern business. It's how restaurants become reliably up and running neighborhood favorites. How retailers become seamlessly restocking, cyber-securing, must-visit shops. And how healthcare offices become the data managing caregivers that we all depend on. With reliable connectivity, enhanced cybersecurity, advanced fiber solutions, and Wi-Fi backup, Comcast Business is powering the engine of modern business. Powering possibilities.
Now through July 21st, new Comcast Business customers can find out how to get started with 150 megabit internet and Security Edge for $59.99 a month for 12 months with a 2-year agreement. Plus, ask how you get a $500 prepaid card for your business. Call and switch to Comcast Business today. Restrictions apply. Requires paperless billing and automatic payments with bank account. Equipment, taxes, and fees extra. Early termination fee applies.
Is now a good time to buy a home in Colorado? The answer is absolutely yes. We are in a buyer's market, and if you've been sitting on the sidelines, you need to call my friends at American Financing today. The first step to getting a home is getting the right loan, and they can pre-approve you in 24 hours or less. There are more houses on the market today than there have been in the last 5 years. Interest rates are competitive, and home prices have been stable. That means you can find a great deal while locking in a monthly payment that fits your budget. Plus, with home equity building over time, your investment grows, making home ownership a smart long-term financial decision. If you continue to pay rent, you're just paying your landlord's mortgage, and you don't need 20% down. You could be in your new home with as little as 3% down. Plus, they offer down payment assistance programs to make home ownership even easier. Call American Financing at 303-695-7000. That's 303-695-7000, or visit AmericanFinancing.net. NMLS 182334, NMLSConsumerAccess.org.
Rapid Radios are instant push-to-talk walkie-talkies with national LTE coverage. Go to rapidradios.com and you'll get up to 60% off, free UPS shipping. Add code RADIO for an additional 5% off.
Short-term memory loss.
I don't remember. What was the reason I gave for earlier?
Oh, my goodness. Okay. I don't remember what you said. You think I remember the reason?
Ironclad sources.
One of the biggest haters in my life, my wife. My wife. She will even vouch for that story.
And spontaneous karaoke.
New additions like Ronnie, Bobby,
Ricky and Mike.
If I like a girl who can cool it down.
Slow it down.
Watch out, I'm gonna lose control.
It's Stokley and Evans with Mark Schlereth on Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan.
I want to have an honest conversation with you, Mark Schlereth, and you, Brandon Stokley, about Bo Nix and where our barometer is at for, is that the instrument that Mike just learned about this past year? Barometer? Didn't he try to use that with his friend Chris Bianchi and all that? Or was it a different one?
Yeah, not sure.
Barometer. I want to find out where we're at, where our heads are at with Bo Nix heading into the 2025 season, and what's acceptable without being too harsh or too lenient to project for him in 2025. Because it kind of seems like, nationally speaking, it's all over the map for Bo Nix. You've got RG3 saying that after watching the film, he thinks Bo Nix is the most underrated quarterback in the NFL, and I certainly can see how he draw those lines to get there. You've got others projecting the likes of a Jaden Daniels and Justin Herbert, who, at least in Herbert's case, has proven about as much as Bo Nix has in terms of postseason success, and Jaden Daniels, who had a phenomenal rookie season, but it was just that, a rookie season. And somebody who was in the same conversation for Rookie of the Year was Bo Nix. And then you've got others saying, Bo Nix is my top candidate to break into superstardom in 2025. Mark, where do you ultimately land on Bo Nix going into his second year in the NFL?
Well, I think there's always going to be learning curve, right? And you're going to stack more on. And oftentimes I think sophomore slumps are because you walk into the NFL and they're spoon-feeding you, right? They give you – I mean, it's still a lot. It's still a really big spoon, but it's still spoon-fed to a degree, right? And then in that second year, once you have that foundation, then it's drinking through a fire hose. Now they want to pour a bunch more stuff on you, and oftentimes I think, especially the quarterback world, I think it can get sped up a little bit. So – that's something you have to be careful with because, coaches all want to continue to expand the offense and expand the game plan and expand all those things. And so that can slow you down a little bit. But Bo Nix, again, talking to Sean Payton about Bo Nix, about his intelligence, about how he was an A+ on the learning, how he really knew in one day really could regurgitate the offense and stuff. And you saw that go. I've had this conversation with Mike Shanahan. He goes, a quarterback doesn't truly know what he likes and what he doesn't like in totality of the offense until somewhere in year 3. So there's still a learning curve that goes on here. But with that said, Bo is smart. He's unbelievably athletic. He does a lot of things exceptionally well. And if they fix this running game, I think Bo Nix will be right there as one of the the top young quarterbacks moving into that from, I don't know, in that top teens, from in the 20s or wherever he's rated right now, into the teens, pushing toward 12 and 13, somewhere in there.
Yeah, like I told you, I don't care where the rankings have him. He played great last year. And I think, Mark, to your point, I think the offense was expanded last year. I think Sean did a lot. I mean, that was one of my biggest complaints last year. Sean was doing too much.
Yeah.
Too many personnel groupings, too much going on. Slow it down, ease up on it. But Bo could handle it. So I'm not really concerned that all of a sudden Sean's going to throw a whole lot more on his plate. He already threw everything on his plate. Plate was full. It was overflowing. It's like, slow down, Sean. But you know what? Bo could handle it. And so all good there. I think sometimes also you might see a quarterback take a little bit of a step back because now expectations are higher than normal than they were your rookie year. Because you're a rookie. That's what they say. Oh, the guy's a rookie. Hey, you're not a rookie anymore. And so what happens? You try to start doing too much. Balls, maybe your rookie year, what do? You take a check down. Oh, nope, not second year, because you know what? You have to be better. You have to be better than you were your rookie year. So now you try to force the throw. Now it leads to an interception. So it's a slippery slope there. So I think that's why you see a lot of quarterbacks take maybe a little bit of a step back their second year, is they start trying to do too much. And because they're expected to do more now. They're expected to make more big plays now. Why aren't you throwing for more touchdowns? This is year 2. So, but I'm not worried about that with Bo. I mean, Bo, he handled everything like a pro his rookie year. And it was a lot. And it was a slow start. And it just got better and better and better. And it wasn't perfect, but he improved. He was able to handle adversity. I think him and Sean are a good match together too. So, yeah, I'm not concerned about. And to Mark's point, we got better weapons around him. Running game should be better. That all that should help out.
You also don't have the advantage of taking teams or coordinators, coaches, whatever, by surprise in your second year, like you kind of do in your first year. And I do think Bo Nix and the Broncos in general caught some teams slipping a little bit.
And wait, but
last season.
I'll agree with you there. But also, like, what the heck? I mean, the guy played 17 games, so you think that at the end of the year, week 14, you got 14 games of tape. Is that not how many? Yeah. Mark, I mean, like, you watch a lot of film. I mean, these guys aren't watching 30 weeks of tape. I mean, you got the book on him already, and you still couldn't stop him. So, I mean, I understand what you're saying, Richie, but he played a lot of games last year. They had a lot of tape out there.
Your trend or your game plan is based off their last 4 weeks. So as a player, when you come in, it's here's what they've done the last 4 weeks. So this is kind of who they are. And you get the tendencies of base and everything else. And then you may dip back, a coaching staff. They might have, some analytics folks or some people, that are doing special projects that will dip back into, hey, what were their trick plays 2 years ago? What was their, like, you'll get some of that stuff, just like, hey, we got to be on the alert for this. Because every 6 weeks they bring it back, so it's out of the cycle of what you actually study. But once you get through 4 games, coordinators kind of have a book on this is who this guy is what they do well, and I'm with Stokes. So after you get through middle of the season, it's not like all of a sudden like Bo Nix is sneaking up on anybody. You kind of have an understanding of what he is and what he isn't.
Mark, you know Sean Payton pretty well, and something Stokes said there caught my ear, which was that, last year so much was on Bo Nix's plate. It was overflowing at the seams, and he had a hard time digesting some of it at first. But how much more can you throw on his plate going into year 2 because of how much that was thrown onto his plate in year 1? I view from the outside Sean Payton as the kind of guy who, I loaded up your plate in year 1, and it was overflowing, and you got it all down, and you stomached it. Well, buckle up, Joey Chestnut style, because I'm about to load it up again with a bunch more stuff, and I'm going to build wrinkles on top of my wrinkles and position groups on top of my position groupings, and we're just going to keep the complexity going. So I think Bo Nix could have a equally full plate this upcoming season, whether he handles it better or not. Is that fair from Sean's perspective, based on what you know about him?
Yeah, I mean, obviously you're always going to build. You're always going to stack concepts one on top of another. I think one of the big things, and Stoke mentioned it, like, all the different motions and shifts and all those things, like a lot of it wasn't the inability of Bo. And sometimes when you have more stuff on your plate, you play a little bit slower, right? Because you're thinking a little bit more, and that's endemic of playing football, and you got to kind of find a balance there. But I think part of where some of the simplification needed to come in is how many mistakes they made on line of scrimmage, just from a run game blocking standpoint. When motions happen, guys shift, other guys rotate down, safeties come down, and sometimes you've got to change your assignment. You've got to spot block things. We're just going to block the guy that's in this spot, whether that happens to be, a linebacker or whether that happens to be a safety that rolls down. We've got to treat him like the linebacker, and some of those things get a little confusing on the fly. And so, like, oftentimes it's not the quarterback that's having the issues with it. It's the other guys. It's the other 10 guys that are playing. But I'm with you. I think that Bo handled it and acquitted himself quite well, and I think they'll continue to put as much on the plate as they can, because the more you can make people defend, the better off you are, creating big plays and explosives, I think.
Yeah, I mean, I think when you look at what he did last year, and then you go back at the end of the season, what do? You self-scout. You look at all your plays offensively. You talk to Bo. What'd you like? What didn't you like? What do you want to do? Kind of like you do during the bye week. You kind of self-scout what the previous weeks before, and what do we need to get. But now this is a lot more broader here when you look at the whole season and you say, all right, let's build off of this. This is what he likes to do. This is what we do well. Let's continue to build this offense to a certain degree, but you have your foundation down, and you're not just throwing stuff to the wall, right? You're going to try to always take that next step and improve with your roster, because it's different this year than it was last year, right? You hope that we got a better running game. So now you can incorporate some of those things, maybe more play action, things like that, maybe more RPOs with them this year. So with your team, with your personnel, you're going to try to build your offense and build around Bo and what he does well. So, yeah, it will be interesting to see some of the new wrinkles this year. But the foundation and the concepts and knowing the plays, Bo, all that Bo has, and that should be better.
Well, looking ahead to next year and along the same lines of what you were just saying there, Stoke, there is a suggestion on the RamosLaw.com text line, 303-713-1043, almost a plea to Sean Payton and how he should approach this upcoming season, and we'll dive into that coming up next.
They're back. It's the first giveaway of our free limited edition Training Camp 2025 Extra Soft T-shirts.
Now that's a great looking shirt.
Tuesday, July 15th from noon to 1 p.m. at First Bank on East Lincoln Avenue and Lone Tree.
Limit one per person while supplies last.
For more details and to find the location near you, head to DenverSports.com/shirt. First Bank, banking for good.
Don't you see, man? The T-shirt is everything.
Denver Sports 104.3. The Fan.
Stoke here for my friends at Trajan Wealth. As a veteran Trajan Wealth CEO Jeff Jr., he fully appreciates the importance of true independence. He founded Trajan Wealth as an independent firm allowing fiduciary advisors the ability to customize a portfolio to meet your unique goals and needs, which is so important, and this is what I love about Trajan Wealth. They're going to come up with that game plan specifically designed for you and your goals and your needs because they're different than the next person. And oh, by the way, Trajan Wealth will give you a free review, and they're a great resource to answer any of your financial questions. It's family owned with wealth management and retirement planning services. Ensure your retirement is the ultimate summer vacation. Call my friends at Trajan Wealth today. 720-405-3300. They have offices located in Broomfield, Greenwood Village, and Loveland. Call 720-405-3300. That's 720-405-3300, or you can find them online at TrajanWealth.com. That's TRAJAN Wealth.com. Advisory services offered through Trajan Wealth, LLC, and SEC registered investment advisor. Paid advertisement.
This is Rob Wilhite of the Wilhite Law Firm. If you've been seriously injured in a truck or car wreck, you want Wilhite. We've been voted best personal injury law firm for the last 3 years in a row. Call 303-GOOD-LAW or visit WilhiteWins.com and win big with Wilhite.
Hey guys, Stokley here from my friends at 5280 Waste Solutions of Denver. Are you unhappy with your current trash removal and recycling company for your home or business? Do you have a project and need a temporary dumpster? Then call 5280 Waste Solutions. They're located right here in Colorado. So Colorado isn't just where they work, it's a place they call home. 5280 Waste Solutions guarantees your residential or commercial business trash pickup will be swift and on time. Go to 5280waste.com. 5280 Waste Solutions, your hometown brand.
More fiber and laxatives, eh? Who are you? I'm future you. Future me? Constipation with belly pain still coming back? Our doctor figured it out. It's irritable bowel syndrome with constipation, or IBS-C, and Linzess could help you get ahead of it.
Linzess linaclotide is a prescription medicine that treats IBS-C in adults. It's not a laxative. It's a once-daily pill that helps you get ahead of your symptoms. It's proven to help you have more frequent and complete bowel movements and helps relieve overall abdominal symptoms, belly pain, discomfort, and bloating. These symptoms were studied in combination, not individually. Do not give Linzess to children less than 2. It may harm them. Do not take Linzess if you have a bowel blockage. Get immediate help if you develop unusual or severe stomach pain, especially with bloody or black stools. The most common side effect is diarrhea, sometimes severe. If it's severe, stop taking Linzess and call your doctor right away. Other side effects include gas, stomach area pain, and swelling. Talk to your doctor and say yes to Linzess. Learn more at linzess.com or call 1-800-LINZESS.
Guys, fight back against low energy with TRT at Low T Center. TRT has never been easier with the new app powered by Synergetics Health. Take the test, get results, and control your treatment from your phone. Book now while the test is still free. Visit fixmylowt.com. That's fixmylowt.com.
This segment on 104.3 The Fan is brought to you by Roller Auctions.
Denver Sports Snapshot.
Tonight on The Fan, baseball all-star game action begins starting at 6.
Open an account in less than 5 minutes. Visit WesteraCU.com. Federally insured by NCUA.
Candy shaming. I don't know how anybody can eat that. Black licorice? Ugh. 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 Gross.
Fact checking.
I think we have another candidate for the Mike Evans Big Board of BS.
No way.
In the spirit of giving.
Mike is getting an almost new but slightly used snowblower.
Oh, is that his compensation, Mark?
No, that's just out of the goodness of my heart, Stoke.
It's Stokley and Evans with Mark Schlereth on Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan.
Well, somebody told me you had a boyfriend who looked like the girlfriend that I had invited you with.
Today from noon to 1 p.m., it is the first giveaway of our free limited edition Training Camp 2025 Extra Soft T-shirts. I have tried one on. They are great, as they are every year. I love getting one of these T-shirts every year, and you have your first chance coming up in 2.5 hours this afternoon. We're going to be at First Bank on East Lincoln Avenue in Lone Tree. Limit 1 per person while supplies last. For more details and to find the location nearest you, head to denversports.com/shirt. First Bank, banking for good. Guys, going into the break, I teased that there is a suggestion or maybe even a plea on the RamosLaw.com text line, 303-713-1043, to Sean Payton, and it has to do with how he should approach this upcoming season. Here it is from the 2898. Guys, I just don't understand why you want to load up your players as a head coach. They play slower. Keep things basic and instinctual. Stoke, is there something to be said about slow is smooth, smooth is fast, or simpler is better when it comes to Sean Payton, Bo Nix, and the Broncos offense in 2025?
Yeah, to a certain degree. I mean, that was one of my issues last year. It's like too much. I mean, let's take it a little bit slower here. But Bo was able to handle it. I mean, you as a coach, you have to understand your players. Can they handle what I'm throwing? I mean, you don't want to all of a sudden say and give them calculus before they were able to know how to do algebra and, whatever else before that. I mean, so you there's a process. And if they can handle it and it's going good, okay, maybe you can do a little bit more. So I think there's something to be said sometimes. Hey, just go out there. We're gonna out execute you. We're gonna call it. We're gonna run it, and we're just gonna we don't need to out scheme you all over the place all the time. Our players are gonna know what we're gonna do, and we're gonna go out there. We're gonna play fast, and we're gonna out execute you. That's how we're gonna win. So I think there's a fine line there between. I mean, everybody's got a ton of plays. You can throw all these plays at everyone, and all of a sudden it's just too much. So you as a coach have to have, and know and have that feeling with your team when to push and when to, maybe pull back a little bit when it comes to installing plays and calling plays?
So it's the KISS. It's the keep it simple, stupid process. It's when it's simple, you play fast. When you pare things down, normally most players, because they're all different types on any given roster, and some guys process faster than other guys and everything else. And so you just got to understand your team, understand what you're good at, what your strengths are, what your weaknesses are. I've always been big on identity, knowing what we are and what we do. And, I always say it, and it's true. And I don't know what Stokes, situation. I know they ran a lot of stuff at the line of scrimmage with Peyton Manning in Indianapolis, and he had all his stuff. But, with us here, back-to-back championship years, we really ran about 6 plays on offense, in the run game. And we were experts. It's the 10,000-hour rule. I've done it 10,000 times. You've defended it 100 times. I'm better than you. And so that's how we operated. A lot of motions, a lot of shifts, a lot of things, to help you along the way. But the basics of it were pretty standard. And I believe in that philosophy. I believe that's the best philosophy. But also understand that you can create advantages, matchup, and mismatches, and you've got to do that as a coaching staff as well. So there's a fine line where if you do too much, you'll get beat, and if you don't do enough, you'll get beat. So you got to find that sweet spot.
At a minimum, Mark, as the brains of an NFL offense, you big uglies along the offensive line have to love the keep it simple, stupid method more than maybe some of the personnel shifting and shuffling that we saw from Sean Payton, right? That has to significantly complicate your guys' jobs up front every time you're moving things and motioning things and shifting out personnel groupings and the like, correct?
Yeah, especially when you start mixing cadence with it, right? Because then the communication skills, instead of communicating, you all just have to be on the same page, and you have to know, hey, man, when we motion or fly from one side to the other side, we're going to get linebackers shift. And if we get linebackers shifting, we're probably going to get, a safety entering the box on that side, like whatever it is. Weak side rotation. If they don't shift, you're going to get strong side rotation. So you get all this stuff in your mind, right? And you can play a little bit slower because of those things. Or, you can have a little bit of a bad angle. You're really trying to create angles with the motions and the shifts, and it does, but your players really have to be versed on what's going to happen, and you got to coach that up, and there's only so many reps you get in practice. So you got to have smart players, that like the New England Patriots winning all the championships they won consistently. One thing that was, we all talk about the cheating and all the stuff that went down, but ultimately one of the things that doesn't get enough attention, they had more college graduates on their football team than any other team in football during those times. They had a lot of smart guys. Indianapolis, you had a lot of smart guys because Peyton Manning was changing plays at the line of scrimmage. We had a lot of, in my time, we had a lot of smart guys that really understood what was going on. And so that's an important aspect of football.
Yeah, I think, what Mark's talking about, especially up front, when you're moving around, you're doing a lot of different things. When you have that continuity, that's why it's so important. I mean, these guys have been together now for a couple of years. And now you have that continuity. You kind of know what's going on. You can trust the guy next to you to do the right thing. But it's the same system, most of the same players, same coaches, all returning. That's huge. We had all the turnover year after year. It's hard to build off of the previous year. And that's what the Broncos have been able to do the last 2 years. 7 wins that first year, last year 10 wins, and going to the playoffs. And now you can build off of the previous year and look at what you do well and look at what you didn't do well and kind of go into the season and have a better plan for your group. But when you're changing every year and you're having a new general manager, draft for a different head coach and a different approach, it's hard to have any consistency and it's hard to build a winner. And that's why it's been so nice the last couple of years having that consistency that they've had.
When it comes to the changing in and out, because that was a huge topic of conversation, especially early on in the season, but pretty consistently throughout, on offense with Sean Payton was just every other, series or every other play, Lil Jordan Humphreys running in and out of there, and you got Nate Atkins and all these other guys shuffling in and out. Was some of that in your mind, Stoke, due to the fact that Sean Payton felt like he didn't really have the pieces and the tools that he wanted to operate his offense. And now in an offseason where, to steal Mark's brilliant word about the Nuggets offseason, a lot of those feel answered, and you bring in Evan Ingram to be your joker. You've got a running back duo and a tandem that's in theory already better than what you had with JK and RJ and Pat Bryant and development from Mims and Devon Vele and Troy Franklin. Now that he has more of those pieces, do you think we may actually see less shuffling of all that to where he say, I've got my guys and I don't have to worry about trading in 4 nickels for $1?
No, that's a good
quarters?
question. Yeah. We'll see. I think Sean likes to use his guys. I think Sean likes to use personnel. That's just who he is. Now, if you have, Michael Thomas and Alvin Kamara and, Jimmy Graham playing, are you going to really take them out of the game? Probably not, right? So if you upgrade the talent, what will it look like when it comes to how Sean calls the game offensively? Will he stick with more of the base group that he has and just sprinkle in, or will he continue to, do what we saw last year with a lot of different personnel groupings? That's going to be interesting to see. I would think that if you have real dudes, you're not taking them off the field.
Yeah, because to a certain degree, it's like, yeah, you got to find a fine line between keep it simple, stupid, and kind of what we saw from Sean Payton last year. But you went out and got these guys. You went out and paid Evan Ingram. You drafted R.J. Harvey. You signed J.K. Dobbins. You drafted Pat Bryant. You got guys now, and you want to use them. You don't want to bring them in and then feel like they're just kind of wall decorations, right, Mark? So is that something that you see for Sean Payton going forward?
Yeah, listen, man. Stokes is 100% right. Sean wants to use his personnel packages. Sean is, I've talked to Dan Campbell about it, and Dan Campbell told me point blank, Sean is absolutely brilliant when it comes to getting an advantage with different personnel groupings, getting a matchup that you like, getting a tight end, a second tight end on a backup linebacker that he's going to expose that guy. You're not asking him to block people, whatever. And so that's what he likes to do. And remember, when you use a lot of that stuff, what ends up happening is the defense has to adjust to you. So you want to be able to dictate in those formations and in those personnel groupings. You just can't outsmart yourself. So, I don't think Sean's going to change. I think he's going to want to put more on the plate and keep going and being able to expose defenses. So I don't think it's going to change much. But listen, man, to Stokes' point, the continuity is massively important, and you're not starting from scratch. You've built this thing for a couple of years now.
We will see how well Sean Payton resists the temptation to use all of his new toys, maybe overuse them like we saw last year. We will continue our top 5 list of the day, our daily top 5, today's favorite father-son sports duos of all time. And we got some pre-training camp power rankings that have an interesting slotting for where the Broncos stack up. All that coming up next.
Follow us on X at DEN Sports 1043 for up-to-the-minute information and opinions on all things Denver sports.
Also, we can still call it Twitter, right? Denver Sports 1043 The Fan.
DenverSports.com and the Denver Sports app.
Many different symptoms for low testosterone. Mine was running out of energy later in the day. For other guys, it could be sleeping poorly, putting on weight, less productive workouts, feeling sad or depressed, loss of sex drive. If any of these are happening to you, contact my friends at Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic. I did for my low T. Glad I did. People there are experts. They clearly know their stuff. Plus, incredibly caring and compassionate. They know this is a big step for you. They put me on a customized low T treatment plan, and it has worked. Plenty of energy throughout the day, into the night, so I have energy to watch our history-making baseball team. If you think you may have low T, go to RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com. Take the low T quiz on their website. It's a simple 10-question quiz with yes or no answers. Takes 2 minutes. Get your energy back. Clear that brain fog. Sleep better. Be more of a stud in the bedroom. Schedule a consult, just $99. Start low T treatment that day. Your office visit is free. 5 locations around Denver to better serve you, including Fort Collins and Colorado Springs. Call 720-440-7900 and at RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com.
Hey, Green Gobbler here. So you've got a clogged drain in your bathroom. Water in the sink's overstaying its welcome. You're spitting today's toothpaste on top of yesterday's toothpaste. You hope that it'd go away. Yeah, clogs don't just go away. I make them go away. I'm Green Gobbler, the only clog dissolver you need. I'm bleach-free, safe for your pipes, and I work. Guaranteed or your money back. Because I never met a clog that was gonna unclog itself. Green Gobbler. Let the gobbler get it.
Why'd I go to the doctor? One day at the firehouse, I was so lightheaded I could barely stand. Even my crew noticed. Getting checked out was the right call. Turns out I have atrial fibrillation, which increases the risk of stroke about 5 times.
Symptoms like irregular heartbeat, heart racing, chest pain, shortness of breath, fatigue, or lightheadedness can come and go. But if it's AFib, the risk of stroke remains. If you have symptoms, contact a doctor.
I'm so glad I did.
Visit NoTimeToWait.com, sponsored by Bristol-Myers Squibb and Pfizer.
Change is always happening. Hey, it's part of life, and when it comes to music, change is all around us. Songs are rewritten, classics are remixed, bands and artists come and go. Even our taste in music changes. But no matter how things change in 5 years, there's one thing that'll stay the same: the price of your internet. Xfinity is introducing the 5-year price guarantee. It means you'll get 5 years of the most reliable Wi-Fi with their best equipment included for a price that stays exactly the same. Surprised? Life is full of them. One internet price, 5 years guaranteed. Learn more at Xfinity.com/deals. Restrictions apply. New residential customers only. Taxes and fees extra and subject to change. Most reliable Wi-Fi based on Open Signal Awards USA. Fixed Broadband Experience Report August 2024.
Get a wireless plan that saves you money and an extra trip. Switch to Straight Talk at your local Walmart while you shop for those little oranges the kids love. It's real unlimited data with real convenience.
Self-defense lessons.
I tased him.
Taste him. Taser always works.
That's right.
Southern charm.
Look at the boys.
With some classic impressions.
He put his pitchfork down, he grabbed his sledgehammer, and he said, "Hey, you want some of this?"
It's Stokley and Evans with Mark Schlereth on Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan.
Happy as a clown. What need to worry? House is burning down. Don't disturb.
On the RamosLaw.com text line 303-713-1043. Mark, stemming from our conversation before the break there. Guys, explain to me how a tight end can be a joker from KJ. Mark, how do you envision Sean Payton utilizing Evan Ingram in the offense that we're going to get a sneak peek of like a week from right now?
Well, you think about all the different places and formations and spots that you you place a guy like Evan Ingram. So, there's your typical prototypical end of line of scrimmage kind of blocking tight end. Well, now you can open up the formation, have him, just outside the tackle in a stand-up position. You can have him in the slot. You can have him outside the numbers. He can be a motion guy for you. He can be a guy that runs jet sweeps. You can put him in the backfield, have him release, through the line of scrimmage like a running back. Like, there's multiple different ways you can implement guys like that can do a lot of different things. And you go back to Evan Ingram, when he was drafted by the Giants, man, they used to run him on a ton of jet sweeps. They used to run him on a lot of screens and different things of that nature where it just wasn't your prototypical tight end route combination, where you're spotting up over the ball or you're running a basic, with a drive underneath. Like, it just wasn't your just all prototypical tight end routes. They used them all over the place. And that, to me, is, as I understand the quote-unquote joker, that, to me, is what it is. It's versatility, Stoke. I don't know if you understand something different or if you're on board with that.
I thought he was about to say you don't understand what versatility means. I thought he was going for a jab there.
No.
I think you're spot on. Yeah. I think it's just a guy that you can move all over the football field, outside, inside, in the backfield if you want to, hand him a jet sweep, just things like that. A guy that's a dynamic, type of running back / tight end.
Yeah.
And so it can be a running back, it can be a tight end, it could be a kind of a Marvin Mims receiver. He's in the slot, he's in the backfield. You're just kind of moving a guy all over the football field. You can put him in multiple different positions. And so, defense, when he's on the field, it's like, where's that guy at? Because he's usually all over the place, and you can do a lot of different things. You can hand him the football, and you can throw him the football.
Yeah, I think the emergence of the importance of the pass-catching tight end that has taken over the NFL in the last decade or so, and it just seems to amplify every year, I think sets up, in theory, for a guy like Evan Ingram and the skill set that he has to thrive under Sean Payton in an offense that he clearly has a vision for, using him in that way, lining him up tight, splitting him out wide, moving him in the backfield, hopefully better than the Rich Scangarello, Noah Fant experiments that we used to see with those jet sweep handoffs. But I personally don't foresee any issue with the joker in Sean Payton's offense coming from the tight end position. Let's put a bow on our top 5 list of the day. Today's list is the top 5 favorite father-son duos of all time. Mark, why don't we start with you? Let's go up to number 2.
Okay, so my honorable mention was me and my son, because 1, I'm my favorite subject, and 2, it was Daniel. Like all my athletic accomplishments to me are garbage compared to watching my son play Major League Baseball. It was probably the biggest thrill of my life, of my sports life. So I put that at honorable mention because I thought it was awesome. Number 5, Christian and Ed McCaffrey. Ed, a couple of Super Bowls, 1 in San Francisco, 2 here in Denver. Should be on the Ring of Fame. There's no question in my mind. Guy was a great player. Christian, one of the best athletes in the National Football League, an absolute weapon. So that was my number 5 overall. Number 4, I went with a family, and this goes all the way back to the grandfather who played in the NFL, but the Matthews brothers. Clay Matthews, Bruce Matthews, 2 of the great players, both played 19 freaking years in the NFL.
That's crazy.
Both their sons have played multiple, double-digit years. Clay Matthews Jr. and then Jake Matthews. Guys, unbelievable. And I'm telling you, 2 of the great football players I've ever had the opportunity to watch. I used to study Bruce Matthews just to say, hey, how did Bruce Matthews play this guy? Because I'll try to steal something. I can't do the same stuff that guy is able to do, but let me steal at least some of the game plan that Bruce Matthews had. Number 3, we go and dip into the steroid era, Bobby and Barry Bonds. Bobby is a 3-time All-Star. Barry was one of the greatest players ever in Major League Baseball before steroids and became the great home run hitter that he is. Those guys are awesome. And then my number 2, Steph and Del Curry. Del Curry was one of the original guys who could knock down shots, 6th man of the year in the NBA. And Steph Curry changed the game. The game was dominated. It was center. You had to have a center. You had to have a big man. If you didn't have a big man, you couldn't compete. And he changed the game. He gave a generation of kids who were under 6'4" hopes that if I just learn how to shoot, I can be an NBA player. Like he's the best pure shooter we've ever seen. Those guys just completely changed the game in my mind.
All right, give us 1, Mark. Go all the way to 1, bud.
Yep.
All right, come on. It's the Manning family. It is the first family of football. It is Archie, who I grew up watching and loved as a New Orleans Saint. It is Payton, and it is Eli. Those guys are just incredible.
Yeah. Good list. I got Dell and Steph Curry at 5. Also throw in other brother Seth, who is a solid NBA player. Yeah. At 4, I got Bobby and Barry Bonds. At 3, the Earnhardt family, Dale Sr. and Jr. there. Awesome on the racetrack. Obviously, Sr. died on the track, and Jr. had a great career. At 2, Griffey Jr. and Sr. I mean, how about those 2? They actually played together, which is really cool.
2 seasons.
And how did I miss that?
Mark, it's been a
You've
tough
never had
day
more
for
time
you.
to prepare for one of these lists than today.
It's been a tough day
I know.
for you. You're excused, Mark. Don't worry about it, buddy.
Yeah. I missed it.
Usually you have a producer helping you out do this, just not today.
Yeah.
And at 1, it is. Of course it is. I mean, no one better than the Manning family. You're talking about Archie, 8th overall pick by the Saints, played for the worst team ever, but was unbelievable. And then you have 2 kids that are number 1 picks, that are, Super Bowl MVPs, that are, won a couple Super Bowls each. I mean,
my best friend Peyton Manning.
Unbelievable. So
both Hall of Famers?
Oh yeah, I mean, well, obviously Peyton's already
it's
in.
more of an Eli question.
Oh gosh, yes, it's
that's a legit debate about.
I know
whether or not
I don't like you beat Belichick and Brady 2 times
up until the Nick Foles craziness. He was the only quarterback to beat Brady in a Super Bowl.
I really don't think it's debatable. But they didn't get him in the first year. All right, that's fine. But eventually, yes, he is a Hall of Famer in my mind, no doubt.
I think so, too. My list started off surprisingly similar to Mark's, that I gave an honorable mention to Mark and Daniel Schlereth. Stokley.
Well-deserved. It's well-deserved.
Yeah. Stokley had exception with my number 5 pick, which I have since changed. I was brought attention to a sign in our studio that says no defending LeBron under any circumstances. I had LeBron and Bronny on there as a somewhat controversial pick.
That's a bad one.
But I have since rescinded it. I'm not above constructive criticism and admitting when I'm wrong. I replaced it with the much more passionate defense that I have of the steroid era for Bobby and Barry Bonds.
That's good.
Number 4 for me was Eric and Pierre Lacroix. Pierre Lacroix, the architect of the first 2 Stanley Cup championship teams here for the Avs, who traded his son Eric away from the Avs to the LA Kings at one point during his tenure. Fascinating father-son dynamic there. And then my top 3 line up exactly like Brandon Stokley's. Dale Earnhardt, Sr. and Jr., 102 Cup Series wins between those two guys, pure dominance of the sport of racing. Griffey Sr. and Jr., 2 World Series, 16 All-Star Game appearances between the two of them, and they did get to play together for 2 years with the Seattle Mariners. And number 1 for me, the ultimate NFL lineage, in my opinion, the patriarch of Archie Manning and the lineage that had followed with Payton and Eli, 47 combined years of quality NFL play from those 3 gentlemen, half a decade.
And then you had Cooper, who had a scholarship at Ole Miss.
Yep.
As a wide receiver. So, and then, hurt his neck, and now you got Baby Arch doing his thing at Texas. So we'll see what that looks like.
He's one of the easier number 1s on a top 5 list that I have done thus far on this show. Mark, it was great to have you. Hopefully your day picks up a little bit more from here. Stoke. Wow. It's been good sitting with you.
My day's just fine, Richie. My day. It's because you're going to do the Sneaky Truth podcast with me.
Oh, that's right. You just reminded me of the fact that I signed up to do that. So, Mark, I will see you in about 15 minutes. Stoke.
All right, Mark. Have a good one.
It's been fun. We've got Josh Dover, who is so back, by the way. Josh Dover back, and Danny Williams coming your way next.
Listen up, golf fans. Want to witness the battle at Bethpage Black in New York this year? Well, Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan is teamed up with the City of Aurora to give away a trip to win your way in. To enter, just head to the pro shop at any of the City of Aurora's 5 beautiful courses between now and August 1st. Find the cutout of Sac By and scan the QR code. For more information and the list of course locations, head to denversports.com/golf. Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan.
Summer is a time to feel and look your best, but I'm not talking about your tan or abs. Guys, I'm talking about your hair. Restore that bald spot, reverse your receding hairline, or add volume to decades of thinning during Advanced Hair's once yearly summer savings event. Advanced Hair's simple one-day treatment begins to regrow your own natural hair the very next day, and it can even grow for life. Did I mention Advanced Hair even guarantees your new hair will grow? Take advantage of your flexible summer calendar and get the most hair for your dollar during Advanced Hair's best offer ever. The summer sales event is on for a limited time, so schedule your free consultation and get the details today. 720-459-HAIR. One-day treatment, life-changing results with Advanced Hair. Your new hair is guaranteed to grow. Check out the incredible before and afters and get your savings details while still available. That's 720-459-HAIR or at advancedhair.com. That's advancedhair.com.
Rediscover Ameristar Casino Resort in Blackhawk and find that you. Enjoy all your favorites at our buffet. Chill and revive at our spa. Then take in a great view from our rooftop pool. Plus, join Penn Play Rewards and get your chance at up to $2,000 in Penn Cash. Find that you. Only at Ameristar Blackhawk. Gambling problem? Call or text 1-800-GAMBLER.
Are you in a high-risk fire zone? Got woodpecker holes? Siding starting to rot? What's up, guys? It's Zach here. 5280 Exteriors is your go-to for James Hardy siding, a low-maintenance, cement-based siding that resists flames, repels insects, and yes, even woodpeckers. For the month of July, get free installation with the purchase of a whole house of siding. 5280 won't just replace siding. They upgrade your home. Old siding off, new bat insulation in, plus rigid insulation for a better thermal envelope. 5280exteriors.com. The altitude multitude of quality.
Texting privacy policy and terms and conditions posted at textingterms.us. Texting enrolls you for recurring automated text marketing messages. Message and data rates may apply. Replace stop, opt out. Terms and conditions apply to the earnings promotion.
Do you have caregiving experience as a parent, teacher, nanny, coach, or in another similar role? Hop Skip Drive is looking for experienced caregivers who want to help students in their community by driving them to and from school. Earn up to $50 per ride with Hop Skip Drive's welcome promotion, all while helping your community. If you have your own vehicle that is no more than 10 years old, a clean driving record, and at least 5 years of caregiving experience, you could become a Hop Skip Drive care driver. Just text STUDENT to 323232 to get started right now. Hop Skip Drive gives you the flexibility to set your own schedule and earn competitive pay. It's simple. Drive in your free time and make a real difference for students right in your neighborhood. Don't wait. Text STUDENT to 323232 right now. Text STUDENT to 323232 and start earning up to $50 per ride during Hop Skip Drive's welcome promotion period. That's STUDENT to 323232. Text STUDENT to 323232 now.
Packed with peanuts and filled with golden caramel, Payday is one hard-working candy bar. So grab one now to power you through the day. Payday Peanut Caramel Bar. Get to it.
The Stokley and Evans with Mark Schlereth podcast is sponsored by Xfinity. Stream sports from the best seat in the house with Xfinity. Bring on the good stuff. Denver Sports 104.3. The Fan. KKFN and KKFN HD1 Longmont, Denver. You're listening to Denver Sports 104.3. The Fan.
Denver Sports Snapshot.
Tonight on The Fan, baseball all-star game action begins starting at 6.
Open an account in less than 5 minutes. Visit WesteraCU.com. Federally insured by NCUA.
Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan presents Dover and Cecil.
Can I kick it? Yes, you can. 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 Can I kick it?
Yes, you can. Hello, beautiful people. Welcome to it. It's a Tuesday edition of the program. A Tuesday. It's Dover and Danny. Danny Williams in for Cecil Lammy. He'll be here rest of the week. We're fired up to be with you guys. Excited that we're here for a Tuesday. Always want to hear from you. You know how we start every show. We ask for a little tribe roll call. You are the tribe. Tell us who you are, where you are, and what you're doing for a buck today. Send that information to 303-713-1043. It is the RamosLaw.com text line. We will catch up at the end of this first segment and give a little shout out to all of you guys that make our day go through, feel better. Work week flies by. They help us just as much as
we're in
we
this
help them.
together.
That's right. That's right.
Yeah.
We're a team. We're a part of the tribe. You and me.
It's up and down and around, circular.
Yeah.
All good things.
Yes. Out with the, what does he say? Out with the bad and with the good. Block it.
The ball has its own life force, or aura, if you will. Yeah.
Feeling it.
Yeah.
Doing the bull dance. That's what we're doing today. Danny, I want to talk a little Broncos with you. We're going to spend some time doing that throughout the show today. The Nuggets are playing another Summer League game tonight. It'll be the third one. They're looking for their first dub of Summer League. It's the Raptors tonight at 6 o'clock. It'll be on ESPN Plus, and then they'll have tonight, Thursday, I believe, is the next game. And if they don't win any of these, well, that'll be it for the Denver Nuggets. We'll see where they end up. We'll talk more about that a little tomorrow. Of course, all eyes on Deron Holmes. But Danny, we talked about the home run derby.
Okay.
Did you care, watch, enjoy at all?
I might have had a financial investment.
Okay,
in
me
one
too.
way or another,
Me
which
too.
makes you all of a sudden kind of get into it. It was kind of as expected. They kind of tweak it every year. It's kind of cool that Cal Raleigh, the story that this guy's had, he's just hitting home runs like it's just going bananas this season. So for him to have win it with his, family, involved the way that they were, it's pretty cool. It's a cool story. And I didn't win anything.
Me neither. So I actually did get to the finals. Because I put a couple little, small investments on a couple people, but Caminero was one of them.
Yeah.
And Raleigh was not because he was the favorite. And it's not fun to pick the favorite.
Sure.
Why would you do that?
Yeah.
So I was a little fired up, thought he might get there, but you said it. Cal was just too much. That is the fun part of it. Cal hitting, Pops pitching. Little brother was just he had a poop-eating grin on his face the entire time, living it up.
I have a tweak we can make to this.
Oh, make it better.
Yeah. I want to get like the one or two best college sluggers in it.
Yeah.
Get me like one or two Japanese sluggers from that league.
Okay.
Okay. Get me like that guy who is a JUCO guy, baseball guy. He's a big, husky Asian dude who like goes and just pitches or hits against anybody. Like he's hitting against anybody.
Okay.
His videos are really cool. Get like a crazy, like he'd be like a YouTuber guy.
It's like, come and see if you can out-hit the amazing baseball hitter guy.
Hitter guys. But yeah, I think, I don't know, because
I mean, it wasn't, we said it yesterday. At Cal Raleigh, I think everybody's going to know if you're following baseball just because he's leading the league in home runs, but it's not it's not a sexy name by any means.
I don't want to, because baseball fan is not as bad as hockey guy, like with how angry they get or hurt their feelings on. But no one really knows who Cal Raleigh is.
No, they don't.
People don't know who the hell Cal Raleigh is. Yeah, the world was introduced to that guy last night.
Yeah, and like I said, he is leading the majors in home runs. I think the fact that he won with his dad and brother like that helps his story a little bit because it's just so relatable there. And like I said, it was cool seeing the little 15-year-old, and I don't know if you watched any of the post-game crap or on the field stuff.
Yeah.
And little brother, they asked him, like, what are you going to ask for this? And he's like, well, I'm almost 16, so I would really like a car. I'm like, damn, times have changed, huh? But if your brother's a big leaguer, I guess you could probably ask for a car for 16th birthday.
Okay, so
I do like your idea, though, of tweaking the home run derby. Make it a spectacle. That's all we want anyway.
The McAfee intros. Did you see that?
I did.
And just kind of your thoughts on McAfee in general a little bit.
Really big fan early on.
Okay.
I don't know if you know this, but at a Super Bowl a couple years, him and I really broed out and had a really good time, as you could imagine.
Yes.
And
hey, send pics.
But I think I've had my fill on Pat McAfee.
You think he's peaked?
My cup is full. I've had enough, and I mean everything he does is just, hey, sports talk. Add the WWF promo style twist to it, and that's who Pat McAfee is. And that's what he did last night, too. How about you?
I think it's like the Barstool guys. I was never in on the ground floor with them, so I'm not like, there's no allegiance
We're
there.
also a little older.
I think we're a little older, and I think it's the East for them, for sure. It's like an East Coast kind of brand. McAfee, I get it. There's probably a lot of stylistic things you and I do kind of like he does with the crew he has. But yeah, I'm okay with it. It's not appointment television for me, but he did those WWE style intros.
Yeah.
So what do you think about that?
I thought it was actually that part, because he and whoever was next to him had cards, but they're doing a pretty good job of just kind of flowing and introducing guys.
Yeah.
That part I think actually Major League Baseball did well. McAfee, most people love. They had the guys like coming up from underneath the little platform with their kind of walk-up type of music. I thought that part was kind of cool.
And then I heard that Vince McMahon pulled up to Mark Schlereth and that crew yesterday too, and they called him into the office, and Mark was thinking, well, we're going to do some kind of WWE collab.
Mm-hmm.
And Vince goes, don't sit down, boys, because do it with me. You're fired. Now that's tough.
Yeah.
So, the WWE, I'm still kind of, I like it. It's entertaining.
Do you still watch?
Well, my kids kind of like it.
You have kids, yeah.
But we're not hardcore, but kind of are a little bit,
Yeah.
So.
I mean, JJ's like right in the wheelhouse of
for sure
love some WWF.
Mm-hmm.
I was a huge fan, until I was like a senior in high school.
Well, that one boy that asked for the car, or Cal Raleigh's brother,
Cal's little brother.
JJ asked for Tiffany Stratton for it. Yeah, he said, or Liv Morgan.
Okay.
And I was like, okay.
Let me get that invite to
Yeah,
the birthday
see what I
party,
can
please.
do. Not to be a Make-A-Wish, but we'll see.
All right. Well, yeah, it was what the home run derby was going to be with 0 star power in it. But yeah, watched more than it.
No star power.
No star
No
power.
Vlad. No Soto. No, just give me a dude.
I watched the first round. Then I took my dog Bruce on a walk. He's my wiener dog.
Oh.
Take him on a walk, and then we got back right in time for the finals.
Perfect.
That's how we consume.
Yeah.
Yeah.
We've actually been to, JJ and I went to the Derby here.
Oh, that's sick.
It was great.
Yeah.
It was
Did you catch any
special.
balls?
No, we did not.
I'll talk about your all-time letdown. Huh?
Tell me about it. I thought as much as we spent, I was guaranteed to get a ball or something like that. But yeah, it was, being there live is pretty cool. And actually, I would say going to the home run derby if I had to pick Derby or game, because we did both, I would choose physically to go to the Derby.
Oh, yeah.
Over the game itself because, man, they're clunkers and slow, and there's not a lot of action.
You'd have to pay me to go to an All-Star game. Like, you'd have to pay me money to go and spend my time at a Major League Baseball. Actually, at any All-Star game. I'd have to be paid handsomely for that. At this point, you might have to pay me handsomely to go to a Rockies game.
I don't know if this is you're doing a live read and trying to get
No.
a sponsor. Oh, okay. I don't want to give you away.
Pay me handsomely, Coors Field. No.
Yeah.
All right, a little tribe roll call here. Trevor from Colorado National Golf Club. That's a fun one. I've played up there a few times. He's up there changing oil on equipment.
Dang,
that's above my pay grade.
What a man.
Yeah, right.
What a man's man.
Can you change the oil in your car?
Can I change the oil in my car?
Yeah.
No, I could change the tires. I could change my tires.
Yeah, me too.
And I could probably, if I'm down a quart, I could probably add
Throw
a
some.
quart.
Okay. Yep.
You know,
we're the same.
I could top off.
Yep.
I could top off.
Yeah.
I'm not trying to loosen anything or break anything or
Yeah.
A lot of things going on down there.
That's exactly right. I felt that way as a young boy as well. Dalton checks in from Castle Rock and says, hanging and crystallizing a $1,600 chandelier, 650 individual crystals. Wow. Dalton, it seems like you get paid well. At least you should for doing that.
Dalton, nobody panic.
Right.
Yeah, that's...
How many chandeliers have you dropped and broke? That's a question I'd like to hear. Brian from Broomfield is heading to Willis Case Golf Course.
Oh, now we're talking. There's a Denver guy there.
To run a junior golf tournament for 70-plus kids. Let's go first tee. That is awesome.
Somebody's getting hit today.
100%.
Yeah.
Have you ever seen the junior tournaments? There's like 15 kids on a tee box at a time. It's like, whoa, something's going to go wrong here.
Yeah, no, I mean, those things they do for kids are awesome.
I wish I'd have started playing golf like Brian at an early age.
And I love Willis Case, man. Wilshire's the best.
I just played Willis Case for the first time with JJ. Remember JJ?
Yeah, JJ.
From
hockey?
Yeah.
Yeah.
We played it a couple weeks ago or something like that.
Nice.
Yeah.
Look at you.
Very fun. He's better at golf than I am.
All right.
Ty from Ty's Tax and Jeremy, I guess, working on a strutting turkey day. Hope you guys have a great day. I don't know what that means.
Okay.
But we hope you guys have a great day as well. Of course, I got to give love to Eddie in North Glen. He's driving to Castle Rock on this beautiful sunny day. Keep them coming. 303-713-1043 on the RamosLaw.com text line. We answered some Broncos training camp questions yesterday, Danny.
Yep.
We focused mostly on the offensive side of the ball. Well, what about the defensive side of the ball? Can the D-line do it again? Who's CB2? We're going to answer those questions coming up next.
Follow us on YouTube, Instagram, and TikTok
at Denver Sports 1043 to stay up to date on all your local teams. Denver Sports 1043. The Fan.
Cake Mortgage Corp. Equal Housing Lender. NMLS number 1734623. Regulated by the Colorado Division of Real Estate. Terms and conditions apply based on approved credit. You know what's sweeter than cake? Owning your own home, even if you're self-employed. At cakehome.com, forget cookie-cutter mortgages. For K-1 or 1099 income, we've got non-QM loans baked fresh for you. Modern solutions for complex finances without W-2s. At Cake, we know your full financial picture won't fit on a pay stub. No W-2? No problem. Cake slices through outdated paperwork, helping you claim a bigger slice of the American dream. Whether you're a designer, dog walker, DJ, or contractor, if you've got entrepreneurial hustle, we'll get you qualified. No fluff, just fast approvals, flexible options, and a mortgage process that makes sense. Call 888-EAT-CAKE. That's 888-EAT-CAKE. Or visit cakehome.com for info and 5-star reviews from business owners like you.
Men, the summer is here. Longer days, warmer nights, and romance in the air. Intimate dinners, walks on the beach, dancing in the moonlight. But if you have erectile dysfunction, you know it can ruin romance, both for you and the one you love. This is Jeff for the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic, and if you have ED, don't let another summer go by without getting treated, because intimacy is one of the greatest things in life, and fear of not being able to perform should not be something you have to deal with. At the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic, we're ED experts. We've successfully treated tens of thousands of men. Our protocols work when others don't, and we have treatments that are effective in well over 90% of cases. You could even last up to an hour or more and perform like you haven't in years. So call us. Your initial appointment is only $99 and includes blood work, a medical consult, and if medically advised, a test dose. And if that test dose doesn't work in the office, your visit is free. Call 720-440-7900 or go to RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com.
For over a century, Pella Windows has delivered energy-efficient innovation, keeping your home cooler in the summer, warmer in the winter. Visit Pella's Denver showroom for a free estimate and special anniversary savings. Call 877-67-PELLA or visit PellaofDenver.com. Love the Pella difference.
Hi, Dan Cicchini. For custom kitchens or cabinetry facing done right, go to drhi.com. Great cash incentives or a special financing rate of 0% APR with 72 equal monthly payments with approved credit. Call for details, 800-362-8370.
Listen up, Broncos country. Phillip Lindsay here. For a stress-free summer travel, I chose Hermes Worldwide. Forget the airport chaos. Hermes Worldwide offers comfortable, reliable transportation services to the airport and more. They're dependable and professional, so you can focus on what really matters the most, enjoying that vacation. Make your summer travel easy. Call 303-577-7600 or visit riothermes.com/DenverSports. Again, you can give them a call at 303-577-7600 to book your next ride.
When you've got real work to do, Metal Supermarkets will help you get it done, fast. We've got a huge variety of metals in stock, and we cut to size, fast. Bottom line, we get it done fast, so you get it done fast. Doesn't get easier than that. Metal Supermarkets, the convenience stores for metal. Find a store or buy online at metalsupermarkets.com.
DQ presents How to Make Your Summer Take Flight. Just head into DQ for our new Superman Cake Batter Cookie Dough Blizzard Treat. Treat your inner hero to an epic mix of sugar cookie dough, sprinkles, and cake batter flavor. Blend it all with legendary DQ soft serve, and it's enough to tempt Superman himself. Fly into DQ for our new Superman Cake Batter Cookie Dough Blizzard Treat before it's gone. And don't miss Superman, only in theaters July 11th. DQ, happy tastes good. Only at participating locations.
Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan presents Dover and Cecil.
Another day is going by. I'm thinking about you all the time. But you're out there and I'm here waiting. And
All right, we're off and rolling on a Tuesday edition of the program. We're rocking with you 10 to 2. It's what we do every day. It's Danny Williams sitting in for Cecil Lammy today. Still seeing you guys check in on Tribe Roll Call. Somebody says we're pathetic for not being able to change our oil. I bet you can't kickflip, bro. How about that?
Yeah, I bet. Come shoot against me.
Yeah,
Come,
that's right.
let's do a little. You want ping pong against me?
Oh,
A
you're
little
good at ping
pickleball,
pong. I've seen it.
little tennis,
I've seen it.
racket, the hands, kind of real skills.
This is a true Danny Williams right here. You say that, you come down here and say it to my face. I got a hat on, a Grand Ole Opry shirt, and some glasses today.
I did that
Dude,
last
why do
week
we
to
wear the
Anillo.
same clothes all the time?
We got the same outfit on?
Yeah.
I did that to Anillo last week, and he didn't know how to handle it. I think it's because he's like 17 years old. I think that Anilo's parents had to sign a waiver for him
For him to come,
work
yeah.
here.
We're still getting some roll call texts, as I said. TJ, he's up at John Deere working in Weld County today. Love Weld County up there. My boys are up
go.
there. Appreciate that.
The smell of money up there.
That's right. That's right. I bet you we got some listeners in Weld County right now on a tractor, just living it up, streaming the show at DenverSports.com. Ramon from the Springs, he's checking in. Have y'all on my TV for my day off. Yo, what up?
What it do, baby?
We appreciate that. Keep them coming. 303-713-1043. It is the RamosLaw.com text line. All right, Danny, I wanted to continue our conversation about a few Broncos training camp questions. Like I said, we went over the offense a lot yesterday. Talked about second wide receiver, running backs, O-line, Ingram, all the things that we need to talk about with the Broncos. Can Sean remember to, run the ball, which I still have some worries about. But now let's focus on the other side of the football. This defense that was absolutely outstanding for 14 weeks of the NFL season last year. And it's not like they were a dumpster fire in the final 4 weeks, but they did have a pretty significant drop-off. Let's start with their 63 sacks. That led the NFL last year. It was the most that the Broncos have ever achieved as a team in an entire NFL season. Of course, you get the extra game now. Now, can they get to that number again? That's a pretty big damn number, Danny.
It's a giant number.
I don't know that I'm going to bank on them getting 63 sacks or even beating that mark. But can they be between 55 and 60? I think they can and should be in that range.
If they're over 50, that's a kind of a magic number. Anything above 50. It's hard to, sacks, they come it's not like interceptions and it's not quite like fumbles that are more unpredictable. If you have that, great depth like the Broncos have, that really helps you in games where you're just coming at guys a little bit fresher than your opposition. And I think the magic number's 50+. To get to that gigantic number again, that's tough to do. And then you look at the numbers as a whole. Nick Bonito is either going to level up or be a perennial 13 or 14 sack guy, or maybe, like we said, and maybe why he's not signed to that extension, regresses to being a 10 sack guy. Okay, but maybe those couple extra sacks are made up somewhere else. So what I hope is that Jonathan Cooper and Nick Bonito, we know how good Zach Allen is, Franklin Myers, I hope these guys are like a poor man's Vaughn, Derek Wolfe, and Malik Jackson, guys like that, So that's kind of my thought on the defensive line. I wouldn't really trade them for anybody. I love them, okay? They have a chance to be one of the best. They will kind of set the tone, and they're good, bro.
I'm looking at what their totals were a year ago. They had 6 players get at least 5 sacks.
DJ Jones is underrated too.
DJ Jones is on this list.
Good player.
Just 1 sack for him, but the pressure's there. Drew Sanders with just 1 sack. He's going to have a bigger role this season. Cody Barton's no longer around. Malcolm Roach is going to be a big player here. Justin Trinad's probably not going to get a ton of opportunity, but you look at what that could turn in for a Greenlaw or a Singleton when they get an opportunity to blitz.
They drafted a guy, Savion Jones. Yeah. So that room's solid as a rock.
I mean, you're looking at between Bonito, Cooper, Allen, Franklin Myers, DeAndre Tillman, and Jonah Ellis. Those were all the players that had at least 5.
Yeah. I like the idea of Jonah Ellis. We'll see. I like the idea of him and all the things we kind of heard about him over the last year. Defensive line's looking good.
I mean, just between those talented 6 players, we got close to 50 sacks last year.
Tons of returning guys. It's not based off of just the production of one. Like, it's all built around T.J. Watt type of defense or defensive line. Lots of ways to hurt you, man. It's sending young. Well, they got a couple older guys.
Yeah.
DJ Jones, older guy. Zach Allen's older guy. But Nick Bonito, man, he's kind of the centerpiece. If he can, replicate 14 or 15 sacks, man, what that does for, when you can count on that, a sack a game, half of those are going to be real kind of crucial game or drive-ending sacks.
Right.
And then we know he's a big play guy. So he does that again, we're talking about bona fide, solidified top 15 defensive player of the year candidate.
And getting paid.
And you got Patrick Surtain in that same defense.
Yep.
And you got all these other, cats.
Well, what you're talking about, like I think Bonito, you go up a sack and a half, 2 sacks to get to close to 15, 16. Cooper jumps up a sack or 2. Cooper's not going to get a bunch of more sacks, but he's good in the run stopping aspect of his job. That's, we're talking about 25-something sacks or so between just those 2 guys. Can Zach Allen get to 9.5 instead of 8.5? Can John Franklin Myers turn 7 into 8? I think the bigger jumps come from Tillman and Jonah Ellis. Guys that had 5 sacks.
Well,
I could see Jonah Ellis, a guy that has like 8.5 sacks this year.
Every guy can't have better numbers like the receiving room. Every guy can't level up. So 1 or 2 or 3 of these guys we're talking about, sack numbers are going to regress, but you hope they're replaced by some of these young guys. So, the defensive line is really good.
Yep.
And it feels and it projects like they're going to be good for the next 2 or 3 years, and then at that point everything kind of changes. Can change. But this is not like a one and done. This isn't like the end of a really good defensive line. They're right in the middle, the mist of being one of the 5 or 6 best defensive lines in the league. Let's go.
One of my, I think it's maybe unfair to call it a concern because then I'm just worried about injury, and it's football and it's 100% injury rate.
Okay.
But the inside linebacker depth, or really lack thereof.
Oh, yeah.
That's a big reason to be worried.
If Dre Greenlaw doesn't kind of work out, and I have to say, that's a 75% likelihood.
Well, that it doesn't work?
No, works.
Oh, okay.
25% potential bust rate.
Okay,
according to my calculations.
I think that's fair.
Hold on, let me run those numbers again. Boop, beep, beep, boop, boop. Yeah, I got those same numbers. 75% that this works, and 25% kind of bust rate. If he hits, man, the leadership stuff, the athlete at the position that we haven't had, he will be quite a difference maker. He's a dog.
Yes, he is. Justin Stronach is not it at inside linebacker, and I'm still curious, intrigued, whatever word you want to use, to see what Drew Sanders is at inside linebacker.
Yeah.
But again, he's dealt with injury. He's bounced around at a couple different spots, what hurt more than it helped. Let's see what he looks like as a full-time inside linebacker with limited
That's the
opportunities.
area of we need to address and invest in over the next few years as we're ascending to Super Bowl contention.
When have the
though.
Broncos ever put an emphasis on inside linebacker?
Oh my God! Who's the last good one they had? Someone mentioned him. Danny Trevathan. Was
yeah.
there anyone kind of in between there? I mean, the Broncos have a great history of having really unique and tons of talented linebackers, but it didn't feel like that lately. It feels like it's a big
Who's that
hole, or
crazy
just
guy,
kind of like
DJ Williams.
Oh man, DJ Williams was sweet.
Yeah,
What's that brand he had? Dime
Life.
Dime Life.
Yeah, Dime Life with the rose or whatever.
Yeah, he yelled at me one time in the locker room.
For what?
Just kind of asked him a question, like again in a different way. He goes, I just said that. But do you know what? He gave me a quote when everyone was afraid to go up and talk to him.
Oh,
at
really?
that time. Yeah,
He was intimidating.
I got nothing to lose.
Yeah.
Dime Life, dog. Let's go.
That's right. You're like, what are you going to do? Punch me in the face? I'll be the next Jim Rome, you know?
And then one guy was like, don't go over there. He might punch you in the face.
It worked out for everyone.
Yeah.
Hey, let me remind you, today from noon to 1, it is our giveaway of a limited edition shirt. So make sure you're getting to DenverSports.com/shirt to find out where they are for you.
Nice.
I tried mine on last night because I finally got mine. Looked good. Felt good.
Man, you got to fill his shirt.
That's right. So I'm fired up for that. First Bank, banking for good, fired up to be partnered with them. We still have, a handful of defensive questions to answer. Want to talk about Vance Joseph, want to talk about CB2, and safeties. I don't think we've talked a lot about safeties with Brandon Jones, not the new guy anymore, but Hufanga being the new guy and also having to recover and stay healthy to contribute this year. So we will get back to that a little later on in the show. Danny, I want to have a little fun on a Tuesday, right?
Yes.
You like games?
I love fun.
Want to play a little game?
Yes.
We know the game Would You Rather.
Yeah.
Right? We always play that. How about a Broncos edition of Would You Rather based on some of the numbers you and I came up with with some of the players yesterday? That's coming up next.
Bonneville International Radio Station contests are open to participants at least 13 years of age and older that are residents of the state of Colorado. Unless otherwise specified, employees or agents of the station, Bonneville International Corporation, other area radio stations, or an entity associated with the contest may not enter. Full general contest rules are available at DenverSports.com.
1-877 Cards for Kids. KARS Cards for Kids.
Ready to get rid of that old car? Donate it to Cars for Kids. Call 1-877-CARS for Kids to reach a friendly live agent. Donation's super easy, and your car can be picked up as soon as tomorrow. Call us now, 1-877-CARS for Kids.
1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Did you know you can donate real estate too?
Celebrate 10.99 Tuesdays at Papa Murphy's Pizza. On Tuesday only, get any large pizza for only $10.99. Awesome deal, especially for the most scrumptious pizza with the freshest ingredients. Only at Papa Murphy's.
If you've been injured in an auto accident, Dr. Joseph Ramos is both a doctor and a lawyer, combining legal and medical expertise. He can help. Ramos Law, the official injury law firm partner of the Denver Broncos. RamosLaw.com.
Hey, it's Mike Rohn. If I have a choice, I like to do business with companies that actually stand for something. That's why I switched from Verizon to Pure Talk. No offense to Verizon, I'm sure they stand for something. I just don't know what it is. Pure Talk, on the other hand, is a veteran-owned company that supports our military in a big way, and I appreciate that. Yeah, I also appreciate unlimited talk and text and plenty of data for half the cost of the big guys, and I do like being on America's most dependable 5G network for just $20 a month, but what I really appreciate is no contract, no cancellation fees, and Pure Talk's commitment to handle all their customer service in this country. I saw it for myself. I went to Georgia, I got a tour of their headquarters, I met their CEO, and I talked to the same customer service folks that you'll talk to when you dial pound 250 and say keyword micro. Switch today and save 50% off your first month when you dial pound 250 and say keyword micro. Pure Talk. a wireless company that actually stands for something.
Summer is a time to feel and look your best, but I'm not talking about your tan or abs. Guys, I'm talking about your hair. Restore that bald spot, reverse your receding hairline, or add volume to decades of thinning during Advanced Hair's once yearly summer savings event. Advanced Hair's simple one-day treatment begins to regrow your own natural hair the very next day, and it can even grow for life. Did I mention Advanced Hair even guarantees your new hair will grow? Take advantage of your flexible summer calendar and get the most hair for your dollar during Advanced Hair's best offer ever. The summer sales event is on for a limited time, so schedule your free consultation and get the details today. 720-459-HAIR. One-day treatment, life-changing results with Advanced Hair. Your new hair is guaranteed to grow. Check out the incredible before and afters and get your savings details while still available. That's 720-459-HAIR or at advancedhair.com. That's advancedhair.com.
Bailey Zimmerman takes over Frontier Nights on July 20th.
Mistakes, tears rolling down your face when I walked out that door. The only woman who believes.
It's country's next generation, live only at Cheyenne Frontier Days. Joining him on the Cheyenne stage, Josh Ross. Tickets on sale now at cfdrodeo.com.
Introducing the new Dell AI PC, powered by the Intel Core Ultra processor. It helps do your busy work for you, so you can fast forward through editing images, designing presentations, generating code, debugging code, summarizing meeting notes, finding files, managing your schedule, responding to Jim's long emails, leaving all the time in the world for the things you actually want to do. No offense, Jim. Get a new Dell AI PC starting at $699.99 at Dell.com/AI-PC. How those ahead stay ahead.
Adam Schefter here for Vivid Seats, your ultimate destination for all your sports and concert needs this summer. With a game-changing rewards program and an unbeatable selection of tickets, they make it easy for every fan to watch their favorite teams and players in action. Catch every home run and thrilling comeback in person from your favorite seat. Plus, every ticket is backed by a 100% buyer guarantee, giving you peace of mind with every purchase. Visit VividSeats.com or download the app today. Vivid Seats, the official ticketing partner of ESPN.
Denver Sports Snapshot.
Tonight on The Fan, baseball all-star game action begins starting at 6.
Open an account in less than 5 minutes. Visit WesteraCU.com. Federally insured by NCUA.
You're listening to Dover and Cecil on Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan.
All right, it's a Tuesday. It's the off season. We're going to have a little bit of fun as Danny Williams is hanging out with me all week long in for Cecil Lammy.
Let's
a little
go.
game of Would You Rather. Coming up here, and a Broncos edition. Maybe we have some fun with this with our other local teams throughout the week as well. Nuggets, Avs, and Rockies. Are there any Would You Rathers with the Rockies? But we'll start with the Broncos. You and I talked about Bo Nix's numbers. Oh, there we go, Kevin. I like that. Bo Nix numbers in his second season.
Okay.
We're talking about a sophomore jump rather than a slump. We also talked about a running game that is legitimate here. So, Danny, would you rather have Bo Nix pass for 4,200 yards or have the Broncos, I wrote 1,500, I'm going to bring that down a little bit, a 1,300-yard rusher?
So 13 is the number?
Yeah.
I'd still take the 1,300-yard
Really?
rusher. And the reason is, if that's the case, it's Dobbins, and Dobbins is healthy. He's explosive. Don't forget, early in the season, he had like a 130-yard game, another giant game. And then when he played and got the ball in his hands was dynamic until he ran out of gas a little bit. So if we have a 13-yard rusher, that tells me, man, the offense is moving at a rate of, some beautiful complementary football. And therefore, Bo Nix goes for the same 2,800 yards he did last year with those same amount of touchdowns.
38.
I'm sorry, when I say 20? Yeah, 30. I'm sorry, 3,800 yards this season is with the 1,300 yards rushing. That's a recipe for a top 8, 9 offense in the NFL.
Yeah. I want to agree with you, but I'm not gonna. I'm going to pick the 4,200 yards for Bo. And a lot of this is, it's not, your take was right. I agree with your take.
Thank you.
It's Sean Payton, who I don't trust here. Not you. My issues are with Sean, not Danny. I just don't see him featuring one back enough to get to that number of 1,300 yards. Certainly not 1,500 or even the number as we dropped it down there.
1,300 is a big number.
It is a big number. 17 games is not difficult by any means. And I'd also say this. I know the Eagles just won the Super Bowl, and I know what Saquon Barkley was to that team. I also think that the running back value, that pendulum swinging back in the running back favor, but it's not even close to where it was once, nor will it be. It's a quarterback league. And if Bo can go out and get to over that 4,000-yard mark, that means he's spreading the ball around. Courtland Sutton is going to receive 4,000 yards, so other people are going to be involved, which would then open up some more for whatever 16 running backs Sean Payton wants to use.
You know who the last 1,000-yard rusher for the Broncos is, right?
Phillip Lindsay.
This is Phillip Lindsay.
That's right.
Yeah. Yeah.
He does radio with Zach Bye now. That's how long it's been.
Seriously?
Yeah. 2 o'clock coming up today.
I was always wondering what happened to that guy.
All right, so we're opposite there. I'll pick Bo. You pick running back.
Okay.
How about these wide receivers? Again, something that we talked about yesterday with Marvin Mims making an impact, but not just as a wide receiver or even looked at as wide receiver 2. So Courtland Sutton has another 1,000-yard season, or Marvin Mims has 12 total touchdowns.
These are fun.
Thank you.
I like these a lot. If Marvin Mims has 12 total touchdowns, that's kind of in the form of what? 2 on little sweep out of the backfield designed plays, 2 in special team situations, that's 4, and then 8 through the air. I mean, we're talking about,
That's a damn good season.
Again, so all we need is Sutton to go for 800 or 900 on 75 catches, 65 or 70 catches. Maybe of all the guys we were saying yesterday, the receivers, he's going to have more yards. He's going to have more yards. Well, maybe he has a slight regression, but for the betterment of the whole of the core of the group. And if we have 12 touchdowns from Mims, some really dynamic, explosive stuff is happening here. Give me the 12 touchdowns.
I'm with you on this one. We're agreeing on this one. It's the 12 touchdowns because of everything you just said.
Yeah.
And it makes, I mean, before week 10, 11 of last year, I think there were a couple of folks having some conversations about Marvin Mims and using the B word. Bust, right? It was like, well, what's going to happen with this dude? And then he turned it on as a wide receiver. He's always been dangerous as a special teams player, and he's going to continue to be because of speed and space. But
sure.
I love how you broke it down. A couple of rushing touchdowns, a couple of big bomb plays that are offensive touchdowns, and then I look for him to have 2 or 3 special team touchdowns.
If he's wild in
this
special teams again, then we'll know this guy's just cut from a different cloth, and he's got some of this kind of Percy Harvin juice and extra. He'll be extra, as the kids say.
This hopefully wasn't Percy Harvin like smoking reefer before games and stuff.
Whatever.
I mean, I don't mind. I'm just saying that's what he did.
Now, Mims, you're right. Do you know what? Another little point on Mims too. It was a couple years. You start thinking, is it going to happen for this guy or not? Give it up to Sean for finding a way to get the most out of a guy who they knew was talented.
Mm-hmm.
They just kind of couldn't figure out how to use him.
I mean, I will say that that's a character trait of Sean Payton. Like, he's not going to give up on you anytime soon. He kept Jerry Jeudy around, what I believed is far too long, and ultimately got him off the team. Marvin Mims, let him build up, and then finally show what he could do. So you give Sean a little bit of credit there.
All right.
Maybe not for the Jeudy side. All right, defensive side here. We were just talking about this side of the football. Would you rather have Nick Bonito lead the NFL in sacks or PS2 lead the NFL, not interceptions, in pick sixes? So we're talking about like 17, 18 sacks versus probably 3 pick sixes.
Yeah, you have 3 pick sixes in a season. People are going to be remembering these 3 plays you had all season. That's going to propel you to Defensive Player of the Year. But Bonito leads the NFL in sacks. That's over Myles Garrett, T.J. Watt, just a lot of really guys we look at are really like iconic players, current active icons, future Hall of Famers. If Bonito jumps into that class in that category, well then, man, I mean, it's like there's only one Von Miller, and with Von Miller came that, he was drafted so early. He wore the glasses, had the style, the cowboy hat, the charisma, the personality. We're just getting to know Bonito like that. But give me the sacks for Bonito, even though I love big plays from PS2.
I'm going to agree with you again on this one. I think you're right that it's just the 3 or 4 pick sixes that could lead the NFL, and if it were PS2, of course they're going to be memorable and they're going to be huge moments. No one's ever going to forget the PS2 pick six against the Raiders. in the throwbacks, 100 damn yards. I mean, I'm getting goosebumps right now reliving it. But you lead the NFL in sacks. You are a true dominant football player, special football player. And I think that's what can help the Broncos overall more. We're talking about 18, 19 sacks. That's a sack a game.
Yeah.
PS2 is not getting a pick six per game. You can make an impact every single Sunday if you're leading the NFL in sacks.
I was thinking, too, to put a tweak on this if it was the question of lead the NFL in sacks or PS2 leads the NFL in interceptions, which would be like 7, 8, 9 kind of number, depending. What would that look like? What would the value of that be in a game as opposed to the sacks? You have a take on that, Kev?
Sacks, interceptions, what matters more to you?
I mean, an interception gives the ball back to the offense. A sack could, either way, it could change the game. I would lean towards Nick Bonito leading the league in sacks compared to, 2 or 3 pick sixes?
But what if it was leading the NFL in interceptions with 7 to 8 interceptions for Surtain? Literally possession changers.
And then, like Kevin, you get the ball back, too, for Bo.
That makes it more interesting.
I think so, too.
Yeah.
I think so, too. I'm going to have to think about that one.
It's tough.
Think about that one. We'll get back to it at some point and revisit a few Would You Rathers. You want to answer those? You can on the RamosLaw.com text line 303-713-1043. Someone wrote, would you rather just not talk about the Rockies? yeah, I would, actually.
This one we left out, we got to get it in later because I got some good stuff on that. So that sounds like a good one.
A little battle
versus
offense
I would ask you,
defense.
too, you guys, too. This is a serious one here. Jennifer Love Hewitt or Tiffany Amber Thiessen?
Oh, wow. I mean, I'm a sucker for Kelly Kapowski. Made me feel, I was like, I didn't know I could feel like this when I started feeling like that, So
I think I made a mistake here.
I'm going Kelly Kapowski.
Kiss?
I have to look him up. I don't know.
Okay.
I'm not good with actresses.
Right before his era.
Yeah.
Before his era.
Saved by the Bell. And then what would Jennifer Love Hewitt?
Can't Hardly Wait, or I Know What You Did Last Summer.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Can't Hardly Wait was a game changer, too.
Or those posters under my bed. I'll go Kelly Kapowski. It's a timeless beauty.
It's just it's right in our wheelhouse.
I love her. Saved by the Bell kept me clean.
Exactly.
When I was young.
Yeah.
Kept me off the streets.
I'm so excited. I'm so scared. It's a great show. There's actually a channel on, or the Tubi app, I think it is, that just plays Saved by the Bell. Yeah. All day, every day, 24/7.
Man.
So it's pretty good work right there. All right, that's a little Would You Rather Broncos edition. Like I said, we're going to have some fun with that later, and we might do like Nuggets and Avs versions a little later on in the week as well. So could have some fun with that. Let's go inside the internet. It's what we do around 10:45. I got an update on what Nikola Jokic is going to do this summer, plus how many Nuggets made it on this Bleacher Report top 100 list, and how high will Joker actually get when he hangs them up. That's coming up next.
They're back. It's the first giveaway of our free limited edition Training Camp 2025 Extra Soft T-shirts.
Now that's a great looking shirt.
Tuesday, July 15th from noon to 1 p.m. at First Bank on East Lincoln Avenue and Lone Tree. Limit 1 per person while supplies last. For more details and to find the location near you, head to DenverSports.com/shirt. First Bank, banking for good.
Don't you see, man? The T-shirt is everything.
Denver Sports 1043. The Fan.
Introducing Mine to Shine, the world's most personal diamond. Here's Shayna and Dylan Williams.
Come experience the most revolutionary and transparent way to buy a diamond.
Mine to Shine by Kwiat and Williams Jewelers. The natural diamonds cut, polished, and designed just for you.
First, we'll help you select a natural, conflict-free, and ethically mined diamond.
Then you select one of Kwiat's legendary shapes. Kwiat Cushion, Oval, Radiant, Emerald, or Incredible Ashoka.
A wider, brighter, and larger looking diamond, cut to the world's highest standards.
Then trace the journey from rough stone to polished perfection by Kwiat's master cutters.
Perfectly cut for maximum brilliance. Simply brilliant.
Mine to Shine, the world's most personal diamond.
Only from Williams Jewelers of Inglewood, Colorado's exclusive Kwiat jeweler.
Where Colorado shines.
Williams Jewelers, we can make diamonds a part of your life.
The official jeweler of the Colorado Avalanche. Williams Jewelers, where Colorado shines.
Men, summertime is here, and that means vacations, summer barbecues, outdoor parties, camping, beaches, and so much more. This is Jeff for the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic, and if you're like many men, you may not be feeling like yourself this summer. Perhaps your energy is low and you aren't sleeping well. Maybe your workouts aren't as good as they used to be. And if what I'm describing is you, it's very likely you're suffering with low testosterone. But low T doesn't have to affect you anymore. Just call Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic, get treated, and see how it changes your life. If you're like most men, you'll feel so much better. Deeper sleep, improved vitality and clarity, greater strength and energy, and an enhanced sex drive as well. So call us. Just $99 gets you a PSA and T-test and a medical consult. And if you start on testosterone the day of your appointment, your visit is free. Call 720-440-7900. That's 720-440-7900. Or go to RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com. We have 5 offices across the Front Range to serve you.
What if you could delay your next 2 mortgage payments? That's right. Imagine putting those 2 payments in your pocket and finally getting a little breathing room. It's possible when you call my friends at American Financing. If you're feeling stretched by everyday expenses, groceries, gas, bills piling up, you're not alone. Most Americans are putting these expenses on credit cards, and there doesn't seem to be a way out. American Financing can show you how to use your home's equity to pay off that debt. You need to call American Financing today before you get to a point where you can't make those payments. Their salary-based mortgage consultants are helping homeowners just like you restructure their loans and consolidate debt, all without upfront fees. And their customers are saving an average of $800 a month. That's like a $10,000 raise. It's fast, it's simple, and it could save your budget this summer. Call them before it's too late at 303-695-7000. That's 303-695-7000, or visit them online at AmericanFinancing.net. NMLS 182334, NMLSConsumerAccess.org.
This is the story of the one. As a safety manager at a manufacturing plant, he does everything he can to keep his coworkers safe. From finding ways to reduce risks to keeping safety supplies in stock. And for that, he relies on Grainger. Grainger offers a broad range of quality products and next-day delivery, so he can always play it safe. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Introducing the new Dell AI PC, powered by the Intel Core Ultra processor. It helps do your busy work for you, so you can fast forward through editing images, designing presentations, generating code, debugging code, summarizing meeting notes, finding files, managing your schedule, responding to Jim's long emails, leaving all the time in the world for the things you actually want to do. No offense, Jim. Get a new Dell AI PC starting at $699.99 at Dell.com/AI-PC. How those ahead stay ahead.
Whether you're heading to the mountains or across town, remember, no weaving in the express lanes. Enter through the dashed lines only. Cross the line, pay the fine.
From conspiracy theories to cat videos, the World Wide Web can be a terrifying and beautiful place. So strap in and follow Dover and Cecil down the wormhole as they take you inside the Internet.
This, Jen, is the Internet.
All right, a couple basketball stories to get to here inside the Internet as we tend to go down some weird rabbit holes from time to time. Others, we're talking some sports inside the Internet. We start at DenverSports.com, where I found out yesterday what Nikola Jokic is going to do later on this summer. Trent Finnegan, who's all over it at DenverSports.com, has the report out that the 3-time NBA MVP is expected to join his national team for the tournament in August. It's going to be the first time in his career, Joker's career, he's played in an international competition for Serbia in back-to-back summers. We remember what it was in the Olympic Games in Paris.
Wow.
As he led Serbia to a bronze medal, and then they went and got hammered drunk, remember, and then came back to the podium all drunk.
Were you cheering for Team USA, or were you cheering for Serbia and Jokic?
You know,
Be honest with
starting, I'm like, I'm a Team USA guy. I'm here to watch for Team USA. And then as Serbia's keeping it close and having a lead, I'm like, well, this could be fun too. So it worked out how it was supposed to work out, with Team USA winning and Serbia pushing them.
I'm going to get killed for this.
Okay.
I know I am.
Yeah.
But as the game was going along, I wanted it for Serbia and Jokic so bad. And I looked at it as just to add to the Jokic legacy. Mm-hmm. And it's a bunch of guys, Ant Edwards and Halliburton. It's just guys I didn't like. You know, I just didn't like.
I get it.
And you know, I'm proud to be an American, but that's like it's still that day I had it was tough. It was a tough one. Kev? What about you?
I was Team Serbia all the way.
Oh, I'm not the only one. Thank you.
I just couldn't respect the guys on Team USA. I couldn't respect LeBron and those guys on Team USA. I'm like, no, I can never cheer for LeBron. So any team he's on, I just can't cheer for.
See, I kind of get with Kevin on that.
And Jokic is like a family member, man. It's like he's like a family member. So it's a little different.
Yeah.
You know,
he's like one of ours.
Yes, he's one of us.
Like if Peyton Manning was playing for Team Serbia in the NFL Olympics, I would be cheering for Team Serbia.
That's actually interesting. Yeah, I'd love to hear our listeners, the tribe out there. Who are you pulling for
That's
back
tough,
there?
man.
And now you'll get to see Joker play in the tournament here for Eurobasket. It's about 5 weeks away or whatever, so we'll get a little glimpse of what Nikola Jokic looks like moving forward. So nice work, Trent Finnegan.
The internet is a breeding ground for freaks.
All right, we got to spend some time on this one. So the Bleacher Report list of the top 100 players in NBA history is out, and there are 6 Denver Nuggets on this list. Should there be more? Where are they ranked, and how high will Nikola Jokic ultimately get? That's what we're going to talk about here. Number 91 on the list, it's the King of Park Hill. It's Mr. Big Shot. It's Chauncey Billups here in at number 91. Do you think that's too low for a guy like
I think we're
Chauncey?
talking about the history of the league, man. When you go through all the great Lakers, all the great Celtics, there's 15 dudes right there alone, 20 dudes alone right there. So, it's really hard to make this list. If you're on this list, you're an all-time great. And Chauncey's a top 10 point guard of all time, and right there. 8, 9, 10, 11.
And you remember there were some choppy waters around Chauncey Billups early in his NBA career. He figured it out, found life in Detroit, and then became the legend that we, of course, know about. I ever tell you, it was 6th, 7th grade, I won a Chauncey Billups basketball tournament, got to go to his house and have dinner with him, with my team. He signed a bunch of crap for us, lost it all, played with the basketball that he signed, rubbed the signature off, all that stuff. I'm an idiot.
Dang.
I don't have any of it now. It's gone.
So, you couldn't even prove to us. This sounds like Cecil used to be able to dunk type of thing here.
Call Brian Elbow. Is he still in Thornton? He was on my team. 10 spots up is where we find Dikembe Mutombo, Mount Mutombo.
Yeah.
First 5 seasons, of course, with the Nuggets before Bernie Bickerstaff fumbled the bag and let him go to Atlanta. He's a no-brainer on a list like this.
Icon. And you know what? You see little clips of Jordan interacting with Dikembe and said, hey, you never got me. You never got me, you know? And that's a respect factor thing.
Oh,
so, Dikembe, probably his tenure and run here was a little bit too short, but you do think of Dikembe as a Denver Nugget above all.
No doubt.
Yeah.
I mean, the Denver Post, right?
That's one of the most iconic moments in sports history, not just NBA history.
Agreed. Number 76, that's where we get Alex English next up on the list, just ahead of Dikembe. Again, one of the 7 people to have their jersey retired by the organization, a very successful 11-year stint. Dude, he averaged 26, just under, I'm going to round up, at 26 points a game, shot over 50% from the field his entire career as a Denver Nugget, and helped lead the team to a handful of playoff bursts in the 80s, just couldn't get past those damn Lakers. Alex English.
Most points scored in the 80s, right? That's a fact? I mean, that guy can just fill it up. He's, again, he plays for the Denver Nuggets, who are overlooked here now, they've won a championship. They got one of the best players in the world. Think about back then.
Yeah.
That's what kind of hooper him, and we can keep going on the other guys on this list.
Well,
here.
Carmelo's up next.
Okay.
So
what number?
He's at 60. And Alex English was at 76. I want these guys flopped. I think Melo's a 76 to 85 guy.
Okay.
And I think Alex English should be more respected up here in the top 55.
I think Alex English was a better player than Carmelo.
Me
but
too.
Carmelo, just we said yesterday on that new NBA 2K. He's got that clout. Those young kids still like what he's about.
Why?
He's fresh. I don't
How?
know. It's something we can't understand. And it's not. Don't say because we're old heads. It's just something that he's the style, the reputation, whatever he kind of does, is they gravitate. You can't understand Caitlin Clark. Like, how does this happen? How does Caitlin Clark happen? It's not because she won national championships. Not because she's the most beautiful girl in the world. No disrespect. I mean, that's something that that's Livy Dunn.
Yeah,
you know what
exactly,
I mean?
yeah.
We think Livy Dunn's the greatest gymnast. I don't. She's even one of them.
She does gymnastics?
Okay, man. That's funny. But yeah, so he's one of those guys. Carmelo's just got it. Got that extra.
Number 48, Russell Westbrook. Now, I know people have certain
over
feelings
Carmelo?
about Russell
That's
Westbrook. But, I mean, when you're talking about the first guy to average a triple-double since Big O, that was a huge deal. Happened to do that against the Nuggets with a 50-point game and a game winner to get the average of the triple-double. A lot of people don't like Russell Westbrook, and I understand that, but he deserves to be on this list.
Winning MVPs puts you in an echelon, puts you in a tier way up there. If you're in a, you win an MVP, you do it in a historic fashion. You like fashion? That's what. Yeah, that's a Russ right there. But that's what kind of my thoughts on that. Keep going here. Keep going.
Last nugget. It's all the way down here from 48 Russell Westbrook to 17 Nikola Jokic. And as Trent writes, it's the most intriguing of anyone else from the Nuggets that made the list. This ranking has him just above Dirk Nowitzki and David Robinson, just below, Kev's guy, and Kevin Garnett. And remember, he's only 10 seasons into this. That's what I'm looking at is some of these names that are in front of him, and you and I were just having the conversation.
Well, we could jump just a few guys instantly, okay?
Like right away.
Like Kevin Garnett. You're going to just jump Kevin Garnett.
Whoa.
Yeah, no, what?
How many titles did KG win in Boston, too?
The same amount.
One.
The same amount as Jokic.
Yeah, jump KG for sure, Kev.
Yeah.
Jeez.
For sure.
You're really ticking me off today, Josh. We're going to get to a segment later on where I'm going to I might have to come in there.
Yeah, there is something later on about Bo Nix that is going to upset Kevin. All right, so Danny and I would skip KG. Kevin would not.
Are you being serious, Kev?
I don't know. Don't put me in that situation.
It's his favorite player then to now his favorite player now. I would put him there. Jerry West, I mean, it's just such different
He's
eras.
an iconic
He's the
player,
logo.
though.
It's tough to pass him.
I think I probably, okay.
I can't put him over Big O. Big O did it first. I'd pick Joker over Kevin Durant, but I'm a Kevin Durant hater.
Man, when you think of Kevin Durant, you just think that's a top 10 player in NBA history.
But Kevin Durant's not an alpha.
No, he's not. And how he had to acquire his greatness.
Yes.
His legacy takes a dent. So.
He's a tail-tucking chump that just joins good teams.
So, okay, I'm looking at...
So I'm passing KD. I don't know that I'm passing Hakeem.
Listen, Steph is number 10 on this list, so it's not like Steph's number 2 or number 3 or number 4. This list is, that's why we're talking about it. I guess Kobe 11? Kobe 11 list. So, we're not jumping any of those guys, but I think we do jump Hakeem at 12.
You think so?
So if you just swapped Hakeem and Jokic at 12 and 17 and left him there, and then we worked around that, then we could probably maybe argue, well, Shaq's at 6. Shaq was a dominant force and one of the most, the greatest figures, charisma, personalities in the history of sports. Like the greatest personality ever, Shaq. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
That stuff matters. You do it in LA, that stuff matters. So I'm not saying just jump Shaq easily, and I'm not saying it's like that. But I think if Nikola was to win one more championship and one more MVP along with it, then you're in Shaq turf.
Let's keep that going.
Yeah.
Because I want to get into that.
Okay,
what would it take for him to jump some of those guys?
There we go.
Let's have that conversation next.
Follow us on X at DEN Sports 1043 for up-to-the-minute information and opinions on all things Denver sports. Also, we can still call it Twitter, right? Denver Sports 1043 The Fan, DenverSports.com, and the Denver Sports app.
Cake Mortgage Corp. Equal Housing Lender. NMLS number 1734623. Regulated by the Colorado Division of Real Estate. Terms and conditions apply based on approved credit.
Let's be real. Big Mortgage doesn't get you. They want W-2s, a 9-to-5, and a job title to check their outdated boxes. But you're a business owner who knows how the tax code benefits you, even if the big banks don't. At CakeHome.com, we do mortgages differently. Our non-traditional loan experts get that your full financial picture won't fit on a pay stub. Invoices, bank statements, rental income, we work with that. While traditional lenders are stuck in 1998, we're built for how people earn in 2025. No red tape, no judgment, just smart approvals and sweet mortgage solutions. If you're a business owner or 1099 contractor tired of hearing no, call 888-EAT-CAKE to hear yes. That's 888-EAT-CAKE. Visit CakeHome.com to see reviews from business owners just like you.
Hey guys, it's Mike Evans here for Copperhead Plumbing. Your home doesn't have to flood before you know there's a problem. With the Mow & Flow Smart Water Shutoff System, you can monitor your home's water usage in real time right from your phone. Whether you're on vacation or just at work, you'll get notified the moment a leak starts. Trust Copperhead Plumbing for professional installation done right the first time. Protect your home and your wallet. Ask us about installing a Mow & Flow system today. Copperhead Plumbing. They plumb different. They plumb custom.
Individuals and businesses with tax problems, listen carefully. If you owe over $10,000 in back taxes or have unfiled tax returns, U.S. Tax Shield can help you take back control. The IRS can seize your bank accounts, garnish your paycheck, close your business, and file criminal charges. Our team of tax attorneys can stop collections and get you protected. U.S. Tax Shield offers a price protection guaranteed quote to get you protected today. U.S. Tax Shield is A+ rated with the BBB, so call 800-494-6139. U.S. Tax Shield, 800-494-6139.
Oh, by the way, Ivan's no longer on the project. His wife got a new job, so they're moving across the country.
Robin's top researcher is deviating to a new market. This isn't standard.
And now we're short-staffed. Who's going to finish all these projects?
She needs a cluster of new data analysts, and there's no margin for error.
I need Indeed.
Indeed you do. Put our matching platform to work so you can spend less time searching and more time connecting with talented candidates. Visit Indeed.com/credit and get $75 towards your first sponsored job. Terms and conditions apply.
This is Rob Wilhite of the Wilhite Law Firm. If you've been injured in an accident, you want Wilhite. Colorado drivers know that when they're hit, we hit back harder. Get your free case review right now. Just call 303-GOOD-LAW today or visit WilhiteWins.com and win big with Wilhite.
Hey, Stoke here. At Colorado Joint Replacement, your hip or knee replacement surgery is their first priority. They completed over 27,000 joint replacements since 2005, and their expert surgeons are committed to helping you get back to the life you love. To schedule an appointment, visit coloradojoint.org.
You probably saved my life.
Every single day, Soda Weight Loss is helping people let go of the weight and keep it off.
I mean, I was 30 pounds overweight, and I went in, and the doctor said, you need to change your diet.
Get help and get started with Soda Weight Loss.
Got off my blood pressure medicine and my cholesterol medicine, and that is amazing to me.
I went from a 16, 18 down to a size 4 now. So that is amazing. It makes you feel so good.
Splash into summer savings right now with Soda's lowest prices of the year.
No injections, no pills, no hunger.
I would recommend Soda because it's sustainable. This is lifetime change.
I let go of 50 pounds. It felt unreal.
We're the #1 weight loss company in America for client satisfaction and results. And with our incredible summer savings, what are you waiting for?
Get help. Get results at SodaWeightLoss.com. That's SOTA weightloss.com.
Soda is, say it with me, state of the art.
Hey guys, Mark Schlereth here from my friends at Comcast. Well, spring has sprung, and you know what that means. It's officially moving season. A time filled with hours of packing, unpacking, and so much bubble wrap. But the first thing you should do when moving is make sure the Wi-Fi is booming with Xfinity. It's super quick and easy to set up. Then, boom, you'll have your new home hooked up with the ultimate Wi-Fi experience faster than the time it takes to parallel park a moving truck. Then, you'll be back online with the most reliable Wi-Fi and the best in-class equipment from Xfinity. So you can just kick back, relax, and stream your favorite movies and TV shows while someone else deals with all those boxes. Because with Xfinity, the only thing you'll have to worry about is remembering where you pack the remote. Make it right, make it easy, and move with Xfinity. Learn more at Xfinity.com/move. Restrictions apply, not available in all areas. Most reliable Wi-Fi claim based on Open Signal Awards, USA, Fixed Broadband Experience Report, August 2024.
KKFN and KKFN HD1 Longmont, Denver. You're listening to Denver Sports 104.3. The Fan.
Denver Sports Snapshot.
Tonight on The Fan, baseball all-star game action begins starting at 6.
Open an account in less than 5 minutes. Visit WesteraCU.com. Federally insured by NCUA.
Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan presents Dover and Cecil.
Can I kick it? Yes, you can. Can I kick it? Yes, you can. Can I kick it? Yes, you can. Can I kick it?
All right, hour 2, quarter 2.
Can I kick it?
As we play 4 quarters every single day, Danny Williams hanging out in place of Cecil Lammy, hanging with me all week. And we just got to continue this conversation that we were having about the Bleacher Report top 100 list of all time NBA players. 6 Nuggets made the cut. We went through all of them. If you just missed the last segment, there are 6 players on this, but Nikola Jokic is who we're focusing on, in at number 17 here.
Well, this thing's helped me come to a realization of Jokic is right around 15 right now.
Okay.
For anyone he says right now he's a top 10 player, I mean, no one wants to put him in that group more than me. Don't get me wrong.
I'm with you.
I listen, and when it's all said and done, I believe he's in that top 10 group, that stratosphere. But they have Kobe Bryant at 11.
Yeah.
Okay, for a little perspective, they
I
have.
mean, think about that, Danny. That's 5 rings.
They have Larry Bird at 8. They have Wilt Chamberlain at 13. I know Wilt Chamberlain was playing against plumbers and firemen and stuff like that. But that's
dribble that you do, little
like Bob Cousy dribbling with your butt out, like. So yeah, they have Steph Curry at 10. So again, where's the first spot there? We can slot Jokic and make the case. Okay, so Kobe's 11.
Mm-hmm.
Then they have Akeem at 12. Okay, but let's get between 12 and 17 really quick. Okay.
Okay.
KD at 13. Can't just jump KD. Oscar Robertson, the first of his kind, at 14. Jerry West at 15. Jeez, that's tough, man. Kevin Garnett at 16. You can jump Kevin Garnett, I believe.
I do too.
I think you could jump Akeem.
Really?
Yeah, and then you're at 15 firmly. But I want to hear your take on Akeem. You're at 15 firmly, and then we could talk about how do you get to that next level.
Akeem with the 2 championships, 1 more than Nikola, only 1 MVP, 2 less than Nikola. The MVP of both of the finals. Again, Jordan was serving his suspension, or whatever they called it. That's why he won. He was a 2-time Defensive Player of the Year, a 12-time All-Star, a 12-time All-NBA player, and a 9-time All-Defensive Player.
And so skilled.
Joker's going to get the All-Offensive Team and the MVPs. He's never going to be Defensive Player of
Yeah, but Akeem was like, you got to give him credit for being such an athlete at the position, the first of his kind. You know, there's never really been another one like him. So you get credit for that, too. That, you know, another check in the box of the resume and the legacy. But
if he gets, this is what we got to talk about. If Joker gets 1 more championship, I think it's easy to say he passes Akeem. If he gets 2 more, then that's when you can start talking about some of these guys in the top 10,
Akeem only has these 2 championships because Michael Jordan was not playing.
Exactly.
Okay, and for one. And I would say on the opposite, Jokic did it in the Golden State Warrior Steph era, in the LeBron era, in the Ant Edwards era, in the Luka era, in the Durant era. That's the championship that the Nuggets have. So to me, I put him a past Akeem right now. I do it right now, and I'm comfortable with doing that.
What about at 11? Can he ever pass Kobe Bryant?
No, but I think Kobe's even higher on that list. Should be even higher.
Oh, you think he's too? Okay.
Yeah, Kobe passes like the Wilts and the Oscars, and you know, to me, we've done this. It's Jordan and then LeBron, but LeBron's kind of in a class with Magic and Bird and Kobe, and you could shuffle those 4 around. Well, that's 5 guys.
Yeah,
you know, modern kind of just the most talented guys ever of the history of the game. Then you slot in the rest of the guys, mostly the bigs and those older cats. But then Nikola said, okay, he's 29 years old, right?
Mm-hmm.
Predict and project his longevity. He's still this guy playing at this level until he's how old? And then I'll tell you what I said last week to the guys.
I think he at this level, he's got 4 more years of that.
Okay, I said
34.
He can be this guy until he's 35 years old.
Well,
but I said at the last year or 2 of those, hopefully he's the second best player in the complement to some other guy who's not here now, who is lifting them and kind of still has the Nuggets in that championship, place.
Yeah.
Which that's, we can't predict that far down the line. But yeah, so over that time, I think he wins 1 more MVP and 1 more championship.
Okay.
That's what I think happens with the rest of the Jokic era.
So we're talking about 4 MVPs, 2 championships, 2 finals MVPs. We'll just imagine.
I mean, that body of work is that's spectacular.
And think about now, in articles like this they'd be, but remember, he was the first guy to give, 5,000, 2,500, 1,000 when it comes to points, rebounds, assists. He's the first guy to ever do that.
The triple-double numbers, and the
2020
are
stuff.
his legacy.
Mm-hmm.
The triple-double numbers, when it's all said and done, are going to be kind of one of the key parts of his legacy. We're talking about Magic Johnson. You know what I mean? Magic Johnson, like the most skilled dude, one of the most skilled dudes ever.
I mean, he should be the all-time triple-double leader when he's done.
We'll see. Yeah, it's all about that longevity, but I am with you. He's pacing.
Okay.
Bro. Yeah.
So it's before we can even talk about jumping into, let's call it the top 12, there's another title that needs to come.
For sure. I got him firmly at 15. I can't move him any further until we add more to the resume.
Okay. And I knew we'd get
this.
And
I love the guy.
First text. It's Kobe's not on 11. Kobe should be top 5. This list is a joke.
I just said that.
Yeah.
We said it, Okay, I'm with you.
But then it's tough to look at that list, and I agree. When you see Kobe's name at 11, you go, wow, that seems
They have
very,
Shaq
very
at 6.
low.
They value Shaq as, a more important, more dominant player for his time than Kobe.
But Shaq had team success before he was teamed up with Kobe.
And he won a championship without Kobe.
Right.
Even though Dwayne Wade gets a lot of credit for that. He still did do that.
I mean, he dragged the Magic to the finals to lose to Akeem and the Rockets.
Yeah.
I think they got swept, but
that's a great call.
He carried.
Great point. That adds. Going to the finals with Penny.
Mm-hmm.
And
I remember Nick Anderson missed like freaking 6 free throws in a row or whatever
Dennis
it was.
Scott and Nick Anderson. Wow.
Dennis Scott just standing in the corner. Him and Scott Skiles just standing in the corner. I was always like, I was supposed to be Scott Skiles. Little white guy shooting corners with threes.
Oh, yeah.
I'm supposed to be
that team was
guy.
pretty fun. I don't know if Horace Grant was on that team, but he helped
think
the
he
build
was.
up. Yeah, might have been.
Yeah, because he looked a little strange with the rec specs and the stripes that were the Orlando Magic colors.
Yeah, great jerseys.
Yeah, it was.
Some of the best.
That was NBA Live 95. You could not mess with the Orlando Magic on that game.
Attaboy.
For, I believe, Super Nintendo.
Yeah, nice.
Were you a big video game guy?
I think that during that era, I started getting into boobs and stuff.
Okay.
Yeah.
Takes your attention away.
A little bit.
I get it. We've been there.
But you do what you need to do.
Yeah, I'll play video games.
Yeah.
I'll
go ahead and play with your joystick.
So there we go. That's what the top 100 list looks like. 6 Nuggets. Joker, obviously the highest at 17. Where do you think he ranks? Is it right, or did they do him wrong? Tell us on the text line, powered by Ramos.
A lot of great players all time.
That's right. 303-713-1043 is the number. Want to tell you about our partnership. We've teamed up here at The Fan with the city of Aurora to give away a trip to the Battle at Bethpage Black. All you got to do to enter is head to any of the pro shops at the city of Aurora's 5 beautiful golf courses between now and August 1st. You're looking for the cutout of Zach By. Scan that QR code on Zach By's cutout body, I guess. For more info and the list of course locations, head to DenverSports.com/golf. Get there, get signed up, post a funny photo of you and Zach By's cutout or something, and tag us. We'd love to see that sort of stuff. But you can't win if you don't scan, so go.
My cousin Michael, real quick, who's a great historian of the game and a great hooper as well. All the great centers were also great defenders. Jokic, he says, is a horrible defender. Can't be quite in that discussion. Yeah.
He's unfortunately 100% right about that.
Tough.
Yeah. I mean, Joker could probably guard like me and you, but
I'm a fourth quarter defender. I'll turn it up.
Yeah. You're a crunch time guy.
Yeah,
I like that.
Yeah.
All right, let's have this conversation, Kevin. This may be where you hate me moving forward, but ESPN asked NFL executives, coaches, and scouts to rank quarterbacks to come up with the top 10. Who are they? And did Bo get any love? Where would we rank him on our quarterback list? I have mine. We'll see what the guys think about it coming up next.
Listen up, golf fans. Want to witness the battle at Bethpage Black in New York this year? Well, Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan has teamed up with the city of Aurora to give away a trip to win your way in. To enter, just head to the pro shop at any of the city of Aurora's 5 beautiful courses between now and August 1st. Find the cutout of Zach By and scan the QR code. For more information and the list of course locations, head to DenverSports.com/golf. Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan.
What's the biggest mistake you can make when selling your home? Settling for less money. That never happens with Orchard. Disappointing offers can wear you down, causing you to settle for thousands less. You don't have to settle when you sell with Orchard. Orchard reinvented the real estate industry by guaranteeing your home sale and helping you sell on the market for top dollar. First, Orchard gives you cash up front so you can buy and move into your new home first, on your timeline. No waiting, no showings, no double moves. Then once you're all settled in, your Orchard agent helps sell your home on market for top dollar. Here's what one Orchard customer said. I never could have sold without Orchard. I made way more than I expected, and it couldn't have been easier. With Orchard, you never have to settle for less. Buy before you sell and get top dollar for your home with Orchard. Curious how much your home is worth? Visit Orchard.com to get your free home valuation. That's Orchard.com. Orchard.com.
Hey, it's Mike Rohn. If I have a choice, I like to do business with companies that actually stand for something. That's why I switched from Verizon to Pure Talk. No offense to Verizon, I'm sure they stand for something. I just don't know what it is. Pure Talk, on the other hand, is a veteran-owned company that supports our military in a big way, and I appreciate that. Yeah, I also appreciate unlimited talk and text and plenty of data for half the cost of the big guys, and I do like being on America's most dependable 5G network for just $20 a month, but what I really appreciate is no contract, no cancellation fees, and Pure Talk's commitment to handle all their customer service in this country. I saw it for myself. I went to Georgia, I got a tour of their headquarters, I met their CEO, and I talked to the same customer service folks that you'll talk to when you dial pound 250 and say keyword micro. Switch today and save 50% off your first month when you dial pound 250 and say keyword micro. Pure Talk. A wireless company that actually stands for something.
Are you in a high-risk fire zone? Got woodpecker holes? Siding starting to rot? What's up, guys? It's Zach here. 5280 Exteriors is your go-to for James Hardy siding, a low-maintenance, cement-based siding that resists flames, repels insects, and yes, even woodpeckers. For the month of July, get free installation with the purchase of a whole house of siding. 5280 won't just replace siding. They upgrade your home. Old siding off, new bat insulation in, plus rigid insulation for a better thermal envelope. 5280exteriors.com, the altitude of quality.
The Wilhite Law Firm handles accident cases differently. If you're injured, we'll drive to your home, return every call, and keep you updated. After an accident, you want Wilhite. Get your free case review right now. Just call 303-GOOD-LAW today or visit WilhiteWins.com and win big with Wilhite.
Celebrate $10.99 Tuesdays at Papa Murphy's Pizza. On Tuesday only, get any large pizza for only $10.99. Awesome deal. Especially for the most scrumptious pizza with the freshest ingredients. Only at Papa Murphy's.
Brandon Stokley here. When you're investing in artificial turf, you want quality turf that looks and feels like real grass and that's going to last 15 to 20 years. You can't get that just anywhere. So whether you're upgrading your lawn, building a pet-friendly space, or dreaming of a custom putting green like mine, Pro Green Denver's who I trust. Call 303-578-3737. That's 303-578-3737. Or you can find them online at progreen.com/Denver. You can get $500 off installations over 500 square feet when you mention code Stokley. Offer ends July 30th.
Jordan Davis on Saturday, July 19th at Cheyenne Frontier Days.
Do what you love, but call it work and throw a little money.
It's a summer night in Cheyenne you'll never forget. Plus, special guest Brett Young.
Baby, I'm crazy about you.
Tickets are on sale now at CFDrodeo.com.
This segment on 104.3 The Fan is brought to you by ROX Rocks Heating and Air.
It's Dover and Cecil on Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan.
All right, let's do it. I feel like it's not officially summer until we start making our list of top quarterbacks around the NFL. And that's what we got from NFL executives, scouts, and coaches. Were asked by ESPN to rank them. And then they put this, collective scores together to come up with their top 10 quarterbacks. And it was a big topic of conversation around the office yesterday. And then I wanted to do a little bit of homework to literally sit down and rank my quarterbacks to figure out where they are. So, according to ESPN, and again, it's Jeremy Fowler that kind of collected all the data and then put this piece together, and they were doing it with every position. So, quarterbacks is where they are. They were looking at some of the criteria. They say youth prevails in this one. Matt Stafford is the only top 10 passer above the age of 30. The list features 3 new entrants, including one possible surprise. We'll get to that. And then the league is not concerned with the possibility of a Jaden Daniels dip in production. He's still a part of this. And how about this? Since these rankings started coming out 5 years ago, it's the first year without Aaron Rodgers on this list. So they've got that part right. Real quick, the top 10 is Patrick Mahomes at 1. Stop me if you have any discrepancy or disagreement here. 2 is Josh Allen. 3 is Joe Burrow. 4 is Lamar Jackson. I could see how people may flip-flop 3 and 4, but again, personal preference, what do you want? They're both top 4 quarterbacks. 5, well, that's where we get Jaden Daniels right there. 1 year in, he is a top 5, but it's not Kevin's list. If it was, I'm not sure he'd be on it. Matt Stafford is 6. Number 7 is Justin Herbert. Number 8 is Jared Goff. 9 is Jalen Hurts. And then in at number 10, he is 30, but not over. It's Baker Mayfield of the Tampa Bay Buccaneers. They did talk about honorable mentions. C.J. Stroud, Jordan Love were there. And then players that received votes but not enough to make the list. Kyler Murray, Brock Purdy, Dak Prescott, Aaron Rodgers, Tua Tagovailoa, and Bo Nix of the Denver Broncos, Danny, all quarterbacks that were getting votes but not enough to make the list. Let's have the conversation about Bo. I don't think we're here to make the argument that he's going to jump any of those top 10 names I just listed, right?
No.
I'm with you there. C.J. Stroud, not even really ready to have him jump him. Jordan Love, the same. They've both done it for a couple consecutive years.
Yeah.
Now let's see where Bo is. But with my list, because I said, all right, let me put my top 10 together. And look, all the same names. I didn't have Jaden Daniels up. Maybe this will help me with my Kevin situation right now.
Yeah, it's not
I didn't have
between you two.
Jaden Daniels at 5. I go Patrick Mahomes, Josh Allen. I did it. I flip-flop with Lamar and Joe. So Lamar is 3 and Joe is 4. I'm putting Jalen Hurts at 5. I know a lot of people are disrespecting Jalen Hurts, but dude, all the guy does is win football games. Makes the right football play over and over again.
We're on the same exact page. The
Really?
hate on this guy, I don't understand it. It's like they can't get their head around that he's not a traditional looking quarterback. He is the quarterback you want to be right now in the NFL because they have totally adapted and built around him. Take a lot of pressure off of him with the compliment of Saquon. He is on that next tier of those guys. I'm okay with this list, but where I would change it, you can have a phenom like Jaden Daniels on this list, but he's got to be at 10.
Oh, see, I have him at 8.
But the same reason you have then at 6, Stafford, you have Jaden on this list because of what he's going to be projecting.
Mm-hmm.
You have Matt Stafford on this list because once you get to the playoffs, what this old man can be, okay? So I'd say if you want Stafford on this list, I could totally live with that, but I would have Stafford and Jaden probably like at 9 and 10 on my list, and then I would slot all those other guys forward. Stroud. Love the makeup of him. He's obviously just a winner now. 2 years in the league, 2 division titles, a playoff win, right on the cusp of going to an AFC championship game.
Yeah.
That's not easy to do, but he's thrown like 23 or 21 touchdowns in his 2 seasons. So Bo Nix, theoretically, when you get to 29, that's a big number, bro.
Heck yeah, it is.
I'm okay with Bo Nix having passed him by, but not Jordan Love. Jordan Love's already have a couple seasons proven that this guy's going to be perennial 30-plus quarterback, 30-plus touchdown guy every season. He's on that next tier. So then my thoughts on the others receiving votes. Kyler Murray is talented, but I'm kind of running out of
he ain't it.
Yeah, Brock Purdy should be right at 11. Dak Prescott should be right at 12. But then the Tua situation, Aaron Rodgers situation, those guys are in front of Bo Nix. I could put Bo Nix at 13, according to their list.
Okay.
And I'm cool with that.
I have him at
It's a great place to be.
15.
Okay.
And kind of going with some of those names. So I stopped at 5 with Hurts.
Yeah.
I'm going Jared Goff at 6. I think that's another guy that doesn't get any respect because you go, Dan Campbell's a guy. Look at all the playmakers. Well, Jared Goff stirs that drink. So he's high up on this list. Then I get to Matt Stafford. Then I go Jaden Daniels, so he's actually going to be, 6, 7, 8 for me on the list. Justin Herbert coming in there. I'll follow that up with Jordan Love, then Baker Mayfield. I'm going to hold against Baker Mayfield a god-awful division and the playmakers that are around him as well. He's a talented quarterback, but he's got tools around him. Then I go C.J. Stroud. Then I go Dak. The name I'm going to say next, this is where Kevin can be mad at me and probably should.
Oh, great.
This might be the one where I go, yeah, maybe I do flip him and Bo to make Bo 14 and this guy 15. It's Aaron Rodgers. I don't know if I should be. I'm sick of Aaron Rodgers as a human being. I think he's kind of a turd of a dude. I just don't know what's left in the gas tank that is as a football player.
Okay, my thought on some of the things you had to say, I'm with you on that. My thought on Baker, because he's a unique guy, I like where he's at on this list. He threw 41 touchdowns last year. 41 is a gigantic number.
It's a big number.
Right now, like the way the league is currently set up, 30 is a big number. Okay, 30 is a really big number. And you haven't heard me say this yet. I think the closest thing we have to a comp in the entire NFL as an active player right now to Bo Nix is Baker Mayfield. I actually think just stylistically, body type, underrated athleticism. I hope Bo Nix obviously is a level up than Bo Nix, cleaner, maybe a little less emotional and a little more professional.
Mm-hmm.
But I think that's a pretty good comp, and we can't put our nose up to Baker Mayfield taking two bad franchises, two real mid-average franchises to the playoffs.
That's a good point.
And he's had a ton of production, man, and we know he's not one of the 15 most talented, physically gifted quarterbacks in the whole league, and he's still doing it.
Plus, he's shotgunning beers with fans on a golf course.
Just saw that. I love
I'm
that.
into that, too. Yeah,
man, I just like that,
All right, Kevin, tell me why you hate me.
Well, I would not put Jaden Daniels top 10, but I think I'm more mad now that you have Aaron Rodgers ahead of Bo.
I said I understand that they could be flipped around. I need to see what Aaron is post this surgery and an old guy.
I don't think he's even a top 20 quarterback anymore.
I think Aaron's probably at 20. He's got everything, a lot to prove. I will say this. It's something we should be scared of as Broncos fans, Broncos country, in terms of the Steelers get in the way of the Broncos to make the playoffs. You might want to save this one here. So don't forget that Brett Favre went to the Jets and flamed out, failed.
Yeah.
I mean, miserably. Looked like this guy's cooked. He's got nothing left. Gets talked back into the Vikings. They go 13-3. They're right there on the cusp.
That's the NFC Championship.
And he throws that interception where the guy goes, why did he even ponder passing it? And but they were right there. So there's just don't bury the idea of Aaron Rodgers having a real renaissance here with the Steelers.
And I want to be wrong, Kevin. I'm trying to get back on your good side here. I want to be wrong on Aaron Rodgers. I just need to see it before I fully make my decision.
Yeah, I just think Rodgers is completely washed at this point.
Okay.
I just truly believe that. 3 years ago, he's at 5 or 6 in there, right? He's at number 5 or 6 on the list. But yeah, I think Rodgers is done.
And I got a good point from Drew. More yardage there than Bo. So it's we'll see. We'll see. Bo should pass him. And we're also guys. We're also talking about the Denver Broncos' second-year quarterback being on the top
with
half of
all
NFL
these other
guys
that are really super accomplished. Every guy in that list is pretty accomplished.
Do we all remember where we were 2 years ago? Russell Wilson was the quarterback of the Denver Broncos, and we were dealing with his terrible press conferences and football decisions. Now we're talking about arguing for the quarterback in year 2 to be on the top half of NFL quarterbacks. We're sitting pretty in Broncos country.
Everything's changed. Everything's changed. It feels good. These are good problems to have. I'm excited about Bo Nix. There's some substance there.
Yeah.
How far can he take us? How good can he be? I love it.
We'll get back to that conversation a little later. I want to remind you that from noon to 1 today, our giveaway of our free limited edition Training Camp 2025 Extra Soft T-shirts going to be at First Bank on East Lincoln Avenue in Lone Tree. Limit 1 per person while supplies last. For more details and to find the location nearest you, because we're going to be out all week, head to DenverSports.com/shirt. DenverSports.com/shirt. First Bank, banking for good. All right, let's keep the football conversation going, but go to the college level. I want to talk about the Big 12 commissioner. I think he wrote a check with his mouth that the teams in his conference cannot cash. We'll fill in the details coming up next.
Follow us on YouTube, Instagram, and TikTok at Denver Sports 1043 to stay up to date on all your local teams. Denver Sports 1043. The Fan.
Listen up, Broncos country. Phillip Lindsay here. For a stress-free summer travel, I chose Hermes Worldwide. Forget the airport chaos. Hermes Worldwide offers comfortable, reliable transportation services to the airport and more. They're dependable and professional, so you can focus on what really matters the most, enjoying that vacation. Make your summer travel easy. Call 303-577-7600 or visit ridehermes.com/DenverSports. Again, you can give them a call at 303-577-7600 to book your next ride.
1-877-CARS-FOR-KIDS to reach a friendly live agent. Donation's super easy, and your car can be picked up as soon as tomorrow. Call us now, 1-877-CARS-FOR-KIDS.
Donate your car today.
Did you know you can donate real estate too?
Worried about market losses? If headlines are keeping you up at night, it's time to take control. Hi, I'm Jeff Jr. with Trajan Wealth, and I know you've worked hard to save. But in times like these, what if can turn into what now? If you're planning to retire or are in retirement, you need a strategy that helps protect your future. At Trajan Wealth, you can capture market gains, protect your account from losses, and guarantee income for life. Right now, you could receive a bonus of up to 30% or annual growth of up to 10% for retirement income. You heard me right. An upfront bonus of up to 30% or annual growth of up to 10%, all guaranteed to boost your lifetime income in retirement. Don't leave your future to chance. Plan with confidence. Call Trajan today at 720-405-3300. That's 720-405-3300.
Annuity guarantees are based on the claims paying ability of the issuing insurance company, DBA, in most states, as Trajan Wealth Insurance Solutions.
This is the story of the one. As a lineman, he does whatever it takes to keep the power on in his community. And he wants a partner like Grainger who does the same. Grainger offers the professional-grade products he needs, from voltage detectors to harnesses to hard hats, plus fast, dependable delivery, so he can rise to every challenge. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
All right, Takis fans. Wendy's knows you love your Takis Fuego chips. So we thought, why not make a Takis Fuego meal with a Takis Fuego chicken sandwich with spicy chicken topped with crushed Takis Fuego chips and creamy corn spread. Plus, it comes with Fuego fries inspired by Takis and a bag of Takis Fuego chips. If we had any more heat, we might start an actual... I told him this would happen. For an intense new take on Takis chips, gotta be Wendy's.
Limited time only at participating U.S. Wendy's. Includes 1 ounce Takis Fuego chips while supplies last. Takis and Fuego trademarks are used under license.
You probably saved my life.
Every single day, Soda Weight Loss is helping people let go of the weight and keep it off.
I mean, I was 30 pounds overweight, and I went in, and the doctor said, you need to change your diet.
Get help and get started with Soda Weight Loss.
Got off my blood pressure medicine and my cholesterol medicine, and that is amazing to me.
I went from a 16, 18 down to a size 4 now. So that is amazing. It makes you feel so good.
Splash into summer savings right now with Soda's lowest prices of the year.
No injections, no pills, no hunger.
I would recommend Soda because it's sustainable. This is lifetime change.
I let go of 50 pounds. It felt unreal.
We're the #1 weight loss company in America for client satisfaction and results. And with our incredible summer savings, what are you waiting for?
Get help. Get results at SodaWeightLoss.com. That's SOTA weightloss.com.
Soda is, say it with me, state of the art.
Macy's Backstage is a whole new floor inside your Macy's. And right now, you'll find the latest summer styles all for under $25. With new arrivals every day, you never know what amazing deals you'll find.
This segment on The Fan is brought to you by Embers Golf, where your passion meets the green.
Denver Sports Snapshot.
Tonight on The Fan, baseball all-star game action begins starting at 6.
Open an account in less than 5 minutes. Visit WesteraCU.com. Federally insured by NCUA.
Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan presents Dover and Cecil.
Cecil out enjoying his last week of vacation. Danny Williams sitting in this week. Little Dover and Danny action. We appreciate you guys tuning in. Perhaps you go find the podcast and you're listening on demand at DenverSports.com. Watching live on YouTube. We always like to say hello to YouTube. We're always available for you. Kevin does a great job getting the show available on podcast platforms. So wherever you get your pods, all you got to search is Dover and Cecil, and you can listen on demand anytime you want. RamosLaw.com text line's always open, 303-713-1043. It's the text line. We ask you to put your name on your text so that we can give you a shout-out on the show. Somebody was asking why I don't like Aaron Rodgers. I just think he's a turd of a human being. I don't know the full story of his family situation, but like if I met somebody and they're like, oh, yeah, I hate everybody in my family, I go, well, you're the problem. So that's kind of where I draw my conclusions with Aaron.
You're dating someone. Hey, when can I meet your family? I've disowned all of them.
Yeah, right.
Yeah.
Like, I'm gonna. Can we get the check, please? I'm gonna go ahead and leave her. That's how I would feel. And I just don't like them. The look at me society that we live in is bad enough, and then when you have professional athletes that just want their story told over and over, even though it's the same story, J.J. Watt, Aaron Rodgers, LeBron James, I just get sick of those guys. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So
I do.
There we go. I'm answering your question there, 587. All right, Danny, let's talk a little bit about the Big 12 and college football, of course, where the Buffaloes live. So it was Big 12 Media Day last week, and Prime had a couple of things to say. The commissioner had something to say that I thought was very interesting. Brett Yormark is the commissioner, and he said this, quote, "I believe we will be the deepest football conference in America. No league offers the competitive balance that we do. I fully expect the Big 12 to earn multiple college football playoff bids this year and to showcase once again that we can compete," end quote. So, will they have teams that think they're going to be college football playoff bound? Sure, they will. We know what Arizona State was last year. We also know they lost their best player in Cam Scattaboo there. Colorado had hopes, right, at some points getting some votes for college football playoff.
They had a really nice season. They were there all the way to the end.
Yeah, Iowa State, BYU a part of this as well. I don't know if I can look at the Big 12 this year as certainly not even close to multiple bids coming out of the Big 12. Maybe one, maybe two. Danny, I think, again, it's what he's supposed to do. He's the commissioner of the conference, but I think he wrote a big old fat check that his conference can't catch.
It's a hard job for this guy to kind of talk and act in a way as though this conference is as good as the Big Ten and the SEC, but he has to do that. He has to do that until the conference the football teams in this conference get better and compete at those kind of levels, which they may never be able to do. Okay, but I want to know what he means by deep. He said the deepest conference?
Mm-hmm.
I want to know if he means deepest conference by the most top 25 teams, okay, when it's all said and done.
Sure.
If they have 5 or 6 teams, the top 25, if he means top 50 or 40 teams, or if he means there's going to be 2 or 3 teams in the top 10 and top 12 amongst the best football teams in the country. So, I ain't mad at the guy for trying to talk in a way as though my girlfriend's the most beautiful, and I know it.
Yeah.
And I know it, But there are, again, Arizona State came out of nowhere. Arizona was really good. Baylor has a chance to be dynamic. These are good football programs, okay? Iowa State's going to be good. Kansas has like an 8th-year quarterback,
Right.
okay? Kansas State can fill it up. And then, again, we never mentioned Oklahoma State. They were supposed to win the conference last year and ended up, having such a disgraceful season. TCU was in the college football playoff, went to the national championship game 3 years ago. Texas Tech's got money to spend. Utah, West Virginia, Houston. It's a good conference. It's the 3rd best conference. I think it's the 3rd best conference.
I would agree with that.
I think.
I mean, the SEC is always going to be the best conference.
Well, the ACC is what I'm kind of, Clemson and.
I'm not a believer in Clemson.
No.
Is Dabo still the we don't need NIL money guy?
No, they went way down a tier because of that. He
The NIL,
doesn't want to play that game.
The anti-NIL coaches will die on that hill. Literally die on that hill. Brian Kelly changed his tune real quick this year, right? He didn't want to play the game. Now look at what he's building there at Death Valley. It's you have to play the NIL game or you won't exist.
Florida State is an iconic kind of power. Georgia Tech this year, they're good. We'll see it. Last year they were good. We're going to run into those guys. And then, you look at the rest of the conference, SMU and Stanford somehow's in that conference now. Miami football's got all that tradition. I would say that the Big 12 is as good as the ACC and vice versa. I couldn't pick one over the other because they got like the Dukes and the Louisvilles and the Cuses that are just like lesser tier football programs. Yeah.
Okay. I would probably, and maybe this is a bias of being here and watching it more than I watch ACC, but I would go SEC, Big 10, Big 12, ACC, and not by a huge. There's not a big gap between 3 and 4.
No, for sure not. And I don't think there's a gap between 1 and 2. The Big
really?
10 has been really good. The Big Ten has been really, really good. I mean, you add SC and UCLA, two of the most iconic football and, athletic departments in the history of collegiate sports. It's a lot. It's a lot. So I would say there's not a better conference and a better place for the Buffs to be in than this conference. And again, they couldn't have a win less than everybody else and still get an opportunity to go to a college football playoff just because of the appeal, because of the clout and the prime factor, coach prime factor.
Yeah. CBS also, this was a CBS list. CBS also ranked Big 12 quarterbacks, and they have Caden Salter as the starting quarterback. So they put Caden here. I agree with you. And he's all the way down here at number 12. They write, assuming the former Liberty superstar beats out freshman Julian Lewis, you and I both agree that he will, Colorado offense will look substantially different this fall. Both players can move. Salter's experience edge is substantial. His 56 career touchdowns and nearly 8,000 yards of total offense. Obviously, Julian doesn't have that. Sanders offered no details on how the competition will play out this week, but we're not going to get a ton from Boulder. That's how they like to do it up there. I think that it's Salter's job to start. I don't want to write Julian. I'm not saying hey, Julian's not playing at all. He's not going to play at all his freshman year. But I think Caden would have to fall pretty hard on his face for Julian to get the opportunity in year one.
You go as far as Caden Salter can take you.
Yeah.
You go as far as he can take you, and whether that's the layers, we don't know of Coach Prime of how, first sign of a little struggle, do we replace him with the idea of keep working hard and maybe you'll get that job back? Is it going to be a back and forth kind of situation? Or like I said a couple times to the guys last week, it's like the Caden Salter's like your Flacco and you go until he's, 3 and 5, and then you go with Anthony Richardson or wherever the young cat is, and then you just kind of start the future at that point. And that just makes the most sense. But I think that Salter's going to be a really good player. He's not going
to be Shador, right?
No, he's not going to be Shador. But Shador again was supposed to be a first or second round pick in terms of talent. So, but you can find quarterbacks anywhere, and they're all shapes and sizes. That's 250, 300, D1 teams in different kind of levels of divisions. And if anything, Shador proves you can come from a smaller division, much smaller, and go have a ton of success. It's not that much of a level up from Liberty to, that's still some decent football there. Is that Hugh Freeze? Liberty? I got to check that.
I don't know. Used to be Hugh Freeze.
Okay.
No longer Hugh Freeze.
No longer Hugh Freeze?
Well, you and I are in agreement that it is Caden Salters, and we'll see what that means for Julian as his official college career is underway. Buffs fans, what do you say? You a believer in the Big 12 when it ranks up against these other conferences, and how do you think the Buffs stack up inside of their own conference? Tell us on the text line, put your name on it, and we'll give you a shout out on the show. In the meantime, we're going to check our X. What's on our Twitter timeline that we need to know about? Well, actually staying in college football, could a huge name be on their way back to the college football sidelines? We'll talk about that coming up next.
They're back. It's the first giveaway of our free limited edition Training Camp 2025 Extra Soft T-shirts.
Now that's a great looking shirt.
Tuesday, July 15th from noon to 1 p.m. at First Bank on East Lincoln Avenue in Lone Tree. Limit one per person while supplies last. For more details and to find the location near you, head to DenverSports.com/shirt. First Bank, banking for good.
Don't you see, man? The T-shirt is everything.
Denver Sports 104.3. The Fan.
Get one free set of Brake Best brake pads when you buy 2 brake rotors. Visit O'Reilly Auto Parts. Restrictions apply. See store for details.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
This is the story of the one. As a lineman, he does whatever it takes to keep the power on in his community. And he wants a partner like Grainger who does the same. Grainger offers the professional-grade products he needs, from voltage detectors to harnesses to hard hats, plus fast, dependable delivery, so he can rise to every challenge. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Check engine or ABS light on? Take the guesswork out of your warning lights with O'Reilly Veriscan. It's free. Ask for O'Reilly Veriscan.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
Hey there, this is Dolly, coming to you straight from Nashville.
It's Stand Up to Cancer!
Join us Friday, August 15th for one night only and for one goal only to beat cancer. So stand up with all of us and let's save lives together. And if we join forces, we can end cancer forever. Tune in Friday, August 15th at 8, 7 Central on ABC, CBS, Fox, and NBC. For more ways to watch, visit standuptocancer.org/show.
Guys, are you looking for a simple solution to hair loss this summer? Get Advanced Hair's breakthrough one-day treatment during their once-yearly summer savings event. Your own natural hair begins to regrow the very next day, and Advanced Hair guarantees it will grow. Take advantage of your flexible summer calendar and get the most hair for your dollar during Advanced Hair's best offer ever. For details and a free consultation, call 720-459-HAIR or at advancedhair.com.
Cake Mortgage Corp. Equal Housing Lender. NMLS number 1734623. Regulated by the Colorado Division of Real Estate. Terms and conditions apply based on approved credit.
You've launched startups and created jobs right here in Denver. But have you tried getting a mortgage? Big banks all say the same thing. Sorry you don't claim enough income on your tax returns. Have they seen your cash flow? Your employees get mortgages, but you can't? You built the tech stack that runs their bank and they're denying you? That's insane. At cakehome.com, we look at your bank deposits or certified profit and loss statement to get you approved fast. Cake is your self-employed mortgage expert, which means we understand complex income streams. If you're self-employed, a founder, or freelancer, someone who's built something real, you don't need to show a W-2, 1099, or K-1 to get approved. Call 1-888-EAT-CAKE. That's 1-888-EAT-CAKE to learn what makes us different.
Hey guys, Mark Schlereth here from my friends at Spine One. Let me ask you a question. You live with back pain, neck pain. Well, my guys at Spine One, they're an emergency room for back pain with same-day appointments. They'll see you and they'll get the journey started. And that's exactly what I did. Whether it's chronic pain, acute pain, work-related, sports-related, doesn't matter. All you got to do is pick up the phone and start your journey just like I did toward pain-free. 303-367-2225. That's 303-367-BACK. Or as always, you can find them online at spineone.com.
Rediscover Ameristar Casino Resort in Blackhawk and find that you. Enjoy all your favorites at our buffet. Chill and revive at our spa. Then take in a great view from our rooftop pool. Plus, join Penn Play Rewards and get your chance at up to $2,000 in Penn Cash. Find that you. Only at Ameristar Blackhawk. Gambling problem? Call or text 1-800-GAMBLER.
Don't at me, bro. It's time to check your ex.
Why are you stalking me?
No, not that ex.
Twitter, unfollow.
Here's Dover and Cecil to help you swipe, scroll, and screenshot your way through today's top headlines.
Power of social media. I'm on Team Gets It.
What is on our timeline as we check our ex at 11:45 every single day? One of my favorite segments here on the show. Danny Williams is sitting in for Cecil, and we got a couple of stories to talk about. I always tell you, if you see something on your timeline, your social media, and you go, man, I'd love to hear what the guys have to think about that, well, send it our way. He's at Tweets Danny. I'm at Joshua Dover, and if your story makes the show, we'll give the handle a shout-out. First tweet. It's actually a baseball tweet from our football insider, Mike Kliss, 9 News. Kliss pointed this out. Danny, the Major League Baseball draft was yesterday and the day before. We talked about Ethan Holiday and what he could possibly bring to the Colorado Rockies here in the next couple of years. But Kliss noticed something here. He writes on Twitter, among their 21 picks in the 20-round MLB draft, the Rockies took 14 pitchers. 14 of their 21 selections are pitchers. They picked somebody in round 2, picked somebody in round 4, picked somebody in round 7, and then drafted 11 straight pitchers in rounds 10 through 20. I don't know anything about these pitchers. I don't watch a lot of college baseball, but I think this is a smart strategy. Throw darts at the wall. Throw crap at the wall and see what sticks. They need pitching help more than anything, and they will continue to need pitching help more than anything throughout the history of their franchise as long as they play at this altitude. I think it's a genius draft plan.
I used to say and have an idea that while the Rockies can never acquire like frontline top-end starting pitching, whether it be in free agency. Players have a lot of kind of say and sway in trades in Major League Baseball. They obviously can't draft and develop those guys. I thought
Obviously, we've seen
because
that.
I mean they have never been able to do it.
Yeah, you're right.
That you go out and you get just this incredible bullpen that's going to bail out your starters, that's going to bridge you through games and keep you in games. Well, a few years ago, they went and signed the most expensive bullpen in the history of Major League Baseball, and it was a disaster. I still think that idea might work in a lot of ways, and that they didn't have the right complement to that bullpen a couple years ago. But this strategy of just drafting pitchers and drafting pitchers over and over and over again, I think it's the only way to go, man. We're out of options.
Yeah, but what else are they going to do? I kind of like the idea you just floated out there. Like, let's get a good starter. Can we start with one before we start trying to grab 2 or 3 of those? Get a good starter, get a couple of good guys for long relief, and then get a solid closer out there and see if you can start to bridge the gap a little bit. It's going to take time. This isn't happening next year, but I like the draft strategy. I'm not stoked that it's Bill Schmidt picking the players because I don't trust him or his baseball knowledge at all, but I do, as you said, appreciate the approach to how they handled it. All right, I mentioned a big-time college football name that might just be on their way back. Former Alabama quarterback Greg McElroy, he said to a person in the know, this according to the Dove Kleeman guy, quote, if it wasn't someone notable, I would never say a word. But he believes Nick Saban will return to coaching. Now, he doesn't say at Alabama. He doesn't say in the NFL. He just says that he believes that Nick Saban will return to coaching. Danny, do you buy that Nick Saban might want to get back on the sidelines?
Absolutely. A lot of great ones do. We thought Pete Carroll was done. You get that itch, you get away from it. Terry Francona, health issues, you think you're kind of over it and you've done everything you can do. I mean, like a year later, he's back in a silly baseball uniform, and he's coaching again. These guys can't get away from it. It's a lifestyle thing, It's like they have a family, but the baseball players are their family the rest of the time. Once you go back to be around the real family, you're kind of thinking, man, I can fish and I can do all kinds of stuff. It's just not enough. You get that competitive itch. It just kind of drives you. Bruce Bochy, coming back works sometimes. Coming back works, and it definitely would work with Nick Saban. Just where would that be?
I mean, if DeBoer doesn't get to a national championship within the next couple of years, aren't they looking for a reason to get rid of him anyway?
I guess so. Yeah, I think if you're Alabama, why wouldn't you? Especially if you have to win. You can't just make a college playoff appearances. You have to win national championships. So I bet there's a spot in the SEC somewhere where he can land and where he would have a ton of money. I mean, Calipari went to Arkansas because they have the most money to be able to spend on some of these players.
They got Walton Doe too.
So Arkansas, shoot, that's a good program. You can get players there. That'd be
if he were going to deal, because Nick Saban's whole thing was like the NIL. He didn't like that stuff. Would he want to? If you're going to deal with basically a salary cap and player contracts,
these teams have general managers now.
Oh, so he doesn't have to deal with it.
Well, no, you got bad guys now. You don't got to be that middleman. You don't got to feel icky a little bit for handshakes with the Visa gift card in there or a deed to a house for your mama or anything like that. This is it's his big business now. If you could adjust and adapt, well then he can, man. Why not?
That's a good point about GMs, because I was actually going to ask if college football is going to walk and act like the NFL game. Why wouldn't he just go coach in the NFL?
I was just going to say that you took the words out of my mouth. Why not the NFL?
There's a bad legacy there. Why don't you go fix that?
A weird legacy, because they choose Dante Culpepper over Drew Brees. And he kind of even says they're starting to turn the corner a little bit, but then you realize these are grown men. It's different than 18, 19, and 20-year-olds. And he bailed, and he said he wasn't going to.
Did he leave the note? Was he the one with the note?
No, that's Bobby Petrino.
Petrino, there we go. Thank you.
Bobby Petrino left the note. He just kind of left Miami. But they were bad. I think they were almost a 500 team.
Yeah. I wonder what the note said. Thanks for the time. I'm out, guys. Or
dear team. I'm out on my motorcycle right now with this graduate chick.
Yeah. Don't tell her boyfriend.
And I did some
He's
deep
bigger than me.
thinking. Yeah, man, that's funny.
That chick's boyfriend beat his ass, dude.
Oh.
It didn't wreck. He got up. That's what happened there.
That's pretty funny. He got road burn. It's because the dude drug his face on the ground.
That's exactly right.
Man.
Oh, thank you, Jameis. Did you see what happened to Teddy Bridgewater?
Well, of course I did, but why don't you tell
Former
the listeners
Bronco. Teddy Bridgewater was coaching in Florida, a community that he grew up in. And he was a volunteer. He wasn't even getting paid to coach in Florida. His team actually, if I remember right, went undefeated, won their class championship. Yeah. He's being suspended. And I'm reading this from Jordan Schultz's Twitter account. Bridgewater personally covered from his own bank account for his football team a $14,000 training camp bill to put the kids in a better situation.
Okay.
$9,500 for team pride sets. I don't know what that means. $2,200 a week for pregame meals. $2,200 a week. Another $1,300 a week for recovery, for rehab, massage, things like that.
Yeah.
And then $700 a week for Ubers to get his kids to and from practice without having to interfere with mom and dad taking off of work. This man is a hero. And they're suspending him for it?
You know who he's not a hero to?
Who?
All of the other coaches who have called to complain on this guy.
Well, screw them.
Well, again, they can't do it. It's not fair. I don't know if it's a public school. I'm not sure kind of the circumstances behind it, but certainly it's the other coaches who have a problem with, all of those extras that his team is getting, and he wins too, and they win. So, yeah, man, he's done a lot for those kids, and he came out of retirement, remember, for Lions for just 5 minutes, and then went back, I guess.
Let me ask you.
Yeah.
You've coached your kids?
Yeah.
Would you be pissed? Or would you go, oh, they're getting a really good opportunity over there? I think JJ's changing teams.
I'd probably be kind of upset by it a little bit because probably these kids don't have these opportunities. Maybe he's trying to level them up to a place where they're at an equal playing field to some of these other schools who have a lot more. Maybe it's not that they have so much more than anybody else. Maybe the problem is that he has spent the money himself to try to get them up to, where the Valors and the Regises and the, are.
But I also think that's a good lesson for a high school kid. Even at Northland High School, there were rich kids. And you're in high school, I'm going, man, they have everything. And now I go on their Facebook page and I'm like, ha, look at you, you loser. And I love that. I think it's a good opportunity to teach these kids, hey, life's not fair. You can work just as hard as them. You might not get all the same things.
He's hate scrolling.
No, dude, that's the only reason I have Facebook is to see all the popular people in high school now fat and grown.
Man. That's something, man. I like that.
It's a fun little scroll down memory lane
Yeah.
from time to time. I'm like, you remember when you said no to me from prom?
Yeah.
Look at you now.
Your pettiness I've always admired.
Thank you. Thank you very much. That's what's on our timeline as we check our X at 11:45. Let's get into our lunch hour, or our third quarter, as we like to call it, getting back into a Broncos conversation. Can the defense do it again? Can they lead the league in sacks? What happens if they sustain an injury at a key position? And we really got to talk about CB2. Who will it be? That's coming up next.
Follow us on X at DEN Sports 1043 for up-to-the-minute information and opinions on all things Denver sports. Also, we can still call it Twitter, right? Denver Sports 1043 The Fan, DenverSports.com, and the Denver Sports app.
Your air duct cleaning experts, Ductworks.
Hey guys, Mark Schlereth here. During these intense summer days, your air conditioner is working overtime to cool your home or your business. But did you know that dust and debris in your ventilation system can decrease airflow and make your AC work even harder? Clean ductwork helps air conditioners run more efficiently, saving you money and keeping your indoor air fresh. Dirty ducts can cost you more in energy bills and repairs. Give Ductworks a call at 303-425-0985 or visit ductworks.com for a free commercial or residential estimate. Keep cool, save money, and breathe easy with your 5-star air duct cleaning expert. That's Ductworks.
303-425-0985.
At 303 Law 4040, we know getting into an accident stinks, and so does getting worked over by the insurance company or even your slick-talking made-for-TV lawyer. So if we can help, just give us a call. 303 Law 4040. Save that number in your phone. You never know when you're going to need it. That's 303 Law 4040.
This is Jeff for Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic, where our testosterone therapy can help you sleep better, improve your sex drive, give you better gains in the gym, and more. Please take a moment and listen to how we help Brad.
My name is Brad. I've been a patient of Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic for over 3 years now. I just turned 50, and over the last couple of years, I've frankly just been tired. I've been more lethargic, didn't have the energy levels that I normally had when I came into Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic. These guys are absolutely phenomenal. Losing weight, having more energy, all that's been a tribute to the testosterone therapy. And frankly, that's been a game changer for my life, my family, and my business. I am a huge fan, and I recommend it to all my friends. If you're feeling like I've been feeling, I would get in here, see these guys right away. Don't wait. Call Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic and change your life.
Thanks, Brad. Low T therapy will likely change your life. Call 720-440-7900. That's 720-440-7900. Or go to RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com.
Hi, Zoe Saldana. Welcome to T-Mobile. Here's your new iPhone 16 Pro on us.
Thanks. And here's my old phone to trade in.
You don't need a trade-in. When you switch to T-Mobile, we'll give you a new iPhone 16 Pro. Plus, we'll help you pay off your old phone up to $800, and you still get to keep it.
There's always a trade-in.
Not right now at T-Mobile.
I feel like I have to give you something in return for karma.
That's okay.
I don't really have much in my purse. Oh, let's see. Hand sanitizer. It's lavender.
I'm good. Seriously.
Let me check this pocket. Oh, mints?
Really, I'm fine.
Oh, I have raisins. I'm a mom. Wait 1 sec. I've got cupcakes in the car.
It's our best iPhone offer ever. Switch to T-Mobile. Get a new iPhone 16 Pro with Apple Intelligence on us. No trade-in needed. We'll even pay off your phone up to $800.
With 24 monthly bill credits, new line $100 plus a month on experience beyond finance agreement $999.99 and qualifying forwarded. For well qualified plus tax and $10 connection charge. Pay off via virtual prepaid for below 15 days. Credits end and balance due if you pay off early or cancel. See T-Mobile.com.
Stokley here for Embers Living. Summer's here also, and it's grilling season. I'm talking steakhouse quality sears and precision control with the Napoleon Prestige series. With Napoleon Sizzle Zone, you get high heat infrared grilling for restaurant style results right in your backyard. And check this out. Smart features let you monitor temps and control your grill right from your phone. From slow smoked ribs to reverse sear tomahawks, Napoleon Grills do it all. Visit embersliving.com and take your grilling to the next level.
KKFN and KKFN HD1 Longmont, Denver. You're listening to Denver Sports 104.3. The Fan.
Denver Sports Snapshot.
Tonight on The Fan, baseball all-star game action begins starting at 6.
Open an account in less than 5 minutes. Visit WesteraCU.com. Federally insured by NCUA.
Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan presents Dover and Cecil.
Can I kick it? Yes, you can. 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 Can I kick it? Can I kick it? Yes, you can. Can I kick it? Yes, you can. Well, I'm
Lunchtime, third quarter. Danny and Dover hanging out until 2 o'clock. The drive gets in here at 2. They'll take you home. From 2 to 6, you late starters, second shifters, we got you covered with Denver Sports tonight. That is from 6 to 7 p.m. So we are live, we are local from 6 a.m. to 7 p.m. every single weekday. We want to hear from you. Want to join the show? Hit us up at 303-713-1043. It is the RamosLaw.com text line. We're going to get into a Broncos conversation. We'll do that in just a couple of minutes. But Danny, last night it was the home run derby. You and I said, all right, we'll take a peek. Both made a minor investment, which makes you a little more intrigued.
That reminds me, I need to borrow $20.
Yeah, neither of us won, so that's why we're eating tuna and crackers for lunch today.
Literally.
But it was, I will say, like I said, I watched the first round, took the dog on a walk, came back for the finals. It was on a what was it, Monday night with not a lot going on. It was enough of a sports, itch for me to scratch. But it wasn't something where I was like, oh, hold on, babe. Let's walk the dog after this because I really got to lock in here.
I was caught up a little bit. It was we had it on the radio last night, and it's kind of weird to listen to something like that on the radio. But, JJ had some little baseball workout. I tuned in and then watched the final round on TV. And, it's exciting. You got to have some storylines. But like anything, like any good show on television or in a movie, you're going to go watch. You want stars.
Yeah.
It's got to be star power. And that was a big mistake by Major League Baseball to not have had just one of the most popular dudes. Hey, Mike Trout's comeback, These guys, even if they don't want to do it, you have to incentivize them. I tell Shohei Ohtani, we'll give you, $10 million to go do it because it's worth it for the league to pay the guy to do it. Imagine if Shohei's in that thing, how we're kind of feeling about it, and what we're talking about today would be a different story. We'll be talking about the Babe Ruth comparisons. We'll be talking about his last couple pitching outings where he looks like, you can't get over it. Like, he can really pitch. He's not just like, he can hit, and I guess if you needed to, he can pitch. This dude can really pitch. He's really special.
I will say, you're right about the star power. Like, if you were considering watching the home run derby and you go, you know what, let me look at the names real quick. And then you were like, never mind, not going to do it. I completely understand. If you did give it some of your time, I think we talked about the McAfee intros. If you're into the McAfee thing, it was good, right? It's just, are you into McAfee anymore? The story of like O'Neal Cruz. I didn't know this. Again, I'm not the biggest baseball guy. He's named after Paul O'Neill of the Yankees because his father loved him, and at one point they FaceTimed each other and got to talk about why you were named that. A fun story.
He might be the next star in Major League Baseball, O'Neal, because he's one of these guys, but he's just not yet.
Well, and he also hit a 513-foot bomb. Longest home run in home run derby history, not at Coors Field. That's a damn good
shot. And they expect me to believe that Babe Ruth hit the ball further than that. I don't think so.
Smoking cigars and eating his 7th broad of the day.
Yeah, I don't think so.
I don't know if I can buy that either. And then, of course, the story of Cal Raleigh, father, son, little brother. That once you're in it, you're like, oh, this is a fun story to watch. And then, like I said, they interviewed Cal, they interviewed Dad, and then they interviewed the little brother who was trying to get a car out of his bigger brother, which was a smart play on his part. So once I was there, I was entertained. I just don't think a lot of people got there.
Absolutely with you. Cal Raleigh makes it. He probably should have won it. It does justify some things about sluggers and having the guy in who leads Major League Baseball and all these home runs. He's really on a tear. I don't know what kind of pace he's on for, to catch Aaron Judge. I know you remember that JJ and I went to Globe Life Field to see Aaron Judge hit 62. We rolled the dice on ourselves that last series. Went to that last series, didn't get it in the first game, got it in the second game, and didn't play in the last one. We weren't close to catching the ball or anything, but it was really special to be there. And, 62 home runs, that's not easy to do because these pitchers are as good as they've ever been.
Do your kids, like JJ, your son and his baseball friends, do they play home run derby?
Yeah, I mean, if they're not playing, do they? We're in just Cooperstown for the big tournament, and one of the events is a home run derby, run around the bases, and they have a golden arm where you throw it to every position. The boys throw it in every position. Who could do it the fastest? If you drop it, you get deducted, and if you drop it, you're toast.
Yeah.
So they do that in Cooperstown for those couple tournaments they have.
Pretty badass.
It is badass. It's sweet.
That's better than I told you. I was playing in North Park's Greenbelt. That was my home run derby. Your son's doing it in Cooperstown.
These kids are 12-year-olds. If we're having a party or at the park or something like that, it's their wiffle ball. It's
really?
Wiffle ball. It's they can't get enough of it. Yeah, wiffle ball.
Okay, and the spin and all the stuff.
The spin-a-rooney, bro.
Really?
Yeah.
You think JJ can strike me out?
Oh yes,
100%. I'm with you.
Yeah.
I probably don't even stand a chance to hit anything.
He's a majors player, bro. He's good.
Okay.
I mean, you probably put the bat in the ball a little bit, but I'll try to let him take it easy on you.
Baseball is my worst sport by a million miles.
JJ, Josh's girlfriend is here. Can you go easy on him?
Please. The last softball league I played in.
Yeah.
Were you in it too with Will? And I thought you were.
That was flag football where Marillac got kicked out of the tournament.
Oh yeah. That's right.
Yeah. Almost the police got called on Marillac quarterback.
You can't punch referees. It's pretty standard.
Douglas County, man. I told you, bro. Be careful. Cello and I were like, what do we do?
But dude, people are like, oh, you got to be kind of athletic, like skateboard, you play basketball. I'm like, yeah, I am.
Yeah, you are an athlete.
But
you're like a rapper athlete.
Oh, is that good or bad?
Well, like John Wall is one of the greatest athletes, out there in the NBA. Really, truly a great athlete. But he goes up and he threw the ball like if he was left-handed, like a girl. Yeah. So it's like, how do you equate that incredible level of athleticism, but you just simply can't throw the ball? Like, it's like these weightlifting guys a little bit. Like, they're at the gym. If I just toss them their towel, they're like, hey, throw me my towel. They drop it because they're just zero athletes, but they're all cut up and huge.
Yeah. The last softball league, it was with Will, and I started in the infield, got demoted to the outfield, and then in one inning, I dove for and missed 3 fly balls.
Dang.
And they rolled to the fence for an inside the park home run.
Web gems, all potential.
I stopped showing up after that. I was like, I'm out.
Softball guy, man, I don't know. Jim Rome's done the take a bunch of times.
Yeah.
It's tough, softball guy, to take that kind of stuff too serious.
Way too serious.
Yeah.
All right, well, yeah, home run derby, all-star game, care at all? I don't care an ounce about the all-star game.
Well, like I said, I would choose the derby if I can make the appearance physically than the game itself. The game themselves are usually lackluster. It's rare big stars kind of live up to. I guess Cal Ripken in the last one hit that home run, and then Jeter came out, and they said, "Nah, you stay here at second or whatever it was." What was that? Yeah, there's the nostalgia of baseball and the charm makes it. It's timeless, man. It's Americana. It's just what to modern, a modern American man wants football served up.
Everybody
It's
does.
like college football is as big as it's ever been. College football is just ascending in terms of popularity, and guys who are NFL guys and don't have a dog in the fight, guys who aren't an alum of somewhere, those people are kind of coming to college football. College football is kind of the next big thing, and it's the fast-paced lifestyle of the way we live now. Basketball and football. We want big plays. We want dunks. We want touchdowns.
If you wanted to put $1 on Hunter Goodman to win the MVP of the All-Star game tonight, you could win $91.
Yeah,
$1 to win 91.
That's sweet. Do I got to use your promo code or what?
I'll try it and see what happens.
Okay, I already did it.
Get me
They
some.
said I could be having sex by the end of the week, by Friday.
Oh, nice.
That's what I heard you say. So.
And your bank account got taken. Who was the Rocky? Who was the Rocky that won the MVP a couple years ago?
It was Diaz.
Diaz, that's it. Hit the game-winning home run, right?
With a Z.
Yeah, Diaz with a Z. That's right.
I believe Hunter Goodman will hit the game-winning home run this year.
Really?
I don't think he'll be in the position to do so.
He'll get his one at bat.
Well, he's going to be late in the game.
Okay, so it'll be like a 7th inning.
Yeah, so
okay.
you can't really take like Ohtani, Mike Trout, those early guys.
You're right.
They'll play 2 or 3 innings, then they're done.
Yeah.
It's like, time's over.
Are we going to?
Sounds like Kevin has an investment idea.
Well, I was just going to say, you don't put me on the spot right now. Can I get the break to do so? Maybe by the end of the show, can we at least predict our All-Star Game MVP?
Let's do it.
Okay.
We'll do that.
Can we put something on it if one of us hits? Like if one of us hits, because there's a lot of guys to choose from. Most likely, one of us won't win. But if they do, they get some sort of prize.
Oh, I like that.
Yeah.
I love a prize.
I love prizes.
Like you brought in cookies yesterday. That was a nice prize.
And strawberries, because Amanda's like, these guys are too fat or whatever. And you got to bring something, brought like some cherries and some strawberries and stuff.
Cookies, all gone. Strawberries, all there.
We have tons of strawberries left and like a half of one chocolate chip in there.
I ate a cookie this morning right when I got here.
They're good.
All right, so that's what we watched last night. And again, All-Star. We'll pick an All-Star MVP. If you've got one, send them our way, 303-713-1043 on the RamosLaw.com text line. And again, also tell me, are you interested in said All-Star game? Love to know that. 303-713-1043. I like this. Someone just texted in, oh, it's Atwater Airlines. Just wrote in, hi, Sheila. That's a guy that gets it right there.
That guy does get it.
A loyal listener.
I still matter.
Right there. All right. Let's talk about
He's
the
a legend.
Broncos. He is a legend.
Yeah.
Let's answer some defensive questions about the Broncos. We talked about Vele stepping up as the opposite wide receiver of Cortland Sutton yesterday. J.K. Dobbins being RB1 to start this thing. O-line staying healthy. And we actually talked about what Evan Ingram's numbers can look like. And then you said, hey, Mims could still be looked at as a joker. And then Barron on the defensive side, which I really like.
Yeah.
So on this defensive side, 63 sacks a year ago. Led the NFL. The most that a Denver Bronco team has ever had in an NFL season. Will they get to, I don't even want to say will they get to that number. They won't. They're not going to get to 63 again.
No.
Can they get to 50? Can they get to 55?
I think that's the magic number. I think that's the magic number is 50 because you have an expectation now, and you've proven that this line is very, very special, very, very unique. And I think the secondary is better now. We know the linebacking group is better now. So, yeah, let's go strive for 60. That's a big number. 60 happens again with the involvement of the offense. then we are talking 11 or 12 wins. I still can't get to that 13-win type of Will Peterson place. But 11 or 12 would be just, man, if they were to make that kind of jump, it'd just be like, man, Sean's got this figured out. Bo is the guy. Run game solidified. And then the defense turning it over, making those plays. We're going to talk about the safeties too, right?
Yeah, we're going to get to that. I was just doing the math. I wasn't doing the math. That would take me 4 hours. My phone was doing the math. Between Benito, Cooper, Allen, JFM, Dondre Tillman, and Jonah Ellis, 49.5 sacks between those dudes alone.
Last year, you're saying?
Last year. And then you brought up the guys like the Stranads with 3, the Malcolms with 2.5, Cody had 1, and then there's a handful of players with just 1 sack.
Yeah.
I think you're right that if I were to, I don't even know if I could do it with Zach Allen. Say if I were to make a bet on which one of those players takes a step in the right direction.
Like forward in terms of sack numbers?
More sacks. I'm really looking at Nick Benito and Jonah Ellis. That's who I think take a big step forward.
Yeah, Jonah Ellis.
And it's because he's going to get more time.
When you hear a coach, talk about Jonah Ellis, says all the right things. Guy looks like a, superhuman, looks the part. Jonathan Cooper's kind of the unsung hero. Zach Allen, you can't define his production and level of play, which is some of the best in the league, by his sack numbers. So, again, it's all about, can Benito replicate that big season? Is this who this guy really is? I said this a couple times, Josh, the year before. He was an 8-sack guy. Switching out and, looked at as him and Baron Browning, which is going to be the guy. Are these just specialists? Can they stop the run? Are they, almost like trading Nurkic and letting Jokic ascend. They got rid of Baron Browning, a guy who I thought was going to be here for a while, and Nick Benito ascends to superstardom. So, if it's all about Benito. If Benito regresses to a 10-sack place, it's still 10 sacks.
Mm-hmm.
But the reality is he went from 8 as looked at as a project to 13, and maybe he came into his own. But I'd say he probably falls somewhere in between. He's probably an 11-sack guy. Okay. It feels weird because 10 and 11 feels different than 12 and 13.
Yeah, it does.
10 or 11 feels like, man, 10 and 11, he took a step back. 12 or 13, it's like, man, another 13 sacks for Benito, man. This is the guy.
Doesn't it feel like that's
it's
like
our poor man's Vaughn.
$15 million difference a year?
No, dude, it's everything. So that's, I think, I said this. You make him prove it one more year. Of all the guys who are going to be paid or not paid still before the storm, got a couple weeks before training camp, he's the guy I make prove it one more year. He's got to be a sure thing before I go start. He starts asking for 90 cents on the dollar, 92 cents on the dollar of Myles Garrett type of money.
Yeah, that's not a position they want to be in with Bo being paid on the horizon as well. Yeah. I also I can almost use that same theory with a guy like Zach Allen. Don't give him a contract extension. I've kind of looked at it as, if you're going to extend somebody at Sutton here, and it's for a 2-year deal, I'm with you on Benito. You maybe wait. They have is it a week 12 bye off the top of my head? I think it is.
Yeah.
Let's get to 10 sacks before
you know
week
what?
12.
Look at you.
And
there
then,
we go.
Then start talking.
You know what? If I'm the Broncos or I'm his agent, I tell them that, and the Broncos know. They're going to say, hey, you go do this again. We will pay you upper echelon. I mean, just bonkers dollars. We will do that for you. If you were to, and maybe they're offering this or not, want to take some kind of deal now, well, this is the deal we're kind of looking at. Little less risk, few dollars less. So does he roll the dice on himself? Or does he believe in his agent? Like, hey, man, we looked really good last year. It's going to be hard to look that good again. You got to believe in your ability and yourself or not. Roll the dice on yourself.
I kind of like that, too, of, hey, here's what we'll offer you right now.
Yeah.
We're willing to operate, or as their terms, negotiate in good faith that if you're at 10, 11 sacks by week 12, you've earned some more money.
And like you said, we'll announce right there in the bye. Look good for everybody at that point of the season. Yeah. We're a winner. We're competing for a division title. We're dangerous. We got 2 of the 10 best defensive players on planet Earth solidified. Shoot.
It would work out. And I kind of like the idea of Zach Allen playing another year on what he wants, an expiring contract.
Allen's older.
Go
he's
do it again.
Proven it. If Allen, is due to he came here on a bit of a deal, kind of followed Vance. So you got to I would take care of him. You have to take care of Cortland Sutton. Franklin Myers is a guy who's more signable, less dollars, so maybe you do take care of him and lock him up if you really love him. But Benito's the one guy who I'd just probably make him wait one more year and hope we can all be on the same page. He can have his head right still, and he could strive for some of the, one of the richest contracts in NFL history if he goes and does it again.
Back to Zach Allen real quick. Do you think he'd want to follow VJ again if this is his last year here?
Interesting.
Like,
Depends
what if the defense is outstanding and Vance is getting talked about as a head coach again?
That's where I was going to go with that. That's a good point. Say he is a head coach again in this league. He has money to spend. They have money to spend, and Zach Allen goes, because you bring Zach Allen, it's going to kind of anchor you down and establish at least a nice foundation for any defensive line that you have. So I would say maybe not. I hope he loves it here. When you come here, you live here. You're driving west in the morning. You're looking over out to the west. You see these mountains. There's not a lot of better places to be, man. California's cool, I guess. Florida's not as cool.
California was cool. I don't think it's cool anymore.
Is it not cool anymore?
No.
Okay.
At least for me, I don't know. I don't like it too much.
Well, I believe you. I'm going to believe in you.
It's expensive to live here, but they're rich. There is no humidity. That's real nice.
Yep.
It actually doesn't snow like people say.
Yeah. It's nice here.
The nightlife is
I
good
probably
enough
wouldn't.
for guys
There's some
like that.
places pretty good, but I wouldn't trade what we got for almost anything. Who's got it better than us?
Nobody. Nice.
Yeah.
We didn't even practice that.
Yeah.
So there is the questions about the pass rushers. I also wanted to ask you about who's opposite of PS2. I think the easy answer is, well, it's Riley Moss. He was great before he got hurt, and then he got hurt, and they weren't great anymore, and they drafted Jahdae Barron. So is it I guess we're going to find out in about 10 days, but is it a real, hey, best man wins cornerback 2, or is Riley already the leader in the clubhouse?
Maybe. I don't know. We talked about jokers in the 2 roles, so one of those guys is going to be flexed out and used as in that different role. I don't know if it's Moss or it's going to be Barron, but we'll see if Barron is up to speed, how quickly he can get up to speed. Don't forget that Bradley Roby was like a rookie when he helped be a difference-making corner. He was making plays on teams that were going to Super Bowls and winning Super Bowls. So it's not to say that Barron can't come in and really, really be an impact guy, because he's not having the same pressures and responsibilities as not just PS2, but let alone Riley Moss. So, yeah, man, if Barron ends up being just the next kind of guy to come in, not like we didn't see it coming, but, man, it's like people are mad we didn't go get the running back they wanted. We got a good running back, maybe as good a running back as Coach Payton thought was out there, and we go get this guy in Barron who is team captain quality of a human being, class act, leadership stuff, big play guy, played against some of the best players in college football.
Yeah.
That's the secondary is dangerous.
Bradley Roby, you know the story of Linus Kleza? He did sex on a girl I was dating while we were dating. And she told me about it like straight up the next day.
And
we weren't dating anymore. Bradley Roby, I wasn't like dating this girl.
Yeah.
You know this one, actually. We had both had our eyes on the same lady, and he won.
Dang.
He won. Yeah.
Bradley?
Yeah.
You keep losing, but at least you're losing to some great ones.
I don't know that they're great, but they're better than me. That's for sure.
Man, that's pretty funny.
The Linus one hurt the most because like we were actually like dating.
Yeah.
And then her phone was off all night, and I'm like, hey, what happened last night? And she's like, do you know number 43 on the Nuggets? And I'm like, yeah. It's like, yeah, I slept with him last night. I'm like, oh, all right. Well, I'm gonna hang up and go ahead and lose my number.
She's like, he told me 60-time explosion.
Like, anyway, you can give me an autograph real quick. We'll see what it looks like opposite of PS2. And then
great story.
The last one I wanted to talk about, actually 2 more. I did want to talk about safeties, Jones and Hufanga. I thought Brandon Jones was really good a year ago. And he's replacing a guy like Justin Simmons, who fans loved, not named Kevin Kistner, but fans love that guy. I thought he was I don't know what to call it, a huge upgrade, but it certainly wasn't a downgrade from Simmons to Brandon Jones. And then you add Hufanga, who, again, with health, you're going to talk about 2 safeties. Once they define their roles, you know what I mean? Like that's an instinctual position, pre-snap stuff. Once they figure out each other, I think they're actually going to be really, really solid at safety as well. Like, I don't know if things are right. We could be talking like, remember like TJ Ward, Darian Stewart, neither of them are those thumpers, but their IQ off the charts. I think these guys have
the collection as a whole. Brandon Jones, like Pro Football Focus had him as one of the top safeties. It's hard to like measure statistics and impact of the safety position, but PJ Locke's another guy, kind of like a key guy. Who is it? Skinner. Okay.
Oh, JL Skinner.
Yeah, Skinner will be coming back. Looks like he could play. And then Hufanga's only 25 or 26 years old.
Wow.
So he's not like a 27 or 28-year-old safety who's been around a little bit, hurt more often than not. That's he seems like a really good investment at that position. So I would say, and again, I'd have to look around and see what the rest of football thinks about this safety group. I think it's probably one of the 5, 6, 7 best safety groups in the league, and it's a better secondary group as a whole, even a higher rated than that. So it's easy to keep saying, well, top 5 group here, top 10 group here, we're just going to roll front, the trenches. But again, it's the progression, the maturation, just where the Broncos are going as a whole. Lots of really good young players.
Wow.
No older players that are just weighing you down, leveraging you down by contracts or positions or getting in the way of younger talent or attitude and character. No more bad character, bad apple guys. Doesn't feel like there's any of those guys around. Running lean, bro. Broncos running lean.
Yeah. Well, and that's something that Sean and George both talked about. We have guys that buy in and are football guys. Like, there's no Subway deals or wife's concert that you got to get to. These dudes are all football players. And by the way, Jones just turned 27. Hufanga's barely 25.
Yeah, that's nice.
And that's your duo at safety.
That's sweet.
For a few more years.
Yeah, Brandon Jones is good. Like, if you hear people talk around here about Brandon Jones, real football dudes, he's got a really great reputation.
Yeah. And then the last one is, I wrote this down, but then as I'm thinking about it here, everybody has pressure. The pressure on Vance Joseph of knowing, like, hey, Jim Leonard's waiting in the wings here. He's going to take my job if I'm not good enough. I don't know that matters at all. I think there's pressure at the most amount of pressure on coordinators or assistants comes at the NFL level. Vance has had this kind of pressure his entire life.
Vance had some highs and lows. They gave 72 points against the Dolphins. He kept his job. Actually, it's since that point, I bet the Broncos have been the best defense in the NFL since that point a couple years ago when they were,
I bet you're right.
Just total stats, total numbers, points allowed, takeaways. That was a turning point or a rock bottom for, a defense, but a team that was also like in transition, in flux, no identity, couldn't wait to get out from under Russ, turmoil, players talking, getting each other's faces. It's a bad kind of point in Broncos. Maybe the lowest point as they, at that point, turned things around. And Sean's really, culture stuff, leadership stuff. And then the buy-in. How'd you get to 10 wins last year when they probably should have been a 7 or 8 or 9 win team? Wasn't this run game. It wasn't one superstar tight end that carried you. It wasn't just a veteran quarterback who just put it on his shoulders and lifted you. It was really kind of Sean. Sean gets the credit, but also the players get the credit for the buy-in. Once you have the buy-in and you're like, the players are saying, we're seeing results. What they're teaching us, what they're preaching, the buy-in here, the work is now paying off. And you could skip a whole 2 stairs in the level of like climbing towards playoffs to conference championship to Super Bowls. You become bigger than the pieces as a whole when you just start winning and you have the belief of like, we are good. We are badasses.
Broncos country, what say you? Yeah, those questions about the defense, can they remain the same? Will the D-line do it again? Who is opposite of PS2? And do you have any worries about Vance Joseph? Answer at 303-713-1043. It is the RamosLaw.com text line. We'll get caught up on a few of your texts. Do want to tell you, Thursday, from noon to 1, that's going to be our next giveaway of free limited edition Training Camp 2025 Extra Soft T-shirts. Going to be at First Bank, this time on South University Boulevard in Highlands Ranch. You can only grab one per person while supplies last. For more details and to find the location nearest you, make sure you hit DenverSports.com/shirt. That's DenverSports.com/shirt. First Bank, which is banking for good. All right, we'll catch up on the text line. As I said, answer those questions there. I also want to play a fun little Broncos game of Would You Rather. That's coming up next.
Listen up, golf fans. Want to witness the battle at Bethpage Black in New York this year? Well, Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan is teamed up with the City of Aurora to give away a trip to win your way in. To enter, just head to the pro shop at any of the City of Aurora's 5 beautiful courses between now and August 1st. Find the cutout of Sac By and scan the QR code. For more information and the list of course locations, head to denversports.com/golf. Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan.
Constipation with belly pain that keeps coming back and back and back. If your symptoms keep coming back, talk to your doctor. It could be irritable bowel syndrome with constipation or IBS-C. Linzess could help you get ahead of it. Linzess linaclotide is a prescription medicine that treats IBS-C in adults. It's not a laxative. It's a once-daily pill that helps you get ahead of your symptoms. It's proven to help you have more frequent and complete bowel movements and helps relieve overall abdominal symptoms, belly pain, discomfort, and bloating. These symptoms were studied in combination, not individually. Do not give Linzess to children less than 2. It may harm them. Do not take Linzess if you have a bowel blockage. Get immediate help if you develop unusual or severe stomach pain, especially with bloody or black stools. The most common side effect is diarrhea, sometimes severe. If it's severe, stop taking Linzess and call your doctor right away. Other side effects include gas, stomach area pain, and swelling. Talk to your doctor and say yes to Linzess. Learn more at linzess.com or call 1-800-LINZESS.
Hey guys, Mark Schlereth here for Xfinity. Now check this out. History, it had the gold rush, then came the oil boom, but right now it's the Wi-Fi boom. And Xfinity Wi-Fi is booming. Xfinity has everything you need to tap into the Wi-Fi boom with seriously powerful and seriously reliable connection. With 99.99% network reliability and incredible low lag, your streams will be smoother than making the decision on what you want to stream. And I haven't even mentioned the ability to connect to hundreds of devices. So you, your kids, your parents, and whoever else is at home can all experience the Wi-Fi boom with Xfinity at the same time. Here's the offer you don't want to miss. Get the most reliable Wi-Fi and Xfinity's best in-class equipment for one consistent price, 5 years guaranteed. It also includes unlimited data with no annual contract, all with 5-year price guarantee from Xfinity. So go to Xfinity.com, call 1-800-XFINITY, or visit a store near you today. Restrictions apply. Not available in all areas. New residential customers only. Select plans only. Xfinity Gateway with XFi complete required for unlimited data except in certain areas. Most reliable Wi-Fi based on Open Signal Awards USA. Fixed broadband experience report August 2024. Actual speeds vary.
Men, the summer is here. Longer days, warmer nights, and romance in the air. Intimate dinners, walks on the beach, dancing in the moonlight. But if you have erectile dysfunction, you know it can ruin romance, both for you and the one you love. This is Jeff for the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic, and if you have ED, don't let another summer go by without getting treated. Because intimacy is one of the greatest things in life. And fear of not being able to perform should not be something you have to deal with. At the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic, we're ED experts. We've successfully treated tens of thousands of men. Our protocols work when others don't, and we have treatments that are effective in well over 90% of cases. You could even last up to an hour or more and perform like you haven't in years. So call us. Your initial appointment is only $99 and includes blood work, a medical consult, and if medically advised, a test dose. And if that test dose doesn't work in the office, your visit is free. Call 720-440-7900 or go to RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com.
Hey, it's Matt, your leaf filter trusted pro. Gutters are an often neglected part of the home. They're also one of the most important. Clogged, overflowing gutters can cause serious problems like foundation damage or basement flooding, which can cost thousands of dollars to fix. Let's face it, cleaning gutters yourself is not only a hassle, it can be dangerous. But when you get Leaf Filter, you'll never have to worry about cleaning clogged gutters again. Get started today by visiting leaffilter.com/deal to schedule your free inspection. If you decide to move forward, we'll professionally clean, realign, and seal your gutters before installing our patented stainless steel micro mesh system. Leaf Filter keeps out everything but the water. And it's backed by a lifetime transferable no clogs warranty. So you're protected for good. We're in your neighborhood and ready to help. Visit Leaf Filter today for a free inspection and estimate, and you could save up to 30%. Visit leaffilter.com/deal. That's leaffilter.com/deal.
Auto theft in Colorado remains prevalent. Stop auto theft and subsequent crimes by locking your car and taking your keys every time. Learn more at lockdownyourcar.org.
Denver Sports Snapshot.
Tonight on The Fan, baseball all-star game action begins starting at 6.
Open an account in less than 5 minutes. Visit WesteraCU.com. Federally insured by NCUA.
You're listening to Dover and Cecil on Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan.
Danny, a quick little, audible, would you rather? Would you rather your first concert be Kiss at Fiddler's Green or Crisscross at Clearwater Beach in Florida? Those are my first and second concerts of my life.
I'd say probably Crisscross in
Really?
Florida. Yeah.
Make you want to jump?
Yeah, because, Kiss is cool, don't get me wrong, but this is it's just simple. This song is just so simple, yet they look like the most terrifying dudes. It's like the Beach Boys doing rock,
Yeah.
But Gene Simmons is really cool, man. Kiss is cool.
Yeah.
I just think I'd probably go with Crisscross because the Mac Dad will make you jump.
Yeah.
Jump.
I was 8 years old, maybe 9.
Dang.
And it was just me and my dad.
Yeah.
On a beach in Florida, doing Crisscross, make you wanna. I'm like, can I put my shirt on backwards?
Down by the beach.
Yeah, it was pretty sweet. But then at Kiss, it was Kiss and Aerosmith.
Yeah.
And again, it was just me and my pops.
What year was this Kiss and Aerosmith? Aerosmith had, during Armageddon, a big comeback with "If I Can Stay Away." That was a big song.
I had my driver's permit because my pops got tossed up a little bit at the thing, and I had to drive home.
Yeah, nice.
So I don't even know, 98?
Yeah.
97, something like that.
That's it.
Yeah.
That's a good era.
And I was like, man, Dad, a bunch of these people smell like your friends. He's like, that's weed, son. All right, let's get into it, though. Would you rathers here?
Smells like that little film container that you have in the garage.
Yeah, exactly. Let's get into some Would You Rather Broncos editions. We didn't get to this one. You said you wanted to, so let's start with it. Would you rather have a top 5 offense or a top 5 defense for the Denver Broncos this year?
You're asking me?
I'm asking you.
Give me the top 5 offense.
Wow.
Because with the top 5 offense, you're going to be scoring a ton of points. Your offense is going to propel you to double-digit wins. And I think I know for sure the defense, no matter what, is going to be a top 7, 8, top 10, 9 defense. The defense as a whole, because the defense is harder, maybe not harder to predict, but they're going to be good. What you can't predict is the number of turnovers because the ball is shaped funny and bounces weird. Okay, so they're going to be really good, but how good? It just depends on how things play out in games. What we don't know, if you can give me a certainty, what we don't know is just how good the Broncos offense could be, will be, but also could be. So if, you can give me a top 5 offense, but I'm going to sacrifice and we only have a top 7, 8, or 9 defense, that's a combination to win 11, 12 games.
We did this exercise, what was it, Kevin, a couple weeks ago, where we were talking about what the Super Bowl teams were over the last 5 or 6 years, where their offensive ranking was, their defensive ranking.
Oh, cool, and
then you kind of put those two numbers together, and really it was, what, Kevin, about 10 to 17 is kind of the number you were looking for?
For offense?
For combined score.
Oh.
So 17 means you have the 9th best offense and the 8th best defense.
You don't just average the two?
Yeah. No,
adding
that was
them two for a number.
The 2 rankings.
Do you know what? Okay, and this is a weird turn. Why the Nuggets? Stay with me here.
Okay.
Why the Nuggets won that championship is because 3 years ago they had 4 of the top 40 or 50 players in the world in Nikola, Jamal, Michael Porter Jr., and Aaron Gordon.
Yeah.
Even if Aaron Gordon, Michael Porter Jr. were number 35 or 40 on that list, that's who those guys were at that time. Now, that's, if you redid that list, those guys would be sliding way down the list, and Jamal probably would barely be a top 50 player.
Yeah.
But that's why the Nuggets were able to win that championship, and that's why the Celtics did too, because the Celtics had 5 of the top 50 players. So just a little twist on where we're going with the Broncos.
The double numbers there.
Yeah.
I'd probably, you explained it very well what your reason was. I'd probably agree with you on that. But the offense hasn't been that. We know what the defense is, and it should pretty much stay the same. They didn't lose pieces. They added pieces at key spots. So you would think the defense, at minimum, is going to be 6th, 7th in the league, as you just hinted at.
Yeah, for sure. They got everything it takes.
Barring injury, that could set everything back. But I also, top all right, maybe top 10 is where I should start instead of jumping to top 5. Sean Payton had a top 10 passing offense, 9 of his 15 seasons, 10 of his 15 seasons there in St. Louis or New Orleans. It's year 3 here, and we've yet to have one of those. I think what we've seen from the defense being a top 10, top 5 for a handful of years, I think they're about to start that process right now with the offense. This is going to be year 1 of Sean Payton and Bo Nix having top 10 passing offenses maybe throughout their careers
That
together.
sounds nice.
Because that's what Sean does. We know Bo's going to get better and better every single year, and they're going to add talent, and that talent will come along as developed with Bo Nix. So I think it's offense right now. But if we were to have this same show and do the same thing next year, I'd flip it for the same reasons you just said. The offense is going to be there.
Because you'll know the offense will be at a certain level of play, and then can we get a guarantee of a top 5 defense? Because then with the guarantee of the top 5 defense, we got some maybe special things happening in the playoffs once you do get into the playoffs.
Yeah. Somebody said top 5. It would be top 5 defense all day. Trent Dilfer, anybody? Now, I get what you're saying, that you can get a quarterback to go win a game, but there are 2 examples of that, Trent Dilfer and Brad Johnson.
Yeah.
That's pretty Joe Flacco.
Well,
maybe?
there's a Nick Foles. But listen, for every 10 Super Bowls won, 8 of those Super Bowls are won by future Hall of Fame quarterbacks.
Yes.
That's the way you kind of got to do that and create that kind of analogy there, because that's just what it is. Super Bowls are won by Hall of Fame quarterbacks almost all of the time, except for the
few exceptions,
a handful of times otherwise.
I would put Flacco, Johnson, and Dilfer all in the same boat.
Yeah, no, for sure. I would too.
Kev, you got some numbers?
I got some numbers. The correct answer is going to be you want a top 10 offense.
Really?
Since Super Bowl 50, you've only had one top 10 scoring offense. That was last year with Bo.
Wow.
Whoa.
Since Super Bowl 50, you've had 4 top 10 scoring defenses, and you haven't done anything.
Well,
they haven't even won a playoff game.
What Texter guy's saying basically, and I get it, well, if you have a top 5 defense, that assures you're going to be really good. Well, we already know, this is, we're just playing the game here. We know the defense is going to be good. It doesn't have to be top 5 good in order for this team to go deep in the playoffs. But what has to happen is they have to have an offense who can go toe-to-toe with Burrow, Jackson, Mahomes. This season, Hurts. This season, Jordan Love. This season, Jaden Daniels.
Yeah.
So, this season in particular, if you can guarantee me even a top 10 offense, well, then I'm saying, give me that top 10 offense, top 10 defense. That's the recipe for a lot of success.
And Kevin crushing it with the numbers. It sounds like our answer was right.
Yeah,
it's got to be the offense. And by the way, I'm all up for a good sack and an interception or a forced fumble, but give me a damn bomb for a touchdown. That's what I watch football for.
Yeah,
offense, touchdown, scoring. You know what I mean? What Shane Falco say? Chicks dig the long ball or something like that.
Yeah, chicks dig the long ball.
Legends live forever. Scars heal.
Scars heal. Chicks dig the long ball. And
legends never die.
There it is.
Yeah. We just became Shane Falco together.
Footsteps Falco? What a player, man.
It was a good player.
It's a lefty, too.
Our girl Cindy's chilling at Walmart. She says, I'm just sitting in the parking lot listening to you guys before I go in. So
Thanks,
shout
Cindy.
out to you, Cindy, for hanging out and waiting for us to get done. Danny, what was your first concert?
My first concert? You're not going to believe this. I saw Michael Jackson at McNichols Arena.
What?
Bad tour. I was probably 9 years old with my aunt.
Dude.
And people, at the time, people were like fighting killing each other for these tickets,
Yeah.
man. They were the ticket. And I remember on the stage, all these different guys came up from the stage. They all looked like Michael. And it was like, and then it was like,
That's
Michael
sick.
came up, and it was like, whoo, wait.
So you saw MJ in concert?
I saw him live, my own eyes. Then check this out. He saw me out on stage, invited me back to Graceland. I had school and stuff, so I was out. He was like, we got the monkey. Macaulay's going to be there.
Yeah.
And it could have been a big break for me.
Could have.
But I thought better.
Yeah. Well, you had to stay in school, Auntie wasn't going to let you miss more school. Kevin, what was your first concert? Kevin's Mr. Concert.
Oh, I know.
So he goes to all of them.
I respect his musical prowess at a very high level.
Kevin?
It was Keith Urban.
Okay.
I think I was 18 or 19.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, I was a late.
I
was a
would've
late
guessed way
groomer.
earlier than
Yeah. Keith Urban, Greeley Stampede,
Nice.
way up north.
Yeah.
It poured like crazy.
Always does.
People were if you sat in a chair in the dirt, mud, you sunk like 3 inches. Like that's how bad it was. And then I'm like, is this thing gonna get rained out? Luckily it wasn't. fun fact, Keith Urban, 2 days, Fiddler's Green right down the street.
And you'll be there.
No way.
And of course I'll be there.
Nice.
Look at you. That's
Look at
sweet.
me.
What, you're going on Thursday night?
Yep.
He's going to be
Full
useless.
circle.
Useless on Friday. Kevin.
I bet you're going to be useless too.
You're right, actually. You're right, Kevin.
Yeah.
Someone said, I'm going to Crisscross. Kiss sucks. The most overrated rock band ever.
Whoa.
Dang, that's pretty strong.
I kind of made the joke there. It's not too complex.
I mean, it's not hard to write one of their songs, but it's got to be tough to wear that makeup, I guess. I don't really know how hard it is to be them.
I think to be an old guy and have to go through the makeup over and over and over again.
Yeah.
At some point, they should have changed the look a little bit. Like a wrestler changes the look finally after, Undertaker wasn't always weirdo Undertaker forever.
That's true.
Kind of had to evolve.
Even Sting took the mask off
sure.
at one point.
Yeah, that's right.
That's right. All right, that's a fun little one. If you want to send in first concerts and experiences, you can add that to the list as well. Like I said, some fun Would You Rathers. We may do this tomorrow, but the Nuggets edition of it. All right, we'll keep the football conversation going. I found an article about 10 good bets to make ahead of the NFL season. The Broncos win total is on this. We'll get into that and more Broncos news, this time in a bad way. CBS ranked the worst coaching hires over the last 25 years. 2 Broncos coaches made it, and they're not going to surprise you. We'll share the details next.
Follow us on YouTube, Instagram, and TikTok at Denver Sports 1043 to stay up to date on all your local teams. Denver Sports 1043. The Fan.
Summer is a time to feel and look your best, but I'm not talking about your tan or abs. Guys, I'm talking about your hair. Restore that bald spot, reverse your receding hairline, or add volume to decades of thinning during Advanced Hair's once yearly summer savings event. Advanced Hair's simple one-day treatment begins to regrow your own natural hair the very next day, and it can even grow for life. Did I mention Advanced Hair even guarantees your new hair will grow? Take advantage of your flexible summer calendar and get the most hair for your dollar during Advanced Hair's best offer ever. The summer sales event is on for a limited time, so schedule your free consultation and get the details today. 720-459-HAIR. One-day treatment, life-changing results with Advanced Hair. Your new hair is guaranteed to grow. Check out the incredible before and afters and get your savings details while still available. That's 720-459-HAIR or at advancedhair.com. That's advancedhair.com.
Are you one of those people who dread going to the dentist? If so, have you tried sedation dentistry? Learn more about sedation dentistry at coloradosedation.com. Sit back, relax, and dream with the most experienced sedation dentist and staff at Clarkson Dental.
If you've been injured in Colorado, you want Wilhite. After an accident, you want Colorado's accident experts on your side, the Wilhite Law Firm. Get your free case review right now. Just call 303-GOOD-LAW today or visit WilhiteWins.com and win big with Wilhite.
You worked hard for your 401k, but if you've left your job, your money might be sitting in the wrong hands. I'm Jeff Jr. with Trajan Wealth, and it's very possible that the 401k that you have had for years has hidden fees and limited investment choices. But if you're no longer with the company, that 401k may be at the mercy of your former employer. All of these things could be costing you thousands. Rolling over your 401k into an IRA can provide better investment options that align with your long-term goals. At Trajan Wealth, we're fiduciary advisors that are held to a higher standard with no hidden agenda and no hidden fees. Don't let your retirement dollars sit in an old plan, and don't roll it over to your new plan without consulting Trajan Wealth first. Call Trajan today at 720-405-3300. That's 720-405-3300.
Advisory services are offered through Trajan Wealth, LLC, an SEC registered investment advisor.
If you've got a gas-powered engine, keep it running like new at every fill-up. Stable in-season protection is your engine's preventative medicine, cleaning and protecting the entire fuel system in season. In outdoor power equipment, prevent gum and varnish buildup that could cause a rough or non-running engine. For cars and trucks, increase fuel efficiency and power by removing deposits, ensuring your engine's long-term health. Stable outperforms the competition in independent lab testing. So at every fill-up, start with Stable.
This is the story of the one. As a lineman, he does whatever it takes to keep the power on in his community. And he wants a partner like Grainger who does the same. Grainger offers the professional-grade products he needs, from voltage detectors to harnesses to hard hats. plus fast, dependable delivery. So he can rise to every challenge. Call 1-800-GRANGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Brandon Stokley here for the only heating and cooling company I trust, ROX Rocks Heating and Air. There's no one better in Colorado. July is the hottest month of the year. Is your air conditioner going to survive? Get a free estimate on a new air conditioner and take advantage of the best deals in town. To make it even better, you can get 0% interest financing. Stay cool, Colorado, with ROX Rocks Heating and Air. Now play that jingle.
HVAC service, installation, repair. ROX Rocks Heating and Air.
It's Dover and Cecil on Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan.
So over the last 25 years, there has been some really bad hirings around the NFL. The really bad hirings
Not
around
here.
The
Broncos always get it
world.
right.
And here in the city. And the Broncos, Danny, well, they are unfortunately on this list a couple different times. You nailed the names. I don't think it's that difficult to go, hey, who are the two worst Broncos coaches in about the last 25 years? And you go, oh, yeah, well, Nathaniel Hackett was just a couple years ago, and that was a complete disaster. And then maybe you just blacked it out entirely because the Josh McDaniels era was also absolutely brutal. So they went 1 through 25 on here.
Okay.
And the worst hiring of all time was Urban Meyer. A record of 2-11. He allegedly kicked the kicker. He got called for illegal use of hands.
He was hanging out with those co-eds.
Yeah, at the bar in Ohio?
Yeah, his bar.
Oh, that's right. It was his bar.
Yeah.
It was my dog.
No, we get it, Kyle.
So Urban Meyer is number one. Number two, you brought him up earlier, Bobby Petrino there.
Yeah, Bobby Petrino was a nightmare at the Falcons.
Cam Cameron, who went 1-15
with the
this is after the Dolphins.
Okay, yeah, Cam Cameron.
After Saban said, I've had enough here.
Okay.
And then we get to number four. It's Josh McDaniels. 11-17 record with the Denver Broncos, and they write it's a hot shot hire from Bill Belichick's coaching tree. McDaniels didn't make it to his first game before dealing quarterback Jay Cutler over offseason miscommunications, and there's layers to that too that go to Mr. Bolin and some of his health stuff. That just poor timing. And didn't make it through year two after an NFL investigation found his staff had videotaped an opponent's walkthrough practice during the season. Somehow he returned with the Raiders in 2022. That is a big one. Josh McDaniels, the Colts had him as one of the worst hires too because he didn't even coach a game but took the job and left there. He was a nightmare in Colorado.
Why the Josh hiring is so much worse than the Nathaniel Hackett firing was because the Broncos were bad anyways. Nathaniel Hackett couldn't have helped those guys. Josh McDaniels is literally replacing Mike Shanahan, a godlike figure in this town, a future Hall of Famer, and a guy who's like one of the greatest offensive minds in the history of the National Football League. So, and then on top of that, they swore up and down. Joe Ellis is making this decision. Josh McDaniels goes in and gives them a PowerPoint presentation they had never seen. Yeah. They had like a projector with the vis-a-vis marker, like from the 70s, like your 80s when you're in school. Yeah. And listen, and Josh McDaniels goes in there with what the Broncos think is futuristic technology, knocks them off their feet, and they swore they'd never give the keys to the general managership and a head coach that kind of power, and they gave it to Josh right away, bro. They said, Mike Shanahan has said this, when I was called to Pat Bolin's office that day, I thought he was asking me, what are we doing for lunch?
Wow.
And instead he said, we're going to fire you. We're going in another direction. So from the Cutler trade, the Brandon Marshall stuff, Josh McDaniels seized so much control right away, abused that power, could have been here forever and had a bunch of success, but didn't. But I think like this. Now, once you go from Mike Shanahan to Josh to Tim Tebow to Peyton Manning, you think, well, that's the way it was supposed to be.
Yeah.
That's, so, yeah.
There's the karma coming back for the bad dealings of one Josh McDaniel. And then in at number 5, it's the only 2 Broncos on the list, but they go back-to-back 4 and 5. Again, no surprise. It's Nathaniel Hackett, a record of 4-11. We know he didn't even get through the first year.
Wow.
They write about the beloved companion and colleague of Aaron Rodgers, who's gone to bat for him multiple times. But Hackett's team up with former Seahawks star Russell Wilson went about as poorly as it could have, with clock management issues repeatedly dooming Denver before a 51-14 Christmas Day defeat all but sealed his exit. His December dismissal made him just the 5th coach since the AFL-NFL merger to not finish his first season. I think it's easy to remember the 51-14.
Yeah.
I remember Patrick the Star was roasting Russell Wilson. That was not a good look. But the clock management stuff, you've been around sports a long time. You ever seen the crowd have to count down for the clock?
Bro, they could not get a play. I was making fun of them yesterday. They had to tell Russ, all right, Russ, blue shark, square. Blue shark. Wait, what was it? Blue shark what? Triangle? No, square, Russ. Look on your wristband, bro. Yeah. You know, that's brutal. That's brutal stuff.
He was, from the moment, I think when he got hired and he has his press conference and he's got this unique energy, and you go, oh, wow, that might be fun. And then
You're talking about Nathaniel or Russ?
Nathaniel.
Okay.
Russ is Captain Cornball. The energy wasn't good.
Mr. Unlimited.
Yeah. But with Nathaniel, it's like, oh, I've never seen that from a head coach before. That might be fun if there's some success tied to it.
He was lining up in the backfield. We're doing the radio show right there in training camp. He's lining up in the backfield. He's hanging with all the boys. He's the ultimate, players coach.
Called himself White Lightning.
To a fault, man. Just all the way to a fault. Was never cut out for the job. And do you know what? To not get through the season like that, historic. Mm-hmm. Historic firing in the history of the NFL, to let go of a guy like that who it just in such a short time, especially for such a proud, like I say, crown jewel legacy franchise, to go out like that, looking like that, is a disgrace.
You know what else? I didn't mention this with Josh McDaniels. We have a mutual friend, Kent Erickson.
Okay.
He was with the Broncos for his entire adult life.
Yeah.
And then Josh McDaniel, just to be an agent of chaos, came in and said, I want to mix everything up, including the video department for no reason. And then guys like that have worked for decades in the same building, same department, gets fired just because Josh wants to control people.
Yeah.
I don't like that stuff.
No, to his own detriment. Josh would have, again, he would obviously, the way the Patriots run their business is at a very paranoid nature. Mm-hmm. Paranoid to a point where they think someone's videoing them to justify them in their own minds going to videotape someone else's walkthroughs.
That's why they're cheating?
I swear. It's just like, it's a justification of like, certainly we've heard of another team doing this before, so we're going to pull out all the stops.
Well, she's cheating on me. I don't want to cheat on her.
Exactly.
That'll get you nowhere.
That's
in life.
Yeah. Do you know where it gets you? A meeting with Lennox Kleza and your girl calling you the next day saying, "Hey, 43." Yeah.
We're together now. All right, another story from CBS. This is again just bets, and some of these are fun. There's will the Bengals will or won't make the playoffs? The Niners win the West. Dak throwing for over 4,000 yards, and then at the bottom of it, it's the Broncos over 9.5 wins. They say this is a good bet. You can find it on FanDuel if you're into it. It's at plus 110. They write that the Broncos were one of the surprise teams as 24. Bo Nix put together a strong first season, and then they got better with the additions of Evan Ingram, R.J. Harvey, and J.K. Dobbins as a revamped backfield, and add a couple of pieces on the defensive end. So I don't think it's a secret anymore. Like, cat's out of the bag with the Broncos. Everybody knows they're here, and they have arrived.
Cliff said it best last week when you were gone. They're not going to sneak up on anybody. Not one person. They're not going to sneak up on any group, any team. What I am really nervous about is I think the Broncos split within the division all across the board and have a chance to beat the Raiders twice. I believe that to be the case. Easier said than done. But when you have these unfamiliar, kind of unique NFC opponents, and they're dangerous, in the Eagles, in the Packers, and in Washington, and I'm leaving another team or two out here, it's just going to be hard, really hard to get to double-digit wins. Okay?
It is.
So they're going to have the fast start that they never seem to have stumbling out of the gates. That's got to happen for them. They're going to have to win one or two games that, people had them, losing. And in the end, does that equal 10 wins or 11 wins? That's where I'm at. I'm at 10. I get back to 10. But I would be okay with that because 10 and in to the playoffs could mean a playoff victory. It's all about matchups. Yep. If the defense is as good as we think, if they can run the ball in some way, shape, or form, then with that defense, they could be dangerous. You want to be a team that nobody wants to face going into the playoffs. And how does that happen? Well, a bunch of playmakers, good, talented young quarterback who's willing to go toe-to-toe with any of these other dudes. And, yeah, that's what I think.
All right. Do you want to tell people about our partnership? We're teaming up, Danny, with the city of Aurora. That's where I live now.
That's right.
And you can win.
Are you going to run for mayor?
Probably
Aurora?
at some point, yeah.
Okay. I'd love to be in your cabinet.
Oh, we'd make a great team.
Yeah.
Out there campaigning like Tommy Boy. We didn't have any chocolate pudding in the fridge, buddy.
Sorry for interrupting.
No, it's okay. I liked it. We're trying to give away a trip to the Battle at Bethpage Black. All you have to do to enter is head to any of the pro shops at the City of Aurora's 5 beautiful golf courses. Danny and I were just talking about getting out to Meadows sooner rather than later. You got to get there between now and August 1st. You're looking for the cutout of Zach By. Scan that QR code on ZB. For more info and the list of golf course locations, head to DenverSports.com/golf, DenverSports.com/golf. But like I said, go scan the QR code on ZB. Maybe do a fun little video, like interviewing Zach By or something, and tag us on Twitter. We'd love to see that kind of stuff. Keep it coming, and good luck. Hopefully you are on your way to the battle at Bethpage Black. All right, Bleacher Report has a list out right now of the top 100 basketball players of all time. How many Nuggets made the cut, and did they do Joker dirty? That's coming up next.
Follow us on X at DEN Sports 1043 for up-to-the-minute information and opinions on all things Denver sports. Also, we can still call it Twitter, right? Denver Sports 1043 The Fan, DenverSports.com, and the Denver Sports app.
Hey, Brandon Stokley here. Colorado Joint Replacement is part of Advent Health, one of the nation's largest healthcare providers. They offer innovative hip and knee replacement surgery with expert, compassionate care. To schedule an appointment, visit coloradojoint.org.
Hi, Zoe Saldana. Welcome to T-Mobile. Here's your new iPhone 16 Pro on us.
Thanks. And here's my old phone to trade in.
You don't need a trade-in. When you switch to T-Mobile, we'll give you a new iPhone 16 Pro. Plus, we'll help you pay off your old phone up to $800, and you still get to keep it.
There's always a trade-in.
Not right now at T-Mobile.
I feel like I have to give you something in return for karma.
That's okay.
I don't really have much in my purse. Oh, let's see. Hand sanitizer. It's lavender.
I'm good. Seriously.
Let me check this pocket. Oh, mints?
Really, I'm fine.
Oh, I have raisins. I'm a mom. Wait 1 sec. I've got cupcakes in the car.
It's our best iPhone offer ever. Switch to T-Mobile. Get a new iPhone 16 Pro with Apple Intelligence on us. No trade-in needed. We'll even pay off your phone up to $800.
With 24 monthly bill credits, new line $100 plus a month on experience beyond finance agreement $999.99 and qualifying forwarded. For well qualified plus tax and $10 connection charge. Pay off via virtual prepaid card below 15 days. Credits end and balance due if you pay off early or cancel. See T-Mobile.com.
Texting privacy policy and terms and conditions posted at textingterms.us. Texting enrolls you for recurring automated text marketing messages. Message and data rates may apply or play stop, opt out. Terms and conditions apply to the earnings promotion.
Do you have caregiving experience as a parent, teacher, nanny, coach, or in another similar role? Hop Skip Drive is looking for experienced caregivers who want to help students in their community by driving them to and from school. Earn up to $50 per ride with Hop Skip Drive's welcome promotion, all while helping your community. If you have your own vehicle that is no more than 10 years old, a clean driving record, and at least 5 years of caregiving experience, you could become a Hop Skip Drive care driver. Just text STUDENT to 323232 to get started right now. Hop Skip Drive gives you the flexibility to set your own schedule and earn competitive pay. It's simple. Drive in your free time and make a real difference for students right in your neighborhood. Don't wait. Text STUDENT to 323232 right now. Text STUDENT to 323232 and start earning up to $50 per ride during Hop Skip Drive's welcome promotion period. That's STUDENT to 323232. Text STUDENT to 323232 now.
Change is always happening. Hey, it's part of life, and when it comes to music, change is all around us. Songs are rewritten, classics are remixed, bands and artists come and go. Even our taste in music changes. But no matter how things change in 5 years, there's one thing that'll stay the same: the price of your internet. Xfinity is introducing the 5-year price guarantee. It means you'll get 5 years of the most reliable Wi-Fi with their best equipment included for a price that stays exactly the same. Surprised? Life is full of them. One internet price, 5 years guaranteed. Learn more at Xfinity.com/deals. Restrictions apply. New residential customers only. Taxes and fees extra and subject to change. Most reliable Wi-Fi based on Open Signal Awards USA. Fixed Broadband Experience Report August 2024.
KKFN and KKFN HD1 Longmont, Denver. You're listening to Denver Sports 104.3. The Fan.
Denver Sports Snapshot.
Tonight on The Fan, baseball all-star game action begins starting at 6.
Open an account in less than 5 minutes. Visit WesteraCU.com. Federally insured by NCUA.
Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan presents Dover and Cecil.
Can I kick it? Yes, you can. 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 Can I kick it? Can I kick it? Yes, you can. Can I kick it?
Hour number 4. Quarter number 4. Danny Williams hanging out with me.
To all the people who
Filling in for Cecil this week, and we are here for another hour. It's our fourth quarter, our final quarter. We're going to take you up to 2 o'clock. We'll mix it up with the drive for a few minutes, and then we'll hand it off to those guys to get you home from 2 to 6. And then Denver Sports Tonight will get you second shifters all the way home from 6 to 7. We appreciate all you guys joining here on our show, on the station, watching us on YouTube at DenverSports.com. However it is you interact with us, we are grateful for it. Tell your friends. Tell them to join the tribe. Check in with us every single day.
Yeah, say hi to your mother for us.
That's right. We are going to talk about this top 100 list out. Not in the NFL. That's out right now, too, but in the NBA. And this put together by Bleacher Report. We do have an article up at DenverSports.com that highlights the Denver players, because that's what we care about. And there are 6 on the list. Chauncey Billups comes in first on the list, down at number 91. I'd asked you earlier, I'm like, does that seem a little low? And I loved your answer. Like, we're talking about decades of basketball, thousands of players.
Yeah.
For Chauncey to be number 91 is still pretty damn good.
Well, again, I have to pull the list up here, okay? So keep going. I'm going to pull the list up, and you just, who else is in the 90s? We're talking about, all-time greats.
Yeah.
All-time greats.
If Chauncey's in at 91. See, it's a long list.
Artis Gilmore, 100. I mean, the guy scored tons of. Dave Bing, like an underrated all-time player. A bunch of all-stars, Rookie of the Year. I remember him being Rookie of the Year. Klay Thompson at 98.
Wow.
I mean, Klay's probably like one of the greatest role players, quote-unquote role players of all time.
Plus, he's with Megan Thee Stallion now. He gets credit for that.
Bernard, I know, that's wild, right? Bernard King, 97. I mean,
that's a huge
Knickerbocker legend.
Yeah.
Joe Dumars, 96. Dave DuBussier, 95. All these Knicks guys at the end of the list. Bill Sharman, again, he was playing against plumbers and firemen, but he's a Celtics legend. Jason Tatum, 93.
Oh, wow.
Interesting. And then I'll finish this rest of these 90s here. Lenny Wilkins, 92.
Okay.
Chauncey Billups, 91. And then who's 90? Chris Webber, C-Web.
Yeah, I mean, it's pretty good company.
C-Web is the end of this kind of talent level that you could put on this list. Chris Webber, who's like, the body of work, a really kind of unique career, the trauma in Michigan, the shortcomings of having such great teams that couldn't get past the Lakers.
Remember, he calls the timeout, then people think that there was some fishy stuff going on in that series against the Lakers. And
but a great player, an all-time great player.
All right, so 91 is
no shame,
good.
No shame in that.
Not at all. I mean, dude, you're a top 100 player at what you've done.
Yeah.
I think Chauncey will certainly accept that. 10 spots up there. Then we get to Dikembe Mutombo. Mount Mutombo, 5 seasons with the Nuggets before they couldn't agree upon a deal, and he goes to Atlanta. I mean, his 55 jersey is one of just 7 hanging up in the rafters there. And he's an all-time great on the court, off the court, lost too soon, but Dikembe certainly deserves to be on this list.
Big guys don't get credit for being great defenders because they're big, they're supposed to be. And if you're a great defender as a big, what makes you so much more special? Dikembe is looked at as one of the greatest defenders of all time, greatest shot blockers and defenders of all time.
Number 76, that's where we get to Alex English, who spent 11 years with the Nuggets, finished top 15 voting in MVP 6 different times, was an all-star 8 times, did spend some time with Milwaukee, Indiana, and Dallas, but most of his damage was done across the Western Conference when he was playing with the Nuggets. Danny, you know it. Some of his teams had championship aspirations, and as we've done before, just those damn Lakers. That's the Showtime Lakers
Watch
that were
this.
getting in the way of
Watch
him.
this. 88, 89 Nuggets. Okay?
Mm-hmm.
I'm going to give you years in a row here, actually, starting from 80, 81. Okay? He averaged 24. The next year, 25. The next year, 28. The next year, 27. The next year, 28. The next year, 30. The next year, 29. The next year, 25. The next year, 26 and a half. That's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 years, which obviously we said makes him the highest scoring player in the NBA in the 1980s. This guy is a bucket.
Yeah.
Guy's a bucket, bro.
A walking bucket.
We don't,
And by the way, that's more impressive to me because they could also knock you on your ass as often as they wanted to back then. They could just literally put you on your ass as you're dribbling the basketball, and it's not a foul.
And you know what? Look here. I'll give you over that same span rebounding numbers: 9, 8, 7, 7, 5, 5, 5, 4, 4. As he gets older, a player, he's rebounding less. And he's an assist guy at 4, 3.5, 3.5, 5.5, 5, 5, 4, 4. I mean, we're talking in his peak year, he's giving you 29.8 per game. It's 30 per game. 5 rebounds and 4 assists.
That's a great stat
line. In 85-86. That's a banger stat line, bro.
That's incredible. So 76, I mean, I might make the argument that he's too low on the list. And then we get to the next.
He should be around 50 or 60.
The next nugget at 60, which is Carmelo Anthony. And I'm not hate on Melo guy. I actually don't understand the hate on Melo from most of you out there. But at 60, that feels a little bit too high for me. A guy that never got to a finals, was never, talked about as an MVP of the league. Yeah, he can score and fill it up, and I know that he had a lot of winning and scoring in the Olympic play, but I don't know. Carmelo at 60 to me that's a little bit too high.
Well, let me give you some scoring averages for Carmelo. 05-06 Nuggets, he goes for 26.5. Then he goes for 29. Then he goes for 25.7. Goes for 23. Bounces back the next year to 28.5. 25, 26, 22, 28 again, 27, 24. That's over 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11-year span. That's not the only 11 years he played. He actually, again, he played another 6 years, hanging on and being a 15-point-per-night guy.
Mm-hmm.
But Carmelo has longevity. He has a ton of points. He's got a bunch of all-stars. He had, some high moments with the Nuggets, but he didn't have a better career to me than Alex English.
No. If these 6 Nuggets, Russell Westbrook is up next and then Nikola. Of these 6 Nuggets, if we were doing a fantasy basketball draft, Melo gets picked last in this group, doesn't he?
Oh, man. Carmelo or Chauncey is the first thing I'm thinking there. Well, we saw what Carmelo was without Chauncey.
Mm-hmm.
With Iverson and with whatever else it looked like, Ty Lawson,
Yeah.
And then we saw what Chauncey did here. Literally overnight, they become like championship contenders. He's different.
Yeah.
He's a champion type of player is Chauncey. So, yeah. I think maybe I don't want to drink that haterade on him, but and Russ wasn't really ours,
right?
But yeah, that's a good argument to have between Russ a little bit and Carmelo, like who had a greater career between those two. I think that's interesting.
Well, and to the Ty Lawson point, Chauncey wasn't getting on a plane after practice, flying to Vegas, drinking all day, and then getting back on a plane to go to practice the next day.
Yeah,
like Ty was.
Ty was different. Remember, he was talking smack to Kobe. He said, "I'm gonna bust his ass." I told him.
Yeah.
That's when he said, "Easy work, all work is light work."
How'd
That's
work
where that
out?
came from.
Number 48, as we mentioned, is Russell Westbrook, and then in at 17. And it's interesting because you can argue where he can get by the end of his career. but it is Nikola Jokic at 17.
Yeah, just out of like how high can we move him up today, right now, in this conversation, based off of what he's done in his career? I got him at 15. He jumped a couple guys to get to 15, but then, man, they have Kobe at 11 on this list.
Yeah,
they have Oscar Robertson on this list down there. They have Bird at 8. So it's hard to jump icons. Icons. Bill Russell's on this list. Will Chamberlain. These guys are like the Babe. Yeah. Less than a god, but more than a man. Like mythical figures. So for Jokic to just be on the, in the front porch of getting into that house of all-time greats, it's a good place to be, a good feeling to be. And I think Jokic is teeing off on 12. I hope he's teeing off on 12th hole. And we got still a lot of golf left. Might have just had a little double bogey.
Yeah, that's right.
But we had that drink and the hot dog at the turn. Usually means a double on 10.
Yeah.
And
the reason he got a double bogey because Jamal was talking in his backswing. Shut up, dude.
Jamal's the guy playing music and just kind of, it's just a distraction on the course. But no, Jokic has some room to climb.
17, Nuggets Nation. Is that where he should be? Did they do him dirty or did they get it right? Tell us at 303-713-1043. RamosLaw.com text line. Put your name on it. We'll give you a shout out on the show. If it's a good text. If your text sucks, we just won't read it. All right, let's get back to a Broncos quarterback conversation. Who are the top 10 quarterbacks in the NFL right now, and how far away is our guy, Bo Nix? That's coming up next.
Follow us on X at DEN Sports 1043 for up-to-the-minute information and opinions on all things Denver sports. Also, we can still call it Twitter, right? Denver Sports 1043 The Fan, DenverSports.com, and the Denver Sports app.
What's up, fellas? Josh Dover here to talk to you about my team over at Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic. Have you been feeling changes in your life as you get a little bit older? Well, maybe it's testosterone levels like they've helped me out with, or maybe it's erectile dysfunction. I know you don't want to talk about it. It's embarrassing, right? Well, it shouldn't be. We're adults. We're grown-ups. We should be able to talk about our sex life or lack thereof and not feel embarrassed about it. If you're dealing with ED, well, you're probably not having any sex. And your partner at some point could start to blame themselves. That's not good for you. It's not healthy for your relationship. So what do? Well, you need to talk to my team over at RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com or just call this number. You ready? Write it down real quick. 720-440-7900. They have 5 locations to serve you. I promise you, you're within 20 minutes of one right now. Fort Collins, North Denver, Central Denver, Castle Rock, and Colorado Springs. First appointment's only going to cost you $99. It includes a medical consult with a Colorado licensed medical provider, T and PSA test, and if medically advised, a test dose. If that test dose doesn't work, they don't want your money, but they have success rates over 90%. So stop coming up with excuses that your stomach hurts after dinner and go see my team at RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com.
A Takori engagement ring from Williams Jewelers says something more.
From the very first sparkle when the box opens to wide and joyful eyes.
To the every last detail that continues to enchant for decades, day after day.
Only Takori weaves all those details into every stunning engagement ring.
Meticulously crafted in Takori's Los Angeles design studios by artisans that take as much care crafting the ring as you do selecting it.
A Takori engagement ring from Williams Jewelers will say everything, because everything is in the details.
I'm Bruce.
And I'm Steve Williams. And here at both Williams Jewelers, you'll shop from the largest selection of Takori engagement rings and wedding bands in Colorado.
Visit us at Williams Jewelers, your official Takori jeweler.
Williams Jewelers, we can make diamonds a part of your life.
Williams Jewelers in Inglewood at Bellevue and Broadway, and in Cherry Creek North, the official jeweler of the Colorado Avalanche.
Comcast Business helps turn today's small businesses into engines of modern business. It's how restaurants become reliably up and running neighborhood favorites. How retailers become seamlessly restocking, cyber-securing, must-visit shops. And how healthcare offices become the data managing caregivers that we all depend on. With reliable connectivity, enhanced cybersecurity, advanced fiber solutions, and Wi-Fi backup, Comcast Business is powering the engine of modern business. Powering possibilities.
Now through July 21st, new Comcast Business customers can find out how to get started with 150 megabit internet and Security Edge for $59.99 a month for 12 months with a 2-year agreement. Plus, ask how to get a $500 prepaid card for your business. Call and switch to Comcast Business today. Restrictions apply. Requires paperless billing and automatic payments with bank account. Equipment, taxes, and fees extra. Early termination fee applies.
Imagine finding your dream home and moving in right away. No waiting to sell your old place first. Sounds perfect, right? That's exactly what Orchard's Move First, Sell Later program lets you do. Buy your new home now and sell the old one later. Here's how it works. Orchard gives you cash so you can buy and move into your new home first, on your timeline. No waiting, no showings, no double moves. Then the Orchard experts take it from there. They handle repairs on your old home for you so you attract the right buyers. Once they're done, a local Orchard agent lists and sells your home for top dollar. Orchard's Move First program gives you the freedom to buy and move into your new home first and sell your old home later. Buy before you sell and get top dollar for your home with Orchard. Ready to find out how much your home is worth? Visit Orchard.com to get your free home valuation. That's Orchard.com.
When you've got real work to do, Metal Supermarkets will help you get it done fast. With a huge variety of metals in stock, we can help no matter what job comes your way. And all it takes is a few clicks. We make buying metal online easy so you can spend less time shopping and more time getting things done. Metal Supermarkets, the convenience stores for metal. Place an order online today at metalsupermarkets.com.
All right, Takis fans. Wendy's knows you love your Takis Fuego chips, so we thought, why not make a Takis Fuego meal with a Takis Fuego chicken sandwich with spicy chicken topped with crushed Takis Fuego chips and creamy corn spread. Plus, it comes with Fuego fries inspired by Takis and a bag of Takis Fuego chips. If we had any more heat, we might start an actual... I told him this would happen. For an intense new take on Takis chips, gotta be Wendy's.
Limited time only at participating U.S. Wendy's. Includes 1 ounce Takis Fuego chips while supplies last. Takis and Fuego trademarks are used under license.
Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan presents Dover and Cecil.
All right, from the top 100 players in NBA history to a top 10 conversation about quarterbacks in the NFL and where our guy Bo Nix would rank or land on one of these lists. And the reason we're doing it is an ESPN list where Jeremy Fowler talked to NFL executives, coaches, and scouts about their top quarterbacks across the NFL. He put those names and accumulated the votes and landed on a top 10 list. That top 10 list is as follows. Number 1's Patrick Mahomes. I'm just going 1 through 10 here. Patrick Mahomes, Josh Allen. They go Joe Burrow at 3, Lamar Jackson at 4. Number 5 on the list is Jaden Daniels, even though Kevin hates it. Matt Stafford at 6. 7 is Justin Herbert. 8 is Jared Goff. 9 is Jalen Hurts, the reigning Super Bowl champion MVP. And then the final name on the list at 10 is, of course, Baker Mayfield. Honorable mentions were C.J. Stroud and Jordan Love. Quarterbacks that received votes were Kyler Murray, Brock Purdy, Dak Prescott, Aaron Rodgers, Tua, and Denver Broncos QB Bo Nix. So this got us to thinking, all right, is the list right? Is there anything to be argued about there? I don't know if there's a ton of argument there. Maybe the pecking order, but not necessarily the names. But then we had the conversation of, how far is Bo from some of these names that are on this top 10 list?
That's the question here. Based off of their list here, it seems like they have Bo with the two, like 11 and 12, and then the others receiving votes, kind of quote unquote, that he's like at 16 or 17. So is Bo Nix right now the 16th or 17th best quarterback in the NFL? So initially when you hear that as a Broncos fan, you're like, that's way too low. He's higher than that. Mm-hmm. But again, to be higher than that, you have to jump guys who have accomplished a bunch in this league and are still, quote unquote, in their prime. No matter what you think about damaged goods to Dak Prescott, if he's a winner or a loser, yet he's the highest paid quarterback in the league. The Jordan Loves of the world and the Kylers who have accomplished a little bit more already than Bo, but I think Bo has a chance to pass those guys in terms of who he is as a player and just the level of play. So my thought was Jaden Daniels, you can be in the top 10 because he did things that no other rookie quarterback has ever really done. It was right there, pushing the Eagles to the brink. You can have him in the top 10, but he's got to be like at 10. Okay, you got him like at 10. You can't have him at 5. You can't have him in front of guys who've accomplished a bunch more stuff. And then Matt Stafford's like at the end. Matt Stafford's on this list for the idea of Matt Stafford by the end of the season have the 20th ranked stats.
Yeah.
But this guy's saying, what can Matt Stafford once he gets in the playoffs do? He's smart, a champion, and turns it on and goes to another place once the playoffs roll around. So I'd have Stafford a little bit lower down the list, but I think Nick's is right there, 15, 16, 17, with kind of everything to prove.
I have him. I went through and listed my quarterbacks. And I probably should move him to 14 after we talked about this a little earlier. But I'm just going to run through them quick, and it's 1 through and ultimately get to 15. Like I said, same names. My order's a little different here. Mahomes, Allen, my first change is Jackson and Burrow. I put Lamar ahead of Joe Burrow, and it's based off of what I saw last year. Yeah, Joe was great, but his team, he didn't elevate enough around him. So Lamar gets the bump up there. I'm putting Jalen Hurts to round out my top 5.
Me too.
I don't understand why
we're
people,
right on the point there.
Why are people down on this?
He's in that 4 because he's reached that mountaintop.
I
We're
agree.
acting like, Lamar Jackson, Joe Burrow, and Josh Allen are doing a lot more things and a lot better things and are a lot more accomplished than Jalen Hurts. Jalen Hurts kind of past these guys. He at least is in the same building, in the same house as these guys.
I'm with you. And look, Josh Allen, who just got his first MVP, hasn't even been to a Super Bowl. Jalen's been to 2, won 1, and was the MVP of 1.
I mean, Lamar Jackson's the king of the regular season.
Yeah.
Don't get me wrong, but once the playoffs come, he actually turns into a different guy for the wrong reasons.
A guy that Jalen Hurts has beat a couple of times to get further into the postseason. I think Jared Goff needs to be higher up on this list, so I have him at 6.
I can get with that.
I'm
fine with that.
He's not the sexiest, like, oh, wow, look at that play. He just makes the right play time and time again.
The stats over the last 3 or 4 years for him there have been bonkers.
Yeah.
He's turned over one of the worst brands in all of professional sports.
Yes, he
really.
has,
Okay,
yeah.
so that's not easy to do. So the guy is an elevator, gets a lot of credit.
I'll go Stafford after that. Then that's where I get to Jaden Daniels, Justin Herbert, Jordan Love, Baker. Then I go C.J. Stroud, Dak. These are these honorable mentions. If you guys let me, I think I'm going to flip it now. I had Rodgers, Bo. I'm going to go Bo Rodgers.
That's the right move.
Which brings Bo up to 14th best on my list.
I think you're kind of, I'm going to use what you're doing as a little bit of a template for my list. We're kind of on the same page here. We're on the same page. I think Aaron Rodgers, I might have him a little lower than you have him, kind of still respect for his game. And I'm the one who said, be careful because there's been guys who've went to a couple stops. You thought their career was over. And then you go, Brett Favre goes to the Vikings and, changes them in a way that no one would ever saw coming. So
we'll know like right away with Rodgers.
Totally.
If he has it, they're going to be a threat. And if he does not, they're going to be a struggling football team, and Mike Tomlin will be fired.
Don't you think being with the Steelers, he's in so much of a better situation and place than that of Robert Saleh and the Jets, who are just dysfunctional right into Garrett Wilson and Sauce Gardner, who are just like they're good players, but they're more like stars than they are substance.
Yeah,
Mm-hmm.
So it's again, and at 14 or even 15 where we were.
Dude, that's in front of a lot of guys.
For a second-year quarterback, that was the last one of his class to be selected, and most people, not named Sean Payton and George Payton, went, ooh, I think they're reaching a little bit right there.
Do you know who he's in front of? Like got the Kirk Cousins of the world,
Yeah.
guys like that. And you know who he's in front of 2 on this list? Caleb Williams, Michael Penix Jr., J.J. McCarthy,
Drake May.
Drake?
Yeah.
Drake? You stole my whole flow. Word for word, bar for bar. So, yeah, that's you got to think of it like that, too. And maybe we save one for a little bit of a discussion tomorrow. I don't want to give all the good stuff away.
Yeah,
but
I like
if we're
this.
kind of reshuffling the deck here on the 6 quarterbacks from the first round last year, where does Bo rank now? Do you still take Bo over Caleb Williams right now today? Do you still take him over JJ? Michael Penix Jr. looks like he's you got to be careful with that name.
Yeah.
So Michael Penix is a really nice player too. It's something to think about.
It's almost like pin 15.
It's just like that. It is like that.
That's exactly what it is. I'm going to start calling him that now. I think, obviously, I like Jaden Daniels. I know Kevin has his feelings. I think Jaden Daniels is great.
I think he's
I'm
really
intrigued to see what Drake May is. I'm not as high as I think what the rest of the world is, but he does have a real coach.
Age 22 or 21.
And there's some room to grow right there.
Yeah.
I actually like Michael Penix a lot. I think he's going to be the real deal.
Well, I think he's in a good situation, too. I liked him in college. He can air it out. He can throw it. He's, like, in the mold of where, like, they would have no one would have ever thought Tua could compete like at that level with the body type and his makeup. And forget the injury stuff. When he is on the field and can play, he's really effective and really good. So I kind of see that as a little bit of a comp for Michael Penix Jr.
Okay, I like it. Also, like for you to go get you a free shirt. That's what's going to happen Thursday from noon to 1. Our next giveaway of free limited edition Training Camp 2025 Extra Soft T-shirts. Going to be at First Bank on South University Boulevard in Highlands Ranch on Thursday between noon and 1. You can only grab one per person. Don't get greedy while supplies last. For more details and to find the location nearest you, just go to DenverSports.com/shirt. That's DenverSports.com/shirt. First Bank. Banking for good. I want to keep talking football, but the college level, and look at the Buffaloes a little bit. Where do they sit in the Big 12? Does the Big 12 have a shot to be represented well in the college football playoff come January? Let's have that conversation. All things Buffaloes coming up next.
Listen up, golf fans. Want to witness the battle at Bethpage Black in New York this year? Well, Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan is teamed up with the City of Aurora to give away a trip to win your way in. To enter, just head to the pro shop at any of the City of Aurora's 5 beautiful courses between now and August 1st. Find the cutout of Sac By and scan the QR code. For more information and the list of course locations, head to denversports.com/golf. Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan.
When you're hiring, have you ever felt like you're missing out on meeting great candidates? Well, they're not hard to find when you go to ZipRecruiter. ZipRecruiter helps 10 million people with their job search every day. People who are actively looking for jobs like yours. So it's easy to find the right person fast. 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. Try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free.
If you've got a gas-powered engine, keep it running like new at every fill-up. Stable in-season protection is your engine's preventative medicine, cleaning and protecting the entire fuel system in season. In outdoor power equipment, prevent gum and varnish buildup that could cause a rough or non-running engine. For cars and trucks, increase fuel efficiency and power by removing deposits, ensuring your engine's long-term health. Stable outperforms the competition in independent lab testing. So at every fill-up, start with Stable.
Brandon Stokley here for the only heating and cooling company I trust. ROX rocks heating and air. There's no one better in Colorado. July is the hottest month of the year. Is your air conditioner going to survive? Get a free estimate on a new air conditioner and take advantage of the best deals in town. To make it even better, you can get 0% interest financing. Stay cool, Colorado, with ROX rocks heating and air. Now play that jingle.
HVAC service, installation, repair. ROX rocks heating and air.
Paul's new drone startup just lost its most genius computer scientist.
We just lost our best genius to some new genius who's got a genius new idea. I'm going to have to find a new genius, or 2 half geniuses, and fast.
He needs a computer scientist that can keep his startup from falling down.
I need Indeed.
Indeed you do. When you sponsor a job on Indeed, it's easier for talented candidates to find it, which makes it easier for you to hire them. Visit Indeed.com/credit and get $75 towards your first sponsored job. Terms and conditions apply.
Life doesn't wait, and neither should you. Aleve can help you deal with pain less throughout your day. Whether it's a long day on your feet, a demanding workout, or everyday aches and pains, you need relief that can keep up when pain persists. Aleve is here for you with longer-lasting body pain relief compared to leading OTC-branded pain relievers. With just one pill, Aleve lasts up to 12 hours. Don't let those aches hold you back from doing what's important to you. Use as directed.
Summer is a time to feel and look your best, but I'm not talking about your tan or abs. Guys, I'm talking about your hair. Restore that bald spot, reverse your receding hairline, or add volume to decades of thinning during Advanced Hair's once-yearly summer savings event. Advanced Hair's simple one-day treatment begins to regrow your own natural hair the very next day, and it can even grow for life. Did I mention Advanced Hair even guarantees your new hair will grow? Take advantage of your flexible summer calendar calendar and get the most hair for your dollar during Advanced Hair's best offer ever. The summer sales event is on for a limited time, so schedule your free consultation and get the details today. 720-459-HAIR. One-day treatment, life-changing results with Advanced Hair. Your new hair is guaranteed to grow. Check out the incredible before and afters and get your savings details while still available. That's 720-459-HAIR or at advancedhair.com. That's advancedhair.com.
Is water damaging your home? Contact Groundworks, the basement concrete foundation experts. Get your free inspection today. Learn more at groundworks.com. Licensed in all states where work is performed.
Denver Sports Snapshot.
Tonight on The Fan, baseball all-star game action begins starting at 6.
Open an account in less than 5 minutes. Visit WesteraCU.com. Federally insured by NCUA.
You're listening to Dover and Cecil on Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan.
What are expectations for Prime in year number 3, but year number 1 without any Sanders or Hunters on the back of his Buffs jerseys? We're going to talk about it. Love to hear your answers on the text line, 303-713-1043. You can hit us up there and, of course, put your name on your text so that we can give you a shout-out on the show. What are you expecting from Dion and company this year? Danny, the Big 12 commissioner, said something that caught my attention of what he thought this conference was going to be this year, and he said it at Big 12 Media Day, saying, I believe we have the deepest football conference in America. No league offers the competitive balance that we do. I fully expect the Big 12 to earn multiple college football playoff bids this year and to show once again that we can compete. As we said, last year, we know what Arizona State was able to do, go on a little bit of a run and get a bunch of people behind them because Cam Scatterboo's just that little engine that can. They had what ASU was doing. They had what BYU was doing. Iowa State was doing. Colorado was making some noise for a little while as well, thinking they might have a shot to go to the college football playoff. Will they have one representative? Probably. Multiple? I don't know that I can get with that.
There's some good brands in the Big 12. Spivak came in here. I love when he pushes against us a little bit on stuff we say. I thought he was going to go in the opposite direction. I said the ACC is its equal, might be a little better. And I go to the historic kind of brands, the Clemsons, the Miamis, and the Florida States within the ACC. But when you look at the Big 12 Conference, there is a bunch of good football schools who have all had success, recent success, and all could kind of elevate. It's no accident. So there's no like a bunch of Boston colleges and schools that you know will never be as good as the top of their conference. The Big 12 does have a lot of different teams that all could be. And again, the teams that were in the bottom of the conference to start the season last year were all risers by the end of the season. And the teams that were supposed to have a bunch of success, like Oklahoma State, ended up, at the bottom of the conference. So
they didn't even win a conference game.
The conference as a whole, like we said, is the perfect conference for the Buffs to be in. Perfect, there's a few kind of natural rivalries there. Like the Buffs in the Big Ten, man, it'd kind of be it'd be cloudy, like clout-y and cloud-y as well, because I just don't know if what it would take for them to get to be at that level of tier of a overall product year in and year out. That's a tall.
I mean, could you imagine? I think last year's Buff roster could have competed with some Big Ten teams. This year's Buff roster. That'd have been a bad look for them in the Big Ten.
No, you're right. But, to the conference commissioner, you want to fight for 2 playoff spots to have enough clout to where when they redesign this college football playoff, that, okay, well, let's get, how many does the Big Ten and the SEC get? If we have 16 teams, do we give them 4-4 guaranteed 8? 2-2 from ACC Big 12, that's 12, and then 4 wild cards? There's the 11 plus 5? Well, can you explain 11 plus 5 to us, Drew?
11 plus 5 is basically you got 5
conference winners.
5 conference winners, like the group of 5 plus the 4 power conferences, and then 11 wild cards.
That's kind of
Notre Dame.
That sounds okay.
And Notre Dame. We can't forget Notre Dame.
Yes.
That's a good point, Drew.
Yeah, I don't know if that's what the Big 12 wants, but the Big 12 better get themselves one guaranteed spot in this college football playoff at the bare minimum. So, yeah.
The Big 12 says that's what they want, by the way. The Big 12 says they want the 5+11.
Didn't we talked about this a
sense.
lot, Drew, and Drew, you were in on it too. Like the Big 12 was beating the hell out of each other.
Yeah.
So it was. I think you and I had this conversation a few times. Like, hey, are they all really good, or are they all not that good and still just beat each other up? I think if we get into that same boat again this year with the Big 12, I'm going to look at the default of like, no, they're all really good. Not really. They're all pretty good and beating each other up rather than like cannibalize.
It's still only Michigan and Ohio State kind of over and over again. Penn State can't break, all the way through. SC and UCLA still seem so far behind the brand.
Yeah, they do.
Even though SC is going to have hype and they're going to be for no reason other than them being SC, highly ranked going into seasons. But the SEC and the Big Ten do deserve a bunch of teams in. Because
do you guys think that there's a significant gap between the Big Ten and the Big 12?
Yes,
I do. Yes,
I do.
How many teams in each league last year do you think won 8 or more games?
In each of those leagues?
In each of those two leagues, Big Ten and Big 12.
I would say in the Big Ten there were 4 or 5.
That won 8
or
more?
And I would say in the Big 12 there were 7.
There were actually 8 in each league.
8 in each?
8 in each.
Wow.
They won 8 or more games.
Wow. Okay.
And the SEC had 10. They
Damn.
won 8 or more games.
Okay.
So the gap is not as big as people want to say it is.
That's a very impressive number.
I'd say, Drew, if we're really going to try to quantify it and measure it, if the SEC and the Big Ten are a 10 on a scale of 1 and 10, I don't think the Big 12's a 9. I think the Big 12's an 8. So how do they close that gap there? I think that's kind of what it is. That's where I would say that the gap is.
Okay. That actually that brings it. It's. I'm looking at this as like a Grand Canyon wide gap.
You do?
That's what I felt it until Drew just gave me that number.
Okay.
Well, think about this too with the Big 12 last year. Like, okay, Oklahoma State was predicted to win the league. They had a really bad year.
Yeah.
Utah was probably, I think, finished or predicted to finish
Lost
second.
Lost
their quarterback 5 and 7. They're going to be much better this year.
Yeah.
Houston got a quarterback now. They should be good this year.
TCU's going to be good.
Dude, there's 10 teams in the Big 12 that could win the league this year.
Iowa State's good.
Iowa State's really good.
Really good.
Arizona State's going to be good. BYU, there's question marks now because their quarterback's transferring.
Yeah. The Kansas is both score points. They can score points.
They can. Texas Tech had spent the most money in the country, I think, this year on a roster.
Wow.
Yeah.
Like, this is going to be a really good league that could and probably should get at least 2 bids into the playoff this year.
That sounds right.
I feel like, too, with the Big 12, it's, all right, nobody gives them the respect like we were just talking about. They're going to beat each other up. It's almost all right, college football analysts, everybody's going to watch the SEC. Then you got to make a little room for the Big Ten. And it's like, do we have some more time on a Saturday? We'll catch a couple Big 12 games. So it's I don't want to say out of sight, out of mind, but kind of that thought with the Big 12, especially with the national narrative of what folks believe or do not believe.
I mean, would you rather watch a Big 12 game between, I don't know, Arizona State and let's just go with Utah of last year? Or would you rather watch Alabama kick the snot out of, let's say, Mississippi
Vanderbilt?
State?
Yeah.
Well, Vanderbilt lost to Alabama, so
I forgot about that.
That's what kept them out of the playoffs.
Yeah.
It's like the Big 12 is the more exciting and more watchable league to be. Like, if you want an exciting brand of football on a week-in, week-out basis, watch the Big 12 because top to bottom, it's pretty darn good. Yeah, your bottom 2 teams, Arizona, Oklahoma State, not very good last year, but overall, it's a highly competitive league.
Yeah. I hope it does get a little bit more respect coming up this year, and I think it will. You know what else I never asked you, Danny?
Yeah.
What if the Bucs do struggle a little bit? Does it hurt Prime's?
What do you mean by a little bit? You have to define that.
They win 6 games.
I think that's the new floor.
Okay.
I think Coach Prime has come and done enough where it's not just skill guys to kind of keep you in games as you're trying to lay the foundation down with in the trenches. I think that they're in a worst case kind of a 6-win team now. And again, they were a no-win and a 1-win team in recent past. So no, I think Coach Prime has a little bit of slack on that leash there. We know that he lost 2 of the best players, 2 of the 10 best players maybe in college football last year. Definitely the best, and Shedeur was a really, really good player. So I'm going to believe in what he says, because when he speaks it, a lot of times it comes into reality. And he said they're more balanced now. He told me for a fact, he said it to us, the defense is better for sure. Okay?
Yeah.
I do believe. And it just, you got that, there's weapons for days. He's great at finding receivers. Now you just got to find the quarterback to distribute the ball. And now I'm thinking too, if Caden Salter struggles sooner than later, you probably just go to Juju, but that doesn't mean you can't go back to Caden and go back and forth. That's a philosophy he may want to manipulate and consider as you're just trying to get the most out of the season and the highs and the lows. And
you don't think that messes with the quarterback's confidence level, especially Julian?
I think if you have the right guys, it doesn't. Because Caden Salter should appreciate being here. Went to Liberty. It's not like he had I'm sure he could have went to other places. Not as good of opportunity as it is here. So he'll want to make the most of it. And then he understands too that I keep wanting to say Juju Lewis. He knows Juju Lewis is the future of the program. You just got to go in there and make the most of the opportunities you do have, and it's all about, not acting in that kind of manner and keeping your head up and being a team guy. And those are usually the teams that find their way to, 9 wins, 8 wins, maybe 10 wins, which Drew kind of thinks those guys the Buffs are going after that kind of number, and I do think they're an 8 or 9 win team too.
Can I be old guy yelling at a cloud for a second?
Sure, yeah.
I feel like Drew might like this. I saw a photo recently of Caden Salter and Julian Lewis standing next to each other at Media Day.
Okay.
And Caden's there just in his Buffs uniform, taking pictures, answering questions. And Julian's standing right next to him. Chain on, Rolex watch on, 2 phones in his hand.
2?
Yeah. 2 phones! I got 2 chains on right now. I shouldn't talk, I guess.
Yeah.
But it is 2 Chain Tuesday. I was like, I knew in the moment that I didn't like that. But then I'm also like, oh, man, this is your first old guy take. You're upset at a guy wearing jewelry and having 2 cell phones at a photo shoot. I know I shouldn't feel that way, but I felt that way.
Is that a problem for you? Because, Shador is legendary before he was even legendary. You know what I mean? So
it's the same guy that posted clothing sales on his Instagram at halftime and then lost that game.
Can you get your behind a guy who operates in that manner, already has a team around him, interests, investments, he's a brand already, or do you want the 17-year-old just to be grinding in the playbook? Keep it real. What would you be doing?
I want your brand to be a winning football player, and then that brand branches off into other things that can make you money.
Don't you?
Right now, Julian Lewis is not a successful football player. He's a 17-year-old kid.
Don't these guys, so right now, like these 12-year-olds that JJ plays against, their moms run like their Instagrams.
They have Instagrams?
A lot of these players, these really good young baseball players have Instagrams, and their moms kind of run the Instagrams, clips from tournaments, all the info.
That's crazy to
because,
me.
You're trying to get exposure, and you're trying to, even to get to high school, let alone to get to college. So, man, I don't
like that at all.
Well, it's just like a modern athlete. That's the era we're in, bro. It's you don't deny it, old head.
I told you it's my first old guy take, man. Here we are. Right? Go to Florida for a week, come back an old guy.
Jeez,
I guess that's just how it goes. All right, what are we watching tonight? You got a couple of options, really 2. All-Star Game, Nuggets Summer League. Let's talk about them next.
Follow us on YouTube, Instagram, and TikTok at Denver Sports 1043 to stay up to date on all your local teams. Denver Sports 1043. The Fan.
Men, the summer is here. Longer days, warmer nights, and romance in the air. Intimate dinners, walks on the beach, dancing in the moonlight. But if you have erectile dysfunction, you know it can ruin romance, both for you and the one you love. This is Jeff for the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic, and if you have ED, don't let another summer go by without getting treated, because intimacy is one of the greatest things in life, and fear of not being able to perform should not be something you have to deal with. At the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic, we're ED experts. We've successfully treated tens of thousands of men. Our protocols work when others don't, and we have treatments that are effective in well over 90% of cases. You could even last up to an hour or more and perform like you haven't in years. So call us. Your initial appointment is only $99 and includes blood work, a medical consult, and if medically advised, a test dose. And if that test dose doesn't work in the office, your visit is free. Call 720-440-7900 or go to RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com.
Hey guys, Stokley here from my friends at 5280 Waste Solutions of Denver. Are you unhappy with your current trash removal and recycling company for your home or business? Do you have a project and need a temporary dumpster? Then call 5280 Waste Solutions. They're located right here in Colorado. So Colorado isn't just where they work, it's a place they call home. 5280 Waste Solutions guarantees your residential or commercial business trash pickup will be swift and on time. Go to 5280waste.com. 5280 Waste Solutions, your hometown brand.
Hey guys, your boy Steve here today about my long-term buddy Troy Hansford. And if you're thinking about selling your house for any reason, now might be the time to sell, still get top dollar. Believe it or not, my guy Troy is still offering his $5,000 guarantee. What is it, you ask? Well, if he can't sell your house at your price on your timeline that you agree upon beforehand, bam, going to cut you a check for $5,000. Who else makes the offer? Nobody I've ever heard of. And he makes that offer because he continues to spend a ton of money marketing his listings, has about 100 families approved and ready to buy right now. And if for any reason you need to sell right away, Troy can buy your house, all cash, and he can close in as little as 7 days. You have a house to sell, Troy probably has that perfect buyer for you right now, waiting for you to pick up the phone and to call him. Call Troy, get your home sold for the most money. That's 720-900-4433, 720-900-4433. Troy Hansford of RE/MAX Professionals, a Colorado licensed broker. Some restrictions do apply. If you want to sell your house? Then call my buddy Troy, 720-900-4433.
Quitters! This is the story of a big made-for-TV firm that quit on their sweet little old lady client. Dan Jacobs with 303 Law 4040. A little while ago, we had a call into 303 Law 4040 from a sweet little old lady who had been injured in a car accident. Now, it was a little bit of a complicated case due to her age, but her big made-for-TV lawyer didn't want to do the work and just quit on her. She came into the 303 Law 4040 offices and said, Dan, I'm not looking to get rich, but this just doesn't seem fair. We agreed and told her that we couldn't guarantee her anything, but we're willing to put in the work. And after a ton of work, we were proud to tell her that we got the original $13,000 offer all the way up to $100,000. At 303 Law 4040, we're here to help you after you've been injured in a car accident, not take advantage of you like some of the big made-for-TV firms. You always get to meet with us for free, and you never pay a dime unless we get money on your behalf. So save that number in your phone. You never know when you're going to need it. It's 303 Law 4040, 303 Law 4040.
Style fades, great design lasts. Infinity from Marvin fiberglass windows combine timeless elegance with cutting-edge strength. They boost curb appeal and your home's resale value. At Gravina's Window Center of Littleton, you'll get windows designed to impress and built to outlast the elements. No warping, no peeling, just clean lines and lasting performance. Appointments fill up quickly as the weather warms. Book your free consultation now at windowsforyourhome.com or call them 303-794-0490. Mention Mark, get 25% off this month only.
This segment on 104.3 The Fan is brought to you by Jacobs Law, 303 Law 4040.
It's Dover and Cecil on Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan.
Well, look who it is. Last call I thought I'd get. How's your mama, how you been? Girl, it's been too long. Sorry, sister, at the Circle K. Her baby number 2 was on the way. Hadn't seen her since her wedding day with you on my arm. It's good to hear from you again. Girl, what a coincidence. I was just thinking that weekend out on Cumberland Lake. And that one time in Baton Rouge when we made out in the rain. When we went
making out in the rain?
Dude. Hey, like Spider-Man.
That's right. Or, what's the one?
Making out Milli Vanilli.
Notebook, yeah.
Oh.
Notebook. I wrote you every day, or whatever he said.
I said Milli Vanilli. Blame it on the rain.
Blame it on the rain. That's a good, acceptable answer as well.
Yeah.
It's Danny Williams, Josh Dover hanging out. Our final segment, wrapping up, winding down here. Going to put a bow on it for the guys on the drive. Again, they're taking you home from 2 to 6. Denver Sports tonight from 6 to 7. Danny, what's on the agenda for the evening? You have two options. Well, you have several options, but two options of sports things that you can watch.
Okay.
Baseball's All-Star Game.
Yep.
Or the Nuggets Summer League. Both starting around 6 o'clock. Baseball All-Star Game, I'm assuming it's on Fox. And the Nuggets are actually playing on ESPN Plus tonight.
Yep.
They'll take the Clippers on Thursday, and that one will be on ESPN too. But neither. What are you going to look at?
What I'm going to be doing is parlaying my evening with those two things.
Okay.
And an over of Caitlin Clark's 17.5 points tonight. And we're going to try to find a winner there. We're going to try to find a winner up in there.
I like that.
Yeah.
I like that one a lot.
What about you? What do you got going?
I'm going to be – I'm all in on Nuggets Summer League. I'm all in on Nuggets Summer League.
I'd like to catch up with that tonight, too, and I'll probably just peek in on the All-Star game.
Yeah. I really want to see what Duran looks like. You said it. We talked about it yesterday. Summer League Game 1, Duran Holmes' offensive output was good enough. Summer League Game 2, his offensive output was not good enough.
What's scary is he knew a lot of people were kind of talking about him, the hype around him in that game, the comeback of the year off from the injury, and he looked really good in that first game. I didn't watch the second game, but you said the guy was just kind of another guy in the floor, a little bit disinterested. If this guy wants to make this roster and come and play productive minutes for a position that is of need, and you're going to jump two or three other young guys as well as some veterans for minutes, you got to ball out every night. You got to be an undeniable kind of talent and force to be reckoned with. You can't just be a good player in the G League on certain nights with potential. You got to go be that dog every single night, and that's what the Nuggets need. They could use a young, fresh, kind of talented guy who's a difference maker, extremely gifted athletically to go match up against all these good young Thunder weapons, but it's, he's got a lot of work to do.
Yes, he does. It's also like this is actually something good for the real squad, the Nugget squad, and it hurts the Summer League, but you don't really care about the Summer League that much.
Yeah.
I think you said it the other day. It's Duran Holmes is maybe fighting for some spot playing in the rotation. I think he'll find some minutes, but not a ton. But you have a bunch of guys out there, and I'm sure you saw it watching the first game. It jumped off the screen when I was watching the second game. There is no rhythm. There's no routine. There's no game plan. There's no, hey, call timeout. We're going to draw up a set. You're going to you're going to set a screen off the ball. You're going to come catch curl and shoot the ball from 3 because we need 3. There's none of that. It's bring the ball up the floor, maybe get out of the way, cut if your defender goes. Everybody's just playing to get their own.
Does Holmes have to go? Should he be averaging 20 and 10 in this Summer League and just be the best player on the floor every single game and every single a few of these opportunities you have in the Summer League and in the G League, or does that not that important in terms of the development of these guys?
No, I think it's important. I don't know that the number of 20 that's a good game, right? 20 and 10, but his first game of 15 and 6, 15
He's got to be the
7?
best player or one of the best players on the floor in all of these games if you're going to be an NBA
you're
player.
Right.
You can't just be not just another dude.
I think if you shine in Summer League, then you are fighting for a bench spot in a rotation.
I agree with that.
And if you're just a guy in Summer League, you're a G Leaguer. Like you just said, you're going to be a G Leaguer that year.
Yeah, no, I sure hope Holmes, I've come around on him just in a little bit of a couple of weeks here as, we talked about the comeback and I've seen what he can do. He really looks the part, and that's half the battle. You got to have the body. Okay, the body type, the physical nature, and look up for the challenge, not be outclassed by grown men and still, look and act like a college guy. Holmes has tons of tools. He looks good. I don't know. We'll see. We're fixing to find out.
I think we also give him a little bit more time. I'm not saying you're not, but more time to get into a NBA body. He's still a college kid last year, then tears the Achilles. There's no working out. You can lift a little bit in a few weeks, but you're not developing your body the way that you normally would throughout the course, especially him of not playing. He'd have got a ton of run in the G League. He'd have just been doing nothing but working out. His body
that
has
probably
some room to grow.
would have and could have prepared him to be a rotational player this year.
Okay.
So what's going to happen now is all that, everything that he missed in this last year should happen this year, and then maybe we talk about that guy next year as maybe you trim the fat on Bruce Brown or you retinker, the roster and you lose Hardaway Jr., maybe you rid yourself of Zeke Najee and that, presents some more opportunities. But, yeah, go be really good in summer for the handful of games you play. Go be a G League star. Maybe we'll call you up for a couple little stretches. You go see it and feel it and see what it's like at the, with the big boys, and we develop you into being some kind of difference maker, rotational player in 1 year from now.
I was actually thinking about our conversations yesterday. I don't want to say that you're down on Bruce Brown, but you're not up on Bruce Brown.
No, I'm not, because the market tells you, again, the league is telling us this guy signed for league minimum on a 1-year deal to come back to a place that he had a reputation. So if he's making $2.5 million for the 1 year, he would have played for $3.5 with the Pelicans. He'd have played for 3.5 with the Wizards. It's not like, oh man, I'm just going to go leave money on the table to come back and be with the Nuggets. Now the Nuggets were one of the few teams that probably presented even an opportunity for this guy to come back. And they're going to say the age, and Ella was trying to throw his age at me, 28 years old. Well, we got the Deron Holmes. Look at the draft class they just had of 2 rounds of every international young superstar from around the world. You get replaced pretty quickly in the NBA. If you're not, you can't continue to elevate your game. And Bruce Brown's already been in the league for 7, 8, 9 years. Not everyone gets to play a dozen years and be an impact guy late in their career. To me, he's the lowest guy on the totem pole of the veterans. Will get the least amount of minutes. Is going to have to compete against Tim Hardaway Jr. for touches and minutes.
Yeah,
I think.
I mean, I think Tim Hardaway, defensively, they're similar. I think offensively, Tim's a better shooter. I think they could both get to the rack.
Yeah.
Bruce actually might be a bit better of a finisher, but not by much.
Like scorer, Bruce Brown, but Tim Hardaway.
Overall player,
yes.
better.
The shooting ability and real stuff you can kind of count on. Bruce Brown goes in there, in the second unit and just kind of mucks it up.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? And just kind of does his thing, tries to bring intensity to that group. And you just got to be substance too. Can't just be, talking that smack and going out there and trying to, be Jamal Crawford, dribble around and just do your own thing, A Will Barton out there,
Oh, gosh.
So he's got to, he's got to fit in all over again, and we got to see how much Bruce Brown has left in the tank.
The one good thing that Calvin Booth did for the Denver Nuggets, get Will Barton the hell off of this roster.
Oh, yeah, Will Barton, man. It's, you have to level up. You can't win championships with Monte Morris and Will Barton. You have to have leveled up, and they did that, and that's why they were able to get over the hump with the KCP, Bruce Brown, and finally letting, Jeff Green come in here and play some minutes that they didn't realize he had left in his body and how valuable his playoff minutes would be.
Yeah. Big moves right there. And
Yeah.
Then everything went downhill after that for one Calvin Booth. So we'll watch a little bit of the Summer League, report back tomorrow as to what the what the team looked like, and as we mentioned specifically, what a guy like Deron Holmes looked like in Summer League game number 3. Because honestly, I will say this: I thought I had wrote it down on the rundown. I thought we're going to watch Deron Holmes play a couple games, and he's going to pop off the screen like you had mentioned, and then they were going to shut him down. Now, not like Cooper Flagg goes nuts.
Damn, that's a good problem to have because they're so valuable of a player. So that's not happened yet.
That would have given us the answer of he's playing this year in the rotation.
Yeah. That's a great point. That's a really great point you made.
I haven't seen a reason for him to not play in the next 2 games at all.
No, for sure. And there's only a handful of these games. You got to make the most of them. But you hit it right in the head when when you look like an asset they need for the regular season. It's a wrap. They're going to shut you down and try to get you healthy. So that hasn't happened yet. So what has to happen these last 2 games for this cat? Go out there and shoot the 3-ball good. Have some low post moves.
Yeah, be engaged.
Yeah, that's scary that you said that.
I don't know what the game plan is. It doesn't look like there's anything, but I would love to see him as starting tonight, be a little bit more demanding of, hey, guys, bring the ball up the floor. I'm going to go to my spot. Give me the damn basketball at that spot and let me go to work. So that is something that I really, really want to see out of a guy like Deron Holmes coming up tonight. It's KKFN HD1, Longmont, Denver. Danny, you said it. We got to do it. Let's pick an all-star game MVP. Ooh. Kevin, I want you in on this too, so that somebody, maybe, just maybe, one of us are right coming up tomorrow. Hunter Goodman, as we mentioned, he's like plus 900. Oh, wow, it's up now, plus 7,500. So it's, $1. Oh, it actually went down. Gonna win you $76 instead of the $91.
Well, you
that it
had
was
everyone
earlier.
running and betting on him. You changed the line.
There we go.
We helped move the line.
All right. I'm probably not gonna go Hunter Goodman.
Okay.
I mean, maybe like a $1 for some fun a little bit later.
Yeah.
But I think, I don't know. Kevin's got a great point that these big stars, they're not going to be in the game late.
Okay.
So it's going to be this random that you go, who the hell just won the All-Star MVP? Kevin, do you have something off the top that you're thinking about here?
No, I was still going to go Hunter Goodman, but I'm going to throw a wild card out there if we do a big star. How about Livy Dunn's boyfriend, Paul Skeens?
Oh, okay. Yeah. Like he pitches a couple innings and gives up 0 hits and 6 strikeouts
he
or something like that.
has this fantastic start to the game or something.
All right. I wouldn't be mad at that at all.
But then, I will say you have Dave Roberts out there coaching, Is there a Dodger late in the game?
That's a good call.
Yeah.
He's going to want to get one of his
Dodger
guys.
late?
That's a good one. I'm going to go. I'm taking the low-hanging fruit here. But Matt Olson, he's the Brave. He's going to probably play a big chunk of the game. And I'm sure, managers, especially if he's hot, keep him in there to appease the hometown fans.
It's an every other year proposition that a star is the MVP of the All-Star game, or you get a guy who you never really heard of, the MVP. 2023, Diaz, is it?
Definitely, Rockies.
Is your MVP with that 3-run shot he hit late in the game. Last year is Jared Duran for the Red Sox, who broke up a 3-3 tie.
Mm-hmm.
But a couple years before that, you have Giancarlo Stanton, Vlad Guerrero, Robinson Cano, and Mike Trout a couple times has been the All-Star Game MVP. For me, it's got to be a guy who's going to have a couple at-bats later in the game. He's going to have a chance to hit one out, be a difference maker. I'm looking to the Home Run Derby. Give me James Wood, young guy, James Wood. He is my prediction to be the MVP of the All-Star Game. Hit a homer and maybe have another double or something like that.
Zach Bine, Phillip, Lindsay sliding in here. Boys, did either of you watch the Home Run Derby? Does this All-Star break matter at all in your lives?
No.
Because I cared about the Home Run Derby. I will watch 0 seconds of the All-Star game.
No, I mean, for me personally, it's not exciting. Like, give me big name players, and then I'll start tuning in. It's just like the NBA at some point with the dunk contest. Like, give me big name players that you know that you're following throughout the season, and then I'll tune in.
Yeah, Phil, we don't watch shows without big stars in it, and we don't go to movies without Tom Cruise in the movies.
Yeah. Hey, I was just at Lilo and Stitch this past weekend. Speak for yourself.
Did you like it?
It was okay.
Those are stars to your kids,
It was
though.
okay. Totally. No, but he's right. I mean, it's like and with the dunk contest, I remember saying this past year. It's like, if you can't get guys that we know, then just go get the Sprite flight team and get the best dunkers in the world and bring them in here. Like, and as much as I know who Andre Jackson is, but 9 out of 10 people don't.
Yeah.
And that stuff matters, man. And so to answer your question, though, Josh, I'm almost the opposite. I paid almost no attention to last night. We had it on. My son was loving it, my 6-year-old boy. But my interest, not so much. I will have eyes on the game tonight, though, because I think for all the stuff that baseball gets wrong, and there's a long list of stuff they've got wrong, and they've gotten better here recently. You give them credit here in the last couple of years and speeding up the game and making it more digestible, and they are, and it has. But they still, from a programming and promotional standpoint, are like dead last with the NHL in promoting their stars and pushing their stars. But I'll say this about baseball. I think their All-Star game is actually, for me, probably the best because it's taken the most serious. Baseball, I mean, I guess you can half-ass it. We just don't really see it in the way that we see the Pro Bowl, literally, that players forced it to go away with half-assing it. And with the NBA, they can't figure it out. And maybe that will change with the USA versus the world. I'm hoping it changes. But baseball, there's still a level of seriousness to the game that I appreciate.
The MLB All-Star Game's not a 14-12 proposition.
No.
It's always kind of a tie and a grinder, an unsung hero breaks the game wide open. I said this real quick, and then I'm out of here. I'm looking forward to listening to you guys. For the Home Run Derby, why didn't they have, 6 MLBers, 2 of the best collegiate home run guys, 2 of Japan's best sluggers? Go get one of those YouTube, guys who can hit in and just do something fun with
as much audience as you can get.
Because these guys out there, they threw out here last night, it just kind of wasn't it. There was an excitement if you're a kid to watching the Home Run Derby. But, man, if I had Soto, Vlad Jr., Mike Trout, Mookie, Mookie Betts, let alone Shohei, who they should have said Shohei. I know you've lost a few dollars recently. I'll get you $10 million here. Let's keep it on the table. You got to go do this for baseball.
Yeah, and I'll tell you this, and you guys know I'm an avid sports gambler. Last night, I think, was the first time in probably, so I'd say last time in about 18, 19 years, I did not bet the Home Run Derby.
See, and I did. That's what got me into it.
Why did you not put a little 25 spot on a long shot?
I just wasn't coming from a place of information.
Yeah.
And I'm just not like a blind bettor. Not that every bet is going to hit. A lot of them don't, but I want there to be logic behind why I'm doing what I'm doing, and I just didn't want to throw a dart.
Because even though it was on in the background, you didn't have the urge to place a little bet there. Like, you know what? Let me see if I
Makes
can
it
win
a lot more
something.
interesting.
No, for sure, and that's what I'm saying. Like, that's why it's telling for someone like me that's like, man, you actually didn't bet that last night. I always bet the 3-point contest and the home run derby, but if I'm coming from a place of just like mostly blindness. Now, I will say this though: the Cal Ritchie or not Cal Raleigh.
Yeah.
Cal Ritchie's the prospect that they have straight away, right?
Yeah.
Cal Raleigh, that was cool. We did start to pay attention because of his dad and his brother being in the mix, and that was the one human element. And I know he's having a great year. It's not like baseball's completely in my blind spot. I know he's a league leader in home runs and all that, but it was the human element that roped me in. Of like, dad is pitching, and his 15-year-old brother is behind the plate. That's
Unreal.
pretty freaking cool.
His 15-year-old brother looked like he could beat my ass too.
Yes,
He's a big kid.
He is a big kid.
The kids grow up differently now. Some of them are big.
Yeah. I love the discussion I was listening to on the way in about the Nuggets and just where these veteran players, someone like Bruce Brown, falls on the totem pole. And we do have a tendency to romanticize in a really healthy way and then draw a straight line to this year and say, this is what it's going to be.
Ignore everything else.
He's
that has
back
happened.
and he's going to be the same guy. That's if he was, there's a reason why he was shuffled around the league and was on the street essentially.
Yeah, I think he's played for 3 teams since he's left Denver.
And one of those teams was a Raptors team that's looking for players who want to be there, have some upside.
But you know why? You know why everybody's excited. They're ignoring kind of like that middle of where Bruce Brown was. Like they're going back to what it looked like when he was here in 2023 because of Jokic.
Sure.
They're going to call it the Jokic bump like we always do for everybody else. And it's like he's played the best when he's with Jokic or he's at least on the team. We know that he was coming off the bench as a sixth man.
Yes.
But it's just the aspect of you have Jokic, the greatest player to play the game. He gives you that Jokic bump. Bruce Brown wants to be here, so he's going to even play harder because we know it's not about the money. He's getting paid vet minimum, and I think that's why people are ignoring the fact that Bruce Brown has kind of bounced around.
Yeah, and guess what? Bruce Brown isn't the first Nugget who wasn't the best version of himself soon as he stepped away from Denver. And we have example after example, whether it's Gary Harris. Dude, Gary Harris got paid like $60 million by the Nuggets.
Hear his name.
He can't play.
No.
Can't play anymore. I like literally, like he can't play. He doesn't feel like an NBA player on a lot of nights. You look at a guy like Will Barton, was taking the second most shots after Jokic in like 2022. 500 days later, he's out of the league. Whether you're talking about a guy like Kentavious Caldwell-Pope, best version of himself, goes to Orlando, immediately looks like a completely different version of himself.
Bone Highlands, right? Would you say something like that?
Yep.
But he forced his way out and hasn't. Where is he?
I haven't heard from him since.
Where is he?
So it's one of these things where I have belief that Brown could, once he gets his feet under him here, he's going to be an every night player for the Denver Nuggets. He's still 28 years old. I know he's got a little bit banged up along the way since the last time we saw him in 23.
But it wasn't a severe injury.
It wasn't.
Everybody's like
It wasn't.
Sitting here acting like he went under the knife and it was surgery. It wasn't. It was taking time to heal for his knees to heal, and it took time.
Yep.
But that's about it. He'll be better off now with the Denver Nuggets and having to rest and being with Jokic and with a team that believes in him than somewhere like a Toronto or something like that where it's like, hey, we want you to be somebody that you're not.
Yeah. And what I'm hoping is the Denver Nuggets return to where they were for a handful of years, where you look at these individual players. If you just put Bruce Brown up on a poster and ask NBA fans, describe this player to me, and you put Tim Hardaway Jr. on his vet minimum contract and say, describe who this player is to me. But when you put them all together here and revive the culture that eroded here the last 2 years, and it's just a new direction, and I just hope that there's like a cleanse here this offseason, add some new blood, rearrange the hierarchy of who the Nuggets are, both as the starters and the bench players. And this team, Phil, this team could win 57, 58 games. They could literally set the win record this year.
Now tell me this though, Zach. Cam Johnson's the big prize that we got by trading MPJ.
Yeah.
But you talk about Tim Hardaway Jr., you talk about Bruce Brown, Jonas is on this team.
Yep.
JV.
It's going to be a great team.
I know.
It's going to be a really good team, man.
But in your eyes, is it the bench that's going to have to do better, or is it going to still have to be your starting five? We know the starting five was strong.
Yeah.
But last year, the bench wasn't up to par. We needed them, and they weren't there. Now, every so often, they would show up. But now it's like we need those guys coming off the bench hitting the three-point shots. We need the guys coming off the bench playing great defense. We need a couple guys or a guy, Jonas, coming off the bench that can spare Jokic meaningful minutes.
Yep.
You know, so when you're looking at this, what's more important? Bringing Cam Johnson or bringing those three off the bench?
I mean, goodness gracious. At the end of the day, you force my hand. They're both vitally important.
Yes.
At the end of the day, you force my hand. I'm going to say Cam
Two
Johnson.
hands behind your back.
Yeah, and I'll say
bat to you. I'm about to hit you. What are you doing?
Cam Johnson, because when the season is on the line, that's the guy that's going to be on the court for 88% of the time. But that's not to say, I mean, it's almost like saying, hey, because you have a dominant hand and your opposite hand, I'm a righty.
Yeah.
Like, that's like saying you're like, you know, your left hand isn't as important. It's not your dominant hand, but gosh, you can't get a lot of stuff done without that hand as well. And Bruce Brown, Tim Hardaway Jr., Jonas Valanciunas, veteran players. Veteran players who have been there and done that, being the cavalry of reinforcement, as opposed to, man, I wonder if Julian Strawther is going to get played off the court tonight.
Well, you're hoping, you're like, I hope he shows up today because you know he's going to be forced to play. Well, this time it's like, hey, if you're not ready, you're not playing.
Correct.
And you know David Adams is not messing around with it.
Dude, that's typically how title contenders are. You're not force-feeding young players and doing this two-track of, hey, we're going to defend the championship but also develop multiple young players at the same time, man. It was super unorthodox approach, and it just didn't work.
No, it didn't work. And now you revamp the team. I truly think when you start counting, and we were like, how many guys were truly going to play in the playoffs? And we were like 5.5, 6.
Yeah.
Now to me, I'm thinking around maybe 8. You got Tim Hardaway Jr., Bruce Brown. I truly think Jonas is going to play.
Yeah.
That's why they have a vision for him.
In the
they want him
playoffs, you're
here
saying?
badly.
Yeah,
in the playoffs.
Yeah, I still don't know about that.
Yeah,
I still don't know about that one. Yeah.
And maybe for sure Payton Watson. So you got 4 guys that I believe for sure coming off the bench on top of the starting 5. So is that 9 guys now?
Yes.
That you know are going to play meaningful minutes in the postseason? That's something that we didn't have last year.
And that is currently the recipe in 2025, is the depth. You look at the 2 teams that met in the NBA Finals, they were the 2 deepest teams in the NBA. And so they can come at you in waves, and if you're a team like Denver, man, it's hard to overcome that. Even if your starters are better, it's hard to overcome 9 guys. But I'll tell you this, and we got to move on here, is that there's an old NBA adage, and I think it came from Pat Riley, and he said, in the NBA playoffs, you play 8 and trust 7. They didn't have 8 guys to play this year, and they didn't have 7 guys to trust, and I think that has changed here. I think they can play 8, trust 7 when the season is on the line. Okay, fun start. The Broncos here, shifting gears, have a chance to improve in something offensively that's been lackluster for years, and it gets rarely talked about until now. That's next.
Listen up, golf fans. Want to witness the battle at Bethpage Black in New York this year? Well, Denver Sports 1043 The Fan has teamed up with the City of Aurora to give away a trip to win your way in. To enter, just head to the pro shop at any of the City of Aurora's 5 beautiful courses between now and August 1st. Find the cutout of Sac By and scan the QR code. For more information and the list of course locations, head to denversports.com/golf. Denver Sports 1043. The Fan.
The IRS finally caught up with Louie.
I hadn't paid my taxes in 8 years. I owe the IRS a lot of money.
Louie was in deep trouble.
We're going to take your house, put a lien on your bank account, garnish your pay. They don't care. They're going to take your paycheck.
Louie found out about Optima Tax Relief, the leading tax resolution firm. A+ rated by the Better Business Bureau, they've resolved over $1 billion for their clients.
Optima Tax, they helped me. They calmed me down. They made me feel comfortable, and I trust them.
Louie has a lot to be thankful for.
I don't owe the IRS anymore, and I'm able to live a comfortable life, a lot better life. It was because of Optima Tax.
For tax help you can trust, call Optima now for a free consultation. Take it from Louie.
If you owe the IRS, don't go it alone. Give Optima Tax a call. They can help you.
Call 800-783-8055. That's 800-783-8055. 800-783-8055.
Optima Tax Relief.
Testimonial from an actual client. Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
Brandon Stokley here. When you're investing in artificial turf, you want quality turf that looks and feels like real grass and that's going to last 15 to 20 years. You can't get that just anywhere. So whether you're upgrading your lawn, building a pet-friendly space, or dreaming of a custom putting green like mine, Pro Green Denver's who I trust. Call 303-578-3737. That's 303-578-3737. Or you can find them online at progreen.com/Denver. You can get $500 off installations over 500 square feet when you mention code Stokley. Offer ends July 30th.
Worried about market losses? If headlines are keeping you up at night, it's time to take control. Hi, I'm Jeff Jr. with Trajan Wealth, and I know you've worked hard to save. But in times like these, what if can turn into what now? If you're planning to retire or are in retirement, you need a strategy that helps protect your future. At Trajan Wealth, you can capture market gains, protect your account from losses, and guarantee income for life. Right now, you could receive a bonus of up to 30% or annual growth of up to 10% for retirement income. You heard me right. An upfront bonus of up to 30% or annual growth of up to 10%, all guaranteed to boost your lifetime income in retirement. Don't leave your future to chance. Plan with confidence. Call Trajan today at 720-405-3300. That's 720-405-3300.
Annuity guarantees are based on the claims paying ability of the issuing insurance company, DBA, in most states, as Trajan Wealth Insurance Solutions.
Attention golf lovers, the city of Aurora has you covered this season. With 5 beautiful courses to choose from, there's something for everyone. What's up, guys? It's Zach here. Meadow Hill's slowly becoming a favorite of mine. What's not to love about an old school tree-lined classic? And it's in our backyard. This former country club is a must visit if you are in the Metro Denver area. Add it to your golf checklist now and thank me later. For more info and to book a tee time, visit golfaurora.com and give them a follow on Facebook, X, and Instagram.
1-877 Cards for Kids. KARS Cards for Kids.
Ready to get rid of that old car? Donate it to Cars for Kids. Call 1-877 for Kids to reach a friendly live agent. Donation's super easy, and your car can be picked up as soon as tomorrow. Call us now, 1-877 for Kids.
1-877 for Kids. Donate your car today.
Did you know you can donate real estate too?
This is Rob Wilhite of the Wilhite Law Firm. If you've been seriously injured in a truck or car wreck, you want Wilhite. Get your free case review now. We've been voted best personal injury law firm for the last 3 years in a row. Visit WilhiteWins.com and win big with Wilhite.
Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan presents The Drive with Zach By and Phillip Lindsay.
Off and rolling. Here on a Tuesday, July 15th, as we are nearly 1 week away from Broncos training camp.
Like, it's here. It's here. Like, we're counting down. We're 1 week away. Yeah. For those players, they're locked in. Fun time's over. Vacation time's over. You're getting some body work done, maintenance work. You might... If you have a conditioning test, because, by the way, when I was with Houston, we had a conditioning test that was hard as...
At the start of training camp?
Hard as crap, man.
Dude, I've heard about that. I think Stokley told me he failed his in Baltimore.
Well, there was a bunch of Baltimore coaches that moved to Houston. And so Baltimore, like, they're the kingpin when it comes to this conditioning test. And for this conditioning test, I don't remember what they called it. But it's hard, and you have to pretty much get 100 yards in 13 seconds, 10 seconds, 8 seconds, right? In position groups, it matters. So if you're fast, you're expected to get in this time. And you got, I want to say, maybe 10 to 12 of them that you're having to do. And then the next day, you start camp. But if you don't pass that test, you're
on the side field.
Test. Yes, you're on the side field doing the test, and it's just a bad look. It's a bad look. And so I remember Titus Howard, the offensive lineman, big boy. He didn't pass the test, and he thought that he was just going to go ahead and practice. And they called his name. And while we were practicing that first day of camp, he was on the sideline trying to beat the test beat the conditioning test again. So you don't want to be that guy.
That's a bad tone setter.
Exactly. So I don't know what the Denver Broncos are going to do, if they do one at all. Some do, some don't.
I can't remember Sean Payton doing one.
And, and we would have known if he was doing it because it would have been heard. And I talked to the players all the time. They would have said, hey, man, we're getting ready for this conditioning test. I just know for myself, Zach, going to Houston, I could not pass that conditioning test on my own. I was stressing out. I would call Mark Ingram, David Johnson, and say, hey, did you guys pass this test at home? And I remember working out with Derek Wolfe because Derek Wolfe was with Baltimore at the time.
Yep,
so we were doing the same test.
Yeah.
And he passed, and he was like, dude, like, you're going to pass the test once you get there. You know, like, it's going to be sea level. You're going to just be so focused. And sure enough, I got up there, and I passed it with flying colors. But I stressed out the whole entire off season building up to this dang test.
Yeah.
So and you don't always want to be like that. You want to focus on your craft.
Sure.
Not passing a test.
Sure. Well, and I think I misspoke. I said we're nearly a week. I think it starts the 22nd. Training camp starts the
July
That
22nd.
is 1 week from today. Oh my gosh. I can't wait. I can't wait. We're gonna go on this journey together again. You did last year was your first training camp
with you, yeah.
As a non-player, because you started like right in September, right?
Mhm.
So
I had a holdout.
Yeah, you had a holdout. Yes,
I had a holdout. I had the rookie holdout.
Yes,
I was like, you know, I'm not starting.
You and RJ.
All right. I'm not starting during mini camp or camp at that. I'm gonna wait until the season starts.
Yeah, and we'll hit the pause button on the segment that we're supposed to do because we've gobbled up some time, and I think it's a fun segment to go through a look back at something offensively before we take a look forward. It's something that's been lackluster, and honestly, I don't know if I've ever heard it really talked about on the radio. So we'll get to it here in a second. But like when you're a week out, when you're a player,
yeah,
is your stomach like in knots? Like, are you like
most
like
definitely.
the level of nerves?
You're nervous. You're nervous as heck, Zach, because now it's like, did I do enough? Like, am I prepared? Did I work on my craft? Did I work on catching the football enough? Do I know the plays? Because now it's not OTAs. You can't afford to mess up if you're a bubble player. You have to know the plays. Week 1 is going to fly by fast, and you're going through these installments. It's going to be install 1 for one day, install 2 for the next day. And it's like, do you understand the concepts that they're wanting you to understand, and can you go out there and play fast? And this is where always, to me, it's like I was always well prepared. I was always watching film because, like Coach Mike McIntyre used to tell us, knowledge equals confidence equals playing fast. And I wanted to understand everything that was going on in the playbook so that I have confidence out there just to play fast and play football. So, yeah, you're nervous because a lot of these players are competing for their job.
Oh, yeah, their life is on the line.
Exactly. And you have these young players that are coming up, they're emerging, they're excited, they're cheaper, and you're in a battle. Can you stay healthy? Are you doing enough off the field to stay healthy? Taking care of your body? Are you dieting the right way?
Sure.
And timing it up so that it kind of flows with the season. There's so much to this if you want to be successful. And sometimes you can overdo it. You can work too hard. All right, you can diet so much that you're losing some of the nutrition stuff in your body that you need to last a whole year. So there's ways to go about it, and that's why I say that there has to be some kind of structure going into an off season and then building up into the first week of camp and then into preseason.
Well, I would think that if someone here in Denver is out of shape or isn't getting the right diet stuff, like they only have themselves to blame because this operation has given these players everything they could possibly need to be successful. There's no like Chargers excuse in Broncos country of a lack of resources. So I think you'd be telling on yourself is what I mean. You'd be telling on yourself.
Well, you're going to tell on yourself anyway because the first thing they're going to do is do the body fat test.
Yes.
And they're going to want to know how much body fat you lost. Like you have a goal before, you're going into your off-season workouts before camp starts, and you have this goal that you have to hit. And then that first day, you're gonna do your weight, your height again. But they're gonna do this body fat test, and it's gonna tell them everything. Are you working hard? What type of food you're putting in your body? I remember being with the Houston Texans, and you could put your finger into this little device, and it lets you know how much vegetables you're consuming.
Really?
Yeah. So when I first did it before I left off for the off-season workouts, it said, hey, you're low on vegetables. Like, you're not doing a good job of eating vegetables, are you? And I'm like, yeah, you got me.
I'd be scared
Candy.
to stick my finger in that
I was
thing.
like, you got me. It's been candy.
I do not do much vegetables.
I came back, and I was just loading up on vegetables. I was blending the vegetables. I was doing so much with the vegetables that when I got back there, I was number one in consuming vegetables.
Is that right?
Yes.
And now to the point you are
I
a
don't take
gardener.
'em.
Well, no. What was
Oh,
your
yeah,
vegetable garden?
I do.
He just told on himself. He goes, I don't do
I
vegetables.
don't, hold up.
But he's got a veggie garden.
I got vegetables, but I don't necessarily do the vegetables like that. That's for the kids.
Oh no!
Don't
guys,
be like me, kids.
Did you hear what I heard? I don't know. Where's my challenge flag? All right,
got him.
Good stuff. I love learning about all that stuff behind the scenes.
Yeah, there's a lot to it.
Sure.
There's a lot to it to building up for the season, and it's interesting. And you learn a lot. You learn a lot about your body, your mind, and just about the NFL and how to be a pros pro. They call it a pros pro for a reason. You have to grow up. So someone like Audric Esime, a person like that I heard from the locker room that he was immature. You got to go back and you got to mature some way. And it starts with taking care of your body and your mental. And then it kind of trickles in onto the football field and competing.
All right, good stuff. We are off and rolling here. I do want to get to this segment. All right, the Broncos have a chance to improve in something offensively that's been lackluster for years, and it gets rarely talked about. But we will talk about it coming up next.
Follow us on X at DEN Sports 1043 for up-to-the-minute information and opinions on all things Denver sports. Also, we can still call it Twitter, right? Denver Sports 1043 The Fan, DenverSports.com, and the Denver Sports app.
Hey, what's up, guys? It's Zach here on behalf of the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic, talking to you men out there. You know, intimacy, guys, is one of the few things in life that is just wonderful, okay? And the connection that comes from it is just special, okay? But when erectile dysfunction harms intimacy, it can have devastating effects on a relationship, your self-confidence. Maybe your partner even starts to blame themselves. Guys, do not let that happen, okay? ED is a medical condition. And like most other medical conditions, it's treatable. And I'm talking about treatments with success rates well over 90%. Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic has served the Front Range of Colorado for nearly a decade. They're not new, okay? They're a vet in the game, if you will. They've successfully treated tens of thousands of men just like you, so I hate to break it to you, you're not that special. So schedule a consult with Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic. That initial visit is just $99. That includes a medical consult with a Colorado licensed medical provider, a T and PSA test, and if medically advised, a test dose. Guys, if the test dose doesn't work in the office, your visit's free. They have an expert staff, 5 locations in Colorado to serve you. So call them at 720-440-7900 or visit them online at RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com.
Quitters! This is the story of a big made-for-TV firm that quit on their sweet little old lady client. Dan Jacobs with 303 Law 4040. A little while ago, we had a call into 303 Law 4040 from a sweet little old lady who had been injured in a car accident. Now, it was a little bit of a complicated case due to her age, but her big made-for-TV lawyer didn't want to do the work and just quit on her. She came into the 303 Law 4040 offices and said, Dan, I'm not looking to get rich, but this just doesn't seem fair. We agreed and told her that we couldn't guarantee her anything, but we're willing to put in the work. And after a ton of work, we were proud to tell her that we got the original $13,000 offer all the way up to $100,000. At 303 Law 4040, we're here to help you after you've been injured in a car accident, not take advantage of you like some of the big made-for-TV firms. You always get to meet with us for free, and you never pay a dime unless we get money on your behalf. So save that number in your phone. You never know when you're going to need it. It's 303 Law 4040, 303 Law 4040.
Any jewelry store can sell you a diamond, but there's only one family jeweler in Colorado that was literally
built on them.
In fact, we've sold more diamonds to more couples for more years than any other jeweler in Denver. I'm Bruce Williams.
And I'm Steve Williams. That's why we built Williams Jewelers, 2 stores totally dedicated to celebrating your love.
All the world's top bridal designers, 10 times the certified loose diamonds at our diamond bar.
And Denver's true diamond experts who will share their knowledge and passion and how to get the most diamond for your money guaranteed.
So whether you're looking for the perfect diamond engagement ring
or that second diamond celebrating a love of many years,
we have the perfect diamond for you.
And that's why every day more couples say will you with Williams.
Williams Jewelers, we can make diamonds a part of your life.
Williams Jewelers in Inglewood at Bellevue and Broadway, and in Cherry Creek North, the official jeweler of the Colorado Avalanche.
Hey guys, Mark Schlereth here from my friends at Comcast. Well, spring has sprung, and you know what that means. It's officially moving season. A time filled with hours of packing, unpacking, and so much bubble wrap. But the first thing you should do when moving is make sure the Wi-Fi is booming with Xfinity. It's super quick and easy to set up. Then, boom, you'll have your new home hooked up with the ultimate Wi-Fi experience faster than the time it takes to parallel park a moving truck. Then you'll be back online with the most reliable Wi-Fi and the best in-class equipment from Xfinity. So you can just kick back, relax, and stream your favorite movies and TV shows while someone else deals with all those boxes. Because with Xfinity, the only thing you'll have to worry about is remembering where you pack the remote. Make it right, make it easy, and move with Xfinity. Learn more at Xfinity.com/move. Restrictions apply, not available in all areas. Most reliable Wi-Fi claim based on Open Signal Awards, USA, Fixed Broadband Experience Report, August 2024.
This is the story of the one. As a safety manager at a manufacturing plant, he does everything he can to keep his coworkers safe. From finding ways to reduce risks to keeping safety supplies in stock. And for that, he relies on Grainger. Grainger offers a broad range of quality products and next-day delivery, so he can always play it safe. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
If Old Spice Deep Sea Super Hydration Body Wash were music, what would it sound like? Start with the deep sounds of Old Spice's ocean waves and kelp. Layer on the smooth, renewing moisture. You wouldn't hear any parabens or phthalates because Old Spice Deep Sea hasn't got any. But you would hear that vitamin B3 for healthier looking skin. So while your regular body wash sounds like this, Old Spice sounds like this. Sounds like it smells amazing.
Fly into DQ today for a cosmic collision of flavors in their new Superman Cake Batter Cookie Dough Blizzard treat for a limited time. And don't miss Superman, only in theaters July 11th. DQ, happy tastes good.
Denver Sports Snapshot.
Tonight on The Fan, baseball all-star game action begins starting at 6.
Open an account in less than 5 minutes. Visit WesteraCU.com. Federally insured by NCUA.
You're listening to The Drive with Zach By and Phillip Lindsay on Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan.
The Broncos have a chance to improve in something offensively that has been a bit lackluster over the years, and it really doesn't get talked about a whole heck of a lot. And I'm not saying that this should lead SportsCenter every night, but I want to shine a light on the topic of rushing touchdowns.
Oh, look at you, Zach. Rushing touchdowns. Dealing with the running backs. Not necessarily the running backs. It could be a quarterback too running, but I love that you're giving attention to rushing yards, rushing touchdowns. What's got into you?
Yeah, no, well, I know that it's important, Phil.
All
right, and contrary to the corner you try to paint me in, okay?
You do that for yourself.
Oftentimes.
I just sit there and let you do it.
Oftentimes. No, but rushing touchdowns. It's something that it's not a typical topic of conversation, but we like, if you know football, like running the ball and getting into the end zone and especially being able to run the football in the red zone. And that is something that the Broncos could not do these last few years.
You have to be able to run the football in the red zone. all right, if you're going to go far enough in the playoffs to try to get to a Super Bowl. Because it can't just be, hey, we're going to throw a fade route to a tall receiver. Once you get into the red zone, everything tightens up.
It's all right.
The throws are tighter. All right, everybody's bunched together. It comes down to who's the stronger team, who has the better offensive lineman, who has the better running back with the different mentality of, hey, I'm willing to do whatever it takes to get my butt in that end zone. That's what it takes in red zone. I like, you can feel, Zach, you're getting into the red zone, you're driving down the field, and it changes. The feeling changes because it's right there for the taking. And now you start to look around the huddle and say, okay, who's serious about this? Who's willing to do what it takes? You get the play call. Hopefully it's a run for a running back. It's like, give me the opportunity to score. And now you're hoping that your offensive linemen are on the same page as you. Let's get it in. Let's not mess around, because guess what? You may not get another opportunity. That first run doesn't go for a touchdown, they're going to pass the ball now. That's usually what the offensive coordinator's thinking. We can't mess around with this opportunity. We're not going to try to run it again unless they respect you. And now the opportunity to score a touchdown if you're a running back goes out the window.
Well, the leading running back, and I know I've been hard on this group of running backs from a year ago.
Yeah, you've been hard and harsh on them.
I have, but I think it's an appropriate measurement of criticism.
Tough love?
A little bit of tough love, because it was just so far and away from good enough. So I went back, I looked at the last 10 years, okay? And we just did this with something last week when I went back 10 years and looked at, what were we looking at?
Was it I was going to say the quarterback position.
Oh, you know what it was? It was tight end production.
Oh, yeah.
Thank you, Dante.
With Noah Fant.
Yes. And I said I walked away from that. By the way, I saw him.
Did you?
I saw him. He was at Justin Simmons' tournament. Now, I didn't get a chance to talk to him. It was very brief.
How's he look? Does he look bigger?
He looks great, but Noah's always looked great.
Yeah.
Noah's always looked great. He looks like an action figure, quite honestly.
Phillip said hi. You should have said that.
Dude, it was so quick. We just passed each other super quick, and I'm like, oh, that was Noah. But Shelby was there. As well.
That's my man, Shelby Harris.
Yeah, but they didn't stick around after, so I didn't get a chance to talk to him at all. So all good. But so last year's leading rusher in terms of rushing touchdowns was Javonte Williams with 4. That means on average, about once a month, the starting running back got into the end zone. That is psychotic.
No, that's unacceptable. And Javonte Williams, he's not a small running back.
No.
He's 225 pounds, 230 maybe, if he's, eating on that day. And you mean to tell me, and his game is usually breaking tackles, that he only had 4 touchdowns?
4.
And I remember the touchdowns because it was there was only 4 of them. And it seemed like it was so hard for him to make those touchdowns at that.
Yes.
It wasn't like, hey, let me break a tackle and let me walk in and do my dance. Usually you have a dance ready when you're about to score.
Sure.
I always tried, like, okay, what am I going to do? I wasn't the best dancer.
No.
So I would give it to my offensive line.
Yeah.
But for Javonte to only have 4 as a starting running back, that's unacceptable, and it cannot happen this year if we want to win 11 or 12 games.
No. Here's the crazy thing. Javonte Williams scoring 4 touchdowns last season was an improvement from the previous year. How crazy is that? That the leading ball carrier getting into the end zone from the running back position in 2023 was 3 total touchdowns.
Now, all right. Who do you blame? Is it all on Javonte?
A lot of it is.
Or is it also on, like, Sean for not giving him another opportunity?
Well, yes, in some cases, but when you have the number 1 run block win rate in the league, and your starting running back averages 30 yards a game, and it syncs up with 4 total touchdowns or 3 total touchdowns.
You have the number 1 run block in the league. You want to put a lot on Javonte, but what about those big uglies up front?
What do you mean?
They have to push. They have to push in the red zone to get a touchdown.
Wait, so you're putting this on the offensive line that has the number 1 run block win rate in the league?
I'm putting it on the whole unit. Just because you have the number 1 run block in the league, it's not red zone.
Who's got the biggest slice of the blame pie?
It's going to be a duo of the offensive line and the running back.
Are you serious?
They go hand in hand.
From the guy that used to hand the football to the offensive lineman, you're not blaming the offensive.
They have to do their job, and you have to do yours.
No kidding, Phil.
If you have a leak, how are you? So you want me to break a?
It's the number 1 run block win rate. Offensive line in the league, and you're giving them the same slice of blame pie as the running backs?
It's a unit. How are you going to sit here on one hand say, hey, this is a team sport for the quarterback?
Come on.
But then in the red zone, it's a unit thing.
Phil.
You need them to get a push. You need a scheme.
I cannot believe what you're doing here. I really can't. that they get the same. It's the number one run block win rate offensive line in the league. The leading running back averaged 30 yards and had 4 touchdowns the whole year, and it's the offensive line?
Zach, you should get your lengthy ass up there and try to run, and you have them. It's still hard to do.
Phil, do not overcomplicate this.
I'm not.
Yes,
I'm being
you are.
real.
Dude,
I'm being
okay. So Phillip Lindsay in 2018, 19, 20, you're behind this offensive line. You're averaging 30 yards a game and have 4 touchdowns the whole year?
No, because of
Why?
my mentality is different in the red zone. Two, the offensive line. Sometimes you gotta have a connection with the offensive line. I will look at them and say, hey, you know what time it is. Get me in that end zone. That's exactly. I don't know what Javonte's saying to his offensive line. I don't know what he's doing. I don't know if they like him.
Cannot.
But
hey, look back. Oh, it's Javonte again. Let's only half push. We don't like him.
Well, okay, if they're
I can't believe what you're doing
here.
here.
So tell me this: if they're the number one win rate in blocking, why aren't they opening holes so big that both you and I can run through them? Because there's other NFL players on the other side getting paid millions of dollars to stuff up the hole.
I cannot believe you are putting the blame on the offensive line.
I'm putting it on the whole unit in Sean at that. Has it been creative enough?
I am
no.
I'm startled.
Come on.
I'm startled.
This is a team game, right?
Dude.
Let's go back and watch. It should be easy because there's only 4 touchdowns. So let's go back and watch the touchdowns.
I need to gather my thoughts here. I can't believe what direction this segment just turned to because we didn't even get to the last decade of what it's looked like. I need to gather my thoughts, okay? And we'll finish the segment coming up next.
It's a unit.
Listen up, golf fans. Want to witness the battle at Bethpage Black in New York this year? Well, Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan is teamed up with the City of Aurora to give away a trip to win your way in. To enter, just head to the pro shop at any of the City of Aurora's 5 beautiful courses between now and August 1st. Find the cutout of Sac By and scan the QR code. For more information and the list of course locations, head to denversports.com/golf. Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan.
Summer is a time to feel and look your best, but I'm not talking about your tan or abs. Guys, I'm talking about your hair. Restore that bald spot, reverse your receding hairline, or add volume to decades of thinning during Advanced Hair's once yearly summer savings event. Advanced Hair's simple one-day treatment begins to regrow your own natural hair the very next day, and it can even grow for life. Did I mention Advanced Hair even guarantees your new hair will grow? Take advantage of your flexible summer calendar and get the most hair for your dollar during Advanced Hair's best offer ever. The summer sales event is on for a limited time, so schedule your free consultation and get the details today. 720-459-HAIR. One-day treatment, life-changing results with Advanced Hair. Your new hair is guaranteed to grow. Check out the incredible before and afters and get your savings details while still available. That's 720-459-HAIR or at advancedhair.com. That's advancedhair.com.
You're not at your house. You're at a lavish seaside estate. You're not walking the dog. You're hunting for clues in an Agatha Christie mystery. See it differently with BritBox. Stream an endlessly entertaining collection of British TV, including new original series Ludwig, starring David Mitchell.
Bit awkward, really. I think I might just have solved a murder.
And Outrageous, a scandalous true story.
Seems there's a political extremist in every family these days.
See it differently when you stream the best of British TV with BritBox.
When might you be buzzed? When you suddenly love everything.
You guys! I love this song! I love these nachos. I love our kickball league. Ugh! I love this guy. What's your name? You know what I'd love? A ride when it's time to head out.
If you see a buzzed warning sign, call for a ride when it's time to go home. Buzz driving is drunk driving. A message from NHTSA and the Ad Council.
I love your car. Is this
Are
real
you
leather?
self-employed or a contractor and struggling to find a lender that can help you access the equity in your home to pay off your high-interest debt? My friends at American Financing have the perfect loan for you, the bank statement loan. They can get you qualified by using your bank statements, which many other lenders are unable to do. The credit card bills are going to continue to climb, so don't wait any longer. Call today. American Financing is saving their customers an average of $854 a month, and if you start today, you may be able to delay delay 2 mortgage payments, giving you greater savings up front. Even if you've been turned down by other lenders, give them a call. American Financing has been helping borrowers just like you with this new loan program. There are no upfront fees or obligation to find out how much you can save every month. Call American Financing at 303-695-7000. That's 303-695-7000, or visit them online at americanfinancing.net. NMLS 182334, NMLSconsumeraccess.org.
This is Rob Wilhite of the Wilhite Law Firm. If you've been seriously injured in a truck or car wreck, you want Wilhite. We've been voted best personal injury law firm for the last 3 years in a row. Call 303-GOOD-LAW or visit WilhiteWins.com and win big with Wilhite.
Stokley here for Embers Living. Summer's here also, and it's grilling season. I'm talking steakhouse quality sears and precision control with the Napoleon Prestige Series. With Napoleon Sizzle Zone, you get high heat infrared grilling for restaurant style results right in your backyard. And check this out. Smart features let you monitor temps and control your grill right from your phone. From slow smoked ribs to reverse sear tomahawks, Napoleon Grills do it all. Visit embersliving.com and take your grilling to the next level.
It's The Drive with Zach By and Phillip Lindsay on Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan.
Pull up in motorcades. I got a show today. It's all I'm trying to do. Hustle and motivate. Choppers a throwaway.
All right, so we were just having a conversation about rushing touchdowns. All right? It's not a topic that gets talked about a lot, but I went back and looked at the 10 years in terms of the leading running back in terms of rushing touchdowns for the Broncos. Now, I'm hoping, Phil, that we can reach common ground here, because you just threw me for a loop when you said the offensive line.
We went with an audible.
Gets as much blame as the running backs from last year.
You can't. This is the thing. You can blame a running back if there's a wide open hole and they don't hit that hole.
I think that happened. I think that happened quite a bit.
I'm pretty sure there was a couple times where it did happen, or there's a design play and you go the opposite of the play, which can happen sometimes. Then you can blame just the running back. But when you're talking about red zone, okay, goal line, you're talking about getting in the end zone, it's all about a unit. Now, when the running back scores, he wants to do his dance, he wants all the attention, and that's wrong, because those big boys up front are the reason why you're able to have that fun.
Of course.
We all know that.
Of course.
But also, when you don't succeed, it can't just be on the running back not getting into the end zone.
That's not where I got hung up.
All right,
because
where did you get hung up?
I'm not saying it's 100% on the running backs, but when you tell me that offensive line, which is a top 5 unit in the league, gets the same amount of blame as these running backs, and I don't. You have a bit of a reluctance to really just. How can I say?
What are you stuttering for? How you gonna tell me?
No, because you do not. You give them a pass, is what I'm saying. You're giving the entire room.
The running back.
The entire room was.
I'm not giving them a pass.
It kind of sounds like it.
Giving them a pass. I'm just not going to sit here and say that it's all on them.
I didn't say it's all on them, but you said they deserve the same level of criticism.
How are you going to say this about the quarterback? Well, it's a team thing.
Yes.
All right. And then with the running backs scoring a touchdown, it's on them. Like how? So make this make sense.
I didn't say it's on them.
How do you have one of the best offensive line?
Do you agree with that?
They were one. The Denver Broncos had one of the best offensive lines.
Yes.
In the NFL.
Yes, undisputed.
But also it comes down to, one, Sean running the ball enough in the red zone, which he did not do.
That deserves criticism.
All right. Number 2, giving that running back in the offensive line, because they're a duo, more opportunities than just one. A lot of offensive coordinators, like I said earlier, they go with it one time and say, okay, now we're going to pass. Now we're going to play action.
I've seen that. I've seen that a lot. I'm not saying that's not true.
Every offensive coordinator is different. So all I'm saying is, it can't just all be on the running back. And you want to put 80% majority on the blame on the running back.
I would say I'll go 75% on the running back. Yeah.
So give me an example why.
They were a terrible group, Phil. An example why? I mean, we've been through this. The starting running back for the Broncos averaged 30 yards a game. Whose offensive line was better? The one that played for the Broncos this past year or the one that you ran behind in 2018 and 19?
The one that the one last year.
Yes.
Then, but also
clearly, and you're a 1,000-yard runner. You average 4.5 yards a carry.
I will say this, and this is where everybody gets annoyed at me saying being creative. If you go back and you watch my film, there's a bunch of pullers in front of me, which gives me an opportunity to get one-on-one with a safety, and maybe sometimes not at all. And now I can utilize my speed and my size because they're hard to find.
Not saying that didn't happen, but when you have a group that doesn't break a single tackle all season, you lose the benefit of the doubt in conversations like these. When you don't have a single carry for 22 yards and over 450 carries for Javonte Williams, when the leading running back averages 30 yards a game, this is just piss poor production. I don't know how else to say it.
So when you're watching these games like me,
yes,
you're seeing wide ass open holes.
Yes,
oh for sure,
dude.
Come on, Zach.
Phil. Did you see what running back last year did you see play above the X's and O's?
None of them played above the X's and O's.
So why are we giving them the benefit of the doubt?
I'm not giving them the benefit of the doubt. But what I'm saying is it's a unit thing. Did you see, all right, every given Sunday,
Of course I agree.
Every given Sunday, did you see some creativeness from the offensive line pulling? Did you see some misdirection?
There could have been more.
There could have been more. That's football for you. When you watch Saquon Barkley and you see that offensive line, it's not just Saquon running up the middle.
I understand, but these running backs couldn't shine his shoes. That's what I'm saying.
I don't want to compare these running backs to Saquon.
I just did. They play in the
help.
same league. They play in the same league, and we act like they don't.
But also, Zach, you're in the NFL, then you have elite players. Saquon, Christian McCaffrey, they're elite players.
And you have below average players, and that was the group running the football for Denver this past year. It's not that complicated.
It's not that complicated, but don't put it all on the running backs. Say 75% in the red zone.
Yes, I will say 75%. Yes, I will say 75%. So we just disagree. You want to put equal measure on the offensive line as the running backs?
It's a unit.
I understand.
It's a unit. They go hand in hand.
But are you sure that's your stance?
Yes,
that
it's
you
my
want
stance.
to put 50% on the or equal measure for the offensive line to the running backs? That is psychotic.
Okay, you could go 60. Okay, is 60-40 better for you? 60% the running back, 40% the offensive line?
I'll take whatever I can get from you right now. Yeah, this is insane.
But see, this is the thing. You're looking at stats, talking about this offensive line, number one pass block, number one run.
It's about the eye test, too.
Okay, so eye test. Why in the red zone, why weren't they running the ball? Sean just didn't trust the offensive line now? If the offensive line was putting holes that big, it doesn't matter who's running.
When you have three guys who get opportunity after opportunity and they fail you every single time, it's a reasonable approach to say, you want to know what? You're getting your one opportunity, and after that, we're going with our quarterback, who is
that is not good. You don't just give somebody one opportunity and then say we're going away from it.
He had 450 opportunities and never ran for 22 yards.
We're talking about the red zone. We're talking about touchdowns. Okay, it's not about you're looking at it as, all right, how many running backs are going to bust for a 70-yard touchdown? Not a lot of them.
Okay, so just keep
talking
it to
about
the touchdowns.
The red zone.
Javonte Williams had 3 touchdowns in 23
but you also have to understand how many
opportunities
were given to that man to score the
enough.
2-yard, the 3-yard touchdowns.
Over the course of 2 seasons, enough. I mean, he didn't rank in the
top. So what you're saying is we better see someone like J.K. Dobbins get 10, 11, 12 touchdowns this year.
It doesn't have to be 10, 11, 12.
But if it's not 10, 11, 12, are you blaming J.K. Dobbins?
But how about not 3? Doesn't have to be 12. How about not 4?
But you have to have the opportunities. Zach, I could have had more touchdowns my rookie year, but you know what? They didn't put me in.
I
understand.
They
would say, hey, Royce, get in there. 2020. Melvin Gordon was getting paid all that money. What are they saying? Melvin, you're the one getting paid the money. You're the one that gets the touchdowns, gets your little drummer dance.
And that was,
and I had to sit there and watch it.
And that was a dynamic that was at play. I remember it very well, where you would get him down there, then they bring in Melvin to finish it up. I'm being serious, but at least they brought in another running back who could get in the end zone.
Yeah,
like
Melvin could get in the end zone.
These running backs could not get in the end zone. They couldn't do much of anything. And that's just the real. They weren't explosive. They didn't score touchdowns.
They did not do a good job. You are right.
Oh, okay.
You are right.
We're getting somewhere.
You're right.
Okay.
But it's not all on them.
I agree,
This
Phil.
is a unit.
It's not all on them. I agree. It is a unit. But
Be creative, Sean.
He can be more creative. That's more
Don't
fair.
just run dives.
That's more fair criticism. I agree with you. We're reaching across the aisle. We're finding common ground. I just can't say an equal measure of criticism belongs to the offensive line. That's all.
That is on you.
I don't think that you believe that in your heart of hearts.
Come on. How you gonna tell me
in
how
your
I
heart
believe?
of hearts. In your heart of
How you
hearts.
gonna tell me how I believe?
You just
if we brought a couple of these offensive linemen on and we asked them about how they felt the run game was in the red zone, they would be honest and say we didn't do a good enough job, because they didn't. Just like the running back did not do a good enough job of reading the holes, reacting, breaking the tackle, and scoring a damn touchdown. They go hand in hand.
They do often go hand in hand.
Oh, often.
They do.
Often.
They are a unit. They
all on cart when you pick and choose, huh?
Yes, but I thought this was a rather obvious like prerequisite to have the conversation. But this. Guys, behind the glass, where are we? Just to tag in so we can get a third or fourth voice in here.
Dante, go ahead. How many touchdowns you run for?
How many am I?
Please explain to me.
I'll probably get 3 too. I can do what Javonte just said.
Dante,
you put me at the 1 yard line
on.
with this offensive line? No, I'm closer to Zach, where I'm like 70% on the running back, 30% on the O line. And Phil brought up, like, if you brought an O lineman in, yeah, they're going to take accountability, but that's just because that's like a team, way of going about it. But in their heart, they're like, well, yeah, I did my job. The guy behind me wasn't doing his job.
Phil, you would have ran for 1,200 yards behind this offensive line.
No,
you know why?
doubt.
You know why?
Because
you were a very good running back. These are not very good running backs. Or they haven't been. They haven't been. Jaleel was better. Jaleel was better 2 years ago.
Really quick, because before you were talking about how Javonte could be one of the best in the league. And by the end of it, you're saying he's not a very good running back.
Yes, and both things are true. With new information, dude, so when you come in the league and you're 5 yards a carry and 900 yards and lead the league in broken tackles,
but
that's
you think
the
that
tone.
just goes out the window?
It did go out the window.
Yes.
I watched it happen.
Injuries, all right, in a setup.
Yes.
Injuries in the certain scheme.
Come on, Phil.
Come on.
Phil, do you see other teams in the NFL, like, knocking down the door to take these Broncos running backs?
Well, Javonte Williams is on a team.
He's on a team.
He was picked the day one.
But think about that's the compliment for right now. He's on a team.
He's the Dallas Cowboys right now. He might be the starter.
He could be. He could be. And guess what?
I'm not saying
and maybe he'll have a big bounce back.
I'm not saying Javonte Williams is this great running back. But what I'm saying is it takes a village. And Javonte didn't do his job. And sometimes the offensive line didn't do their job. Like you guys would be amazed of how many times you go into these meetings and you think you're a professional player and somebody is not doing their job.
Sure.
And all it takes is one person not to do their job messes the whole entire play up.
For sure, Phil. For
so
sure.
Like, that's what I'm going at. It's like this is a unit thing. We can't just sit there and put the running backs in one category and say it's all their fault, which you wanted to do at the beginning.
Phil, my stance is it is mostly their fault. They were the worst running or bottom 5 group in the entire league behind an offensive line that we all agree is fantastic.
I agree, but also, context matters.
Totally.
When you have Bo Nix, his first damn game of his career, throws over 44 times.
Yeah.
You're not sticking to the run.
No, and
when you got Sean sitting there with the play calling sheet saying run the ball and you don't run the ball, and Audric Estime is actually having a really good game running at that time.
Sure.
That's not on them.
That's fair criticism. There's fair. It's not just completely black and white. There is some gray area, but the deepest shade of black, in my opinion, belongs to the running backs.
All right.
We can continue this conversation. We can continue.
Put a pin in it. Put a pin in it.
Put a pin in it.
I'm expecting these running backs to go for 20 touchdowns this year. It better be an Austin Eckler kind of year.
We can talk about that. We'll finish this conversation. Also, someone in Denver sports could be getting a big ol' light shined on them in the next 48 hours. We'll talk about who and why. That's all next.
Listen up, golf fans. Want to witness the battle at Bethpage Black in New York this year? Well, Denver Sports 1043 The Fan has teamed up with the City of Aurora to give away a trip to win your way in. To enter, just head to the pro shop at any of the City of Aurora's 5 beautiful courses between now and August 1st. Find the cutout of Sac By and scan the QR code. For more information and the list of course locations, head to denversports.com/golf. Denver Sports 1043. The Fan.
Your air duct cleaning experts, Ductworks.
Hey guys, Mark Schlereth here. During these intense summer days, your air conditioner is working overtime to cool your home or your business. But did you know that dust and debris in your ventilation system can decrease airflow and make your AC work even harder? Clean ductwork helps air conditioners run more efficiently, saving you money and keeping your indoor air fresh. Dirty ducts can cost you more in energy bills and repairs. Give Ductworks a call at 303-425-0985 or visit ductworks.com for a free commercial or residential estimate. Keep cool, save money, and breathe easy with your 5-star air duct cleaning expert. That's Ductworks.
303-425-0985. Men, summertime is here, and that means vacations, summer barbecues, outdoor parties, camping, beaches, and so much more. This is Jeff for the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic, and if you're like many men, you may not be feeling like yourself this summer. Perhaps your energy is low and you aren't sleeping well. Maybe your workouts aren't as good as they used to be. And if what I'm describing is you, it's very likely you're suffering with low testosterone. But low T doesn't have to affect you anymore. Just call Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic, get treated, and see how it changes your life. If you're like most men, you'll feel so much better. Deeper sleep, improved vitality and clarity, greater strength and energy, and an enhanced sex drive as well. So call us. Just $99 gets you a PSA and T-test and a medical consult. And if you start on testosterone the day of your appointment, your visit is free. Call 720-440-7900. That's 720-440-7900. Or go to RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com. We have 5 offices across the Front Range to serve you.
Comcast Business helps turn today's small businesses into engines of modern business. It's how restaurants become reliably up and running neighborhood favorites. How retailers become seamlessly restocking, cyber-securing, must-visit shops. And how healthcare offices become the data managing caregivers that we all depend on. With reliable connectivity, enhanced cybersecurity, advanced fiber solutions, and Wi-Fi backup, Comcast Business is powering the engine of modern business. Powering possibilities.
Now through July 21st, new Comcast Business customers can find out how to get started with 150 megabit internet and Security Edge for $59.99 a month for 12 months with a 2-year agreement. Plus, ask how you get a $500 prepaid card for your business. Call and switch to Comcast Business today. Restrictions apply. Requires paperless billing and automatic payments with bank account. Equipment, taxes, and fees extra. Early termination fee applies.
You worked hard for your 401k, but if you've left your job, your money might be sitting in the wrong hands. I'm Jeff Jr. with Trajan Wealth, and it's very possible that the 401k that you have had for years has hidden fees and limited investment choices. But if you're no longer with the company, that 401k may be at the mercy of your former employer. All of these things could be costing you thousands. Rolling over your 401k into an IRA can provide better investment options that align with your long-term goals. At Trajan Wealth, we're fiduciary advisors that are held to a higher standard with no hidden agenda and no hidden fees. Don't let your retirement dollars sit in an old plan, and don't roll it over to your new plan without consulting Trajan Wealth first. Call Trajan today at 720-405-3300. That's 720-405-3300.
Advisory services are offered through Trajan Wealth, LLC, an SEC registered investment advisor.
Brandon Stokley here from my friends at Roller Auction. Do you have items you're looking to sell? Since 1976, Roller Auction has been conducting commercial and industrial auctions for Colorado government agencies, Fortune 500 companies, small business owners, secured creditors, individuals, and more. They have a large marketplace to showcase your assets, so don't wait. Visit rollerauction.com for a free consultation and turn those items into some cold, hard cash. Again, go visit them at rollerauction.com. That's rollerauction.com.
KKFN and KKFN HD1 Longmont, Denver. You're listening to Denver Sports 104.3. The Fan.
Denver Sports Snapshot.
Tonight on The Fan, baseball all-star game action begins starting at 6.
Open an account in less than 5 minutes. Visit WesteraCU.com. Federally insured by NCUA.
Leading off with the big story of the day, here's The Drive with Zach By and Denver, Colorado's own Phillip Lindsay.
1 hour in the books. Quicker than a New York minute. Wow, that thing kind of took on a life of its own.
I blame you. You did that on purpose.
And who do you think I blame?
Yourself?
You're probably
Look in
still
the mirror.
blaming the offensive line. Unbelievable, this guy. Truly. Oh, my gosh. A lot of reaction on the RamosLaw.com text line 303-713-1043. Let's finish this conversation and then
finish what you wanted. Like
yes.
I won't
this
say
was
anything.
the first segment. Yeah, we'll see
I
how
won't
that
say
goes.
anything.
This was the first segment of the show. There was supposed to be 2 other segments after it, and this just kind of took over. Now it's bleeding into hour number 2. And so I want to get to also why a big light could be shined on someone from Colorado here in the next 48 hours. And then also we're very busy right now. John Franklin Myers commenting on a video of you and I in a conversation we had last week. So you're not going to...
Shedding light on himself.
Yes, right? yes. You are not going to want to miss that. We'll put a pin in that. We got pins everywhere. Okay, so let me just finish this real quick. I promise we'll get through this, okay? So I went back and looked at the rushing touchdown leaders by running backs in the last decade for the Denver Broncos, okay? These last 2 years was about as bad as it gets, right? 4 touchdowns and then 3 touchdowns in 2023. You go back to 2022, the leading ball carrier for the Broncos was Latavius Murray. And that dude, we have been stung by a trivia question about Latavius Murray. Like he was the last 100-yard rusher and still is the last. He came on
and actually it was my first year here, and he was sharing time. They cut Melvin Gordon. Latavius Murray kind of emerges as like a running back that you can trust, and he started to stack on yards. Every game, he was able to break a couple off, get the touchdown.
And I think they traded for him during the season, I want to say.
They didn't have to trade for him. They picked him off the quote-unquote streets.
Oh, yes.
And George had a connection with Latavius Murray because George was with Minnesota. Latavius Murray, I want to say, started his career off with the Minnesota Vikings. I know he was there for a little while.
He was, and you are on it from how Murray got to Denver, because I know he didn't start the season in Denver. But he was the rushing touchdown leader in 2022 with 5. By the way, let me give you the rankings too. Javonte this past year, his 4 touchdowns ranked 40th. In 2023, his 3 touchdowns that led the Broncos ranked 48th in the NFL. The 2022 leader, Latavius Murray, with 5 rushing touchdowns, ranked 24th. In 2021, it was Melly Mel with 8 touchdowns.
And usually he was a touchdown machine with the Chargers. That's one thing that he prided himself on, is scoring touchdowns. I remember the story before we move on. Royce and I were sitting right there. It was a walkthrough. And we're sitting right there. We're talking, and Melvin comes up to us, and he like whispers. He's like, you have to be a different animal when you get in the red zone. So like Royce and I look at each other like, what's he talking about? He said, you got to turn into like a demon to get those touchdowns. And in my head, I'm like, Melly Mel, isn't there a time where you like try to jump over the pile and you fumbled the ball because of it? And he looked at me and he was like, be a demon. All right. I was like, all right. It was a weird interaction. He's a different cat.
Yeah.
Good dude, though. As much as like we talk about Melvin Gordon, like good dude, he just beats to his own drum, and that's why he likes to do the drummer boy.
Yeah, I have a little bit different view on Melvin. When he put the team before, or when he put himself before the team, and like would purposefully like run out of bounds to stop the clock.
Talking about the Raiders game,
and you almost lost the game.
Everybody felt that one.
Yeah, because he's trying to get to 1,000 yards, and I understand trying to get to 1,000 yards, but you just work for 3 hours, and there was 75,000 people who work hard and sat there for the Broncos win.
The Broncos win. Yeah.
You literally almost gave it back so you could reach get your numbers. And then with the DWI stuff, I mean,
there was a lot.
That whole thing was just a lot, because he could have killed someone that night. He literally couldn't count to 10 or walk in a straight line. But that's we all have our own view on things. In 2020, Melvin Gordon led the team with 9 touchdowns. All right. Those were pretty good years,
Yeah.
The 2019 leader was a guy I'm sitting across from. You had 7 touchdowns. That ranked inside the top 15 in the NFL that year. In 2018, you scored 9 touchdowns. That was actually tied for 7th in the NFL.
Let me eat, coach.
That year.
Let me eat.
In 2017, C.J. Anderson had 3 touchdowns. That led the team. That ranked outside of the top 40 in the NFL. And then in 2016, to go a full decade back, it was co-leaders. It was C.J. Anderson and Devontae Booker, who each had 4. That was tied for 33rd in the NFL that year. So basically, the average lead running back touchdown mark over the last decade is 5. 5 touchdowns per year for the lead back, and that's being propped up by you and Melvin in that 4-year stretch there. 5 touchdowns on average over a decade sample size, that would be tied for 33rd this past season in the NFL. We know there's not 33 teams in the NFL. And in fact, I went back, I said the last double-digit touchdown season was Noshawn Moreno back in 2013 when he had 10. For context, 13 players in the NFL went for 10 touchdowns this past year. So it's been a while. Expectations from a touchdown output standpoint from you, who walked in those shoes and ran in those shoes for R.J. Harvey, for J.K. Dobbins this coming season.
And this is where it gets complicated. Now, is J.K. Dobbins going to be the guy that we rely on in the red zone on the 1-yard touchdowns? If that's the case, I could see J.K. Dobbins getting to 10 or 11 touchdowns this year. One, I believe that the Denver Broncos offense is going to be a lot better. They're going to move the chains. They're going to be in the red zone. And Sean is going to give the number 1 run blocking offensive line an opportunity more than just one time to score a touchdown. So, that's one thing you have to keep in mind. Now, if R.J. Harvey's a part of this, maybe you have someone like J.K. Dobbins go for 8 or 9 touchdowns.
Sure.
R.J. Harvey goes for 4 or 5 touchdowns, and now you're splitting that, which is still okay. It's just like 1,000 yards. I'd rather have both of these players, if R.J. Harvey shows up to camp, both of these players playing a lot of minutes, keeping each other healthy and fresh, and both scoring touchdowns. So I'm going to go with J.K. Dobbins, and the best thing he can do is probably run for 12 touchdowns this year with this offensive line. Zach, it's number 1, right? Number 1. So go out there and show it. You're going to have an opportunity.
Do you think he'll be the guy down at the goal line?
I believe he should be the guy until R.J. Harvey proves that he can be the guy. I think for J.K. Dobbins, he's a violent runner. He's a runner that breaks tackles. He's been around the league, so he understands that red zone goal line, it's a different beast. It's like an art when you're scoring touchdowns. That's why someone like LaDainian Tomlinson was so
crazy to have like 20.
Yes.
He had like 20 in a year, 22
Austin
even.
Eckler's another one. Like, you have a nose for the end zone. You find ways to maneuver and change your body up to get into the end zone, but you have to have confidence. You have to be comfortable with your offensive line, and somebody has to let you do it enough. So what I'm saying is, Sean, if you believe that J.K. Dobbins is the red zone back, the goal line back, let him get in a rhythm, a groove, give him opportunities to score touchdowns.
All right, we'll have to wait and see what that structure and order of operations looks like down in the tight red zone. It'd also be nice to score some rushing touchdowns on plays that don't start in the red zone.
Yeah.
Right? And just have more
explosives.
explosive plays. The Broncos have been desperate for explosive plays here in recent years, from the running back position in particular. Okay, we'll let that
breathe.
Let that breathe. Let that breathe. Holy smokes.
It's your fault, I'm telling you.
It's not my fault. It's not my fault. Okay, so we'll shift gears here because we are about to have a day on the sports calendar that is truly unique. And I believe this is still the case. It has been for years, where the day after the Major League Baseball All-Star Game is quite literally the slowest sports day of the year. There's no basketball games, there's no football games, there's no hockey games, and there's no baseball games.
It just goes silent.
It just goes. WNBA is sort of, if that, in terms of the 4 major sports. All right, we know WNBA is coming by some of the numbers, but this is when ESPN decided, however long ago. And Dante, could you look this up for me? When did they start the ESPYs? So ESPN said, we're going to do a sports award show, and it's going to be the ESPYs. And now it's just like a part of our American sports culture. Really smart idea, though. Goes back to 1993, they had this idea. And a lot of years, it doesn't have a lot of Colorado flavor. I could not believe when I started to look up and down this lineup just how many Colorado athletes could be featured here in the next 48 hours.
No, and that's a great thing. It's a great sign. That means that here in Colorado, we have some big-time athletes. All right, now, of course, there's certain awards, like they may win. It's like you don't necessarily want to win that award because you want to, let's say, example, you want to stay healthy.
Yeah.
But it's also about the journey. It's about the story. And we have it all here in Denver, Colorado.
Totally. So let's go through some of this. What I think is arguably the most interesting from a Colorado perspective is the Best Comeback Athlete Award.
Yeah.
We have 3 Coloradans represented, okay? 3 folks tied to the state. It's Gabriel Landeskog, it's Mallory Swanson from the U.S. Women's National Team, and it's skier Lindsay Vonn. They're all up for the award. The only non-Colorado athlete in it is gymnast Suni Lee is the 4th nominee. Gabe's story is insane. It's insane. It's incredible. And if all things were equal, I think Gabe Landeskog would win this award. But he plays hockey. And hockey, because of how regional it's gotten and just less popular through the years, it lives in this niche. And I'm hoping, because if Gabe Landeskog's story was an NFL story, this would be one of the most known stories in the nation.
It'd be one of the best stories ever told. We're talking about a guy that came back from an injury that nobody else came back from other than Lonzo Ball for the Chicago Bulls. And even then, Lonzo was younger. Gabe was able to come back, and he wasn't just on the ice. He was playing meaningful minutes.
That's the thing.
In the playoffs, and he was one of the best Colorado Avalanches on the ice.
That was stunning.
Come on.
That was stunning. He was a +4 in the 4 games that I think it was 5 games that he played in. He was a +4 goals, had 5 points in 5 games. Like you're right, he was one of the best Avs.
So you're saying because it's hockey,
you
don't believe that. Now, I don't know. Do you think he's going to win this? Before I ask you this question.
Yes.
So you do.
I do, because I think that the ESPYs will do a good job of framing the story. But right now, what percentage of American sports fans from all 50 states know the Gabriel Landeskog story? I'd say it's less than 50%.
Well,
you could just start there.
This is where I feel like you're wrong. This is why it was smart of Gabe to capture all the moments with these stories, with the cameras always on him.
True.
Shout out to so many different things.
But that was airing on Sunday mornings on TNT.
Yeah.
So it wasn't like prime time.
No, it wasn't. But all it takes is for a couple people to tune in that didn't tune in and say, oh, this is an interesting story. We do it all the time.
Sure.
We do it all the time with certain situations. We're like, wow, I didn't know that was going on. Lance Armstrong, right? Doing something like that. That is right, the biker.
Yeah.
Right? Yeah. Like his story is crazy.
And it turned even crazier once he was done cycling and you find out who that guy really was.
For sure.
And not a good way.
I didn't watch cycling.
Yeah.
But I watched that.
Yeah.
So that's all I'm saying. I believe that when you talk about a story, having to go through a conflict, overcoming it,
yes,
and going back out there and playing the sport that you love at a high level.
Right.
Although a lot of people aren't watching hockey, I believe it's going to be Gabe Landeskog because they're going to do a good job, like you said, of shooting it out and setting this moment up for Gabe.
I hope so. I'm rooting for Gabe. I think he's been through the most. We'll talk about some of these other candidates here in just a second. But let me just say this to get the thought out of my head. In the same way, because hockey's just hockey, right? Where more people watched the Caitlin Clark against Angel Reese on opening weekend in a regular season WNBA game than watched any game of the Stanley Cup final, which I still find impossible to believe, but it's a fact, okay? Because hockey lives in the place that it currently lives, a story like Gabe Landeskog's doesn't get told with the volume that it should. Turn the coin over. The story of Val Nichushkin and what happened in Seattle 2-3 years ago also doesn't get covered to the level that it should. Because with equal measure, if Gabe was an NFL player, this would be one of the biggest stories in all of sports, like unequivocally. And the Val Nichushkin and what happened in Seattle, you would have people from all around the country, if that was an NFL story, and someone, if Stephon Diggs was MIA, the day of a playoff game, and there's, a woman, and there's a cover up, and no one can find her, and she might be, a bad man took her pat. I mean, that story is insane.
Well, think about the Kobe Bryant thing blew up when he had that incident.
Totally.
And everybody was talking about it. They still talk about it.
Totally.
We don't talk about Val's like we talk about Kobe Bryant.
Right. And that Val situation didn't get covered the way that it should have if it was another sport. And then with equal measure, Gabe's story in a much more positive way doesn't get covered the way that it would have if it was an NFL or NBA story.
Man.
So I just had to get that thought out of my head.
Well put, like you put that together well, and it's true. It's truthful.
Because like what percentage of American sports fans know the Val Nichushkin Seattle story? I'd say 14%.
I might go lower than that. Like 11.
It could be. All right, so back to the ESPYs here in the next couple days. So Gabe is up for this. All right, in the case of Mallory Swanson, all right, she tore the patellar tendon off her in her left knee back in 2023. Had to go surgery to get it repaired. But what happened was after the operation, a week or so later, she suffered an infection in the same spot, an incident that required emergency surgery, and held her out of the 2023 World Cup. And then after an 11th month absence from the sport, she was able to make a return to the 2024 Olympics in Paris and was a huge factor in why the USA brought home gold. In 6 matches, she scored 4 goals and tacked on another 2 assists. So much like Gabe, when she came back,
that's big time.
She kicked the door down.
What are you talking about? Scoring them 4 goals. It's hard to score those goals.
That's extreme.
Okay, so Gabe does have a little competition.
He does. It's real competition. And in the terms of Lindsay Vonn, who is also up for comeback athlete with a Colorado connection, widely regarded as the best female skier in the history of the sport. We know that. But she endured countless knee surgeries throughout her career, the most recent being a full knee replacement. Dude, she was retired for 5 years, announced that she would return in 2024 at age 40, and became the oldest woman to stand on the podium at the World Cup event after finishing in second place 20 years after her first win in a World Cup event. So I know that's not as mainstream, but she's up for this award, and after being retired for 5 years and having a full knee replacement, it's also real competition, and she's the GOAT at her sport where the other two are not looked at in that same light. So this is tough. Here's what I know. I don't know what Jim Nasuni Lee's been through, but she can't win this award. So one of these Coloradans have to bring home this award. I do think it's going to be Gabe Landeskog. I do think it's going to be Gabe Landeskog.
We're on the same page.
But the 5 years retired for Lindsey Vonn is like, wow, that's a long time.
So in your eyes, Gabe, Lindsay.
Yeah, and then Mallory Swanson.
And then Mallory.
Yeah. Yep.
It's tough.
Moving on here, best college athlete.
Oh, come on.
Travis Hunter is up for this award. He's going up against Duke's Cooper Flagg, Oklahoma State's Wyatt Hendrickson in wrestling, and Cornell's C.J. Kirst in lacrosse.
Well, you can kind of you can get rid of wrestling and lacrosse. I know they have great stories, but like hockey, a lot of people are not paying attention to it.
Yeah.
And that's the real. Now, when you talk about Cooper Flagg, all right, a lottery pick, a unicorn at his position playing basketball. We all know that. And Travis Hunter doing something that has never been done before. Now at the college level has been done where you had two-way players, but not like Travis Hunter.
No, not like that.
And then winning the Heisman. I believe it's between those two. And it's going to go to Travis Hunter. Football, college football at that. All right, two-way player. You win the Heisman. Look at you right now. It's painful to hear me say that.
No, what? No,
okay.
No.
I
just think it's gonna I think it's gonna be real competition because Cooper Flagg's profile is huge, like Travis's, and Cooper was someone that we've seen coming for years, and then he shows up at the most blue blood of blue bloods and just dominates.
Yeah,
and that's gonna be tight. I think it's between those two at the end of the day.
What do you say? You say football runs the world.
Yes,
I believe that Travis Hunter is going to get the award because of that.
I believe Travis Hunter is going to get the award because he did something we have literally never seen. And as great as Cooper Flagg is, and that dude, man, he is something else. You see, they pulled him right out of Summer League. They pulled him right out of Summer League. It's like, okay, we've seen enough. We've seen enough.
All you had to do was touch the court. We're good.
But Travis Hunter, playing in over 1,500 snaps, 87% of the total offensive snaps, 83% of the defensive snaps, finishing with 96 catches for over 1,200 yards, 15 receiving touchdowns. That's the school record. And he's also first-team all-defense. And getting this guy, we've never seen anything like it. As great as Cooper Flagg was, we've seen other athletes with similar profiles, even at the same school like Zion Williamson. We've never seen someone like Travis before. I think this is his award. And I think Travis will show up to the award ceremony.
Well, why wouldn't Cooper flag?
Because his team's still playing summer league, and
he just got pulled. They're saying, "Hey man, go out there, get your award."
He could.
Because I think it makes the NBA look good too if Cooper Flag does win this award, just because it's like, hey, you're part of us now.
No, that's a great point, and worth mentioning. Vegas, where summer league is, to LA is a very quick trip. Yep. So, but keep that in mind. That oftentimes could break a tie because ESPN is the people giving this out. So if you have someone, if it's close, and you have someone who's committed to be there and someone who's not, like it might go to the guy who will physically, because they're putting on a TV show at the end of the day. So that's the best college athlete. That's another dose of the Colorado vibe. Best NFL player, Pat Surtain. Pat Surtain is up for best NFL player, going up against both of our boos, Lamar Jackson in Baltimore, Buffalo's Josh Allen, as well as Saquon Barkley. This is a loaded field.
It really is, but come on. As much as we love Josh and Lamar and them, maybe Josh wins it because he won the MVP. I could see something like that happen. But it has to go to Saquon Barkley. And just the story, Zach.
There's no wrong answer here.
No, there's not. But for he's a running back that was with the Giants, that was on Hard Knocks, and you had the general manager trying to bait Saquon into acting a fool so that he can paint a picture of what Saquon Barkley is. Saquon Barkley takes the high road. All right, didn't know that the general manager was talking to him on Hard Knocks, gets an opportunity to play with the Philadelphia Eagles, gets to the Super Bowl, rushes for 2,000 yards, could have broke the record if he really wanted to.
It's insane.
Helped them win the Super Bowl. That's pretty big and powerful, but it's loaded. You're right.
It is a loaded field, man. You're talking about the last two MVPs, both quarterbacks. You're talking about the Defensive Player of the Year who allowed 37 receptions all season long, 4 picks, held quarterbacks. I love this stat. Held quarterbacks to a passer rating of 58.9. All right. The worst quarterback in the league's passer rating is Anthony Richardson at 61.6, meaning that Surtain turns every quarterback throwing his way into the worst passer in the league.
He's dominant, but it's the cornerback position. And when it's quiet, that's great for a cornerback, but it's not great for TV. And when you're voting on the best players or voting on something like this, they're going to go with something sexy. Quarterback, running back, receiver. You're watching them, you're hearing their name all the time.
Yep. At the end of the day, I do believe Saquon Barkley will win this award, and I am A-OK. A-OK. He deserves it. And then best NHL player, it's Cale Makar going up against Leon Draisaitl of the Oilers, Connor Hellebuck. Connor. Oh, you did it anyway, too. Of Winnipeg, and Nikita Kucherov of Tampa Bay. It's going to be a tough award for Cale to win, but he became the first defenseman to score 30 goals in the regular season since 2009, just the 9th defenseman ever. He led all defensemen in points, goals, and assists, making this the 2nd straight year Cale tallied at least 90 points. He also joined another elite club this year, becoming just the 6th defenseman in the history of the NHL to hit the 90-point mark in multiple seasons. So this thing is littered with Colorado vibes. This ESPY award, I can't remember this will be the 9th ESPY Awards doing this job here in Denver. I can't remember up and down the card this much Colorado flavor.
I'll tell you what, we're going to be seeing a familiar face. Somebody is going to win one of these awards, if not multiple. So that's exciting for all of us Denver fans.
Who's got the best shot?
Oh, Travis Hunter. Travis Hunter winning best college athlete.
I think you're right, Phil.
Followed by Gabe. Gabe. You know, it's going to be tough for Kel to win that award. That one's loaded.
Yep. And it's going to be tough for PS2 against 2 MVP quarterbacks and a guy who ran for 2,000 yards and won the Super Bowl. All right. That'll be fun, man. That'll be fun. Okay. We're just going to take a quick timeout. Okay. Why was John Franklin Myers from the Broncos tweeting about our show? That's next.
Follow us on YouTube, Instagram, and TikTok at Denver Sports 1043 to stay up to date on all your local teams. Denver Sports 1043. The Fan.
Hey, Green Gobbler here. So you've got a clogged drain in your bathroom. Water in the sink's overstaying its welcome. You're spitting today's toothpaste on top of yesterday's toothpaste. You hope that it'd go away. Yeah, clogs don't just go away. I make them go away. I'm Green Gobbler, the only clog dissolver you need. I'm bleach-free, safe for your pipes, and I work. Guaranteed or your money back. Because I never met a clog that was gonna unclog itself. Green Gobbler. Let the gobbler get it.
Keeping your engines healthy means protecting them in season and out. Experts trust Stable to do that. And third-party testing confirms it. Stable is the industry leader in preventing fuel-related issues, no matter if you use it in your car, boat, or outdoor power equipment. In season or out, at every fill-up or when you store, start with Stable.
Hey, what's up, guys? It's Zach here. 5280 Exteriors is your go-to for James Hardie siding, a low-maintenance, cement-based siding that resists flames, repels insects, and woodpeckers. Right now, get free insulation with the purchase of a whole house of siding. 5280exteriors.com, the altitude of quality.
Celebrate $10.99 Tuesdays at Papa Murphy's Pizza. On Tuesday only, get any large pizza for only $10.99. Awesome deal. Especially for the most scrumptious pizza with the freshest ingredients. Only at Papa Murphy's.
This is Jeff for Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic, where our testosterone therapy can help you sleep better, improve your sex drive, give you better gains in the gym, and more. Please take a moment and listen to how we help Brad.
My name is Brad. I've been a patient of Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic for over 3 years now. I just turned 50, and over the last couple of years, I've frankly just been tired. I've been more lethargic, didn't have the energy levels that I normally had when I came into Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic. These guys are absolutely phenomenal. Losing weight, having more energy, all that's been a tribute to the testosterone therapy. And frankly, that's been a game changer for my life, my family, and my business. I am a huge fan, and I recommend it to all my friends. If you're feeling like I've been feeling, I would get in here, see these guys right away. Don't wait. Call Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic and change your life.
Thanks, Brad. Low T therapy will likely change your life. Call 720-440-7900. That's 720-440-7900, or go to RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com.
The right financial strategies can make a huge difference, especially if you're nearing retirement. Adam Mueller talks retirement strategies with Mile High Money. Saturday mornings at 8 on Denver Sports 104.3, The Fan.
Hey guys, your boy Stink here from my friend Troy Hansford. Guys, if you're thinking about selling your house, now's the time to sell it to get top dollar right now. Tell you what, Troy's offering his $5,000 guarantee, and you may ask yourself, what is that? Well, if he can't sell your house on your timeline and at your price that you guys agree upon beforehand, get this, he's going to cut you a check. Just scratch you a check for $5,000. Come on, who else makes that offer? Answer is nobody. He makes that offer because he continues to spend an obscene amount of money marketing his listings, has about 100 families right now, as I speak, approved and ready to buy your home, guys. And I tell you what, if you need to sell right away, Troy can buy your house all cash, and he can close in as little as 7 days. So you have a house to sell, Troy probably has that perfect buy for you right now, waiting for you to pick up the phone and to call him at 720-900-4433. Call Troy, get your home sold for the most money. That's 720-900-4433. 720-900-4433. Call Troy of Remax Professionals, a Colorado licensed broker. Want to sell your house? Call my buddy Troy, 720-900-4433.
When you've got real work to do, Metal Supermarkets will help you get it done fast. With a huge variety of metals in stock, we can help no matter what job comes your way. And we cut to size. Because just like taxes and BS, we think metal is better when cut. Metal Supermarkets, the convenient stores for metal. Find a store or shop online at metalsupermarkets.com.
All right, Takis fans. Wendy's knows you love your Takis Fuego chips. So we thought, why not make a Takis Fuego meal with a Takis Fuego chicken sandwich with spicy chicken topped with crushed Takis Fuego chips and creamy corn spread. Plus, it comes with Fuego fries inspired by Takis and a bag of Takis Fuego chips. If we had any more heat, we might start an actual... I told him this would happen. For an intense new take on Takis chips, gotta be Wendy's.
Limited time only at participating U.S. Wendy's. Includes 1 ounce Takis Fuego chips while supplies last. Takis and Fuego trademarks are used under license.
If you're considering sedation dentistry and want to learn more about it, Clarkson Dental can help. When it comes to your health, you want to make sure you know all the details. The highly trained professionals at Clarkson Dental have your answers. Learn more at coloradosedation.com.
Is now a good time to buy a home in Colorado? The answer is absolutely yes. We are in a buyer's market, and if you've been sitting on the sidelines, you need to call my friends at American Financing today. The first step to getting a home is getting the right loan, and they can pre-approve you in 24 hours or less. There are more houses on the market today than there have been in the last 5 years. Interest rates are competitive, and home prices have been stable. That means you can find a great deal while locking in a monthly payment that fits your budget. Plus, with home equity building over time, your investment grows, making home ownership a smart long-term financial decision. If you continue to pay rent, you're just paying your landlord's mortgage, and you don't need 20% down. You could be in your new home with as little as 3% down. Plus, they offer down payment assistance programs to make home ownership even easier. Call American Financing at 303-695-7000. That's 303-695-7000, or visit AmericanFinancing.net. NMLS 182334, NMLSConsumerAccess.org.
This segment on 104.3 The Fan is brought to you by TradeGen Wealth, your trusted local fiduciary advisors.
Want to partake in our contests? Check out the rules at DenverSports.com.
Denver Sports Snapshot.
Tonight on The Fan, baseball all-star game action begins starting at 6.
Open an account in less than 5 minutes. Visit WesteraCU.com. Federally insured by NCUA.
Every day at 3:30, the drive comes off the top rope to hit you with a 1, 2, 3.
Finally, The Rock has come back to Denver.
Tape your wrists, stretch your spandex, and oil your hair. Here's Zach and Phil with today's 3 count on The Drive.
All right, let's come off the top rope with it. 1! All righty. Why was John Franklin Myers tweeting about our radio show? How about that? Let me just retweet that. Okay, so John Franklin Myers.
What are you doing, man?
He was tweeting about our radio show. How about that? That's kind of cool.
No, it's really cool. It just acknowledges that these players listen. They truly do. They listen because they want to hear what we have to say about them, good and bad, and then they're going to make the decision if they like us or they hate us.
So, right.
You know?
So, the thing that he was tweeting about was the conversation that we had on July 7th. So that would have been last Monday. If you want to go back and listen to that conversation in wholesale fashion, or you could just watch the video there on Twitter, X. You can find out both our timelines. Did you retweet? Okay. So it was a conversation. Why isn't John Franklin Myers being talked about as a worthy enough extension candidate? And it was a good conversation. It was like, are we sure? Like, John Franklin Myers is really good. Why are we talking about him like he's like, oh, you don't need to feed that mouth. Like, oh, don't worry about it. He's easily replaceable. It's like, wait, hold on a second. So we had that conversation. And John Franklin Myers, JFM, last night, quote, tweeted it and said, I love my brothers. We can all eat. And I think one of the reasons he said that is saying we can all eat because we're using Zach Allen as a comparison. Like, when we talk about Zach Allen, we hold him in such high regard, and rightfully so. But like the difference between these two players isn't like as large as the tone that we have with some of the conversations. And one of these comments from the video that got put out by the Fan, someone said, got him on the cheap last year and haven't rewarded him for what he gave you. If you don't, someone else will after this season. The 3 years for $25 million estimate is way off what he'll command and what he'll get. And Franklin Myers then responded to that here this afternoon and said, one team's loss is another's treasure. The Rams and Jets seen it. Best way to learn is from others' mistakes. Either way, though, my time is coming regardless.
Ooh, mic drop.
What do you think of that?
I mean, he's letting it be known. Like, no matter if it's here in Denver or if it's somewhere else, he is going to get paid. And what he's pretty much saying is, if I don't get the contract that I want here, I'm going to ball out. I'm going to have a great year. and the Broncos will either pay me or another team will. So, I mean, but we know this. We know that John Franklin Myers has been very vocal about wanting to be paid. He's been very active on X or Twitter, whatever you want to call it. And this is another sign of like, hey, look, I'm listening. I want to be paid. I want to know what's out there. I want to know what people are saying about me and go from there. He like, who doesn't want to be paid? But he also knows that Zach Allen's a really good talent and a really good teammate. But also, he's like, don't forget about me.
Yeah,
and
don't
you did
forget.
a great job, Zach. I was like, hey, look, Zach Allen's a great player, but John Franklin Myers is right there with him.
Damn good.
7 sacks.
And it's crazy because at one point during the conversation, and by the way, when we do these conversations, we don't know more often than not what's going to be used as a video. So, like, I'll just see the video, like, oh, that's what, Drew pulled. And during the video, you literally say to me, you're like, dude, John Franklin Myers should be listening. I hope he's listening to you right now. And here within the week, he did see the video, and shared it on social media.
I'm listening. I hear you. I hear you, ZB. Good job.
Kind of cool.
I don't have to hate you anymore.
Kind of cool. Oh, they'll find another reason. Yeah.
Oh, there's always another reason.
There'll always be another reason to get upset with me. So that was pretty cool. If you want to see that, you can find it on both of Phil and I's timeline. You can follow Phil at I See You Boy. You can follow me at Byesline, BYESLINE. Next in 3 count.
1, 2.
All right. There are multiple trademarks for the National Women's Soccer League that's coming to Denver. Which one is your favorite? And I want to hear from you guys behind the glass, too. So here are the potential candidates, okay? Denver FC, Denver Summit FC, Denver Peak FC, Denver Elevate FC. There was no Denver Gold that was rumored. There was Colorado 14ers that was rumored.
Yeah.
That's not a candidate. Denver FC, Denver Summit FC, Denver Peak FC, Denver Elevate FC.
Oh, it's either going to be between Denver Peak or Denver Elevate. So I would have to go with Denver Elevate. Like, let's elevate.
I don't hate that one. That's my second favorite. Dante, Drew, what do you guys think?
I don't really like either one of them, or any of them, really, because, like, Summit makes no sense with Denver. Like, if it was Colorado Summit, that would be cool. Colorado Peak, that would be cool. Colorado Elevate, that would be cool. But just, there's no summits and no peaks in Denver. Why are we calling it that? Let's just go with Denver FC. Let's just be simple.
Boring,
wow,
man.
that's like the guy who's like, that's central Denver, not downtown Denver. Like, I think people around the country.
Wait, I was that guy.
Yeah, you were.
Wait a minute.
Like, associate Denver with the mountains, right?
Yeah, there's no Jazz in Utah. There's no Lakers in L.A.
Right.
There's no Lions in Detroit, I don't think.
Well, there's lakes in L.A.
Well, the Lakers were the Lakers because they were in Minneapolis, which, fun fact, Minneapolis, nicknamed Land of 1,000 Lakes because there are over 1,000 lakes in
10,000.
10,000, excuse me.
Lakes.
10,000. Thank you, Drew.
Yeah.
There are think about that, over 10,000 lakes in a single state. That is crazy.
And the Jazz were in New Orleans.
Yeah.
My point was that the name doesn't exactly have to make sense.
No, and even the Denver teams themselves, how often did 52-8, like, we're a mile high, like, championing that, how high up we are here. What's your favorite, Dante?
I like Denver FC just straight up, and then Denver Peak.
Okay.
Denver Peak has a
Denver
nice
Peak.
I, too, like Denver FC straight up. I like plain Jane, just very straightforward. Very straightforward.
No creativeness, man. What's going on with you guys? Huh?
I just like it straightforward.
Sometimes simple's better.
Yes, keep
and
it
we're not the
simple.
ones who came up with the names.
That's true too. All right, next in 3 count.
1, 2, 3.
All right, we only have a minute here. Caitlin Clark, is this true? She's going to participate in the WNBA 3-point contest.
All right.
Here's my question: will the viewership for her in an exhibition shooting exhibition, not a game, will it outrate the Stanley Cup Finals, and will it outrate any game from last year's World Series?
I can't go that far with a 3-point contest because that's what it is. People are going to view and they're going to watch Caitlin Clark shoot a couple threes, but I don't see it surpassing.
No,
hockey. No, I'm not doing
I think it's going to flirt with it.
Will it outrate the NBA 3-point contest?
Yes.
I think it will, too.
Yes.
I think it'll definitely outrate the Stanley Cup Final.
Yeah, I think it will outrate most of the Stanley Cup Final games.
Yeah, I think so.
What about World Series last year?
No, Yankees-Dodgers, probably not. I won't outrate that.
Yeah, you're probably right.
Yeah, that's a good one.
Yeah. Although we need to pull the numbers on that, too, because I forgot. We did it at the time, but I forgot.
I think it was like 7 to 14, somewhere in there.
Okay, yeah. No,
I don't think this is
No.
pass.
But I think it will pass Stanley Cup final games. Her just shooting a basketball. No one's covering her.
That would be so insane.
Yeah, guys, Dodgers-Yankees last year averaged almost 16 million viewers.
Yeah, that's a fat number right there, especially for that sport. Even the recent context, because the numbers had gone down every year since the Cubs won it until last year. Baseball needed that. All right, take a quick time out. The Nuggets continue their summer league journey tonight. How would we summarize it thus far? And did Bleacher Report get Jokic's ranking right when counting down the top 100 players of all time? That's next.
They're back. It's the first giveaway of our free limited edition Training Camp 2025 Extra Soft T-shirts.
Now that's a great looking shirt.
Thursday, July 17th from noon to 1 p.m. at First Bank on South University Boulevard in Highlands Ranch. Limit 1 per person while supplies last. For more details and to find the location near you, head to DenverSports.com/shirt. First Bank, banking for good.
Don't you see, man? The T-shirt is everything.
Denver Sports 1043. The Fan.
Paul's new drone startup just lost its most genius computer scientist.
We just lost our best genius to some new genius who's got a genius new idea. I'm going to have to find a new genius, or 2 half geniuses, and fast.
He needs a computer scientist that can keep his startup from falling down.
I need Indeed.
Indeed you do. When you sponsor a job on Indeed, it's easier for talented candidates to find it, which makes it easier for you to hire them. Visit Indeed.com/credit and get $75 towards your first sponsored job. Terms and conditions apply.
Life doesn't wait, and neither should you. Aleve can help you deal with pain less throughout your day. Whether it's a long day on your feet, a demanding workout, or everyday aches and pains, you need relief that can keep up when pain persists. Aleve is here for you with longer-lasting body pain relief compared to leading OTC branded pain relievers. With just 1 pill, Aleve lasts up to 12 hours. Don't let those aches hold you back from doing what's important to you. Use as directed.
Why'd I go to the doctor? One day at the firehouse, I was so lightheaded I could barely stand. Even my crew noticed. Getting checked out was the right call. Turns out I have atrial fibrillation, which increases the risk of stroke about 5 times.
Symptoms like irregular heartbeat, heart racing, chest pain, shortness of breath, fatigue, or lightheadedness can come and go. But if it's AFib, the risk of stroke remains. If you have symptoms, contact a doctor.
I'm so glad I did.
Visit NoTimeToWait.com, sponsored by Bristol-Myers Squibb and Pfizer.
This is the story of the one. As a safety manager at a manufacturing plant, he does everything he can to keep his coworkers safe. From finding ways to reduce risks to keeping safety supplies in stock. And for that, he relies on Grainger. Grainger offers a broad range of quality products and next-day delivery, so he can always play it safe. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Hi, Dan Cicchini. For custom kitchens or cabinetry facing done right, go to drhi.com. Great cash incentives or a special financing rate of 0% APR with 72 equal monthly payments with approved credit. Call for details, 800-362-8370.
Brandon Stokley from my friends at Roller Auction, leader in Colorado auctions for over 40 years. They conduct over 150 auctions every year, selling tens of thousands of items at the price you set. Auctions are held regularly for Colorado government agencies, and they always have big-ticket items at great prices. That's why I love Roller Auction. And almost all bidding is conducted online in real time, and it's open to the public. Anyone can participate. Check back regularly. New auctions are added weekly. Be the first to know about new auctions available for bidding when you sign up for email notifications. Go to rollerauction.com/thefan.
Celebrate $10.99 Tuesdays at Papa Murphy's Pizza. On Tuesday only, get any large pizza for only $10.99. Awesome deal, especially for the most scrumptious pizza with the freshest ingredients. Only at Papa Murphy's.
Men, the summer is here. Longer days, warmer nights, and romance in the air. Intimate dinners, walks on the beach, dancing in the moonlight. But if you have erectile dysfunction, you know it can ruin romance, both for you and the one you love. This is Jeff for the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic, and if you have ED, don't let another summer go by without getting treated, because intimacy is one of the greatest things in life, and fear of not being able to perform should not be something you have to deal with. At the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic, we're ED experts. We've successfully treated tens of thousands of men. Our protocols work when others don't, and we have treatments that are effective in well over 90% of cases. You could even last up to an hour or more and perform like you haven't in years. So call us. Your initial appointment is only $99 and includes blood work, a medical consult, and if medically advised, a test dose. And if that test dose doesn't work in the office, your visit is free. Call 720-440-7900 or go to RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com.
At 303 Law 4040, we know getting into an accident stinks, and so does getting worked over by the insurance company or even your slick-talking made-for-TV lawyer. So if we can help, just give us a call. 303 Law 4040. Save that number in your phone. You never know when you're going to need it. That's 303 Law 4040.
New Harley-Davidson starting at $99 a month at Avalanche Harley. Over 600 Harleys in stock. Only $99 a month for a brand new Harley-Davidson at Avalanche Harley. Visit AvalancheHarley.com.
Payments based on nicer models and base color with 30% down, 84-month term, 6.99% APR with approved credit. Doesn't include freight, setup, tax, title, and license fees. See dealer for details.
This segment on 104.3 The Fan is brought to you by 5280 Exteriors, the altitude of quality.
Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan presents The Drive with Zach By and Phillip Lindsay.
The Nuggets continue their summer league journey tonight. How would we summarize it thus far? And did Bleacher Report get Jokic's ranking right when counting down the top 100 players of all time? Stirred up some drama on social media yesterday with that list.
Oh, you knew that was coming.
Yeah, they were hoping it was coming. So, real quick before we get into that, do you have any takeaways from the Nuggets' 2 summer league games thus far?
I mean, like to me, it's just about getting the young players experience. Deron Holmes, specifically someone like him, like he's been out for a whole entire year when he ripped up his Achilles. The first time he was on the court during summer league last year, he hurt himself.
Yeah, game 1, yeah.
And so this time around, he actually had a really good showing that first game where he went for 14 points.
No, 15.
15 points. Was able to get the rebounds, some assists. He shot well from the three-point line. I want to say 3 for 5, if I remember correctly. Like, that's what you want to see from a young player who hasn't played a lot of basketball because he's been hurt. So it was good to see that, and it's like, can you continue to grow?
Right.
Just through this time with Summer League, it's just getting the opportunity to see some of these younger players just develop and have an opportunity to just truly play and feel comfortable playing.
Yeah, that's really a huge part of the battle is just trying to get comfortable on an NBA court. It's so different than college. The game is just so different. Almost like if you flip from like a college game to an NBA game, it can feel like 2 different sports. Like they're like second cousins in a way. For me, I mean, the Deron Holmes thing is the most important storyline of the Nuggets Summer League, right? He's the first-round draft pick from a year ago, out of date, and he's a bigger guy. He can handle it. Yeah. He can shoot it. There's a real ceiling there that he's not even close to reaching. His game number 2 was less inspiring than the game that you're talking about where he went for 15 points.
But it's the consistency. That's what you want from this. That's what you want to see out of a young player. Is like, can you be consistent when it's highs and lows? How do you react to it? My question to you is, if Deron Holmes ends up having a really good summer camp and bleeds into off-season workouts and then in camp, will he be a guy that gets some minutes in every single night?
Not every single night. Not every single night, I don't think. I think it's going to be like, matchup dependent. I don't like right now. He's not for me in Sharpie as like this player will play every single night.
Okay.
I think he's going to get quite a bit of an opportunity.
Opportunities for sure.
But this is think of him just as a rookie. Don't think of him anything but he is a rookie in the best basketball league in the world, and coming off an Achilles, no less. So I am tempering my own expectations. Like I'm optimistic about the long view, but in terms of this year, this could be, hey, you're gonna play, once a week. You might go two games without playing, and then get an opportunity in 3 straight games.
Yeah.
It could be, kind of like that. Long season, he's going to get opportunities, but again, young player trying to jump from Dayton to the Denver Nuggets is a huge.
Well, I just
task.
remember someone like Julian Strother last year. Excellent summer camp for him. He did a really good job. Something Calvin Booth wanted to see, and it's like, okay, ask and you shall receive. And now it gave him the opportunity, and we're talking about Julian Strother right now, to play in more games than I thought he was going to play in, and then he got hurt, which kind of stunned his growth.
Yeah, it did.
And so Jerron Holmes, if he can stay consistent, maybe he can have something like that happen for him, just to give someone like Aaron Gordon less minutes on the court at the beginning of the year.
Sure. And even glaring example of someone having success in summer league and it just not translating is Hunter Tyson 2 years ago. He was on the all summer league team. I want to say he was first team all summer league. He was just shooting the piss out of the basketball, and it just hasn't translated. And now he's in year 3 playing summer league, which you don't want to be playing summer league in year 3. And he doesn't look the part despite his rookie year looking sensational in the same environment. So there's no I would not have big takeaways from summer league. My biggest thing is, and I talked about this years ago with Christian Brown, his rookie year. It's like, dude, that he could not have hit water if he fell out of a boat. I mean, it was so bad, a shooting performance.
Yeah.
And it was like, man, I thought this, but it was like, no, look at him rebound, look at him run the floor.
He looked like an NBA player.
Look at him on the wing play defense. And it's like, I care about that stuff more than whether the ball actually goes in the hoop in the month of July. So that I think is some of the things to watch. I told you about Boo Buie.
Boo Buie.
Now, again, I got to, I'm not saying this guy, but in the game number 1, he had double-digit points. He almost had a point per minute off the bench. Didn't play as much in game 2, but that's someone I'm keeping my eye on as I played with his older brother.
Why is that, though? Why if say a player does well in game 1, and then all of a sudden game 2 they don't get that exact same time on the court? It's like, why? Are they playing head games? Because that's something the NFL love to do. Teams will get together and say, hey, okay, we know what we got in him, but what does it look like when he has to face some adversity? Put somebody in front of him. Let him know that he's not starting this game, or somebody jumped ahead of him. See how he reacts. They do things like that to you.
I would not put it past a team like Denver to do that, but that is not my guess on what they are doing. It's just like, okay, we got a look at him. There's a bunch of guys on these rosters. Yeah. There's guys in the first game, a handful of them, that didn't get the check in at all. And so you had 6 guys who didn't hit the scorers table at all in game 1. So it could just be like, okay, we need to get a look at everyone. We don't have a lot of games to do it, and so this is how we're going to operate in game 2. So we'll see a little bit later this evening. They're playing at around 6 o'clock, so we'll get our third look at who this actually, what these young players actually look like. In terms of Bleacher Report, they put out the list yesterday of the top 100 players of all time. Where did they have Jokic, and was it fair? We'll examine it coming up next.
Follow us on X at DEN Sports 1043 for up-to-the-minute information and opinions on all things Denver sports. Also, we can still call it Twitter, right? Denver Sports 1043 The Fan, DenverSports.com, and the Denver Sports app.
Brandon Stokley here. When you're investing in artificial turf, you want quality turf that looks and feels like real grass and that's going to last 15 to 20 years. You can't get that just anywhere. So whether you're upgrading your lawn, building a pet-friendly space, or dreaming of a custom putting green like mine, Pro Green Denver's who I trust. Call 303-578-3737. That's 303-578-3737. Or you can find them online at progreen.com/Denver. You can get $500 off installations over 500 square feet when you mention code Stokley. Offer ends July 30th.
Hey, it's Mike Rohn. If I have a choice, I like to do business with companies that actually stand for something. That's why I switched from Verizon to Pure Talk. No offense to Verizon, I'm sure they stand for something. I just don't know what it is. Pure Talk, on the other hand, is a veteran-owned company that supports our military in a big way, and I appreciate that. Yeah, I also appreciate unlimited talk and text and plenty of data for half the cost of the big guys, and I do like being on America's most dependable 5G network for just $20 a month. But what I really appreciate is no contract, no cancellation fees, and Pure Talk's commitment to handle all their customer service in this country. I saw it for myself. I went to Georgia, I got a tour of their headquarters, I met their CEO, and I talked to the same customer service folks that you'll talk to when you dial pound 250 and say keyword micro. Switch today and save 50% off your first month when you dial pound 250 and say keyword micro. Pure Talk, a wireless company that actually stands for something.
Brandon Stokley here for ROX Rocks Heating and Air. There's never been a better time to have a new Lennox heating and cooling system installed. Have you heard about heat pumps? Lennox cold climate heat pumps are eligible for up to $15,000 in rebates and tax credits. Yep, $15,000. Don't forget about great 0% interest financing. Get a free in-home estimate. Colorado's Lennox heating and cooling experts. ROX Rocks Heating and Air. Now play that jingle.
HVAC service, installation, repair. ROX rocks heating and air.
Cheap windows cost more in the long run. They fade, they warp, and they fail. You'll pay for them again and again. Infinity from Marvin windows are different. They're built to last. You'll see it in lower energy bills. You'll feel it every season, and you'll appreciate it for decades. Gravina's Window Center of Littleton is Colorado's most trusted window company, and spring and summer appointments go fast. Lock in your free consultation today at windowsforyourhome.com or just give them a call, 303-794-0490. Tell them Mark sent you and get 25% off this month only.
The right financial strategies can make a huge difference, especially if you're nearing retirement. Adam Mueller talks retirement strategies with Mile High Money. Saturday mornings at 8 on Denver Sports 104.3, The Fan.
Introducing Mine to Shine, the world's most personal diamond. Here's Shayna and Dylan Williams.
Come experience the most revolutionary and transparent way to buy a diamond.
Mine to Shine by Kwiat and Williams Jewelers. The natural diamonds cut, polished, and designed just for you.
First, we'll help you select a natural, conflict-free, and ethically mined diamond.
Then you select one of Kwiat's legendary shapes. Kwiat Cushion, Oval, Radiant, Emerald, or Incredible Ashoka.
A whiter, brighter, and larger-looking diamond, cut to the world's highest standards.
Then trace the journey from rough stone to polished perfection by Kwiat's master cutters.
Perfectly cut for maximum brilliance. Simply brilliant.
Mine to Shine, the world's most personal diamond.
Only from Williams Jewelers of Inglewood, Colorado's exclusive Kwiat jeweler.
Where Colorado shines.
Williams Jewelers, we can make diamonds a part of your life.
The official jeweler of the Colorado Avalanche. Williams Jewelers, where Colorado shines.
Rapid Radios are instant push-to-talk walkie-talkies with national LTE coverage. Go to rapidradios.com and you'll get up to 60% off, free UPS shipping. Add code RADIO for an additional 5% off.
KKFN and KKFN HD1 Longmont, Denver. You're listening to Denver Sports 104.3, The Fan.
Denver Sports Snapshot.
Tonight on The Fan, baseball all-star game action begins starting at 6.
Open an account in less than 5 minutes. Visit WesteraCU.com. Federally insured by NCUA.
You're listening to The Drive with Zach By and Phillip Lindsay on Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan.
All right, we didn't have enough time in the previous segment to get to it, but I did want to touch on Bleacher Report's top 100 players in NBA history. And Phil, you know I love this stuff. And if I'm just being real, we could have done all 4 hours today on this list because I'm just fascinated by NBA history.
Are you upset about this list that came out?
No, not really. I'll give pushback on Kobe Bryant coming in at 11 and not inside the top 10.
Yeah, that's kind of crazy. Come on.
Yeah, for me, he's a top 10 player in NBA history. I still probably would not. Well, I definitely wouldn't put Wilt over him. I do not believe. I believe Wilt Chamberlain is the single most overrated athlete in NBA history. It was an era where no one looked like him, no one moved like him. Okay, it was the fastest era in NBA history. Like, think about the games in the 60s had the same scores as today's game. Quite literally, the average score in the decade of the 60s is the same as today. The difference is they didn't have a three-point line. So think about the breakneck speed. You go back and see.
It wasn't good basketball.
It was not. It was not. And Wilt, to be as big and dominant as he was, didn't really win a lot.
So then where would you put him at?
Somewhere between 10 and 20.
Okay,
I'm not saying he doesn't no. I'm like, but
he shouldn't be number one.
No. Again, he would not be inside my top 10.
Yeah.
And check this out.
I agree with you on that.
He scored 100 points in a game, dude. Kobe Bryant scoring 81 in a game in 2008, whatever that was, is way more impressive than scoring 100 points in the. First of all, the fastest era of fastest era of NBA basketball was the 60s, but the fastest year within the fastest era is the year he scored 100 points against the worst team in the league. And here's the thing: Wilt never came off the floor. Wilt played used to play every minute of every game.
Well, it's easy. It's easy when you're going against nobody. You're just out there running against yourself.
Well, think about this. There's a year where Wilt Chamberlain averaged 48 and a half minutes. There's only 48 minutes a game.
That's crazy.
So that means he played every single minute of every game, including overtime, where his season average was more minutes played than an actual game can be played.
Stamina, Zach.
It's just,
they don't make them like they used to.
He didn't win. That's the thing. How can you be a T-Rex in that era and have 2 championships? It doesn't equate. I could talk again.
Look at you. You're all worked up. I agree with you though. Come on.
So I think Kobe should have been inside the top 10. Even if you had to bump Will, even if you had to bump Steph. Jokic came in at number 17 on this list. I think that is actually super commensurate with where he's at in his career right now.
17.
Yes, inside the top 20. What I would say is
the greatest players to play right now. Like he can end today, retire, go home, Serbia.
Yes.
Race his horses.
Yes.
And you would be okay with him being at 17, or would that bump up because he's retired?
I know I'd be fine with it because I have him around 15, but you can't bust balls or 15, 17. It's top 100, and he's inside the top 20. That's where he rightfully belongs. He does not belong inside the top 10, but he doesn't belong past 20. So he's for me right where he should be. How about you?
No, you know what? I'm like you. I'm okay with it. And this is the thing: Jokic is going to be around for some more time. You got 4 or 5, maybe 6 years with Jokic. He's going to continue to do what he does best because that's his game. He's very consistent. And by the end of this, we're going to come back to this and say, okay, where does he rank now? But 17, you could say 15, 14 if you want. I'm okay with it.
He just turned 30,
right now.
and he's a top 20. It's such an insane career that at 30 years old, he's already considered by third parties, they're not doing Homer or anything. They're trying to create a comprehensive list, and I think they got it right. And the fact that he's only 30 is insane. Now, he could have been put higher. I do believe Jokic's career has surpassed Kevin Durant, past Kevin Garnett, who they have at 16.
Yeah.
I think you could have put him at 16.
You think that's out of respect right now?
Yeah, I guess.
Because why? When you talk about stats and stuff, Jokic is going to surpass him. He already has in certain situations.
Totally.
Why not? Put him at least put Jokic where he needs to be.
Yeah, I would have put him ahead of KG. But KG, 15-time All-Star, 12-time All-Defensive Team. He led the league in rebounding 4 separate times. So I want to be careful and give him his respect. Despite him throwing me out of the locker room at one time, we still will get to that story at some point.
Yeah, the biggest tease ever
This offseason. But here's the thing. Here's why I really wanted to bring this up, because I'm okay with the ranking. So I'm not going to sit here and yet scream and yell about where Jokic is ranked
right
here.
now.
But if he can win one more, Phil, these are the players in front of him on this list that I believe he will jump. He will jump Kevin Garnett. He will jump Jerry West at 15, the logo, who only won one title in his career. Infamously couldn't get past the finish line. Did later in his career, coming off the bench, if I'm not mistaken.
Oscar
Robertson, he would pass the Big O. Kevin Durant, he would pass Kevin Durant. Hakeem Olajuwon, he would pass Hakeem Olajuwon.
Kobe.
You get to 11, Kobe Bryant, and I think he would pass Kobe as well.
You passing Kobe, huh?
I think so.
Well, you just said Kobe's in the top 10, though.
Yes.
In your head.
Yes.
And in my head, too.
I think if Jokic wins another championship, it's with the assumption he would be Finals MVP as well. I think that's super fair. There's not a lot of players in NBA history that are 3-time league MVP, a multiple-time champion. He would be on a list of, I believe it's 8.
So, but I thought championships matter too.
Totally.
The amount of championships for Kobe.
Yeah, and with that, it's not apples to apples. This is just my opinion because Kobe won 5, and he was the best player on the last 2. He was the second best player on the first 3. But
2
even
Finals MVPs, 18 All-Stars, 15 All NBAs. I mean, defensively, he was a monster.
Yep, and that's something that could, in some people's eyes, break a tie between him and Jokic because Kobe, people forget, he and I believe it's Duncan and Garnett appeared on all defensive teams the most times in NBA history.
Yeah.
So I
can't put.
I won't even stop. I won't even do Kobe. I won't even do Kobe. But he would pass Wilt, in my opinion.
Yeah, Wilt has to go.
So
Zach and Wilt, they're about to box.
Dig them up. I like my chances.
Let's go.
If Jokic can find a way to win one more, you're talking about him being in the top 10 all-time conversation, and that's all I want because. This is going to be, you're going to sound, I know I'm going to sound like a crazy person in the old home at 95 years old, arguing with some 78-year-old whippersnapper and trying to tell him, no. Jokic should have 4 or 5 rings. He never even played with an all-star.
Yeah.
Like he never played with an all-star.
Be quiet, old man.
And I don't want to have those conversations, but you have to have multiple. Because there is not one player in NBA history who we talk about in the top 10 conversation who only has one. There's not one guy. So,
I mean, the Nuggets are very aggressive, and they've been very aggressive this offseason. Hopefully, this gives us another NBA title.
Yeah.
And for Jokic, so that you can have that conversation and have some backing with it.
Yes. Guys, anything behind the glass? Before we shift gears, any thought on this here?
I was just curious, where was Shaq on the list?
Shaq came in at, I believe, number 6. Let me just make sure. Duncan was 7, and yes, Shaq was 6.
Number 6.
Was he the highest center, I'm assuming?
No, it was Kareem. Kareem came in at number 3. I believe they got the top 3 right. It was Jordan, it was LeBron, and it was Kareem.
Yeah.
And I would have them in that order as well.
What do you think Jokic has to do to catch Kareem be the best center of all time? Or do you think he could catch Shaq as well?
He could catch Shaq. He could catch Shaq by accolades. Because Shaq is really high on this list. You had to have watched Shaq.
Yeah.
Because if you look at it, he's got the 4 titles, but he only won 1 MVP. Think about it. Someone like Jokic has 3 MVPs. Shaq has 1. 3 Finals MVPs.
He was so dominant.
He was so dominant. He was so dominant.
And that's why you're saying you would have to watch Shaq to understand why he's on this list, why he's so high on this list.
The footwork, the ambidextrous nature around the hoop, and people forget how good of an athlete he was when he came in the league. Like when he's coming to the league, he's on the breakaway doing 360 dunks. YouTube it.
Breaking the rim.
Literally ripping down the basket. And they changed rules for Shaquille O'Neal. And he honestly, his lack of work ethic, he even left stuff, on the court there that he should have brought home with him. So, yeah, but this is a fun list. Bill Russell at 5, and Magic Johnson at 4. I think they got this list mostly right. To answer Dante's question, I do think if he's surrounded by the right cast of characters over the next 4 to 5 years, and Jokic has 3 titles to go with 3 Finals MVPs, 3 regular season MVPs, you probably do bump Shaq.
Ooh.
Which again, can make people uncomfortable.
Big fella,
it makes me uncomfortable to
Shaq,
a certain
don't
degree.
Listen.
Shaq, dude, if the entire history, and I've said this before, if the entire history of the NBA is all in their prime, okay, magically, and they're on the sideline,
sitting there,
and I'm picking my number 1 overall pick.
It's Wilt.
I'm picking Shaquille O'Neal number 1. I'm picking Shaq number 1. Most dominant force my eyes have ever seen, on both ends. That's the thing.
Yeah.
On both ends.
But man, that's big time. Like you're talking about Kobe Bryant.
That's
you're
just
talking
my
about
opinion.
Michael Jordan.
Yep.
Shaq.
Give me prime
it's
Shaq.
A big boy.
the gravitational pull as a non-3-point shooter was unlike anything I've ever seen. But Jokic can get him. Jokic can get him. That's why it's so important, these next collection of years, this next window of time. All right, ESPN released their top 25 NFL teams in the last 25 years. I have good news and bad news for Broncos country. Details next.
Listen up, golf fans. Want to witness the battle at Bethpage Black in New York this year? Well, Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan has teamed up with the City of Aurora to give away a trip to win your way in. To enter, just head to the pro shop at any of the City of Aurora's 5 beautiful courses between now and August 1st. Find the cutout of Sac By and scan the QR code. For more information and the list of course locations, head to denversports.com/golf. Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan.
If you're 55 or older and into that whole saving money thing, T-Mobile has an exclusive phone and internet bundle just for you. Right now, get 2 unlimited phone lines plus 5G home internet for just $30 each per month with autopay, plus taxes and fees. And with 5G home internet, setup is easy with just 1 cord and no technician needed, which is great if you're also into that whole keeping it simple thing. Switch now and experience the best mobile network in the U.S. Visit your local store to start saving. T-Mobile, it's better over here. Based on analysis by Ookla Speed Test Intelligence data Q4 2024 to Q1 2025. Ookla trademarks used under license. Unlimited on our network. Customers on voice plan may notice speeds lower than other customers and further reduction if using more than 50 gigs a month due to data prioritization. Video streams and SD on this plan. Home internet pricing after $20 in monthly bill credit plus $5 per line without autopay. Debit or bank account required. See 5G device coverage and access details at T-Mobile.com.
Brandon Stokley here for the only heating and cooling company I trust, ROX Rocks Heating and Air. There's no one better in Colorado. July is the hottest month of the year. Is your air conditioner going to survive? Get a free estimate on a new air conditioner and take advantage of the best deals in town. To make it even better, you can get 0% interest financing. Stay cool, Colorado, with ROX Rocks Heating and Air. Now play that jingle.
HVAC service, installation, repair. ROX Rocks Heating and Air.
Cheyenne Frontier Days. The 129th Frontier Nights lineup celebration is locked and loaded. Starting with Ian Munsick with Travis Tritt. Jordan Davis with Brett Young. Bailey Zimmerman and Josh Ross. Go VIP with a Frontier Nights Fast Pass from the Party Zone. Tickets on sale now, only at CFDRodeo.com. Don't miss the hottest nights in July, only at Cheyenne Frontier Days.
Hey guys, Mark Schlereth here for Xfinity. Now check this out. History, it had the gold rush, then came the oil boom, but right now it's the Wi-Fi boom. And Xfinity Wi-Fi is booming. Xfinity has everything you need to tap into the Wi-Fi boom with seriously powerful and seriously reliable connection. With 99.99% network reliability and incredible low lag, your streams will be smoother than making the decision on what you want to stream. And I haven't even mentioned the ability to connect to hundreds of devices. So you, your kids, your parents, and whoever else is at home can all experience the Wi-Fi boom with Xfinity at the same time. Here's the offer you don't want to miss. Get the most reliable Wi-Fi and Xfinity's best in-class equipment for one consistent price, 5 years guaranteed. It also includes unlimited data with no annual contract, all with 5-year price guarantee from Xfinity. So go to Xfinity.com, call 1-800-XFINITY, or visit a store near you today. Restrictions apply. Not available in all areas. New residential customers only. Select plans only. Xfinity Gateway with XFi complete required for unlimited data except in certain areas. Most reliable Wi-Fi based on Open Signal Awards USA. Fixed broadband experience report August 2024. Actual speeds vary.
What's the biggest mistake you can make when selling your home? Settling for less money. That never happens with Orchard. Disappointing offers can wear you down, causing you to settle for thousands less. You don't have to settle when you sell with Orchard. Orchard reinvented the real estate industry by guaranteeing your home sale and helping you sell on the market for top dollar. First, Orchard gives you cash up front so you can buy and move into your new home first, on your timeline. No waiting, no showings, no double moves. Then once you're all settled in, your Orchard agent helps sell your home on market for top dollar. Here's what one Orchard customer said. I never could have sold without Orchard. I made way more than I expected, and it couldn't have been easier. With Orchard, you never have to settle for less. Buy before you sell and get top dollar for your home with Orchard. Curious how much your home is worth? Visit Orchard.com to get your free home valuation. That's Orchard.com. Orchard.com.
It's the first day of the first grade, and she found a new best friend. It's a laid-back Sunday afternoon you wish would never end.
The homemade taste of Bluebell and good friends gathered round. The good old days are being made right now.
You'll be one smart cookie when you try Bluebell Cookie Cake Ice Cream. A sweet cream ice cream loaded with chocolate chip cookie cake pieces and swirls of chocolate and vanilla icing. This cookie cake ice cream really takes the cake.
The good old days are being made right now.
The good old days are being made right now.
Look for Bluebell ice cream at your favorite grocer. If you can't find it, be sure to ask for it.
This is the story of the one. As a lineman, he does whatever it takes to keep the power on in his community. And he wants a partner like Grainger who does the same. Grainger offers the professional-grade products he needs, from voltage detectors to harnesses to hard hats, plus fast, dependable delivery, so he can rise to every challenge. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
All right, Takis fans, Wendy's knows you love your Takis Fuego chips, so we thought, why not make a Takis Fuego meal with a Takis Fuego chicken sandwich with spicy chicken topped with crushed Takis Fuego chips and creamy corn spread. Plus, it comes with Fuego fries inspired by Takis and a bag of Takis Fuego chips. If we had any more heat, we might start an actual... I told him this would happen. For an intense new take on Takis chips, gotta be Wendy's.
Limited time only at participating U.S. Wendy's. Includes 1 ounce Takis Fuego chips while supplies last. Takis and Fuego trademarks are used under license.
This segment on 104.3 The Fan's brought to you by Williams Jewelers, the official jeweler of the Colorado Avalanche.
It's The Drive with Zach By and Phillip Lindsay on Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan.
So ESPN released their top 25 NFL teams in the last 25 years. There's good news and bad news. What do you want first?
Let's go with the good news. It's Tuesday.
Okay. Good news is the 2013 Denver Broncos, according to ESPN, are the 15th best football team in the last 25 years. They were ranked ahead of, and this is the team where Payton Manning had the greatest offensive season in NFL history.
Was that the Flacco year? Or Flacco in the...
Yeah. No. That was the year they lost in the playoffs lost in the Super Bowl to Seattle.
Okay, yeah, the one where everybody was hurt during that time. I mean, Vaughn was gone, blew his knee out.
Yeah,
Chris
he was
Harris.
there because he was partying with the Seahawks after the game.
He was there, definitely. You know, he was enjoying it.
Oh my God.
Chris Harris, I want to say, blew his knee out.
I think so. Yeah.
And so they had no offense, and it started bad from that first snap.
Correct. And let's give Seattle credit. That was a great football team.
Oh yeah.
That was a great football team with an all-time defense,
no doubt. That was when Russ was Russ.
That was when Russ was Russ. That was when Russ was Russ. So the Broncos, right? So if you're the 15th team in the last 25 years, you're ranked ahead of Super Bowl champions. For example, like the 2022 Kansas City Chiefs came in behind Denver. But they didn't get the nod over some teams that didn't win the title either, including the 2007 Indianapolis Colts, the 2001 St. Louis Rams, all right? The 2013 Broncos, this is insane. They scored 50 on 3 separate occasions. 50. Thrice. That's a league record, by the way. Manning also set the NFL record that year for passing yards, 5,477. He's got the record for passing touchdowns with 55. Both those still stand. Other records he set that season, most passing yards per game, 342. Most games in a season with at least 350 yards. Half of the season he threw for 350 or more. He threw for 400 yards 4 different times. Most passing touchdowns in a single game with 7 in the first week of the year. It's an all-timer.
Yeah, the list goes on and on.
It's crazy.
I mean, it was an amazing team. And for Payton to be able to come in here and bring that spark that we needed here in Denver, it's like, wow. And then, of course, he had big pieces around him that he helped elevate.
Totally.
But it's like having great players around him and a great Hall of Fame quarterback like Peyton Manning. Come on. It was fun to watch.
It was insane. It was just what a run. So that team got the credit even over some Super Bowl champions despite them not winning at all. By the way, Sean Payton's 2009 Saints was slotted one spot ahead of the Broncos at number 14. That team led by Drew Brees defeated Manning and the Colts in that Super Bowl. The bad news is that the Super Bowl 50 champion from the 2015 season did not make the list of the best 25 teams in the last 25 years. They were an honorable mention.
Yeah, see, I don't know. It's tough because the way that they got there, it wasn't how people wanted them to get there. They wanted Peyton Manning to have another great year, but by that time, Peyton was hurt. Remember, Peyton got benched.
Yep.
Neck was all messed up, and we didn't know if we were gonna we knew we would be in the playoffs, but we didn't know if we were going to make any noise. Yet Osweiler at the quarterback position. Peyton comes back. Things kind of go back to normal. Defense is phenomenal. No fly zone. And so if Peyton Manning was the one that had a great year, they're on the list. But because it was the defense, I think that's why they're not taking that into account, and they're taking them off the list. I think they should be like 25 at least. Come on. I'll
say this. The Broncos that year were the definition of peaking at the right time. The definition of peaking at the right time. They actually lost 2 of their last 4 games in that regular season. But
you won a Super Bowl.
I know. Offensively, if you're just looking at numbers, offensively they weren't great. Defensively, they didn't peak fully until the Super Bowl. Numbers-wise, the Broncos this past year had a better year on paper than the 2015 Broncos. This past year's defense. Yeah. And so, but when they were peaking on their Super Bowl run, there was only a handful of teams that you could argue was better in the history of the NFL because of how suffocating they were. In the 3 playoff games on their way to Super Bowl 50, here were the points scored. Pittsburgh scored 16, the Patriots scored 18, and the Panthers scored 10.
And this is the playoffs in the Super Bowl.
It's insane.
Playoffs in the Super Bowl. That's how dominant our defense was. And they're not in the top 25.
They should be.
At least 25, right? At least, give them that much respect. To put them at 25, they won a Super Bowl, dominant defense. Peyton Manning was still part of that team. Or if the Sheriff was there, they still were able to get some of the points to go their way when they needed it.
Here's the salt in the wound.
Uh-oh.
Here's the salt in the wound.
I stitched mine up. You can't put no more salt in my wound.
Well, the team that they beat in the Super Bowl, the Carolina Panthers, actually made this list.
Oh, come on.
Because they were 15-1 and made it to the Super Bowl. Cam was the MVP that year. That was a great team.
Offensively, they were on fire. And this is more like offense. That's why when we talk about this with Peyton Manning in 2012, they didn't get to the Super Bowl, but offensively, they were one of the best to do it.
They were. And you're thinking 13.
13.
Yeah.
2013.
Yeah, the same way that the Seahawks humbled the Broncos in Super Bowl 48 is the same way that the Broncos humbled Carolina in Super Bowl 50. They just broke them. They broke them. They were never the same sense. And Cam really was never the same sense because they played each other week 1 the next year, and they beat his guts all over the place again. So, so that's the skinny. You can read more about that at ESPN.com, counting down the top 25 NFL teams over the last 25 years. Okay, the Broncos have a chance to improve in something offensively that's been lackluster for years, and I don't think it has been talked about enough, and we'll try to change that coming up next.
Follow us on YouTube, Instagram, and TikTok at Denver Sports 1043 to stay up to date on all your local teams. Denver Sports 1043. The Fan.
What if you could delay your next 2 mortgage payments? That's right. Imagine putting those 2 payments in your pocket and finally getting a little breathing room. It's possible when you call my friends at American Financing. If you're feeling stretched by everyday expenses, groceries, gas, bills piling up, you're not alone. Most Americans are putting these expenses on credit cards, and there doesn't seem to be a way out. American Financing can show you how to use your home's equity to pay off that debt. You need to call American Financing today before you get to a point where you can't make those payments. Their salary-based mortgage consultants are helping homeowners just like you restructure their loans and consolidate debt, all without upfront fees. And their customers are saving an average of $800 a month. That's like a $10,000 raise. It's fast, it's simple, and it could save your budget this summer. Call them before it's too late at 303-695-7000. That's 303-695-7000, or visit them online at AmericanFinancing.net. NMLS 182334, NMLSConsumerAccess.org.
A noisy garage door is a cry for help. Hi, I'm Tommy Mello, owner of Don's Garage Door Service. Most repairs are simple, but if left untreated, they can turn into costly repairs. Your garage door works hard every day, and a little maintenance goes a long way. We fix garage doors fast with quality parts designed to last a lifetime. Over 90,000 5-star reviews don't happen by accident. They happen by putting people first. Fixing your garage doors is what we do. From repairs to upgrades, call Don's Garage Door Service today.
Hey guys, boy Stink here today by my long-term buddy Troy Hansford. And if you're thinking about selling your house for any reason, now might be the time to sell, still get top dollar. Believe it or not, my guy Troy is still offering his $5,000 guarantee. What is it, you ask? Well, if you can't sell your house at your price on your timeline that you agree upon beforehand, bam, going to cut you a check for $5,000. Who else makes the offer? Nobody I've ever heard of. And he makes that offer because he continues to spend a ton of money marketing his listings, has about 100 families approved and ready to buy right now. And if for any reason you need to sell right away, Troy can buy your house all cash and he can close in as little as 7 days. You have a house to sell, Troy probably has that perfect buyer for you right now, waiting for you to pick up the phone and to call him. Call Troy, get your home sold for the most money. That's 720-900-4433, 720-900-4433. Troy Hansford of RE/MAX Professionals, a Colorado licensed broker. Some restrictions do apply. Want to sell your house? Then call my buddy Troy, 720-900-4433.
Men, the summer is here. Longer days, warmer nights, and romance in the air. Intimate dinners, walks on the beach, dancing in the moonlight. But if you have erectile dysfunction, you know it can ruin romance, both for you and the one you love. This is Jeff for the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic, and if you have ED, don't let another summer go by without getting treated. Because intimacy is one of the greatest things in life, and fear of not being able to perform should not be something you have to deal with. At the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic, we're ED experts. We've successfully treated tens of thousands of men. Our protocols work when others don't, and we have treatments that are effective in well over 90% of cases. You could even last up to an hour or more and perform like you haven't in years. So call us. Your initial appointment is only $99 and includes blood work, a medical consult, and if medically advised, a test dose. And if that test dose doesn't work in the office, your visit is free. Call 720-440-7900 or go to RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com.
Comcast Business helps turn today's small businesses into engines of modern business. It's how restaurants become reliably up and running neighborhood favorites. How retailers become seamlessly restocking, cyber-securing, must-visit shops. And how healthcare offices become the data managing caregivers that we all depend on. With reliable connectivity, enhanced cybersecurity, advanced fiber solutions, and Wi-Fi backup, Comcast Business is powering the engine of modern business. Powering possibilities.
Now through July 21st, new Comcast Business customers can find out how to get started with 150 megabit internet and Security Edge for $59.99 a month for 12 months with a 2-year agreement. Plus, ask how you get a $500 prepaid card for your business. Call and switch to Comcast Business today. Restrictions apply. Requires paperless billing and automatic payments with bank account. Equipment, taxes, and fees extra. Early termination fee applies.
Hey, it's Mike Rohn. If I have a choice, I like to do business with companies that actually stand for something. That's why I switched from Verizon to Pure Talk. No offense to Verizon, I'm sure they stand for something. I just don't know what it is. Pure Talk, on the other hand, is a veteran-owned company that supports our military in a big way, and I appreciate that. Yeah, I also appreciate unlimited talk and text and plenty of data for half the cost of the big guys, and I do like being on America's most dependable 5G network for just $20 a month, but What I really appreciate is no contract, no cancellation fees, and Pure Talk's commitment to handle all their customer service in this country. I saw it for myself. I went to Georgia, I got a tour of their headquarters, I met their CEO, and I talked to the same customer service folks that you'll talk to when you dial pound 250 and say keyword Mike Rowe. Switch today and save 50% off your first month when you dial pound 250 and say keyword Mike Rowe. Pure Talk, a wireless company that actually stands for something.
Denver Sports Snapshot.
Tonight on The Fan, baseball all-star game action begins starting at 6.
Open an account in less than 5 minutes. Visit WesteraCU.com. Federally insured by NCUA.
Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan presents The Drive with Zach By and Phillip Lindsay.
All right, the Broncos have a chance to improve in something offensively that's been lackluster for years. And, you know, it doesn't get talked about a lot. And I'm not saying that, hey, this should, be leading SportsCenter after every Broncos game or something like that. But we don't really talk about rushing touchdowns.
I wish it would lead SportsCenter because if you're getting rushing touchdowns, you're probably winning the game. You get enough of them.
Sure.
That means that you're moving the football. Defense is probably playing pretty good. You're able to get to the red zone. Maybe a running back breaks off an explosive run for a touchdown. Your team's winning. You win more than 10 games. Now you win 11 or 12 because of it. And now you're a threat in the playoffs.
Yeah. Well, we did this segment that turned into segments in the first part of the show.
Your fault.
I mean, we ended up talking about this, and I'll say this, there's no way we're going to replicate what happened in that first hour. Just go back and listen to it for yourself on the Drive podcast, DenverSports.com,
It depends
Spotify.
on if you piss me off again. You might trigger something as you start talking.
You were triggered, and then you triggered me, and there was just a lot of trigger-happy sports talk radio going on. So go back and check that out if you missed it. We're not going to spend nearly as much time as we did in the first half of the show. But, I went back and looked at the last 10 years of the Denver Broncos and the running back position and the team leader for rushing touchdowns. And this past year was Javonte Williams with 4 total rushing touchdowns throughout the year. That ranked 40th in the NFL.
Yeah, that can't happen. Can't happen when you're a starting running back and you're still getting opportunities.
Yeah. So about once a month, Javonte would get into the end zone. The craziest part is that was actually an improvement from 2023, where the leader was once again Javonte with 3 total touchdowns all season long. That ranked 48th in the NFL. The 2022 leader, Latavius Murray, with 5, that ranked 24th. You go back to 2021, it was Melvin with 8. Melvin also the leader in 2020 with 9. You go back to 2019, it's Mr. Phillip Lindsay here across the table from me with 7. That was in the top half of the league. In 2018, you got in the end zone 9 times. That actually ranked 7th in the NFL that season. So the highest ranking here in the last decade was you in 2018 with 9 touchdowns. 2017, it was C.J. Anderson with 3. That ranked outside the top 40. The year before, in 2016, it was co-leaders C.J. Anderson and Devontae Booker with 4.
See, I thought C.J. had more than that, especially being like a bigger running back, a thicker running back, getting the opportunities to run in the red zone and on the 1-yard line. But it's tough, guys. It's tough to score touchdowns in this league. It's tough to be consistent in this league and scoring the touchdowns. That's why someone like LaDainian Tomlinson scoring as many touchdowns as he has. Austin Eckler's another one. There's an art to it, and it has to kind of sync up with the offensive line and the scheme.
Yeah, the most CJ ever had in a year was 2014, where he got into the end zone 8 times.
Yeah.
So basically, over the last decade, the average lead running back touchdown mark averaged out to be 5 touchdowns per year. Where would that have ranked this past season? It would have been tied for 33. And we know there's not 33 teams in the NFL. And really, that number of 5 is being propped up by you and Melvin Gordon in that 4-year stretch. The Broncos, believe it or not, have not had a double-digit touchdown season on the ground since No Sean Moreno back in 2013 when he got in there 10 times. For context, 13 players this past year had 10 touchdowns. So it hasn't been perfect. It hasn't been perfect. What do you expect in this department from someone like J.K. Dobbins, from someone like R.J. Harvey?
So this is going to be tricky, Zach, because Sean likes to split time with running backs. I do believe that the Denver Broncos are going to be a better offense this year. Therefore, they're going to get in the red zone. They're going to have opportunities at the 1, 2, 3 yard line. It comes down to who Sean trusts the most in those valuable situations. Is it J.K. Dobbins? And J.K. Dobbins is a bigger running back, right? 215, 220, has played in the league for going on 6 years. You can trust him a little bit more. We don't know what R.J. Harvey is truly about just yet. But if that's the case, and R.J. Harvey is a really good running back in between the tackles, you end up splitting the time in scoring touchdowns. So maybe it looks like something like J.K. Dobbins gets 7 or 8, R.J. Harvey gets 6 or 7 as well. Like, that would be something that it's even and it's keeping the running backs fresh. But if you're going with just one running back, I would go with someone like J.K. Dobbins, who has played in this league for 5 years now, who has scored touchdowns, who kind of knows what to expect in the red zone and at the goal line. And I think that he can mirror well with the offensive line. On top of that, he's a violent runner, a running back that will break the tackles, that will give you those extra yards, that will find a way to cross the pylon for some more touchdowns. So if it's just J.K. Dobbins, I'm expecting 11, maybe even 12 touchdowns this year on the ground.
So if we were like talking like ceilings and floors for J.K. Dobbins, if he's healthy, he could be.
The ceiling would to me would be 11 or 12 touchdowns this year, and Sean sticks with the run.
That would be huge.
The floor. Let's go with 7. Like, Sean is going to try to make a point to run the football this year. He's going to try to make it easy for the team to win games by running the ball in the red zone and at the goal line. It's just easy when you can just hand it to your running back and get a 5-yard touchdown than having to do a bootleg and putting it up in the air. Is your tight end open? Is Cortland getting the ball? Like, it's just, there's a lot there when it's just like turn around, hand the ball off. You have a really good offensive line. Let them earn their money, running back wise. Let them earn their money and win the game that way.
Yeah, that is one thing the Broncos were truly deficient at a year ago. Was effectively, well, they weren't a good rushing offense, but when they got in the red zone, they could not run the ball. They just couldn't.
And that's a mentality thing. That to me, Zach, it's scheme and mentality of like, hey guys, we got 5 yards, we got 20 yards, we got 2 yards. Let's punch it in. Like we had a fantastic drive. Finish it up. And a lot of times it's easier said than done because on the other side, they're getting paid a lot of money too to stop you.
Sure.
And those are some big boys that are stuff in the middle. So it just comes down to who wants it more and who has a better scheme, whether it's a bootleg, whether it's a run, but you're adding like a creative pull or a creative way of getting into the end zone. Something has to happen to help the running back out, and then the running back has to do his job.
Totally. And if you look at the teams that were playing on championship weekend a year ago, Buffalo was not. Well, I guess to keep it to upper echelon teams. Like Buffalo can run it in the red zone.
Yes.
Baltimore can run it in the red zone. Philadelphia can run it in the red zone. They do.
You know,
they do.
You know what they're going to do. Can you stop it? Are you better than those big boys up front? Are you better than the running back? Are you better than that quarterback that you still have to pay attention to? Because if they do a bootleg and they fake the run, someone like Bo Nix can be on the sideline and scoring and scampering in for a touchdown of his own if you're not careful.
Sure. All right. Interesting conversation. I just wanted to sort of set the framework of what the last decade has looked like in that department before we embark on the 2025 season, which, guys, believe it or not, we are 1 week away from Broncos training camp. And we will be your eyes and ears out there every single damn day. And I can't wait. Just truly chomping at the bit to get out there and deliver that information to our audience. Okay. ESPN continues to roll out their poll results, counting down the top 10 players at every NFL position. An unlikely Bronco made today's list. Also, is something happening elsewhere around the NFL that could have a ripple effect that reaches Cortland Sutton? We'll talk about all that as we are about to embark on 40 consecutive commercial-free sports talk radio coming up next.
They're back. It's the first giveaway of our free limited edition Training Camp 2025 Extra Soft T-shirts.
Now that's a great looking shirt.
Thursday, July 17th from noon to 1 p.m. at First Bank on South University Boulevard in Highlands Ranch. Limit 1 per person while supplies last. For more details and to find the location near you, head to DenverSports.com/shirt. First Bank, banking for good.
Don't you see, man? The T-shirt is everything.
Denver Sports 104.3. The Fan.
All right. It's that time of year again. It's summertime, which means concert season, vacations, and all the things you want to do outside. And nobody wants to deal with how they're going to get somewhere or where they're parking. Let Hermes Worldwide handle all your travel needs so you can focus on what really matters the most, having as much fun as possible with the ones you love. I actually stopped by and visited with my friends at Hermes Worldwide a week ago. And guys, they have so many different vehicles to choose from. If you and your friends are ready to go crazy and want to party, ride in style on one of Hermes' luxury charter buses or Sprinter vans. If you are someone who's concerned about the environment, like a lot of people are, they've got you covered with something called the Lucid Air, which is an all-electric and totally silent car. It's pretty sweet. And guys, make that concert a date night. All right, head over there by using one of their luxury sedans or SUVs. And no matter where you're going or what you're doing, Hermes Worldwide has you covered. Head to ridehermes.com/DenverSports or give them a call at 303-577-7600 to book your next ride today. Again, you can go to ridehermes.com/DenverSports or call them at 303-577-7600.
Celebrate $10.99 Tuesdays at Papa Murphy's Pizza. On Tuesday only, get any large pizza for only $10.99. Awesome deal, especially for the most scrumptious pizza with the freshest ingredients. Only at Papa Murphy's.
Guys, are you looking for a simple solution to hair loss this summer? Get Advanced Hair's breakthrough one-day treatment during their once-yearly summer savings event. Your own natural hair begins to regrow the very next day, and Advanced Hair guarantees it will grow. Take advantage of your flexible summer calendar and get the most hair for your dollar during Advanced Hair's best offer ever. For details and a free consultation, call 720-459-HAIR or at advancedhair.com.
All right, Takis fans. Wendy's knows you love your Takis Fuego chips, so we thought, why not make a Takis Fuego meal with a Takis Fuego chicken sandwich with spicy chicken topped with crushed Takis Fuego chips and creamy corn spread. Plus, it comes with Fuego fries inspired by Takis and a bag of Takis Fuego chips. If we had any more heat, we might start an actual... I told him this would happen. For an intense new take on Takis chips, gotta be Wendy's.
Limited time only at participating U.S. Wendy's. Includes 1 ounce Takis Fuego chips while supplies last. Takis and Fuego trademarks are used under license.
This is the story of the one. As a lineman, he does whatever it takes to keep the power on in his community. And he wants a partner like Grainger who does the same. Grainger offers the professional-grade products he needs, from voltage detectors to harnesses to hard hats, plus fast, dependable delivery, so he can rise to every challenge. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Attention golf lovers, the city of Aurora has you covered this season. With 5 beautiful courses to choose from, there's something for everyone. What's up, guys? It's Zach here. Meadow Hill's slowly becoming a favorite of mine. What's not to love about an old-school tree-lined classic? And it's in our backyard. This former country club is a must-visit if you are in the Metro Denver area. Add it to your golf checklist now and thank me later. For more info and to book a tee time, visit golfaurora.com and give them a follow on Facebook, X, and Instagram.
This is Rob Wilhite of the Wilhite Law Firm. If you've been injured in an accident, you want Wilhite. Colorado drivers know that when they're hit, we hit back harder. Get your free case review right now. Just call 303-GOOD-LAW today or visit WilhiteWins.com and win big with Wilhite.
Your home should feel like a fortress, not a worry. Old windows aren't just drafty, they're a weak spot. Cheap vinyl replacements, they crack, they warp, and they leave you replacing them again in just a few years. Infinity from Marvin fiberglass windows are built like armor, stronger than vinyl, sleeker than wood, made to last a lifetime. Gravina's Window Center of Littleton installs year-round, but spring and summer slots fill up fast. Secure your spot now at windowsforyourhome.com or call them 303-794-0490. Tell them Mark sent you and save 25% this month only.
Imagine finding your dream home and moving in right away. No waiting to sell your old place first. Sounds perfect, right? That's exactly what Orchard's Move First, Sell Later program lets you do. Buy your new home now and sell the old one later. Here's how it works. Orchard gives you cash so you can buy and move into your new home first, on your timeline. No waiting, no showings, no double moves. Then the Orchard experts take it from there. They handle repairs on your old home for you so you attract the right buyers. Once they're done, a local Orchard agent lists and sells your home for top dollar. Orchard's Move First program gives you the freedom to buy and move into your new home first and sell your old home later. Buy before you sell and get top dollar for your home with Orchard. Ready to find out how much your home is worth? Visit Orchard.com to get your free home valuation. That's Orchard.com.
Is water damaging your home? Contact Groundworks, the basement concrete foundation experts. Get your free inspection today. Learn more at groundworks.com. Licensed in all states where work is performed.
You're listening to The Drive with Zach By and Phillip Lindsay on Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan.
All right, so ESPN continues to roll out their poll results, counting down the top 10 players at every NFL position. And an unlikely Bronco made today's list. Unlikely in my opinion. So we've been covering this rollout from ESPN's Jeremy Fowler, who polled up to 70 coaches, executives, and scouts within the NFL to try to get down to the top 10 players at 11 different positions. All right, and today was off-ball linebackers. Number 1 in the NFL, Fred Warner, for a second year in a row. He is a bad boy.
I have to turn on my speaker to do radio, don't I?
That's a microphone, not a speaker.
Microphone.
It's Fred Warner once again, number 1.
Beast, Zach. I remember I played against Fred Warner a couple times, but it was a joint practice. And I heard a lot about him at that time, but I was like, you know what, who cares? Like, I'm going to go out there and I'm going to make him look dumb. And I remember going out there for a route. It was one-on-ones, and he put me on my butt. He put me straight on my butt from the start. And he was like, listen here, young buck. If you think that you're going to make me look stupid during this whole practice, like, you have something coming. And that's when I said, okay, this man's legit. He knows what he's doing. He's fast. He's smart. He can tackle. Like, he's everything. He's a great linebacker.
Total package.
Fred
Warner, bad boy. He's number 1. Roquan Smith of the Baltimore Ravens, number 2. Zach Bond of the Eagles, number 3. Nick Bolton in Kansas City, number 4. Frankly Louvu from the Commanders, number 5. Tremaine Edmonds from the Bears, number 6. Levante David from the Bucks, number 7. DeMarvion Overshown from the Dallas Cowboys, young buck, young gunner, already on this list. And then how about Dre Greenlaw coming in at number 9?
The dog.
I mean, I'm pretty surprised. I guess I'll just let Jeremy Fowler say it. He said, quote, usually a player coming off an injury-riddled season would not maintain his spot in these rankings. But Greenlaw's free agency told the story. Several league evaluators said he was the most exciting free agent despite a torn Achilles in a Super Bowl 2 years ago that cost him all but 2 games in 2024. And when the Broncos signed him to a 3-year, $31 million deal, the feeling of remorse out of San Francisco was real. A team source said it was felt, quote, 1,000,000%. Another NFL coordinator said he's a total savage, a top 5 linebacker when healthy. A defensive coach in the NFL said, quote, he's got to stay healthy to reprove it, but he's a badass, smart, strong, will knock the bleep out of you. I see how he stays hurt so much because he plays with so much explosion, end quote.
He's an old school linebacker. He's one of those linebackers that you hate to play against because he's so aggressive. He's so physical. He's mean. All right, he's nasty, but he's vocal. He's that leader that's very smart and putting people and placing players in the right position. That's what you saw a lot during his time with San Francisco is he's putting players in the right situations to be successful. And when they are placed in certain areas, he's able to react off of them and make a couple plays himself. I think we tend to forget during that Super Bowl, Dre Greenlaw is warming up to go back out on the football field and pops his Achilles. And I don't even think it was. I think it was the start of the game.
One of the most freak accidents I've ever seen.
Yeah, coming off the sideline, running down and pops his Achilles. And it's like we didn't get to necessarily see him in the Super Bowl, and that mattered when you have one of your leaders that's sitting on the bench hurt playing against the Kansas City Chiefs. Well, now that same leader, that same vocal leader, is here with the Denver Broncos, and he's going to help someone like Alex Singleton out, and he's going to help Alex Singleton grow as well as a leader. Like, this is a great pairing between Alex Singleton and Dre Greenlaw, and how aggressive Dre Greenlaw is. We should all be excited here at Broncos country, because it's another linebacker that's going to rack up tackles, that's going to put people in the right spots, and it's going to help this defense be successful in top 5, maybe even number 1 this year.
Man,
mic drop.
I'm pretty excited. I'm pretty excited about Dre Greenlaw. Now, we still don't know if he's going to be ready to roll at the start of camp. We don't know. He's got that quad injury. That thing has been very quiet. That
it has been.
It's like no updates, no nothing. And so, but I'm excited because the prospect of Dre Greenlaw being healthy on top of an already loaded defense. We haven't really seen an off-ball linebacker. I got to choose my words carefully because there's been some good ones, some decent, like, Alex Singleton. Like you look at him racking up the tackles. Yeah. But like, I'm talking about like that Danny Trevathan
like
level
a dominant presence that you're feeling.
Yeah.
No, it's not just about the tackles. That can go kind of unnoticed. It's quiet, but you feel that player's presence. Like, he's stopping a run in the backfield, or it's 3rd and 1, and you see this linebacker come running through the hole and stopping the running back from getting that first down. It's a pass breakup. It's an interception. It's just the energy alone when you know, okay, like, this man is the real deal. That's somebody like Dre Greenlaw, if he can stay healthy. Keyword, if he can stay healthy. The Denver Broncos are betting on Dre Greenlaw to stay healthy and help this defense out.
Yeah, and basically, Phil, what I was like trying to describe of what, like, with due respect to some linebackers who have been here over the years, I'm talking about a middle linebacker who strikes fear into offensive players. And I think that's been missing here in Denver. As someone that strikes fear. Dre Greenlaw strikes fear when he's out there flying around. And so I'm fired up, but he's got to be healthy. That's the story. I mean, you're like, that's the story of where we're at with Dre Greenlaw, is can he stay healthy? And the fact that he hasn't been able to stay healthy to turn the coin over is the only reason he's here.
Yeah.
Because you were able to get him at a discounted rate. And San Francisco still flew to that man. They flew to that man's home, John Lynch and Kyle Shanahan, to beg him to come back to San Francisco. And he's here in Denver. So, shifting gears here a little bit. Are you seeing the story that's developing between Terry McLaurin and the Washington Commanders?
Yes, there's some drama there.
There is some drama there. And Scary Terry came out today and spoke about how frustrated he is with the contract talks. All right? That's a bad dude right there. That's a bad dude. And he said today that he's frustrated and disappointed with the lack of progress towards that extension, saying they're entering crunch time to get a new deal. He was talking to reporters after shooting a commercial earlier today. And he said, quote, "Without any progress in discussions, it's kind of hard to see how I step on the field." He also said, with how the market is today, it conveys what guys of my caliber are deserving of. I feel I fit in that box because of how I've carried myself on and off the field. I don't want to feel like you have to beg for someone to see your worth and value. Everything in previous regimes, and now I've done everything asked of me, end quote.
I mean, he's loved on and off the field. Truly. Like, you're not going to hear anything bad about Terry McLaurin off the field. He's going to work his butt off on the field. He comes up with 1,000-yard years almost every single year. I mean, a great team leader, a great pro that's going to help develop some of these young players. And when you have a young quarterback by the name of Jaden Daniels and you have him top 5, why is that? Because of a number 1 receiver like Terry McLaurin that's sitting there, and he's your safety blanket, right? He's your safety zone receiver that no matter what, you're going to throw him the ball every single game at least 5 to 7 times. and now you're messing with him, and he doesn't want to be on the football field because you don't want to pay him.
You know what he also is for them?
What else?
The captain.
A captain. Oh, captain, my captain.
There is a lot of similarities. Now, I don't want to get carried away because they're not exactly the same player, but there are a lot of similarities with Courtland Sutton and the way he's handled himself on and off the field. He's a captain, someone who is coming off of his best season. Now, what differentiates Terry McLaurin is that he's 1,000 yards every single year.
Yeah.
He's every single year. By the way, you know how many touchdowns that man caught this past year? 13. 13 touchdown
We're
catches.
talking about the running backs to get 12.
Yes.
Like J.K. Dobbins could get 12 touchdowns this year as a receiver. Terry McLaurin had 13 touchdowns.
I mean, this guy, as a rookie back in 2019, was over 900 yards and 7 touchdowns, and that was his last non-1,000-yard season. So, like I said, I don't want to get carried away. In my opinion, he's a level above Courtland. But it's probably reasonable that Courtland is looking at his own situation very similarly to the way that Terry McLaurin is looking at his.
No, most definitely. I mean, you're sitting here. If you're Court, all right, there's a couple of receivers still out there. You're seeing people get paid. Garrett Wilson.
Yeah, he got a bag.
The receiver just got paid big-time money. Now, he's young. He deserves it. He's up and coming. Like, I understand that. But for Court, it's like, hey, I just had a really good year, over 1,000 yards with a rookie quarterback. You guys pretty much promised me that if I go out there and play, those are the words from Mike Kliss, like, hey, maybe there was a promise out there. All right, so if that is the case, and the Broncos promised that Courtland Sutton would get paid something if he went out there and played, which he did and did a good job with, he wants his money. And you know that that Courtland will be dramatic about this if he doesn't get his money. We had videos of Court, or videos. We had a X showing Court say, hey, thank you, Broncos country. I may not pretty much be here.
Yep.
There was a picture of Will Smith by himself with everything out of the room.
Yep.
Pretty much.
I think he removed Broncos stuff from his social media channels last year.
He removed that as well. So it was very dramatic. So why wouldn't Courtland do that again if he's not getting paid?
Man, I've said here for a couple months that this could get sticky between Sutton and the organization. And here we are. We are a week out from training camp where he's going to be asked to be flying around 6 days a week. And, man, I have my eye on this one in a major way, because I think if there's any Bronco that could hold out or hold in, if you were doing like the likelihood of Denver Broncos.
They're going to probably hold in.
So if there's a likelihood, because he's not going to take the $100,000 fine, right?
Just be there.
Because I remember his agent last year, when he was asked, will he be there for mandatory minicamp after skipping OTAs, it was like, Courtland's not a fan of giving away money. So I'm going to assume that that's still the case. He'll be at training camp. To my knowledge, the Denver Broncos have not had a hold-in player. I do not remember one. Hold-in
You're ready to have their first one.
They could. Do you anticipate this happening?
See, it's interesting because I just said that Courtland could be dramatic about it, and he has before, of like, hey, I want to be paid, and I'm showing you guys. Notice that Courtland hasn't done that yet. Notice that it's been really quiet. Maybe they're getting something done.
They could be.
And that's why Courtland's not expressing his feelings of like, hey, I'm frustrated. And maybe it's just like Court's like, you know what? It's gonna be handled when it's handled. I'm focusing on the season. I trust my agent. But it can get sticky. And I'm not expecting Courtland to go out there and play for the Denver Broncos during camp if a contract is not done.
Well, they have 7 days to figure it out.
Well, also they got 7 days to figure out R.J. Harvey, who's a rookie it seems to be holding out because he wants fully guaranteed money and hasn't done anything yet. Like, I don't understand that one. I can understand Courtland Sutton, especially if the Denver Broncos promised him that they would look in on his contract or look at his contract and maybe get something done. And he's your best receiver here in Denver.
And if he feels like he's been lied to.
Yeah.
And I know you used the word promise. It was like, I forget the way Mike actually said it. It was like he was told. It wasn't like, pinky promise,
he
you're going to kiss
told.
the thumb. Like, like he was told, hey, go do it again. We're going to take care of you. And I actually heard Mike this morning, as recent as this morning, saying that the Broncos told him, hey, you're doing this too early. You have 2 years left on the deal. You need to go do this again, and we'll revisit this next year. Well, here we are. He had his best season yet with a rookie quarterback.
Well, pay up. Pay up. Now, it's like, Are you going to sit here and be a liar now? Show your true colors, the business side of it, if you're the Denver Broncos? That you lied to him, you pinky promised, but you had behind your back your fingers crossed? How is that going to look not having Cortland Sutton here as your receiver, one?
Well, he would be here. This is what I have maintained. He will be here. Yes, he will.
What if he forces his way out?
What do you mean, force his way out of Denver?
Yeah. Like he doesn't have to be here.
You do a trade with the Commander, straight up.
You're going to have to pay him.
Right.
You have to pay Terry McLaurin.
Right.
Do you really want to have it? And he's aging.
Yeah, but he's also like 5 consecutive years of 1,000 yards.
But
and
he's aging.
He's 29. It's very similar to Sutton.
Yeah,
just a different,
they're similar.
probably one step up in terms of player hierarchy. Oh, man. Hey, training camp starts 1 week from now. I'm under the assumption that R.J. Harvey is going to be a starting running back, and we don't know if he's coming. And we have no update on that front. And Cortland Sutton's your team captain and number 1 receiver, and we don't know exactly what's going on here.
Hold up. Did John A. Barron...
he did not sign his contract
yet.
We're
not talking about him.
No.
We're just expecting him to show up?
Yes, and I believe that he will. And Mike this morning, from what I heard, made it sound like it's very small details that are going to get cleaned up. It's his is less complicated.
Yeah, so he'll probably get done.
Yeah, but with Sutton and RJ specifically, things could get interesting. I mean, we're 7 days out from camp. I think it's interesting right now. Now, deadlines create urgency to get deals done, but
all right, who has the right to hold out though? There's only one right answer. I'm putting you on the spot. Who has the right to hold out?
Who has the right to hold out? Like it's a built-in right to not come to work and honor your contract? That's an interesting phraseology. What if I held out here at the radio station? What if I held out?
I would say, hey, pay my man.
Oh my God.
But you like, yo,
no,
pay my man.
No. It's only in that world where you could do that. One, I know what you're asking me, but I want to reject the premise. I don't think anyone has the right to hold out that's under contract. Because there's been a lot of years with Cortland when he's getting paid the bag and he wasn't healthy enough to be on the field.
But it's all about timing.
Yeah, no,
Perfect
that's true.
timing.
No, that's true. Perfect timing. I don't know,
it's
man.
All about timing. Are we willing to go into this year? Because Cortland's not playing if he doesn't get a contract. Let me be clear here.
What does that mean? So he's going to hold out the season? He's going to pull Le'Veon Bell?
He will force his way out of here if he can't get a contract done. Why is he gonna sit here and let the Denver Broncos win yet again? I just went out there. Hold on,
like winning again, like they've been getting over on Cortland.
I just went out there. Okay, you guys gave me $1 million incentive. All right, that's all they did was bump his incentives up a little bit.
Aww.
I mean, hey, like incentives, like they're good if you get them, but they can play games if they don't want you to get those.
He had 2 years left on the contract. 2.
Well, guess what, buddy?
And they still gave him some sprinkles on that ice cream.
But now, you got 1 year left. Your best receiver that has a connection during OTAs. You have seen it multiple times.
No, I agree. He's
the
best receiver they have. But hold on.
Are you nervous?
No, this is KKFN and KKFN HD1 Lone Montana. Golly.
Can't you?
We are coming with it. We are coming for it. It's Zach By and Phillip Lindsay, and we are The Drive. All right. First of all, because eventually we're going to shift gears here and go into something else here. But just to land the plane, if you will.
You have no wheels on your plane. How are you landing it?
In the water, like Denzel. That was that movie, right? In the water. Look. Sutton will play for the Denver Broncos.
Oh, will he?
Yeah. Hey, listen to this. Ready?
Okay,
Cortland Sutton is to the Broncos the way that Jonas Valanciunas is to the Nuggets. We'll see you when it's time, pal. You are under contract.
Oh.
The question is not
like JV. He's I don't know.
He's
playing the game.
He is playing his own game. He's playing with himself. After you're done doing that, we can meet us at training camp. But with Sutton obviously he's the best receiver the Broncos have.
Yeah.
He is unequivocally the number one. He has been a very good Bronco. But that is different. That is a separate conversation of, do you want to give someone a $100 million contract into their 30s?
Do you think Cortland cares? You think he gives a damn like what the Denver Broncos look like in the future? He cares about like what he has done for the Denver Broncos and what they've probably told him.
Yes, yeah, and that's where things could get sticky because, like, the Broncos, I think, are resetting and have reset their culture, and they have an incredible leader at the very top. And if you say you're going to do something, and then that guy goes out and answers your ask, you should probably follow through. But here's my question:
He's your captain too.
Yeah, but also like.
He's your captain.
See, because you're going to make me sound like anti-Sutton, and I'm not at all.
Well, you look like you're more on the business side.
I'm more on the business side.
You want him to go out there and play
because he was all business.
Play.
He was all business last year. The team captain removed all his Broncos stuff and said goodbye to Broncos country.
And then he came back.
He did,
and he handled business.
He did.
He handled business.
And they put a little more cheese on that Whopper, and he's like,
cheese.
Oh, yeah,
that was a drizzle.
Look,
Velveeta.
Look. Sutton is under contract. Sutton will play for the Broncos unless the Broncos trade him, and I don't think that's going to happen.
Unless he forces his hand. Like he can say, hey, either you pay me or you trade.
Well, what do you think the market would be for Cortland Sutton? Do you think there's a bunch of teams that would want to pay him $100 million?
Somebody out there will. All you need is one.
No, that's true. That's true. I agree with that. I agree with that.
It seems like the Ravens are all in. Now, I don't know if the Ravens would pay him. All right, you have the Buffalo Bills that need a true number one. You know that when it comes to the Buffalo Bills.
Do they need a number one?
I mean, think about how it will make Josh Allen look if he has somebody that he can rely on like Cortland Sutton to go with Josh Allen.
Yeah.
Like they would complement each other really well.
They probably would. Cortland is a good player. Cortland's a very good player.
But
it's just here's my question, and this is a real question, please, and guys from the back, and like maybe a little bit of help here.
Oh, you need backing.
Have we seen, serious question, I had this for a segment for next week. I had this for a segment for next week.
Am I going to have to body all three of you guys up again?
We're right here.
Are we going there? Are we going for this?
I love it when we gang up on Phil. It's my favorite game.
Zach's like, I need some backup.
No, serious question. Because I think I know the answer, but I don't know for sure. And again, we were going to do it for a segment for next week. We can just do it now because it's organically unfolding. Have we seen Sean Payton sign a wide receiver to a big deal that aged well?
So you have Michael Thomas.
Which aged horribly.
Who would be the next big-time receiver?
I don't know. That's what I'm thinking. I'm thinking back to his time in New Orleans, and there was like the Brandon Cooks or like,
Brandon Cooks and Sean, from what I know, talking with his nickname Cookie, they didn't get along towards the end of his career with the Saints.
And neither did he and Michael Thomas.
Yeah.
So I think Sean draws from his career and what has worked for him.
He does.
We hear him reference it all the time. So the next time, from what I understand, over the course of his decade and a half in New Orleans, that's not the way that he built the football team. So are you going to do something that you have not done historically, and when you did it, it hasn't aged well, to a wide receiver that is going to be into his 30s before the contract ever starts?
Well, to me,
it's a fair question.
It's a fair question. It's a really good question because it's like, hey, if Sean hasn't done it in his years and Michael Thomas was one and it didn't work out, why is Sean going to do it now? But for Sean now, it comes down to you told the world that you guys are going to be a problem. You want to keep your team together. You want to have that organic relationship. Well, things aren't organic when players want money. Now, defensively, there's 3 players that want money. So you're already dealing with that.
Correct.
Offensively, you're developing a young quarterback, Bo Nix. He needs his number one target until somebody else emerges as a true number one receiver. So do you want to mess with that? So if you have a bunch of unhappy campers, how are you supposed to win games when you don't have a team that's together and everybody's doing their own thing now?
But Phil, isn't that a huge, just almost like it's so commonplace in that league more than any other league where you have guys who want their mouths fed, and it's just
But the difference is, if you're a guy that wants to be fed and you haven't been fed before, you're willing to do things that you probably wouldn't do. But if you already have money, it changes the way you think of it.
Yes,
It's
and,
like
and something does.
I'm not sitting here going to put my body on the line for you when you don't give a damn about me. Let's be clear. In the NFL, they don't care about you. Coaches don't care about you. They care about their job.
Sure.
And if you're their best player, all right, you're keeping their job.
See, but Sean is a little bit different because I understand.
Does Sean want to play that game though? Who do you trust?
So I understand what you're saying, and you're making a lot of fair points, okay? But Sean views himself like an offensive mastermind, does he not?
No, he does.
I think if there's a coach out there that says, I actually don't need you, you think that I need you, but I may not after this year, once we develop these guys, and with the understanding Sutton is under contract for this coming season, Sean Payton, and I'm speculating, okay? So I understand that.
But you said after this year. You still need me right now, Sean.
Sure. But what's Courtland Sutton going to do? He's not going to, like...
He's going to make it hard. He's going to be, I don't want to say a distraction, but you're not building the chemistry when one of your captains is not out there and your number one target. Like, we can't expect that Courtland's just going to be out there and say, oh, yes, sir. Yes, sir. Like, he wants his money. And he doesn't have to listen because he already has money.
Right.
Which makes it easier to say, you know what,
it makes
I don't
it easier.
care.
Right. No, I understand that.
I will be here so that you guys don't find me. But I won't be on that football field.
It just would not shock me if the Broncos go down the way of a tough bargain and tough business and say, you want to know what?
Well, is that for all of them? Or is it just for Courtland? Because they have a lot of mouths that want to be fed.
Totally.
John Frankenmeyer,
Totally.
Zach Allen, Nick Bonito. Like, there's a lot on their plate and a lot of distractions that come with that during camp. When Sean just said they're going to be a problem, they had their first good year. And now everybody wants to get paid. That's how it goes. You want to keep people happy because you need them. And offensively, who else are you going to rely on?
I just don't know if Sean Payton in his heart of hearts thinks that he needs Courtland Sutton for the 2026 season and the 2027 season and the 2028 season. Yes, but he's already under contract.
So do you think that do you think that Courtland's gonna go out there with the contract he has in play?
If he was forced to, yes.
How are you forced? You aren't forced to do anything.
He doesn't have another recourse. This is not
trade me.
Yeah, he could go that route. He could go that route.
Trade me.
And what if the Broncos say, no, thank you?
Then I will be sitting here. Okay, I will be sitting here.
He's not sitting out, dude, and missing out all that money.
Why? He's gonna be out there. He's gonna be sitting in. I will suit up.
I'm saying
and
when the game
play.
starts. I'm saying when you think the Broncos season could start in September and be hosting Tennessee, and Courtland Sutton is just like a healthy scratch because he's unhappy about his contract.
If he's serious about it.
That would be very rare. That'd be very rare in the NFL. We saw Le'Veon Bell do it. It aged horribly for Le'Veon Bell. And I can't think of another example where someone just sat out the season because and he's a captain? I can't see it. I can't see it.
So we're going to use him up. Sean doesn't need him for 2007.
Isn't that the nature of the NFL?
Okay, fine. So but also don't be upset. I'm not talking about you, anybody else. When Courtland's like, screw that, I'm not playing. Don't be mad at Courtland then. Because the NFL uses you. And somebody's out there, well, it's about the money. You guys you guys are arguing, and Courtland has already got paid millions of dollars. Yes, but this is just how the game goes.
It is, and that's the nature of the beast from his side as well. They're both. The fact that we don't have a contract done yet here in Denver between the Broncos and the Sutton, they're both playing their part in this.
But
they're both playing their role.
The thing right now that I think Courtland's okay with is nobody has a contract done with the Denver Broncos.
Sure.
So it's not just him.
For now.
But once that first domino falls, whoever that is, whoever the case may be, is it Nick Bonito? Is it Zach Allen? I don't believe it's going to be John Franklin-Myers first. Is it Courtland Sutton? Who knows? Once that first domino falls, now it's okay, let's get it done. But if the Denver Broncos feel like they can just bully you into playing and you're the best receiver, but you don't act like it by rewarding him how he thinks he should be rewarded,
right?
We have an issue on our hands.
It very well could be because it is a week from training camp.
And then we got our second-round draft pick who's in diapers still that's holding out. What are we doing? You know I'm not okay with that one.
I hear it in your voice.
Let me hold out. Let me hold as a second-round draft pick. And I know he's not the only one.
No,
whole
that's what makes
crew.
it. Yeah, the whole class. That's what
The
makes
whole
it
class.
so unique that there's 30 holdouts from
30
the second
Stooges.
round, and the 2 guys who aren't have fully guaranteed
The 30
deals.
Stooges. That's what you're gonna call them.
Oh man! Wow.
Like they're trying to make a point, but yet haven't played a down of football, and you have 32 second-round picks. How many of those you think are gonna pan out?
Oh, probably 1/3.
Okay.
2/3 won't.
Okay.
But isn't that part of the reason why they are holding out? To make sure they get, because 66% of them won't work out.
Okay, you said the same thing for Court.
What do you mean?
He'll hold out because he's not going to make this money anywhere else. He will never make that type of money ever again.
No.
Like no matter
that's a
what
rare
you
window.
do.
No, yeah,
Right? And they say that until it's done. And I'm one of them's like you're getting paid these contracts, and it wasn't a $30 million contract, but it's never going to be the same.
No,
that type of money is not rolling in every week.
Nope.
Every week.
Nope. All right. We'll see how it ages, man. We will see how it ages, but we're a week out. I mean, it's getting late early, as Yogi Berra once said. It's getting late early. So
if you had to put money on it, is Cortland sitting out or RJ Harvey? Who has a better chance of sitting out?
RJ Harvey.
RJ Harvey.
Because of the 30-man class trying to do it together.
So
And by the way, I don't think it lasts 3 days.
No?
Nope.
I don't think it lasts a day.
Somebody
Somebody is going to break
not.
that cycle. You can't have all 30 on the same page. And somebody is going to say, "Hey, look, I'm on the bottom."
Well, here's the thing.
I'm almost a third-round draft pick.
Dude, the fine is $100,000 a day for missing training camp. $100,000 a day, and these guys are second-round picks who haven't made a dime. And I know there's NIL stuff, but I think, oh man, I'm changing my answer. I think RJ Harvey will be at training camp day 1, okay? Which for him starts tomorrow. For him, it starts tomorrow.
It does, the 16th, right?
That's when the rookies report. It's the 15th. That's tomorrow. So,
Mr. Harvey, are you going to be there?
Dude, this is we're entering unfamiliar territory. We are entering unfamiliar territory.
He'll be there. He just
as a hold-in.
Yeah, that would probably be the smartest thing you do. Because like now it's not between him, it's the agent saying, "Hey, I don't want you doing this." So it puts you in an awkward situation. Because when he's there, the coaching staffs are gonna be talking to him like, "Well, why are you doing this?" Like, they're gonna be feeding stuff into his head. But he has to stand like tall and by himself with his agent if he wants to get this done.
Did Richie just text me? He said Melvin Gordon in 2019 sat out training camp until the first few weeks of the regular season. Did that happen? I don't remember that.
So Melly Mel did actually do that, and
so he held
messed
in.
him up. Yeah, he held in. He messed him up because he didn't get the money, and that's why he ended up with Denver. And that's when they had Austin Eckler, and Austin Eckler started to do well. And it was more like, "Hey, Melvin, we don't need you anymore because Eckler's young. He's undrafted. He's not going to take as much money as you, and we're going a different route. And then we'll draft another young bell cow back to go with Eckler." That was kind of like the thing with Melvin.
Okay, yeah. Wow, I forgot about that. And that's what brought him to the Broncos.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, he only played 12 games that year. All right. We'll see what happens, man. We'll see what happens. But the Sutton one is really interesting because I just want to circle back to this one point. And again, I don't know if it's true, but if there's a coach who believes he doesn't need you and it makes him feel uncomfortable through a roster construction lens, paying a 30-year-old, 31-year-old, because he'll be 31 when the new contract would start.
Yeah.
And if that makes him uncomfortable, it's $100 million. Like that.
You may not need me later on, but you need me now, buddy.
Yeah.
Like start acting like it.
Yeah. If you have Super Bowl aspirations, and you're saying you referenced it before, him saying we're going to be a problem, I would imagine Sutton is a part of that equation.
Sean wants to be the only coach to win a Super Bowl on 2 different teams. You need to have everybody together. You're already on an uphill battle when it comes to health because you have to try to keep these guys healthy for a full 17-game season, then the postseason. Don't start messing around with your star players or your starting players that you're building chemistry with, and that's Bo Nix, who still, by the way, we act like Bo Nix has arrived. He still needs help. He still needs to continue to build the chemistry, and until he can gain some kind of chemistry with another receiver, Courtland's your best option.
He is the best option. I am never going to debate that. He is the best option.
They're going to have to come to some kind of common ground where both of them give in a little bit for this to happen.
Yeah, I agree. But if you go back, the reason we started talking about this again is because the situation happening in Washington with Terry McLaurin. And if you read his quotes, man, a lot of what he said, if you just took out the name Terry McLaurin and put Courtland Sutton,
you would think it was Courtland Sutton.
Gosh, it's very similar. Very similar. I'm not saying they're the exact same players, but it's very similar. And then he came out and spoke about it today. And that leads us back to OTAs and mandatory minicamp. Courtland Sutton was never made available to talk. And even at his own event.
And you were telling people you were the first one to say, hey, like let's look at this because Courtland hasn't talked to the media just yet.
He's the captain of the team. And we were hearing from all kinds of Broncos, but not Courtland Sutton. And then when he had his own event down at Coors Field, he didn't speak to the media at his own event. That was a very unusual sequence. And here we are 7 days out from the start of training camp.
Is this a build-up? This might be a build-up to Courtland not showing up the first day of camp.
He's not taking the $100,000 fine. I don't believe that.
Now, he was with the receivers, like Jamar Chase, like all
Jerry
Jeudy, and they were all
It was Ocho Cinco doing it, right?
Exactly, and they were trying to, not Courtland, but like Jamar Chase, they were talking about how they can beat PS2.
Yeah.
Come on, man. PS2, he's unbeatable.
Think about that. You have some of the best in the game right now, and that's what they were debating.
Yeah, it's like if I'm PS2, I'm smiling. It's like, look at you guys. You guys would never figure me out.
And Ocho Cinco is like, he's like, got the answers. It's like, dude, you don't have to go out there and play him.
Sit down.
Yeah, like it would have been buckles on you, bud. No, obviously Ocho was great. Did you see PS2 was also hanging out with Michael Jordan very recently?
Smoking a cigar, enjoying life before camp starts because, he has the bag. So, he's showing up to camp.
And, dude, you talk about PS2 getting the bag. The Broncos played that right.
But see, you got to be careful with
the Broncos played that right.
Because now, we're saying that PS2's listening. Hey, you better be listening, PS2. You're listening. It's like, okay, yeah. But what if I do what I just did last year? I do it again. I'm re-upping on you guys. That's his thought process.
Well, we'll see. And when I say they played it right, I'm sure some of you guys understand what I'm talking about, and some may not. But the Broncos met him early and extended him. And
Sauce Gardner just got paid. He's the highest paid cornerback.
Yes, but the kicker is there was already 3 other corners who got paid more than PS2 after PS2 signed. Dude, PS2 last offseason became the highest paid corner. Dude, he's already 5th.
I know.
1 year later, he's already 5th. But the Broncos got out ahead of that. And they have not shown a propensity to do that yet with Nick Bonito, who would be the comp on the defensive side of the ball for, hey, let's take care of this early because it may balloon on us. Because what if they waited till after this year and PS2 wins Defensive Player of the Year in a year that you're due for your contract, like in a more firm way than a year ago? It's very interesting. Yeah, these conversations have persisted throughout the entire offseason, and it's been crickets from the Broncos the whole way through on all of them. John Franklin Myers, Zach Allen, Nick Bonito, Courtland Sutton. So, all right, very, very interesting. If you want to react to any portion of that conversation, you can hit us up, ramoslaw.com text line. I have to tell you guys, Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan has teamed up with the city of Aurora to give away a trip to the Battle at Bethpage Black. You guys know the one I'm talking about, USA handling business in New York every other year. All you have to do is enter... all you have to do to enter is head into a pro shop in any of the city of Aurora's 5 beautiful golf courses between now and August 1st. There's no cost to enter. I don't know why you wouldn't do this. There's no downside, and the upside is insane, the memory of a lifetime. Find the cutout of me and scan the QR code. For more information and the list of course locations, you can head to denversports.com/golf. Okay, someone in Denver Sports could be getting a big old light shined on them in the next 48 hours. We'll talk about who and why next.
Follow us on X at DEN Sports 1043. for up-to-the-minute information and opinions on all things Denver sports.
Also, we can still call it Twitter, right? Denver Sports, 104.3 The Fan.
DenverSports.com and the Denver Sports app.
Hey, it's Mike Rohn. If I have a choice, I like to do business with companies that actually stand for something. That's why I switched from Verizon to Pure Talk. No offense to Verizon, I'm sure they stand for something. I just don't know what it is. Pure Talk, on the other hand, is a veteran-owned company that supports our military in a big way, and I appreciate that. Yeah, I also appreciate unlimited talk and text and plenty of data for half the cost of the big guys, and I do like being on America's most dependable 5G network for just $20 a month, but what I really appreciate is no contract, no cancellation fees, and Pure Talk's commitment to handle all their customer service in this country. I saw it for myself. I went to Georgia, I got a tour of their headquarters, I met their CEO, and I talked to the same customer service folks that you'll talk to when you dial pound 250 and say keyword Mike Rowe. Switch today and save 50% off your first month when you dial pound 250 and say keyword Mike Rowe. Pure Talk. A wireless company that actually stands for something.
At Embers Golf, they're not just selling golf clubs, they're crafting a journey for golf enthusiasts. Hey, Brandon Stokley here. I got my clubs from Embers Golf, and I couldn't be happier. Discover a unique, boutique-style golf shop in Westminster. They stock custom upgraded shafts and even offer 2 hitting bays for you to test your swing. They carry all the major brands and even some of the smaller ones, too. Experience a full fitting of your golf bag. It's family-owned, and there's nothing else like it around here. Embers Golf, where your golf journey begins. Visit embersgolf.com today.
Men, summertime is here, and that means vacations, summer barbecues, outdoor parties, camping, beaches, and so much more. This is Jeff for the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic, and if you're like many men, you may not be feeling like yourself this summer. Perhaps your energy is low and you aren't sleeping well. Maybe your workouts aren't as good as they used to be. And if what I'm describing is you, it's very likely you're suffering with low testosterone. But low T doesn't have to affect you anymore. Just call Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic, get treated, and see how it changes your life. If you're like most men, you'll feel so much better. Deeper sleep, improved vitality and clarity, greater strength and energy, and an enhanced sex drive as well. So call us. Just $99 gets you a PSA and T-test and a medical consult. And if you start on testosterone the day of your appointment, your visit is free. Call 720-440-7900. That's 720-440-7900. Or go to RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com. We have 5 offices across the Front Range to serve you.
Attention golf lovers, the city of Aurora has you covered this season. With 5 beautiful courses to choose from, there's something for everyone. What's up, guys? It's Zach here. Meadow Hill's slowly becoming a favorite of mine. What's not to love about an old school tree-lined classic? And it's in our backyard. This former country club is a must visit if you are in the Metro Denver area. Add it to your golf checklist now and thank me later. For more info and to book a tee time, visit golfaurora.com and give them a follow on Facebook, X, and Instagram.
What's the biggest mistake you can make when selling your home? Settling for less money. That never happens with Orchard. Disappointing offers can wear you down, causing you to settle for thousands less. You don't have to settle when you sell with Orchard. Orchard reinvented the real estate industry by guaranteeing your home sale and helping you sell on the market for top dollar. First, Orchard gives you cash up front so you can buy and move into your new home first, on your timeline. No waiting, no showings, no double moves. Then once you're all settled in, your Orchard agent helps sell your home on market for top dollar. Here's what one Orchard customer said. I never could have sold without Orchard. I made way more than I expected, and it couldn't have been easier. With Orchard, you never have to settle for less. Buy before you sell and get top dollar for your home with Orchard. Curious how much your home is worth? Visit Orchard.com to get your free home valuation. That's Orchard.com. Orchard.com.
They say there's no such thing as a free lunch, but not true, I say. Hey, everybody, Dan Jacobs with Jacobs Law and 303 Law 4040, and I'm here to tell you about the best, absolute best free meal in all of Denver. Times are tight right now. You go to the grocery store, things are insane. So we all could use a little bit of help. No questions asked. Anybody that needs it can come by every first and third Thursday. Here's how it works. You pull up, you pop your trunk. They put free groceries for the week in your trunk, and they say, how many hot meals do you need? We pass those to you right through your window, and this is good stuff. This is not soup kitchen stuff. I smoke these meats personally. Delicious pulled pork. I got my special secret Chipotle chicken recipe. It is fantastic. Please help us spread the word. Anybody that needs it, Smoky Hill and Arapahoe Road every first and third Thursday, 4 to 6 p.m. If you have any questions, you can reach out to me personally. It's Dan Jacobs at 303-LAW-4040.
This is the story of the one. As a safety manager at a manufacturing plant, he does everything he can to keep his coworkers safe. From finding ways to reduce risks to keeping safety supplies in stock. And for that, he relies on Grainger. Grainger offers a broad range of quality products and next-day delivery, so he can always play it safe. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Get a $15 prepaid MasterCard after rebate when you buy 5 quarts of Mobil 1 full synthetic motor oil at O'Reilly Auto Parts.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
Do you have an invention idea but don't know what to do next? Call InventHelp today. We have representatives nationwide and services to showcase your invention. Get started today.
Call 1-800-217-4380. That's 1-800-217-4380.
Denver Sports Snapshot.
Tonight on The Fan, baseball all-star game action begins starting at 6.
Open an account in less than 5 minutes. Visit WesteraCU.com. Federally insured by NCUA.
It's The Drive with Zach By and Phillip Lindsay on Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan.
So this is supposed to be the dead period of the sports calendar. And we just really, had a ball these last few weeks, talking about all this stuff. I mean, it's been great. It's just a different, we talked about this a couple weeks ago. There's 2 different styles, in my opinion. Not even styles, but just structure of the reacting season and then the manufacturing season.
Yeah.
And I love them both the same. I really do, because I think these conversations are relevant and fun to have. And, It's just been a fun couple weeks here.
It's been a blast, and it helps you out because now we're getting ready to start reacting to a lot here.
Yep.
Camps around the corner, college football starting back up. I'm sure we're going to be talking about the Nuggets because there's something that's going to happen with them. There always is. So it's always about reacting. But then when you have the chance to kind of be creative, that's the fun part too that you have to have a balance with.
Totally. Speaking of the dead period, quote unquote, ESPN had a great idea a few decades ago when they started their own award show called the ESPYs back in 1993. And it's typically the day after the Major League Baseball All-Star Game where all 4 major pro sports in the United States are completely dark. And it's, certain years are better than others, but I could not believe when I looked up and down the award show card, for lack of a better term, and saw as many Colorado ties. It's unbelievable. It's got to be the most ever.
I mean, that's great, though. It's finally, you there's a lot of players here in Colorado that are talented, and now they're being noticed. And it's not just basketball, football, hockey. It's all around.
Yep.
We're talking about the sports.
Yep. So the one that I find some of the most interesting, and we'll go through here, go through them, is best comeback athlete. And 3 of the 4 nominees have ties to the state of Colorado. It's Gabe Landeskog of the Avalanche. It's Mallory Swanson of the U.S. Women's National Team. And it's Lindsay Vaughn. The 4th non-Colorado tie is Suni Lee, the gymnast, is the 4th nominee.
Sorry, Suni Lee.
You're out.
Yeah, you're out.
You're out. Gabe has an incredible comeback story. And so does everyone here of these nominees. But Gabe's is exceptional. It is setback after setback. And he's the captain of the team. And over 1,000 days without seeing him. And multiple years come and go, you don't see him. And then when he came back, he just didn't come back. Phil, he was one of the best players on the ice every time he took that ice.
You felt his presence. And it was amazing to see. It wasn't that Gabe just came back, because Gabe came back during the playoffs, not the regular season. It wasn't a build-up. It was, hey, you're skating well. And we went back and forth for so long about, hey, maybe we're not going to see Gabe. He just needs to hang it up. And then all of a sudden, playoffs come rolling around. The first round against the Dallas Stars, we have our captain back, and he's playing at a high level. After a lot of people, myself included, say, hey, just retire.
Right, same.
And there's only one other person that was able to make a comeback from this injury, and that's Lonzo Ball. He's still with the Chicago Bulls, right?
Yep.
From the Chicago Bulls, and he was younger. He's younger than Gabe.
Yeah, by about 5 years.
So this story that started off as, I don't know if I'm even going to be able to come back, because I feel like at times Gabe doubted himself of coming back, to like, I'm all in, to all of a sudden I'm playing right away in the playoffs. That's a major story, and this is all about stories.
That's insane.
That's how you win awards. You have to have a story with it.
And really quick house cleaning, I just had a mental slip. Lonzo was moved to Cleveland. So he's going to be with the Cavs this coming year. Should be a really fun team after getting bounced. A little too early in the playoffs from what people thought. But no, you're spot on. But he's got real competition. Like this is so check this out. So you have Mallory Swanson, who tore her patellar tendon in her left knee back in 2023, had to undergo surgery to get it repaired. So like a week or two after the operation, she suffered an infection in that surgery spot. It required emergency surgery. She literally missed the 2023 World Cup, was out for about a year, but she did come back for the 2024 Paris Olympics, and was a huge factor in the USA bringing home the gold medal. In 6 matches, Phil, she scored 4 goals and had 2 assists for the national team.
Big time.
And they went 6-0.
Come on, 4 goals.
That's insane.
6 games.
That's insane.
So like I understand why she's up for it.
And then the other one, in the case of Lindsay Vonn, widely regarded as the best female skier in the history of the sport. So she's got that going for her in a way that Gabe or Swanson doesn't. She had so many knee surgeries throughout her career, the most recently being a full knee replacement, Phil. She was retired for 5 years, announced that she was returning in 2024 at freaking 40 years old, and became the oldest woman to stand on the podium at a World Cup event after finishing in second in the Super G event 20 years after her first win in a World Cup event.
A knee replacement, her age, was able to get second. Like, that's a story. That's like I said, it's all about the story. So for you right now, because I think that we can say, is it Susie Lee?
Suni Lee.
Suni Lee.
Yeah.
I think we can all agree, and I don't know her story, but I don't know if she's winning it.
Yes, hopefully one of these Colorado athletes. Do you think Gabe will win this?
I believe Gabe will win it. It's all about the story. Gabe is a big player in the NHL, and he has a bunch of documentaries out about him. So he's getting out to different people. And although people may not watch hockey, they may watch that documentary. So I believe Gabe will win it.
I agree with you. I think at the end of the day, Gabe's story is pretty dramatic. And I think because of that, he'll win. I hope we're right. Nothing against the other Colorado candidates. How about best college athlete? Travis freaking Hunter could add one more piece of hardware at the ESPYs here in the next 48 hours. He's going up against Duke's Cooper Flagg. There's a couple others, a wrestler, a lacrosse player. Don't mean to be rude or disrespectful, but it's going to come down between Cooper Flagg or Travis Hunter, I would imagine. I think Travis Hunter's got an incredible case here because as great as Cooper Flagg was, we've seen incredible 5-star prospects go to Duke, kill it, and be the number 1 pick. We just saw it a handful of years ago with Zion. We've never seen anything like Travis Hunter ever.
It's going to Travis Hunter, Zach. Football runs the world. Somebody like Travis Hunter hasn't been done before, and he's going to try to do it at the NFL level on top of that. It's all about, like I say again, you're tired of hearing it, but the story with Travis Hunter is crazy, and Travis Hunter's going to bring this award. Now, for Cooper Flagg, he's a unicorn as well, a great player.
He is a great player.
But like you said, that's been done before with the NBA and someone like Cooper Flagg. Travis Hunter, one of one.
One of one. Okay, and in terms of Lindsay Vonn's, Mike on the RamosLaw.com text line says, have you ever heard of Michaela Schifrin? I don't really know the hierarchy. I know Lindsay Vonn is she not widely regarded as the GOAT in her sport?
she's one of. Schifrin's making a case to be in that list. I don't know any other skiers other than those two, I'll be honest.
Yeah, same.
But I know Lindsay Vohn's career has been pretty dang incredible. And Schifrin is like climbing up those. I don't know if she's there yet.
Yeah, okay.
She's young.
Yeah, she is young.
She's 1995, so she's 29 years old, 30 years old.
So I don't need to see the accolades. She's still got some ways to go to catch someone like Lindsay Vonn, but she could be on her way. Travis Hunter against Duke's Cooper Flag. That's a good one. There are 3 more awards that are going to be given out in the next 48 hours that involve someone from the Broncos, someone from the Avs not named Gabe Landeskog, and someone from the Denver Nuggets. And we'll talk about the context of these awards coming up next.
Listen up, golf fans. Want to witness the battle at Bethpage Black in New York this year? Well, Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan is teamed up with the City of Aurora to give away a trip to win your way in. To enter, just head to the pro shop at any of the City of Aurora's 5 beautiful courses between now and August 1st. Find the cutout of Sac By and scan the QR code. For more information and the list of course locations, head to denversports.com/golf. Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan.
What's going on, everybody? Phillip Lindsay here for Williams Jewelers. And if you're looking for fine jewelry or a great timepiece like I was, why not shop where some of the world's leading designers are sold? Williams Jewelers actually helped me find my new Tudor watch, and they treated me just like family the minute I stepped through those doors. And they didn't pressure me at all. They gave me the time I needed to make the right decision for myself. And starting from one little store in Inglewood, Williams Jewelers has grown into 2 locations and has become one of the largest fine jewelers in the country. So when you step foot into their showroom, you'll feel just like family, and their service reflects that. They are dedicated and they work hard to make sure you're satisfied with your purchase, on top of sharing all the secrets of the business with you, then giving you the best price in Colorado, guaranteed. So why not create moments and memories for yourself or the ones you love by going to Williams Jewelers, my hometown jeweler, also the official jeweler of the Colorado Avalanche, Denver's first family of fine jewelers, located in Cherry Creek North on 3rd Avenue and on Broadway and Bellevue. And don't forget to mention my name, Phillip Lindsay, when you step foot into one of those buildings.
Celebrate $10.99 Tuesdays at Papa Murphy's Pizza. On Tuesday only, get any large pizza for only $10.99. Awesome deal, especially for the most scrumptious pizza with the freshest ingredients. Only at Papa Murphy's.
Are you in a high-risk fire zone? Got woodpecker holes? Siding starting to rot? What's up, guys? It's Zach here. 5280 Exteriors is your go-to for James Hardy siding, a low-maintenance, cement-based siding that resists flames, repels insects, and yes, even woodpeckers. For the month of July, get free installation with the purchase of a whole house of siding. 5280 won't just replace siding. They upgrade your home. Old siding off, new bat insulation in, plus rigid insulation for a better thermal envelope. 5280exteriors.com. The altitude of quality.
Worried about market losses? If headlines are keeping you up at night, it's time to take control. Hi, I'm Jeff Jr. with Trajan Wealth, and I know you've worked hard to save. But in times like these, what if can turn into what now? If you're planning to retire or are in retirement, you need a strategy that helps protect your future. At Trajan Wealth, you can capture market gains, protect your account from losses, and guarantee income for life. Right now, you could receive a bonus of up to 30% or annual growth of up to 10% for retirement income. You heard me right. An upfront bonus of up to 30% or annual growth of up to 10%, all guaranteed to boost your lifetime income in retirement. Don't leave your future to chance. Plan with confidence. Call Trajan today at 720-405-3300. That's 720-405-3300.
Annuity guarantees are based on the claims paying ability of the issuing insurance company, DBA, in most states, as Trajan Wealth Insurance Solutions.
You probably saved my life.
Every single day, Soda Weight Loss is helping people let go of the weight and keep it off.
I mean, I was 30 pounds overweight, and I went in, and the doctor said, you need to change your diet.
Get help and get started with Soda Weight Loss.
Got off my blood pressure medicine and my cholesterol medicine, and that is amazing to me.
I went from a 16, 18 down to a size 4 now. So that is amazing. It makes you feel so good.
Splash into summer savings right now with Soda's lowest prices of the year.
No injections, no pills, no hunger.
I would recommend Soda
because it's sustainable. This is lifetime change.
I let go of 50 pounds. It felt unreal.
We're the #1 weight loss company in America for client satisfaction and results. And with our incredible summer savings, what are you waiting for?
Get help. Get results at sodaweightloss.com. That's SOTA weightloss.com.
Soda is, say it with me, state of the art.
Hey guys, boy Steve here today about my long-term buddy Troy Hansford. And if you're thinking about selling your house for any reason, now might be the time to sell, still get top dollar. Believe it or not, my guy Troy is still offering his $5,000 guarantee. What is it, you ask? Well, if he can't sell your house at your price on your timeline that you agree upon beforehand, bam, going to cut you a check for $5,000. Who else makes the offer? Nobody I've ever heard of. And he makes that offer because he continues to spend a ton of money marketing his listings, has about 100 families approved and ready to buy right now. And if for any reason you need to sell right away, Troy can buy your house, all cash, and he can close in as little as 7 days. You have a house to sell, Troy probably has that perfect buyer for you right now, waiting for you to pick up the phone and to call him. Call Troy, get your home sold for the most money. That's 720-900-4433, 720-900-4433. Troy Hansford of RE/MAX Professionals, a Colorado licensed broker. Some restrictions do apply. Want to sell your house? Then call my buddy Troy, 720-900-4433.
The Wilhite Law Firm handles accident cases differently. If you're injured, we'll drive to your home, return every call, and keep you updated. After an accident, you want Wilhite. Get your free case review right now. Just call 303-GOOD-LAW today or visit WilhiteWins.com and win big with Wilhite.
Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan presents The Drive with Zach By and Phillip Lindsay.
All right, a couple of house cleaning things that I just want to address, and just for the sake of honestly just being like transparent. One, we were talking about Lindsay Vonn, Michaela Schifrin, and Lindsay Vonn being referred to as the GOAT. I jumped the gun there. I jumped the gun. Michaela Schifrin is so on her way, and you could point to some numbers and stats that say she's already passed Lindsay Vonn. So that's not my world. I made an assumption, and it's just not accurate.
And she's young, so it's like she's gonna continue to win.
Yeah, so. And now had Lindsay Vonn been competing for the last 5 years, from age 35 to 40,
there's context to it.
There's context. There's context. And then the other one that I just wanted to address, and again, it comes from a place of ignorance, like in the true definition of ignorant, like you just don't know. Is the wrestling story in terms of best college athlete, Wyatt Hendrickson. This young man started at Air Force, transferred to Oklahoma State, and the dude had an undefeated season, 27-0, qualified for the NCAA championships, advanced to the finals, and defeated Gable Stevenson, who was an Olympic gold medalist, who had won 70 consecutive matches. It was referred to at the time as the biggest upset in NCAA history. So, again, like these aren't our forward-facing sports.
We're not going to sit here and break down wrestling.
No, but I don't want to like gloss over and be
for sure.
rude.
Like, that's amazing. That's amazing. Now, with that being said, is he winning over someone? He's in the mix with Travis Hunter and Cooper Flagg, correct?
Yes.
Like, is he winning over Cooper Flagg or Travis Hunter?
I'll say this though. Probably not.
Well, that's what I'm saying.
Probably not.
We talk about everybody knows Cooper Flagg and everybody knows Travis Hunter.
But I just feel like this is worth saying. I don't think the sport can be held against the athlete. Like, if you're going to put them and evaluate them all, you have to evaluate them through the context of the sport they play, not how many people watch it. Now, to your point, it'll probably be Cooper Flagg or Travis Hunter. They're just superstars.
You yourself said, like, hey, they're putting on a show, too.
Correct. They're doing a TV show.
ESPN, that is.
Yes.
Like, they're doing a TV show. They want to keep their viewers. And, like, sometimes the best story, which should win, there's context to that, too, because now it's like, okay, does everybody know about that story?
Sure. So, okay. So I just want to say that before we moved on here and finish up. Best NFL player. I mean, this puppy, again, guys, the ESPYs, it's the most loaded with Colorado athletes I think you could ever see. So just to recap, best comeback athlete, 3 of the 4 nominees have Colorado ties in Gabe Landeskog, Mallory Swanson, and Lindsey Vonn. Then you have the best college athlete. It's Travis Hunter is nominated. Best NFL player. How about this star-studded field? Pat Surtain is going up against the MVP in Josh Allen, the previous MVP in Lamar Jackson, and Saquon Barkley, fresh off winning a Super Bowl in 2,000-yard season.
Yeah, that's a big boy one. That's a big boy one. I love me some PS2, but he also plays the cornerback position. And we don't talk about the cornerback position that much, which is a good thing. When your cornerback's not being talked about, that means he's on an island and he's locking things down. But also, it's about the story. Saquon Barkley and what he has done.
Sure.
Being from the Giants, going to Philly, running for 2,000 yards, able to get to the Super Bowl, winning the Super Bowl. Josh Allen, winning the MVP. All right, he's always in the mix. We know that. Lamar Jackson's another one that has a couple MVPs already. So it's big name players that are in sexy positions.
Yeah.
Running back, quarterback, receiver, pass rusher. You're talking about them all the time. With that being said, PS2, he's going to be talked about. But Saquon Barkley will win this award just because of what he has done. And if it's not Saquon, my guessing is Josh Allen.
Well, I, like you, think it's going to be Saquon Barkley. PS2, what an honor for him just to be on that type of stage.
Yes.
I mean, that's incredible. There's one defensive player, and it's the Broncos corner. Then you have best NHL player. This is Cale Makar going up against Leon Draisaitl of Edmonton, Winnipeg's Connor Hellebuck, and then you have Nikita Kucherov from the Tampa Bay Lightning. What kind of shot does Cale have here, do you think?
I mean, Cale, he's another one of one. Right? He's a unique player. But when you got someone like Hellebuck that had a phenomenal